North Manor Qingming Sect. One of the 6 veins Purple Cloud Peak. A piercing howl came from the Peak Master's main hall. Words like otherworldly demon and impossible could be faintly heard. After a moment, a figure in red robes swiftly flew from the mountainside. Inside the hall. Did I come to the wrong set? A remarkably handsome man lay collapsed beneath the white jade throne, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The look of terror on his face had not yet faded, as if he had just experienced something extremely frightful, yet a hint of confusion in his eyes suggested that nothing had actually happened. His name was Su Yang. Sitting at home, a truck came out of nowhere. Just one glance at the truck and his eyes went dark. When he opened them again, he had come here. Before Su Yang could figure out what was happening, a stunningly beautiful figure burst into the hall, blocking the light. The woman was dressed in a red skirt with a face of unparalleled beauty, skin as white as lamb fat, eyebrows like willow leaves, a high-bridged nose and captivating peach blossom eyes that were both watery and crystalline. She walked quickly, the hem of her skirt swaying, revealing a glimpse of her round jade-like long legs. Situ Qingming. Su Yang was slightly dazed. In his daze, the woman had already come before him. She crouched down, and her naturally graceful figure, accentuated by the posture of gathering her skirt, revealed her willow-like waist and a fullness like the bright moon in the sky. She looked at Su Yang, her sparkling eyes filled with urgency and worry. "Master, what's wrong with you?" In her anxiety, she grasped Su Yang's hand. Su Yang blinked, not understanding the situation, only feeling a cool, smooth sensation as if touching well-nurtured soft jade with an extraordinary feeling. Su Yang felt as if his hand had been deliberately squeezed, and a sudden illusion emerged in his mind. Could it be that she is taking advantage of me? The woman's beautiful face showed anger. "Master, how did you suffer such severe injuries? Could it be that some villain attacked you?" It seemed through taking his pulse she detected that his body had been gravely wounded, with meridians severed and dantian destroyed. "Is it possible that I am that villain?" Feeling the genuine anger from the woman, Su Yang became even more afraid to speak, afraid of revealing a flaw that would let her discover he was a body snatcher and she would kill him in rage. "Master, rest assured, no matter who hurt you, this disciple will never let him off." The woman clenched her teeth and said fiercely. Su Yang felt a chill down his spine, and now he dared not speak recklessly. He decided to endure and play dumb for now. Seeing Su Yang silent, the woman simply assumed that her master was too depressed from losing his cultivation. After all, anyone would be the same after such a drastic change. "Master, please forgive your disciple's rudeness." Saying this, she bent down and lifted Su Yang horizontally, carrying him into the back hall and straight to the bed. Su Yang was placed on an extremely large bed, thinking to himself that this convenient disciple was quite polite. It seemed that the earlier illusion was indeed just an illusion. How could she possibly want to take advantage of him? Ouch, why did she suddenly start taking off his clothes? "Master, please don't panic. As your disciple, I have the responsibility and duty to examine exactly where you are injured." The woman's pretty face was serious, her tone earnest, not at all like she was joking. Her slender hand slid over Su Yang's body and his upper garment opened, revealing his flawless physique. All of a sudden, the woman's face flushed red. But her hands did not pause at all, she gently stroked as if wiping a priceless piece of fine porcelain. "Something's wrong, very wrong." Su Yang felt his whole body go limp and hurriedly said, "Disciple, your master can just rest for a while. How about you go out first and let me be quiet?" The woman's movements paused. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and stared directly at Su Yang, her peach blossom eyes flashing. "Master, you wouldn't want others to know that you've lost all your cultivation, would you? Disciple, you." Looking at the woman's mocking expression, Su Yang realized in alarm that this convenient disciple was actually a master-defying rebel. But he could do nothing and could only let her have her way. The woman leaned in her captivating peach blossom eyes, gazing at Su Yang's face. She extended a finger to lift his chin. "Shall master call me Qinger?" 2 hours later. Situ Qingming's beautiful face was flushed. She left a remark, "Master, I will treat you well in the future." Then she drifted away, leaving behind only the physically weakened Su Yang, silently lamenting. "I am defiled." After a long while, Su Yang forced these words through gritted teeth. During the long 2 hours, that rebellious disciple Situ Qingming had used every means to torment him. And Su Yang took this idle time to figure out his current situation. He had transmigrated, and not only that, into a world of a novel he had called a eunuch novel, becoming the most failed villain. Not only was the protagonist a eunuch, but Su Yang's predecessor was even more absurd. As the peak master of Purple Cloud Peak, one of the 6 veins of Qingming Sect, his power was immense. He had 7 disciples, all peerless beauties with monstrous talent. In the early part of the novel, each disciple had more or less affection for Su Yang, but Su Yang was like a block of wood solely focused on cultivation, missing out on their goodwill due to mishaps. What followed was even more outrageous. The lousy author seemed to think that Su Yang's character was too likable to be a villain, so they arranged an extremely cliched plot for him. During the annual 6 Peaks Grand Competition, the protagonist displayed monstrous talent, shaking the entire Qingming Sect. Even the Supreme Elder, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was alarmed and lowered himself to ask Su Yang to reluctantly part with his disciple so that there would be someone to inherit their teachings. Unexpectedly, Su Yang refused, and on the grounds that this boy harbors malicious intent and is not suitable as a disciple, he expelled the protagonist from Qingming Sect. A disciple who had a good relationship with the protagonist pleaded for mercy, but Su Yang turned around and locked her in Reflection Cliff, ordering 10 years of penance. After all that, Su Yang not only gained no benefit but also courted trouble. He not only attracted the protagonist's hatred but also broke his disciples' hearts. In fact, Su Yang's judgment was not wrong. Looking at the entire novel, the protagonist indeed harbored evil intentions. Every time he joined a faction, he would seize power and take their wives. Even a supporting character who had done him great kindness merely because his wife was beautiful was destroyed by the protagonist's schemes, ending in the tragic fate of "After you die, I will take care of your wife." He was practically a reincarnation of the treacherous Chao. And Su Yang's mistake was that he did not eradicate the root of the problem. As the saying goes, if you don't pull out the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. The protagonist, harboring immense hatred, roamed outside, encountering one miraculous opportunity after another. In just 3 years he surpassed Su Yang's realm. Then he came to take revenge, beating Su Yang to the point of soul annihilation, dying a miserable death. And Su Yang's disciples, thoroughly disappointed in their master, none of them came to help, not even willing to collect his corpse. Fortunately, the plot hasn't started yet, everything can still be turned around. Su Yang felt slightly relieved. If the 3-year deadline had arrived, he would probably have to pack up and run immediately. As for now, while the protagonist has not yet shown his prowess, he can think of a countermeasure in advance. The so-called strategies are nothing more than to either befriend him or become his enemy. Su Yang first ruled out befriending the protagonist. Hadn't he seen in that novel those who befriended the protagonist ended up with families broken? So he didn't want to waste his efforts raising an ungrateful wolf. If befriending is not an option, then only the path of enmity remains. The protagonist is the protagonist because with the lousy author's blessing he is often incredibly overpowered. When pursued by villains, he always manages to turn danger into safety and incidentally obtain great opportunities, thereby boosting his power and counter-killing the villains. So Su Yang was very self-aware. Relying on himself alone, he certainly couldn't kill the protagonist. He had to use external forces such as his 7 disciples. His 7 disciples each had monstrous talent, deep foundations, and luck that was no less than the protagonist's. Therefore, as long as he maintained good relations with his disciples, even if he couldn't kill the protagonist, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. Moreover, he had already succeeded in the first step. He had conquered the 4th disciple, Situ Qingming. Ahem, why did his waist start aching faintly? It's a pity that as a transmigrator I don't even have a golden finger. I've completely disgraced my predecessors. Su Yang frowned and rubbed his waist. Ding. Heard the hosts call. The 10,000 times repayment system is activating. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, a cold mechanical voice entered his mind. Speak of the devil. Tui tui, that phrase is somewhat unlucky. Su Yang's face lit up with joy. His originally sore waist seemed to feel much better because of this. Indeed, as a transmigrator, a golden finger is essential. Suppressing his inner excitement, he quickly checked the system's functions. 10,000 times repayment system. When a heroine teaches or gives the host divine weapons, cultivation techniques, sacred pills and spirit materials, a high multiple critical repayment can be obtained up to 10,000 times. After reading the system's introduction, Su Yang looked strange. Is this system trying to make me a kept man? Ding. Situ Qingming helped the host heal and reshape meridians through dual cultivation, triggering a 10,000 times critical repayment. Supreme Yang Dao body. The system prompt sounded again. I really do have the potential to be a kept man. Su Yang quickly accepted this persona. With the system, who's afraid of the protagonist? Deep blue add points. Oh no, system fuse Supreme Yang Dao body. Su Yang gave the order to the system. The next moment, an incomparable terrifying power as if breaking free from the shackles of life like a rolling tide washed through his limbs and bones. Dense life essence surged over and Su Yang felt his meridians being reshaped and expanded in an unimaginable way, his sinews and bones tempered like iron being hammered repeatedly, forcing impurities out of the rough embryo. An hour later Su Yang had completely expelled the impurities from his body, making his entire aura increasingly ethereal and elegant, his body like a flawless gemstone radiating extraordinary nobility. Looking inward he saw a rolling golden blood extremely strong and yang emitting blazing radiance. This is the supreme Yang Dao body. According to the system's introduction, this physique ranks among the top of the 3,000 Dao bodies. Compared to so-called primordial saint body, divine king body and immortal martial body, although it may be inferior in combat power, it far surpasses them in certain aspects. Su Yang examined himself and found that his waist, which had been nearly broken, had not only recovered but become incomparably stronger than before. It could be called the strongest dog waist. If Shaoqing dared to charge at Master again, he would make sure she regretted it. Qi and blood are surging like a long river, if not now, when to break through. Su Yang focused his mind. Thick qi and blood like layers of clouds in the sky rushed wantonly within his body. With pores relaxed, the spiritual energy overflowing from heaven and earth was fully absorbed, completely ignoring the impurities contained in the world. As one of the rare supreme Yang Dao bodies in the world, born at the right time, it could naturally easily exclude the impurities of heaven and earth and convert spiritual energy into the purest cultivation resource, which even the highest grade spirit stones could not compare to. Soon Su Yang's cultivation began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Qi refinement first layer. Qi refinement second layer. Qi refinement third layer. Foundation establishment achieved. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through to foundation establishment required relying on foundation establishment spiritual objects, and even then there was only a 50% chance. But Su Yang relied on nothing else. With only the supreme Yang Dao body he easily ascended to the foundation establishment realm, becoming an immortal in the eyes of mortals. Of course, mere foundation establishment was nothing compared to Su Yang's previous divine transformation realm, but for Su Yang, who had just started cultivating, it was incredibly satisfying. And the breakthrough did not stop. The qi and blood in Su Yang's body still churned like volcanic lava, unstoppably gushing out from the crater. Under the automatic guidance of his divine sense, the extremely pure misty spiritual energy was continuously compressed in his dantian. Splash! Splash! The condensed liquid mana gathered like springs into a vast misty expanse. 10 drops, 100 drops, 1,000 drops. Tens of thousands. Su Yang's cultivation realm seemed unbound by any shackles, rising at a monstrous speed. Foundation establishment first layer. Foundation establishment second layer. Foundation establishment third layer. Until foundation establishment sixth layer it finally stopped. Su Yang opened his eyes, which contained precious light like two rotating suns turning endlessly. Let me think, in novels when the protagonist breaks through to foundation establishment, how many drops of liquid mana do they gather? It seems to be 300 drops, and 300 drops are called monstrous. So what do my tens of thousands of drops count as? A monster among monsters. A mere protagonist, insignificant. Su Yang was calm now, completely unafraid of the protagonist. So what if the protagonist has plot armor? Is having luck blessing impressive? Not to mention, if you are heaven's favored son, even if heaven itself came, he would still slap it a few times. This wasn't Su Yang being arrogant, but a manifestation of confidence. After all, he had cheated, got a system. If he didn't act cocky, then what was the point of cheating? But foundation establishment sixth layer still seems not very secure. I need to pluck some more wool from the heroines. Su Yang calmed down and began to think about how to use his cheat to extract more benefits from the heroines to quickly improve his cultivation. In the novel, all 7 of his disciples were heroines. So he only needed to systematically pluck each one's wool clean and naturally become invincible. So which disciples are still on Xian Peak? Su Yang searched through the few memories left by his predecessor. First disciple Yuan Koxuan accepted a mission from Xuanji Pavilion to eliminate the Jiao Python rampaging in Yingqiu Gorge, only set out 2 days ago. Second disciple Ruan Yuer went to Qingyang's secret realm for training half a month until the realm opens. Third disciple Xue Jinli, due to the sparse population of Xian Peak, was ordered to go down the mountain to find excellent immortal seedlings. Fifth disciple Qingming, lively in nature, loves to play and eat, sneaked down the mountain to the mortal world a few days ago, now probably indulging in mortal delicacies, oblivious and happy, not wanting to return. Sixth disciple Su Dongying was brought to the mountain as a child away from home for years, was specially allowed to return home for half a year. The youngest Tushan Yaoyao, due to bloodline atavism, was called back to Tushan to receive inheritance at least a few months, at most a year, before returning to the sect. That is to say, now on Ziyun Peak besides Situ Qingming there is no one else. Su Yang frowned, somewhat troubled. Ziyun Peak, peach blossom forest. Petals fluttered fragrant, a path formed beneath. By the spring a pavilion stood. At this moment inside the pavilion, Situ Qingming stared blankly at herself in the mirror. After a long while she came to her senses, her delicate cheeks flushed red. She suddenly covered her burning face and squeezed out a few shy words from her throat. I made a move on my master. Just saying those words seemed to drain all her strength. She collapsed onto the dressing table, her head buried in her arms, unable to lift it. The previous scenes flooded into her mind, making her curl her toes in extreme embarrassment. She had long harbored improper thoughts for her master, but as his disciple she could only hide this desire in her heart. But just now, although she didn't know what happened to her master, seeing him in a weak and helpless state. Master must hate me now. Situ Qingming was very annoyed. How could she have lost control like that? And I didn't even perform well. She recalled her master's furrowed brow and immediately felt deep self-blame. If she had performed better, maybe master would hate her less. How can I make up for it now? First, I absolutely cannot let the senior sister know. With her sense of justice, if she finds out I violated the master, she will definitely eliminate me for the sect and I can't beat her. But when senior sister returns, she will surely notice master's abnormality, and if she asks master and master tells her, then it cannot be hidden. So I can't let senior sister return soon. I'll send a message to her asking her to also eliminate the Tiger Lord on Fulong Mountain, saying that master needs its inner core. Senior sister has always respected master and never disobeys his words. If I say that, she will definitely be fooled. Having made up her mind, Situ Qingming took a pure white jade slip from her waist, pointed her slender finger, and a radiant glow bloomed from the jade slip. Soon an image emerged in the void, gradually becoming solid. Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Located over 30,000 li south of the Qingming sect, the river here was swift and deep, shaped by nature's design, nurturing countless spirits. Such a treasure trove devoid of a great demon's dominion naturally drew the covetous gazes of countless creatures. Several months prior, a serpent that had transformed into a flood dragon arrived from an unknown origin, taking possession of the gorge. It not only claimed the gorge as its own, gathering demons and monsters, but also preyed upon passing travelers as blood sacrifices. It even devoured several inner disciples of the Qingming sect and boasted arrogantly, for every Qingming sect disciple that comes I shall devour one. This enraged the high echelons of the Qingming sect, and the 6 lineages jointly issued a bounty for this serpent demon. The reward was exceedingly generous, including the sword that Su Yang's previous self had nurtured for years. As the senior disciple Yuanko Xian was unwilling to see her master's sword fall into another's hands and thus accepted the mission. At this moment the once clamorous Eagle's Sorrow Gorge seemed stripped of all sound, eerily silent, a silence so profound it was terrifying. Looking around, countless corpses of spirits floated in the water, dyeing the surface crimson. The stench of blood rose to the heavens. This former paradise for spirits had inexplicably transformed into a watery hell, reaping lives. Within the gorge a slender figure stood atop a massive rock jutting out of the water. The woman was clad in black robes devoid of any ornamental patterns, appearing extremely neat and plain, yet she possessed an indescribable aura that made her impossible to ignore. Her features were striking, bright eyes that held a crystal-clear purity, lips naturally rosy without the need for rouge. She possessed a jade-like countenance and celestial grace, with an ethereal air of transcendence between her brows. Yuanko Xian. As for her figure, the loose robes could not conceal her majestic, prominent curves. Her perfect waist was slender and supple, her silhouette graceful and full. With this demonic core as proof, it should suffice. Yuanko Xian grasped a perfectly formed demonic core in her hand, then gave a light kick. The corpse of a serpent dozens of zhang in length splashed heavily into the water, raising a considerable spray. Her expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if she had just accomplished a trivial task. I've been away from the sect for 2 days. Time to return. Yuanko Xian murmured to herself. Suddenly the jade slip at her waist vibrated. She raised an eyebrow and a hint of anticipation flickered across her icy visage. She took down the jade slip, tracing a few patterns in the air with her finger. Soon ripples appeared in the void, forming a mirror-like image before her. Seeing Situ Qingming in the image, Yuanko Xian frowned slightly. The anticipation on her face quietly faded, replaced by her usual icy composure. Xiaoqing, what do you seek me for? Situ Qingming was already feeling guilty, and seeing the horrific background of corpses strewn across the land and blood staining the gorge only made her more fearful. The senior sister is too ruthless, she must have slaughtered all the spirits in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. I must not slip up. Situ Qingming hastily said, senior sister, it's not me who seeks you. It's Master who has something to discuss with you. Master? Yuanko Xian's expression shifted slightly. Based on her understanding of her master, he always handled matters himself, never relying on others. She clearly noticed that when Xiaoqing spoke, her eyes darted away, avoiding her gaze. This indicated that Xiaoqing was either lying or hiding something. Xiaoqing, do you remember why I punished you last time? Yuanko Xian asked. Situ Qingming stiffened. Senior sister, why bring that up all of a sudden? The last time I punished you was because you accidentally broke Master's favorite blue and white cup, yet you blamed it on Yao Yao. Yuanko Xian continued calmly. After I punished you, then I warned you if it happened again the punishment would be doubled. It seems, Xiaoqing, you haven't taken my words to heart at all. Hearing this, Situ Qingming shuddered in terror. That punishment had kept her bedridden for a full 7 days. Every time she recalled it, her backside would ache. This time I'm not lying. Master asked you to go to Fulong Mountain and retrieve the inner core of that mountain lord. Truly, Master told me himself. I swear. Situ Qingming blurted out in panic. She was utterly terrified of her senior sister. If she admitted to lying, the consequence of doubled punishment was more than her frail body could bear. In truth, she had realized she was foolish to resort to this scheme. Her senior sister's sword heart was pure and flawless, if this move was akin to courting death. But since the lie was told, she had to deny it stubbornly. Otherwise, pulling up the radish would bring out the mud, and she feared nothing could be hidden. Yuanko Xian's expression turned colder. Xiaoqing, have I ever told you that when you lie your face turns exceptionally red, burning hot, as if you've just been in a fierce struggle? Even that you can tell. Situ Qingming screamed inwardly. She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, barely able to speak properly. Senior sister, it's because... She was racking her brain for an excuse when her master's gentle voice came from outside. Xiaoqing, are you there? Why is Master here? Situ Qingming's small face turned pale with fright. She desperately wanted to turn off the communication jade slip. If Master and senior sister met, everything she had done would be exposed. Knowing senior sister's temperament, she would undoubtedly draw her sword and rush back to chop her down. She was doomed. Yuanko Xian observed every change in Situ Qingming's expression, further confirming that Xiaoqing was lying to her. Xiaoqing, what are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Master calling you? Oh, senior sister. Situ Qingming forced a smile onto her face, but it looked uglier than tears. She said weakly, Master Qing'er is here. Please come in. Su Yang entered clad in a black robe of cloud-patterned brocade. His long hair was casually tied back with a black ribbon. His physique was flawless, with a pair of sharp sword-like brows and eyes that seemed to contain the sun, an indescribable air of unrestrained elegance. He had not intended to seek out Situ Qingming, but to quickly elevate his cultivation he would have to trouble this disciple once more. He looked at Situ Qingming and noticed that her demeanor was completely different from when she had previously consumed him. Her eyes were complex, lips trembling as if she wanted to speak but hesitated like someone with a sword at her throat. Master! A clear ethereal voice rang out. Only then did Su Yang notice the mirror-like image floating in the void. In it an icy beauty was staring intently at him. Her fervent gaze contrasted sharply with her cold aura, causing Su Yang's heart to skip a beat. Senior disciple Yuanko Xian, with a sword heart of pure clarity, possessing an immaculate sword heart. Her personality is as cold as an iceberg. Except for her master, she shows no warmth to anyone, even fellow disciples. In the original novel, she devoted almost her entire heart to Su Yang. But alas, her heart yearned for the bright moon while the moon shone upon the ditch. Her goodwill was repeatedly taken for granted by Su Yang. Disheartened, she left Ziyun Peak to travel in the Central Plains. When Su Yang was attacked by the protagonist, Yuanko Xian had already made a name for herself in the Central Plains, earning the title Sword Fairy. Later, when the Qingming sect was annihilated by the Demon Abyss Hall's experts provoked by the protagonist fled in disgrace to the Central Plains. In a secret realm he encountered Yuenko Xian again and inexplicably they reconciled. Su Yang recalled the novel's plot and couldn't help but want to complain. Given Yuenko Xian's nature, if she knew the protagonist had killed her master she would likely draw her sword on the spot. Reconciliation? Ha! The hack author would always arrange such brainless plots. Pa! Su Yang silently cursed the hack author, then looked at Yuenko Xian and said in a gentle tone, Xianer, I recall you went to Eagle Sorrow Gorge to slay the dragon. How is it you have time to communicate with your fourth junior sister via jade slip? Yuenko Xian was startled. Her master had never addressed her with such an intimate term before. Could it be? Her earlobes flushed slightly. She answered truthfully, reporting to Master, your disciple has already slain the wicked serpent dragon. I was about to return to the sect when Shaoqing contacted me saying that Master instructed your disciple to also eliminate the mountain lord at Fulong Mountain. Situ Qingqing's small face turned pale and she buried her head in her chest. Hearing Yuenko Xian's words, Su Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Situ Qingqing. This made Situ Qingqing lower her head even further, timid as a quail, a world apart from the rebellious disciple who had defied her master earlier. Su Yang found it amusing. This scene was exactly as described in the novel. Situ Qingqing feared nothing in heaven or earth except her senior sister Yuenko Xian. How interesting. I'm so dead. Situ Qingqing trembled slightly, waiting for the storm to break. Expulsion from the sect would be light. My fate will surely be worse than that serpent dragon. Skinned and tendons pulled boohoo. But the expected scene did not occur. Instead, Su Yang laughed and said, indeed, I instructed her to do so. Situ Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, staring blankly at Su Yang, her eyes reflecting confusion as if she didn't understand why her master would cover for her a rebellious disciple. But this was not the time to dwell on that. She raised her head, looked at Yuenko Xian, who was clearly taken aback in the image, pouted and said aggrievedly, senior sister, you heard it. Master instructed me. I didn't lie to you. Even though Yuenko Xian knew there must be something amiss, she had always been obedient to her master. Upon hearing him defend Shaoqing, she chose not to probe further. Taking a deep breath, she said, since master needs that inner core, your disciple will go to Fulong Mountain and retrieve it for you. Hearing her senior sister's words, Situ Qingqing remained outwardly calm but was overjoyed inside. She hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns her goal would finally be achieved. However, Su Yang waved his hand and said, no need. I've discovered that the ancient alchemical formula I found is fake. Xianer, come back early. I miss you dearly. With that, the spirit stone sustaining the jade slip communication was completely depleted. What did master just say? He missed me. Yuenko Xian sat dumbfounded on the rock. When she came to her senses, a blush like peach blossoms in February spread across her fair cheeks, radiant and captivating. In the pavilion, the air fell silent. After a long while, Situ Qingqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her head, twirling a strand of hair with her fingers, and said shyly, master, why did you cover for your disciple? Su Yang chuckled, a hint of mischievousness in his tone. Qinger, you wouldn't want your senior sister to know you've betrayed your master, would you? Situ Qingqing. Su Yang glanced at Situ Qingqing, who was feigning sleep beside him. A strand of her hair was caught between her lips, the blush on her ears yet to fade, and a hint of weariness lingered between her brows, making her appear as if she had endured great torment, utterly listless. See if you dare speak so recklessly again. Su Yang warmed his hands on her jade-like warmth before rising from the bed. Situ Qingqing murmured a sleepy acknowledgement, the rustling sound of clothing reaching her ears. She waited until the loft fell completely silent before timidly opening her eyes, her gaze brimming with boundless shyness. Master, have you really left? She quietly peered outside only to see her master walking in with a teapot. Flustered, Situ Qingqing hurriedly tried to close her eyes again, pretending to sleep. Still pretending. I saw you awake. Su Yang approached, set the teapot aside and teased her. Caught red-handed, Situ Qingqing could no longer pretend. Yet she dared not meet his gaze and turned her head away, her lashes trembling. Master, I wasn't pretending. I truly fainted. Though it sounded like a guilty denial, it was the truth. Su Yang had been relentless in his efforts to reap rewards, and Situ Qingqing's delicate constitution made it impossible for her not to faint. But regrettably this time he had gained nothing. Su Yang suspected it was a matter of posture, yet he couldn't verify it again and had to seek opportunities elsewhere. I believe you. Your voice sounds hoarse, have some water. Su Yang considerately poured a cup of tea and helped her sit up. Situ Qingqing's body was already soft, and upon hearing him mention her hoarse voice she melted like water, falling limply into his arms. Master, seeing this, Su Yang did not press her. Instead he took a sip of tea and leaned down to feed it to her mouth-to-mouth. Situ Qingqing regained some energy, but the blush on her face grew even more alluring. Master. What is it? Su Yang asked. Disciple feels you've become a different person. Before you were oblivious to the world outside, focused solely on cultivation. Aside from guiding us in practice, you never cared for us otherwise. So I could only hide my feelings for you deep in my heart, never daring to reveal them. When you met with misfortune, I was momentarily led astray by my desires and couldn't resist betraying you. I thought you would surely hate me, but... Situ Qingqing said softly. But instead I not only covered for you but also took advantage of you. Well. To be precise, it was I who took advantage of you. Situ Qingqing murmured, her face flushed. Regardless of who took advantage of whom, Su Yang said, leaning down to kiss her forehead. It's not that I've changed, but after my cultivation went awry and I lost all my power, your actions made me realize something. Even if I devote myself entirely to the Tao and see through the mortal world, immortality remains elusive. This was the excuse Su Yang had long fabricated in his mind to dispel the doubts of his female disciples. Master, you mustn't think that way. You are the youngest nascent soul true lord of Qingming sect. Even the Supreme Elder said you have the potential to become a void-breaking venerable. Situ Qingqing comforted him from within his embrace. Even if I break through to void-breaking and become a venerable, I would only live a few thousand years. Where is the immortality in that? Su Yang let out a long sigh, then a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he teased, Qing'er, could it be you don't like the current me? If so, ill return to the path of cultivation. He made as if to leave. Situ Qingqing panicked. Summoning strength from nowhere, she threw her arms around him. Su Yang, caught off guard, lost his balance and was pinned beneath her. She winced slightly but still straddled his lap, rubbing against him like a koala. Disciple likes the current master. But I don't know if master truly likes me. It seems Qing'er hasn't learned her lesson yet. As a man of action, Su Yang preferred action over words. He supported her lower back, ready to turn the tables. Startled, Situ Qingqing shuddered. No need, master. I understand your feelings now. No. Master, please spare me. Situ Qingqing pleaded, on the verge of tears. In her current state, any further exertion would scatter her bones. Seeing her about to cry, Su Yang thought this should have completely fooled her. All right, I was just teasing you. Why are you crying? Like a child. Su Yang gently wiped the tears from her eyes, his voice warm as jade. After a moment of comforting, Situ Qingqing remained tear-streaked, sobbing on his chest. Su Yang hadn't expected his casual remark to frighten her so. Truly, the Yang extreme Tao body lived up to its reputation. Qing'er, if you stop crying, I'll grant you a wish. Su Yang patted her snow-white shoulder, coaxing her like a child. Really? The sobbing ceased instantly. Situ Qingqing looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes full of anticipation. It actually worked. Su Yang marveled inwardly. Looking at her seriously, he said, really? Tell me, what do you want? I want the jade pendant at your waist. Situ Qingqing seemed to have anticipated this. A mere pendant, Su Yang had inspected it and found nothing extraordinary. Here. Su Yang removed the jade pendant and handed it to her. Master actually gave me this pendant. Situ Qingqing received the pendant as if it were a precious treasure, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her heart racing with excitement. Master had once said this pendant was the only thing left to him by his mother, carrying profound significance. And now he had given it to her. Did this mean a token of love? It must be a token of love. Heavens, master truly loves me so much. Master, I will treasure this pendant forever. A blush spread across Situ Qingqing's delicate face, reaching her ears and neck. After carefully stowing the pendant, she produced an ancient jade slip from somewhere and solemnly handed it to him. Master, this is the most precious thing I possess. Today I give it to you. She then looked at him with a pitiful expression, as if afraid he would refuse. Since it's Qing'er's heartfelt gift, of course he'll accept it. The moment Su Yang took the jade slip, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Situ Qingming has gifted the host the incomplete celestial grade technique Yang Spirit Undying Scripture. Triggering hundredfold return, undying and immortal scripture. An unexpected delight. Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly, a ripple of emotion passing through his gaze. This cultivation art has actually fallen into my hands. Su Yang held the delicate and soft Siwu Qingming in his arms, raising an eyebrow with a peculiar glint in his eyes. In the original story, when the protagonist was expelled from Qingyun's sect by Su Yang, Siwu Qingming, deceived by his feigned innocence and unable to bear seeing such a prodigy cast out, reluctantly gifted him the incomplete jade slip inscribed with the Yang God art, out of a desire to atone for her master. The protagonist possessed the Yang flame battle body, which resonated deeply with the Yang God art. United, their combined combat prowess far exceeded imagination. Thus within 500 chapters the protagonist relied on this incomplete, Yang God art, to dominate his foes, displaying divine might without a single defeat. Hence the Yang God art could be considered the protagonist's primary means of combat in the early stages. Even Su Yang ultimately perished by this very art. Now this art had serendipitously fallen into his hands. Not only that, but the system had also returned to him a heaven-grade art called the Indestructible Immortal Scripture. This art also appeared in the original story, though rarely mentioned. According to the original text, the protagonist's prized Yang God art was created by a figure named Blazing Flame Venerable, who upon witnessing faint traces of the Indestructible Immortal Scripture, performed on a nameless stone wall, poured all his efforts into creating the Yang God art. After its creation the Venerable died within months, lamenting 100 years of enlightenment, yet I glimpse but a corner, heaven is unjust. From this one could infer the gap between the Yang God art and the Indestructible Immortal Scripture, a chasm like clouds and mud. Who is the real protagonist here? Su Yang's mood was immensely elated. Not only had he snatched the protagonist's opportunity, but he could also enhance his own strength, absolutely exhilarating. Siwu Qingming, leaning against his shoulder, suddenly frowned and let out a soft groan, gently patting the back of Su Yang's hand. Su Yang glanced down and, realizing his mistake, released his hand with an embarrassed smile. Qingming, I swear to you, as long as I live, this jade slip will never. Master, don't say such things, it's unlucky. Siwu Qingming raised her hand to cover Su Yang's mouth. Haha, Qingming is so considerate. Rest now, you'll come back tonight. Su Yang said cheerfully. Huh? Tonight again? Siwu Qingming's face paled in fright. Ahem. Qingming, don't be afraid. Tonight I only wish to talk by candlelight, just a bit of your chatter. Su Yang gently brushed her shoulder to comfort her. Siwu Qingming's face flushed and she murmured, Master, please go. Qingming needs to rest. Su Yang planted a kiss on her rosy cheek, then turned and left the pavilion. After he was gone, Siwu Qingming pulled the blanket over herself, closed her eyes, and her mind began to wander what to do. By the end of tonight her throat would surely be completely hoarse. No, she had to think of a way. Oh, she'd heard that drinking plenty of water could soothe the throat. With that thought ignoring her soreness, she scrambled out from under the blanket, reached for the teapot with a wave of her hand, and a flash of light later it was in her grasp. Without a second thought she hugged it and drank greedily. In a desolate mountain wilderness, daylight was obscured by dense forests, and all was silent save for the faint rustling of snakes, insects, rats and ants. At this moment, outside a narrow mountain path, a plain-looking young man lay hidden in thick grass, whispering to a pendant on his chest, Master, are you sure the destined one will pass this way? The pendant glowed and an aged voice emerged, Of course. In life I calculated the celestial machinations without error. Now, though but a remnant soul with many lost abilities, calculating your opportunity is still a simple task. Disciple, I've not only foreseen your destined one but also your romantic fate. Tsk Tiskure in for quite a blessing. This was Xiao Yes Pendant Old Man, a renowned powerhouse from the central domain known as Blazing Fire Venerable. Master, do not tease your disciple. My great revenge remains unavenged, how can I indulge in romance? Xiao Yi spoke solemnly with utmost seriousness. Had it not been for the faint lust in Xiao Yes' eyes and a long acquaintance with his nature, even Li Old might have been fooled by his honest exterior. But he did not expose him. After all, a true master must harbor the lofty ambition to hold a beauty in arms while awake and govern the world while sober. Disciple, I calculate that meeting this destined one will bring you immense benefits. Then a few enemies will be crushed with a flick of the finger. Just be patient. Li Old soothed. Good, with your words that's enough. As long as I can avenge, even if I have to lie here. Xiao Yi was resolute, but before he could finish, a sharp whoosh came from the distant sky. Here it comes. Little Martin, it's your turn. Xiao Yi's heart raced as he called out to a purple beast beside him. The purple beast was exceptionally intelligent and understood human nature. Upon hearing its master's call, it immediately grasped the plan. Roar, it howled skyward to attract the destined one's attention. Then the marten's body grew, with the wind expanding to over 10 feet wide in an instant, matching a mature demonic bull in size. Its expression was ferocious, eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Xiao Yi as foul drool dripped from its mouth, step by step drawing near. To any onlooker it would seem as though the marten was a ravenous demon beast and Xiao Yi its targeted prey. Little Martin's acting is impressive. Xiao Yi praised sincerely. Disciple, act seriously, don't slip up. Li Old scolded. This was a meticulously devised plan after countless calculations when he foresaw his disciple's opportunity. The marten would pose as a man-eating demon beast. When the destined one passed by, it would attack Xiao Yi, who would feign defeat, suffer severe injuries and fly backward toward the destined one. The destined one, being kind-hearted and abhorring demons, would surely intervene upon seeing a demon beast attacking a human. At that point the marten could retreat. To be safely, Old had given it several life-saving measures, allowing it to fake death and deceive the destined one. Then Xiao Yi would pretend to faint. The destined one, moved by pity, would naturally bring him back to Qingming sect. Once there, with his extraordinary talent, Xiao Yi could easily join the sect and seize his opportunity. The plan was meticulous. If executed strictly, it would be foolproof. Hearing Li Old scolding, Xiao Yi suppressed his smile, his mind taut, staring at the calf-sized marten with a fierce roar. Beast, do you think you can devour me? With that he drew his sword and slashed boldly at the marten. The marten's eyes gleamed with malice as it gathered power in its maw, spewing a purple demonic flame like a sharp blade toward Xiao Yi. Boom! Xiao Yi's face turned ashen, blood trickling from his lips as he flew backward like a broken kite toward the sword-riding figure in the sky. Everything went as planned. As Xiao Yi drew closer to the figure, within a few yards he saw the face of his destined one. A black robe like a celestial maiden, descending with a cold orchid-like aura that inspired awe. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. Xiao Yi swore this was the most stunning woman he had ever seen. Even his childhood sweetheart, the suddenly vanished Yilinger, paled in comparison. No wonder Master called this my romantic fortune. If I could truly win her, what need for revenge? With an excited heart, Xiao Yi reluctantly closed his eyes, ready to feign unconsciousness as planned. Yuan Kexuan's heart raced uncontrollably upon hearing her master say he missed her. She longed to leave Eagle Sorrow Gorge and return to Qingming sect instantly. But alas, her cultivation was insufficient. If she had reached the void-breaking realm, she might have comprehended the Tao of space and teleported back to the sect in an instant. For now she could only rely on her sword flight technique, speeding toward Qingming sect. Along the way she raced like the wind, her cultivation fully exposed. The 3-foot sword aura and fierce killing intent intertwined, bursting forth, causing many great demons to flee in terror, saving her much trouble. But as she passed a desolate forest, a figure inconveniently flew into her path, blocking her way. Instantly, Yuan Kexuan's eyes gleamed with icy coldness, fury surging. Block my path. Die. She pointed a finger at Xiao Yi, and the 3-foot sword aura howled, tearing across the sky as if the void itself was shattered. Boom. Under this terrifying sword momentum, the entire forest split open like an earth dragon turning over. Surging sword energy like tidal waves rippled endlessly through the void, rolling toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi with closed eyes stiffened. Master, something's wrong. This strike seems aimed at me. He cried out inwardly. Disciple, this strike is indeed aimed at you. Li Old's voice was bitter. Master, you set me up. Xiao Yi watched the sword energy slicing toward him, his expression utterly terrified. Shrouded by this sword energy, he felt like an ant about to be crushed, utterly powerless. A heavy sense of crisis enveloped him, despair creeping in like a bone-deep curse. If he took this strike heeding, he would die. Master, save me. Xiao Yi roared in his mind, his body frozen as if bound. Rest assured, as your master I won't let you die. A sigh from Li Old echoed from the pendant, tinged with confusion. Xiao Yi closed his eyes in relief, finally losing consciousness amid the rampant sword energy. As night fell, Su Yang strode out of the grand hall, his entire being radiating a sense of exhilaration, a hint of joy blooming across his face. The indestructible Immortal Sutra is truly overbearing. Even with just a glimpse of its mysteries, my cultivation realm has already advanced considerably. Now he had already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Though it was still a far cry from the nascent soul cultivation of his former self, Su Yang believed that with his exceptional talent and diligent efforts, reaching nascent soul was merely a matter of time. Su Yang glanced at the sky. It was already night time to get to work. Once done, twice familiar. Su Yang felt that even with his eyes closed he could now find his way to Qingming's pavilion. A desolate mountain wilderness. No, now it was just a barren mountain without any wilderness. The entire mountain range looked as if it had been flattened bare and desolate, presenting a scene of utter bleakness. Furthermore, the residual sword aura here was so terrifying that even the snakes, insects, rats and ants hiding underground chose to relocate, as touching it would bring instant injury. Now this place had become a land of no return. No one knew how long had passed. In the deep pit, a miserable figure crawled out from within. Under the moonlight one could barely discern a few strips of cloth hanging from his body, which was drenched in blood with even white bones exposed, making him look utterly pitiful. Coughing violently, the figure spat out a few fragments, shards of his internal organs. I actually survived. Xiao Yi lay weakly on the ground, tears and mucus streaming down his face, a look of post-survival relief washing over him. After resting for a while and recovering some of his vitality, he suddenly remembered his spirit pet. Clutching his chest, he hurriedly called out to the surroundings, "Little Martin, where are you?" Little Martin was a creature he had found in an abandoned cave as a child. After years together they had become as close as brothers, sharing honor and disgrace. If Little Martin had died under that woman's sword, he would have been heartbroken. A mournful whimper echoed from the deep pit. Xiao Ye's face lit up with joy. Ignoring his own injuries, he leaped back into the pit. Seeing the severely wounded purple beast, he walked over, held it in his arms with a grief-stricken expression and said, "Little Martin, you're not dead. I'm so glad." Little Martin was also deeply moved, never expecting that his master would think of him at such a time. Immediately the man and the beast embraced, crying together in shared sorrow. After a long while they finally calmed down. Xiao Yi stroked Little Martin's head and murmured to himself, "The priority now is to find a place to heal and also see if I can gather some spiritual herbs that nourish the soul to awaken master." In his view, his master must have exhausted all his soul power to protect him and was certainly unconscious by now. Unexpectedly a weak voice came from the jade pendant, "Cough, cough, my disciple, the fact that you still hold your master in your heart brings me great comfort." "Master, you didn't fall into slumber." Xiao Yi was overjoyed. After all, without his master he would be nothing but an ordinary person, utterly incapable of escaping the pursuit of his enemies. It was a close call. That little girl's talent in the way of the sword is truly astonishing. Even among the countless prodigies and geniuses in the central province she would surely hold her own. If this ring hadn't absorbed a portion of her sword energy, your master would have likely slipped into a deep slumber. Old Li said with lingering fear. In Xiao Ye's mind that graceful figure surfaced and a peculiar thought invaded his heart. Although that woman had attacked him with her sword without any reason, he felt no desire for revenge. In fact, he thought that such a wild and untamed woman was precisely the kind worth conquering. "Master, didn't you say she was my fated one? Why did she suddenly draw her sword and strike me? Did she see through our plan?" Xiao Yi suppressed his inner turmoil and fired off 3 questions in a row. "You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Old Li was also baffled. The calculations had been precise and the celestial omens had pointed in this direction. How could things have suddenly gone awry? Could the heavens themselves have deceived him? Unable to comprehend but faced with his disciple's doubts, he had to offer an explanation. "I speculate that perhaps the young lady was in a bad mood." "Speculate?" Xiao Ye's voice rose in pitch. "Cough, cough, my disciple, don't dwell on the details." Old Li's face flushed with embarrassment. As a master of celestial divination, using a word like speculate was indeed a stain on his reputation. To salvage his disciple's trust he quickly added, "My soul power has recovered enough for me to cast another divination for you." "Master." Xiao Yi was deeply moved. He had once resented his master for secretly absorbing his cultivation without permission. But after spending so much time together he had come to realize that his master treated him with utmost sincerity and never held back. Even though he had been severely injured this time because his master miscalculated the celestial omens, he was still willing to trust him. Xiao Yi waited patiently for a while. Finally old Li's voice came from the jade pendant. My disciple, I have divined that your opportunity lies in the city of Qianyuan. His voice grew weaker and weaker, sounding faint as if he had been drained dry. Where is Qianyuan city? Xiao Ye's spirits lifted, he was determined to reclaim what he had lost. Near the Qingyun sect. Old Li said. Xiao Yi was stunned, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Master, why is it the Qingyun sect again? Where is the Qingyun sect? Didn't I say it's near the Qingyun sect? Old Li replied. But Qianyuan city is clearly a city under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. Once bitten twice shy, Xiao Yi said with lingering fear. My disciple, you aren't afraid, are you? Old Li questioned. Master, I am not. Xiao Yi was being stubborn. My disciple, as a cultivator you will face countless life and death situations in your life. Indeed, there is great terror between life and death, but there is also great opportunity. Once you overcome it you will benefit immensely. Just like this time, although you were severely wounded, haven't you noticed that your meridians have been widened and even your speed of absorbing spiritual energy has increased? Old Li's voice resonated like a great bell within Xiao Ye's heart. Xiao Yi immediately examined himself and found that just as Old Li had said, his meridians had been expanded. As soon as his injuries healed, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. So it seemed that stunning woman was indeed his fated one. His master's divination had not been wrong. Master, your lesson is well taken. Xiao Yi regained his confidence and humbly accepted the teaching. Seeing Xiao Ye's change in mindset, Old Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly, My disciple, always remember that only those tempered by the trials of life and death can become strong. Otherwise you will forever be like a carefully tended flower scattering at the first gust of wind. He knew his disciple's nature well, fearful of hardship and danger. Only by occasionally offering him some benefits could he keep him training diligently. As for the so-called widening of meridians, it was nothing but damage from that woman's sword energy. Master, your disciple has learned. I will set off now for Qianyuan city. Encouraged by Old Li, Xiao Yi felt as if he had taken a stimulant, clenching his fists with determination. My disciple, there's no need to rush. Old Li's words were cut off by Xiao Yi. Master, say no more. We cultivators contend with heaven for our fate, how can we waste time here? With that, Xiao Yi looked down at little Martin, his meaning clear. Little Martin was speechless. Sensing the beast's mournful emotions, Old Li felt a bit awkward. It seemed he had poured on the encouragement a little too heavily. Night turned to day and a new dawn arrived. Su Yang sat majestically on the edge of the bed, handing a cup of tea he had prepared earlier to Situ Qingqing. Master, my throat is parched as if it's about to smoke. Situ Qingqing's eyes were weary, her voice feeble and hoarse as if she had swallowed blades of glass. Having spoken intimately all night, exhaustion was inevitable. Forgive me, it was my oversight. Su Yang, with an apologetic expression, quickly brought the teacup to her crimson lips. Gulp. Situ Qingqing's throat bobbed as she drained the cup in one go, her raspy voice finally easing. Her eyes flickered and she spoke pitifully, Master, I fear I am ruined. Recalling the events of the previous night, Su Yang felt a hint of awkwardness. Qing'er, what nonsense are you speaking? Rest and recuperate first. Tonight your master must go into seclusion to cultivate. The implication was clear, he would not be visiting her for intimate talks tonight at least. With that, Su Yang turned and left. Watching her master's retreating figure, Situ Qingqing was deeply puzzled. Her master had no cultivation base left, nor was he a body cultivator before, so his physique shouldn't be so terrifying. Meanwhile, Su Yang walked toward the main hall on the mountain, his spirits high. After all, last night had been a storm of passion. It was a pity he couldn't discuss the philosophy of life with Qing'er tonight. Su Yang clicked his tongue and before he knew it arrived at the main hall atop the peak. Sitting down on the meditation cushion he usually used, Su Yang began to ponder. In the original story, the protagonist and his eldest disciple Yuan Xuanxuan should have already met by now. Perhaps they were even already on their way to the Qingming sect. Yet during this time he had taken Situ Qingqing, who was deeply connected to the protagonist, and plundered her greatest fortune. It would be wonderful if the protagonist could sense his stolen luck. That way Su Yang could witness the protagonist's furious expression. The mere thought brought him joy. In his excitement, Su Yang did not forget to cultivate. After all, to deal with the protagonist, personal strength was paramount. He closed his eyes and began to practice rapidly. A radiant sun rose within him, sharply raising the temperature in the hall. Another day passed. Xiao Yi finally arrived at Qianyuan city riding his little mink. as one of the 4 major cities under the Qingming sect's jurisdiction. Even at the city gate the streets were bustling with crowds and traffic seemingly very congested with many cultivators among them. Scholars, monks and Taoists. The elderly, women and children. Some flew on swords, others piloted spirit boats, carried gourd flasks, or like him rode spiritual beasts. This Qianyuan city is truly extraordinary. Xiaoyi jumped off the little mink's back, gazing at the magnificent city before him filled with awe. Just then a female cultivator also riding a spiritual beast approached him, handed him a pill with a cold expression and left. She said nothing, but before departing she gave him a strange look. Master. Master. Xiaoyi glanced at the pill in his hand and then stole a look at the woman's curvaceous figure brimming with excitement. Did you see that, master? Even without relying on my appearance I can still win a woman's favor. This pill is solid proof. This foolish disciple, was that woman really favoring him? Clearly it was, because the little mink was exhausted, foaming at the mouth. The woman, also a beast tamer, couldn't bear to see someone mistreat their spiritual pet, so she gave you a pill meant to heal it. Didn't you notice the look in her eyes at the end? It was a mix of contempt and pity. The pity was for the little mink and the contempt was for you. Master Li was speechless. Apart from his occasional inexplicable overconfidence, his disciple was fine in other aspects, so Master Li didn't intend to discourage Xiaoyi. He said tactfully, yes, that woman was very considerate. Seeing the mink had fainted, she gave you a beast spirit pill. What? The mink fainted. Xiaoyi quickly looked back at the little mink. Seeing foam at its mouth and its weak aura, he promptly fed it the pill. The beast spirit pill, a must-have for beast tamers, worked wonders in healing spiritual pets. Soon the little mink woke up. It looked at the anxious Xiaoyi, let out a soft cry and nuzzled his hand, signaling it was fine and not to worry. Little mink, you scared me to death. But don't ever do that again. For your sake I even reluctantly gave you the beast spirit pill that female cultivator gifted me. Xiaoyi stroked the mink's head with a pained expression. Seeing his disciple so pathetic, Master Li wanted to slap him awake. The little mink was a natural-born anomaly. In the hands of any other beast tamer, even thousands or tens of thousands of beast spirit pills would be nothing compared to its potential. Once its realm advanced, it could become a guardian beast of an entire sect. Of course the mink was also naive. When Xiaoyi said that, it believed him. It nuzzled his hand again, a gesture of appeasement. One willing to deceive, the other willing to be deceived, they were a perfect match, a pair of fools. Witnessing this scene, Master Li felt a lump in his chest with no outlet. Finally he muttered, "Disciple, hurry into the city. If it's so lively outside, something big must be happening inside, likely related to your fortune." "Yes, master." Xiaoyi quickly placed the little mink on his shoulder and headed toward the city. However, a minor incident occurred at the entrance. The guards demanded he pay a spirit stone before allowing him entry. If everyone had to pay, it would have been acceptable. But as luck would have it, Xiaoyi saw a wealthy young man in silk robes who not only bypassed the line without paying but was also respectfully welcomed by the guard captain. Xiaoyi was about to cause a scene. Fortunately Master Li dissuaded him, so Xiaoyi suppressed his murderous intent, obediently paid a spirit stone and entered the city. "Master, why did you stop me?" Xiaoyi asked indignantly after entering the city. "Disciple, a lack of patience can ruin great plans. We are here for fortune. Until we obtain it, what harm is there in enduring?" Master Li advised earnestly. If not for the fortune I would have killed that snobbish guard just now. And that hypocritical dandy, with his weak steps and puffy eyes, he's clearly a bully and a criminal. Once I secure the fortune I will rid Qianyuan city of this menace," Xiaoyi declared with righteous indignation. Master Li. He had heard clearly that the guard called the man the young city lord. As the young master of Qianyuan city, wasn't it normal for him to have some privileges? Even skipping the line wasn't really a privilege, considering that besides the young city lord, several core formation cultivators also bypassed the queue. The city's practice of honoring powerful cultivators was perfectly understandable. But his disciple only fixated on the young city lord, who was simply handsome. In Master Li's view, this mindset was far too extreme. In the city of Qianyuan, a tavern was packed to capacity. Several waiters scurried up and down, flustered and overwhelmed with work. Behind the counter the plump proprietor beamed with joy, his abacus clicking away as he tallied yet another day of substantial earnings. A plain-looking young man with a small beast perched on his shoulder strode into the tavern with a sullen expression. He found a recently vacated table and sat down, instructing a waiter, "Bring me 2 small dishes and a pot of clear wine." "Right away, sir." "Please wait a moment." The waiter promptly hurried to the kitchen to expedite the order. The young man's arrival stirred no commotion. On one hand his appearance was utterly unremarkable, on the other his cultivation level was as common as dirt, merely at the foundation establishment stage. In this very tavern one could hit 7 or 8 such cultivators with a single brick if they were a dime a dozen. The purple beast on his shoulder appeared extraordinary, yet its aura was exceedingly weak, as if it were on the verge of death. Soon afterward the waiter returned with the wine and dishes. The young man casually tossed a spirit stone to the waiter, then picked up his cup and drank in solitude, his ears catching the heated discussions of the cultivators around him. "I heard that the Xian Peak, one of the 6 branches of the Qingming sect, is recruiting disciples again after 5 years. Is that true?" "It must be true. Haven't you noticed how many more cultivators have appeared in Qianyuan City these past few days? There are even old monsters at the Golden Core stage. A Golden Core elder could dominate a region, establish a clan and become a patriarch. Why would they bother with this? Well, as everyone knows, Su Yang, the Peak Master of Xian Peak, is the youngest nascent soul true lord in the Qingming sect and even in the entire northern prefecture. His future is boundless. If one could become his disciple and receive even a sliver of his guidance, it would be a tremendous fortune." The young man's expression shifted with interest. He transmitted his voice to a jade pendant. "Master, is the fortune you mentioned tied to this Xian Peak Master?" This person was Xiao Yi, who had been simmering with resentment over perceived unfair treatment. Old Manly hesitated before replying, "Disciple, your fortune is indeed at Xian Peak, but it lies not with Su Yang." "How is that possible?" Xiao Yi's eyes widened in shock and doubt. "Master, if my fortune is at Xian Peak, I cannot avoid Su Yang. If he is not the one destined for me, he will surely not stand idly by as I claim it, he might even try to stop me." "You're right, disciple. I have calculated that Su Yang is a tribulation in your fate," Old Manly stated truthfully. A sharp cracking sound followed. The wine cup in Xiao Yi's hand shattered. The noise immediately drew the attention of the tavern's owner. A nearby waiter, catching the owner's signal, approached Xiao Yi and bowed. "Sir, about this cup." Realizing his lapse, Xiao Yi gave the waiter a spirit stone as compensation to avoid drawing more attention. The waiter accepted it cheerfully and thoughtfully replaced the cup. Xiao Yi maintained a calm facade, continuing to drink and eat, but inside his emotions churned like a stormy sea. He spoke in terror, "Master, if you knew Su Yang is my destined tribulation, why did you send me to Qianyuan City? Could it be that you think your disciple is too mediocre and wish to throw me to the wolves, letting Su Yang cut me down with his sword so you can join him?" In his panic, Xiao Yi had lost his reason, forgetting entirely that without Old Manly he would have died long ago at the hands of his enemies, never having the chance to feast in this tavern. Old Manly was speechless. This fellow was far too cowardly. Just the mere mention of a nascent soul true lord, not even face-to-face, had him shaking in his boots. He began to wonder if his divination of the heavenly path had gone awry. How else could he have calculated that this timid, spineless creature was the son of fate, born of destiny? "Heavenly path, are you blind? Old Manly, why aren't you speaking? Is it because I've guessed your thoughts and you feel guilty?" Xiao Yi demanded in a frenzied tone. Of course there was no need to guess. If he had a choice, he would surely pick Su Yang. As a nascent soul true lord, Su Yang could find any resource and he could quickly repair his soul and rebuild his body. But Su Yang might not need him, and besides, he was already stuck on this sinking ship. Old Manly was filled with resentment, tempted to fall into deep slumber and choose a new host 100 years later. Yet the die was cast and he could not back out. He let out a sigh and said calmly, "Disciple, how can you think of your master that way? Think back carefully. Have I ever let you down all these years?" Xiao Yi fell silent. Deep down he knew the truth. Old Manly could never betray him. Theirs was a symbiotic bond. Only by Xiao Yi growing stronger could Old Manly hope to rebuild his body. But that was a nascent soul true lord. He was merely a small foundation establishment cultivator. How could he contend with such a being? A single finger from the man would crush him to dust. He feared death. "Master, forgive me. Your disciple is merely afraid of Su Yang. To seize a fortune from him is like pulling a tiger's teeth. I bear a blood debt of vengeance and dare not gamble with my life. Please understand." Xiao Yi apologized sincerely. Disciple, such words are unnecessary. Your pure heart is known to me, so I hold no grudge over what you said earlier. Old Manly replied against his conscience, your master bears no grudges. Relieved that Old Manly had forgiven him, Xiaoyi hesitated and said, Master, perhaps we should leave Qinyuan City first. When my cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, I can return to Ziyun Peak and claim the fortune. The fortune won't run away. Don't you think so, Master? That's utter nonsense. Fortunes in this world are limited. If you don't take them, someone else will. By the time you return with your cultivation complete, it'll be too late. Old Manly was deeply disappointed. The son of fate, blessed by the heavenly path, yet always wanting to hide at the first sign of trouble. Disciple, don't be so cautious. I've calculated that while Su Yang is your tribulation, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. His 7 female disciples are your opportunity. I heard from the cultivators here that they are all peerless beauties, including a fox spirit from Tushan. Of course, I'm just mentioning it. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. Old Manly had no choice but to tempt him with beauty, knowing the man was bold in lust. Indeed, his family's massacre stemmed from seducing another man's wife. As expected, Xiaoyi was swayed. An old monster takes on 7 stunning female disciples. Is he harboring ill intentions, using them as cauldrons for dual cultivation? Thinking of those poor women suffering in misery, my heart aches. I've decided. Even if Ziyun Peak is a dragon's den, I must go and rescue these women from that old demon Su. I swear irreconcilable enmity with Su Yang. Xiaoyi spoke with sharp righteous indignation, completely shedding his previous cowardly image. Within the Qingyun sect, a magnificent pavilion stood, its plaque inscribed with the characters Xianji in a bold flowing script. The Pavilion of Mysteries, where disciples of the Qingyun sect accepted tasks, was situated on one of the 36 peaks, the Sword Trial Peak. Unlike other peaks, it had no peak lord, only a single pavilion master and several elder stewards stationed there. Ordinarily, the elder stewards rarely appeared, leaving the various tasks to be handled by disciples from different peaks. At this moment in the broad daylight, the pavilion was packed with disciples clad in diverse attires, coming and going. Suddenly a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. A cool, aloof woman gracefully alighted from her sword. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, her expression stern, projecting an air of unapproachable detachment. The moment they saw the woman, nearly all the disciples were captivated. Even those toiling away inside the pavilion couldn't resist lifting their heads for a glimpse of the icy beauty. Senior brother, that senior sister is so beautiful. Which peak does she belong to? Does she have any suitors? I really want to get to know her. Nonsense. She's the chief disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak, Yuan Ko Xian, with a flawless sword heart. How could she lack suitors? Who wouldn't want to know her? Has anyone succeeded in winning her affections? Ahem, stealing a kiss. A kiss. Ha! See that sword in her hand? 2 years ago it severed the arm of the QA Peak's lord. Last year the Grand Elder's favored grandson barely avoided being raised as a girl, saved only by a timely precious medicine. This year it was even worse. A personal disciple of the sect master was crippled with a single strike. SSO, terrifying. If you don't believe me, go try it yourself. See how many lives you have left for senior sister Yuan to sever. Me? I'd better not. I haven't even reached foundation establishment. 1 sword aura from senior sister Yuan would probably be enough to snuff out my life. If only everyone had such self-awareness as you, junior brother. Senior sister Yuan's heart is devoted solely to the way of the sword, leaving no room for romance. Sadly, many don't understand, or rather pretend not to, believing their own monstrous talent and boundless charm can make her swoon. In truth, they are but clowns. Senior brother, when you get beaten later, please don't say you know me. I'm afraid you'll splash blood on me. Sensing several hostile glances, the junior brother furrowed his brow, shielded himself behind his senior brother, and quietly melted into the crowd. Hearing the murmurs around her, Yuan Ko Xian frowned slightly. Her gaze swept across the area and a sharp sword intent burst forth. The disciples who had been chattering and laughing immediately fell silent upon feeling that chilling aura, daring not to speak another word. Yuan Ko Xian sheathed her sword and stepped into the Pavilion of Mysteries. She found an elder's meditation room and pushed open the door. Elder Zhou, the flood dragon python at the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, has been eliminated. Here is the token. Yuan Ko Xian got straight to the point, placing the demon core on the table. Little Yuan, I recall you only accepted this task 3 days ago. I never expected you back so soon. It seems your journey was quite smooth. A portly, amiable-looking elder picked up the demon core, examined it and nodded with a smile. It is indeed a flood dragon python's demon core, no mistake. Little Yuan, you truly live up to your title as the chief disciple of Purple Cloud Peak. In my view, within a few years you will be capable of standing on your own and opening a new peak within our Qingming sect. Elder Zhou flatters me. Ko Xian's only wish in this life is to remain by my master's side, never to leave. Yuan Ko Xian's small face was resolute. Peak Lord Su is truly fortunate to have such a filial disciple. Elder Zhou said with evident envy. No, it is my fortune to have been accepted into my master's tutelage. Yuan Ko Xian spoke with unusual earnestness. Elder Zhou felt the conversation was going nowhere. He raised his hand and a storage ring materialized in his palm. Little Yuan, the mission rewards are all inside. Please check them. Yuan Ko Xian took the ring and swept her spiritual sense through it. When she spotted her master's personal sword, she broke into a genuine smile. Thank you, Elder Zhou. I have yet to pay my respects to my master upon my return, so I shall not linger. Go on. Elder Zhou waved his hand. Yuan Ko Xian swiftly rose, offered a slight bow to Elder Zhou and then hurried towards the door. Her steps were quick and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching Yuan Ko Xian's anxious rush to see her master, Elder Zhou's envy was palpable. Comparing one's own disciples to others was a sure path to despair. His own disciples, when set against Yuan Ko Xian, seemed either mediocre or monstrous. They would surely cut his lifespan short by 200 years with their antics. My mood is foul. I'll pick a disciple to beat up first. Elder Zhou, filled with resentment, made up his mind and vanished from the meditation room. At the Purple Cloud Peak. At the main hall atop the peak. A graceful figure flew in from the horizon on a sword, landing swiftly before the hall. Master, I'm back. Yuan Ko Xian's longing for her master threatened to overflow from her chest. She leaped off her sword, not even bothering to sheath it, clutching the ring as she trotted into the main hall. Her robes swayed with emotion, heavy with emotion. If disciples from other peaks witnessed this scene, they would surely be stunned. After all, Yuan Ko Xian's public image was that of an ethereal, untouchable ice fairy. Yet now she seemed like a lovesick maiden, her heart blossoming, yearning to see her beloved. Master. Yuan Ko Xian entered the main hall full of anticipation. But she found no trace of her master. Could he be in the rear hall? Her eyes flickered with doubt. The rear hall was Su Yang's private living quarters, quite intimate. Over the years, Yuan Ko Xian had strictly observed the teacher-disciple etiquette and had never once set foot there. But now Yuan Ko Xian stood before the closed door. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip as if she had made a firm decision. I am merely looking for my master, not deliberately prying into his privacy. She reached out and gently pushed. The door swung open. Yuan Ko Xian stepped inside, her head bowed obediently. Your disciple Ko Xian has come to pay respects to my master. Before she could finish, she looked up in bewilderment. There was no sign of her master, not even a shadow. Where has master gone? Confused, Yuan Ko Xian scanned the room, occasionally sniffing the air as if that might reveal some clue. The room was simple and smelled pleasant, with no superfluous decorations. It seemed like a place where she herself could live comfortably. Suddenly her gaze froze. It landed on a robe lying on the bed, one her master seemed to have changed out of not long ago. I am his disciple. It is my duty to help wash my master's robes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ko Xian walked to the bedside and picked up the garment. But as she lifted it, a flicker of curiosity arose within her. What exactly was the difference between men's and women's undergarments? As a woman, she naturally knew her own. There were straps at the top that could be tied around the neck or left untied if they could stay in place. She herself left hers untied. There were also 2 straps at the waist which had to be tied or else it would fall off. The lower part was an inverted triangle. And what about her master's? Yuan Ko Xian brought it close to her eyes for a closer look. It was square and unremarkable. Master, since you're not in the main hall, you must be with Qingming. Yuan Xianxian knew her master well. He rarely left his chambers except to guide disciples in their cultivation. On the entire Purple Cloud Peak, only the 4th disciple, Situ Qingming, resided there. Yuan Xianxian stepped outside the hall, hooked her finger, and a sword flew to her feet. A sharp whoosh split the air. In an instant, she arrived at the small pavilion nestled beyond the peach grove. No sooner had she arrived than her master's voice reached her ears. Overjoyed, she lifted her foot to enter the pavilion and pay her respects. Yet upon listening more closely, she sensed something amiss. Master, this disciple truly followed the scriptures to the letter. I absolutely did not improvise. Qingming, blind faith in books is worse than no books at all. Your actual circumstances differ from what's written. How can you rigidly adhere to the text? This disciple only meant well. Enough, let your master teach you personally. Yuan Xianxian heard the exasperation in her master's tone, furrowed her brow slightly and muttered to herself, Shaoqing, when did you become so foolish? Following the book so rigidly, it's a mercy that our master is patient. Any other peak lord would have beaten her black and blue by now. No sooner had she spoken than smack! A crisp sound echoed from the pavilion. Shaoqing is truly dense, even our kind-tempered master lost his patience. Yuan Xianxian crossed her arms, leaning to one side as she listened to the commotion within, a deep helplessness flickering in her eyes. She had intended to go in and greet her master, but now she decided to wait until his anger subsided. After waiting outside the pavilion for an unknown duration, the sounds within finally ceased. Is it over? Yuan Xianxian blinked, still uncertain. Qingming, now that your master has demonstrated in person, you should understand, right? This disciple is slow, still somewhat perplexed. Alas, never mind. I'll teach you another time. Then a rustling sound came from within the pavilion, followed by footsteps approaching from a distance. Thump thump thump. Yuan Xianxian quickly straightened her back. Su Yang emerged from the pavilion, supporting himself against the wall. Overjoyed, she hurried over and took his arm. Master, please don't be angry. Anger harms the body. As for fourth junior sister, this disciple will take care to instruct her properly. Look how angry he was, his back was aching. Yuan Zuangshuan's sudden appearance startled Su Yang, but he remained as steady as a mountain, betraying no flaw. Glancing sidelong into the pavilion, he cleared his throat and said loudly, Xianer, there's no need to worry about your fourth junior sister. The insights I imparted to her today should be enough for days of contemplation. Yes, master. Yuan Xianxian suddenly felt a pang of pity for her fourth junior sister. Not only had she angered the master, but she had also been confined. Xianer, when did you return? Su Yang looked at Yuan Xuanxuan, his gaze lingering briefly on the chubby dragon before quickly shifting away. Yuan Xianxian supported Su Yang as they walked out. Hearing his question, her icy cheeks flushed slightly as she deflected. This disciple just returned to Purple Cloud Peak and came straight here. I listened at the door for a while, but since master was disciplining fourth junior sister, I dared not intrude and waited outside. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his eldest disciple was pure of heart and didn't think otherwise, nor had he said anything suspicious, thus the misunderstanding prevailed. A beautiful misunderstanding. Xianer, it's inconvenient to speak here. Help me to the Purple Cloud Hall. Su Yang spoke. As you command, master. Yuan Xianxian bowed in acknowledgement. Phew. Finally they're gone. Situ Qingqing gasped for air as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. When she heard her senior sister's voice, she barely dared to breathe, fearing that a single misstep might draw her in to investigate. That would have been disastrous. At that moment, inside the pavilion. What kind of technique is this? It's utterly ruinous. Situ Qingqing frowned slightly, reached under her pillow and pulled out a book to tear it apart. But after a moment's hesitation, she tucked it away again. I'll practice a bit more. Perhaps I'm exceptionally gifted. At the Purple Cloud Hall. Yuan Xianxian looked at her master with concern. Master, what happened to your cultivation? Earlier at the pavilion she had been about to summon her sword and ask him to slow down. But unexpectedly her master had smiled bitterly and said, Xianer, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to carry me. It was then she noticed his cultivation had regressed to the foundation establishment stage. Su Yang had prepared his story. He sighed and said, alas, your master fell into qi deviation during cultivation. If not for Qingming's timely discovery, you might never have seen me again. And the reason I was so harsh with Qingming today was out of fear she might follow the same path. I only hope she can understand my intentions. Hearing that her fourth junior sister had saved their master, Yuan Zuangshuan's heart softened. Xiao Qing might seem frivolous on the surface, but she came through when it mattered. It seemed she would have to treat her better from now on. Fourth junior sister surely knows you acted for her own good, master. Please don't worry. Yuan Xianxian looked at Su Yang, offering comfort. Truly the most considerate eldest disciple from the original story, she believed whatever she was told. Su Yang felt greatly reassured and said slowly, that would be for the best. Master, please don't grieve either. A narrow escape brings good fortune. This disciple believes you'll recover to the nascent soul stage in time and perhaps even break through to become a venerable. Then I'd be able to swagger through the azure firmament sect. Yuan Zuengshuan's tone turned playful as she encouraged him. You little minx always knowing how to cheer me up. Su Yang patted Yuan Zuengshuan's head and asked, by the way, did you encounter anything on your way back? In the original story the protagonist was brought to Purple Cloud Peak by this very eldest disciple. But now he had seen no sign of the protagonist, confirming something had gone awry. Truth be told, Su Yang was quite eager to see the protagonist now. Keeping him under close watch meant any suspicious moves would be caught immediately. But if left to his own devices, who knew what chaos he might stir up? If by some twist of fate the protagonist stumbled upon an incredible opportunity, wouldn't that make it far harder for Su Yang to win over the heroines? Yuan Xian narrowed her eyes like a kitten savoring her master's gentle caress. Master, your disciple hasn't encountered anything. Oh, there was one minor incident. When I was passing a mountain ridge, someone suddenly flew before me and blocked my path. And then? Su Yang asked eagerly. The plot hadn't changed, so why had the protagonist vanished? Master cares so much about me. Yuan Xian's heart pounded wildly, her cheeks flushed, and she spoke with shyness. Your disciple found him troublesome, so I struck him with my sword. He should be dead by now. Her tone sounded coy, yet why did it feel so icy? So it was the protagonist's corpse, nothing to worry about then. Su Yang's mind churned with amusement. For Yuan Xian, eager to return to him, striking down an obstacle with a single sword stroke perfectly matched her character as described in the original story. He had always suspected that hack author had hired a ghostwriter later on. How else could they have written such garbage where Yuan Xian forgave the protagonist and reconciled for no reason? Still, the protagonist probably wasn't dead yet. With that old ring spirit protecting him, he'd likely end up half dead at worst. Seeing her master suddenly fall silent, Yuan Xian grew anxious and muttered to herself, could that person be someone master knows? Or perhaps that person was the immortal seedling master had chosen. Would killing him with one strike anger master? Just as Yuan Xian's thoughts spiraled, Su Yang spoke cautiously. Xianer, after you struck that man, did you finish him off? Yuan Xian's expression froze as she shook her head. Your disciple was anxious to return and serve you, so I didn't finish him. If you don't finish the job, trouble will sprout again. Su Yang spoke earnestly, teaching with care. Xianer, before you act in the future, remember two things: grind their bones to dust and uproot the weeds. Otherwise, if the young one falls and the old one comes, how can you cultivate in peace? Your disciple will remember your teachings. Yuan Xian lowered her head, looking like a diligent student. Though scolded, she felt a flicker of joy. After all, master's words were for her peaceful cultivation. She also found his advice wise, so she decided to send that man's portrait to her junior sister's jade slips after leaving the hall. Kill on sight, no mercy. Master, your disciple almost forgot something. Yuan Xian suddenly raised her eyes to Su Yang, her lashes fluttering with liveliness. What is it? Su Yang asked. Your disciple won't say yet. Close your eyes first and only open them when I say so. Yuan Xian's tone carried a hint of coaxing. Very well, I'll do as you wish. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Su Yang's eyes. He already knew what his eldest disciple was about to do. In the original story, Yuan Xian fervently presented her personal sword back to Su Yang, expecting praise only to be doused with cold water. Su Yang berated her for shamelessly competing with disciples from other peaks, claiming the sword was meant to reward meritorious disciples and her actions had disgraced him as a master. After the tirade, he threw the sword to the ground and stormed off, leaving a bewildered Yuan Xian kneeling with tear-streaked face. Su Yang was no man. Yes, Su Yang was ruthless enough to curse even himself. In his view, Yuan Xian had done nothing wrong. She had earned the sword through skill, not theft, and returning it was an act of filial piety. Not only did Su Yang fail to praise her, but he insulted her. No wonder he deserved to be possessed by this outer demon. He would cherish this filial disciple as pure as an icy snow lotus. Yuan Xian still felt uneasy. After all, she had taken this mission without her master's knowledge only to have Shaoqing let it slip. She feared master might be displeased as he had strictly forbidden disciples of Purple Cloud Peak from accepting this task. Yet she still took it for a simple reason: no one in Qingming sect was worthy of wielding master's personal sword. Death or not, at worst I'll be scolded, it won't cost me a pound of flesh. Yuan Xian steeled herself, took the personal sword from her storage ring, knelt on one knee before Su Yang and presented it with both hands. Master, you may open your eyes now. Hearing Xianer's trembling voice, Su Yang silently vowed never to disappoint her again. Activating perfect performance. Su Yang opened his eyes, and the moment he saw the radiant personal sword his face lit up with ecstasy, his throat tightened with excitement. Xianer, what is this? Master Zixiao was once your personal sword. Your disciple believes no one in Qingming sect but you is worthy of wielding it. Yuan Xian spoke from the heart. Xianer, you have a thoughtful heart. Su Yang took Zixiao and tapped the blade. A crisp ring echoed. It was indeed a well-nurtured personal sword full of spirit, but he felt the spirited flying sword subtly resisting him, as if unwilling to stay in his hand even a moment longer. Had it recognized him as an impostor? Then this sword had earned its doom. Ding! Yuan Xian gifts host the Earth-grade sword Zixiao, triggering 10,000-fold return, Qi Shao. Suddenly the system's prompt rang in his ears. Su Yang's heart surged with joy. Another 10,000-fold return. Could every first-time gift from a heroine trigger this? If so, how wonderful. Su Yang quickly checked the system's description of Qi Shao. Though Qi Shao differs from Zixiao by only one character, they are incomparable. Qi Shao was the personal sword of the founding emperor of the Great Han Dynasty, nurtured by a 10th Asandir dragon vein. Its grade surpasses the celestial rank, a true divine weapon of extraordinary spirit attuned to the host's heart. With Qi Shao in hand, who needs Zixiao? Su Yang's mind raced with a plan. He toyed with Zixiao for a while, confirming that it resisted him only because its former master had abandoned it. Indeed, the former Su Yang was loathed by all. Su Yang gave an impartial judgment, then looked at Yuan Xian and said with feigned regret, Xianer, I accept your intention, but I have turned to a new path of cultivation and no longer wish to linger on the sword. If Zixiao stays with me, it will only gather dust. Therefore I give it to you. With your innate sword heart you will go far on the sword path. Only with you can it shine without grievance. Given to your disciple. Yuan Xian trembled, lifting her head with sparkling eyes. What, you don't want it? If you refuse, I'll force it on you. With that, Su Yang solemnly placed Zixiao in Yuan Xian's hands. Your disciple accepts. Yuan Xian clutched Zixiao tightly as if it were a priceless treasure, her pale cheeks flushed like a crimson moon, her breath quick, eyes gleaming with excitement, nearly speechless. The blade of Zixiao trembled slightly, exuding a hint of joy. This new master pleased it as well. In the Purple Cloud Hall. Watching his eldest disciple joyfully depart clutching his personal sword, Su Yang could only think, this disciple is far too gullible, I shall certainly deceive her again next time. Wait, why call it deception? It was clearly a benevolent lie. By bestowing the purple firmament sword to Xianer, she was delighted the sword was content and he had gained the crimson firmament sword, a win for all parties involved. Sword, come. Su Yang extended his palm and called out softly. A resonant dragon's roar echoed as if tearing through the void, and a 3-foot azure blade descended into his grasp. The crimson firmament sword. The moment he held it, he felt an instant connection, as if their spirits and blood had merged. Su Yang flicked his wrist and swung the sword lightly without any particular aim. A fierce sword aura erupted, its overbearing presence enveloping the surroundings like a sovereign of blade surveying the realm. Hundreds of dazzling beams of sword light swept across the vast expanse, seemingly drowning the very void itself. I have never cultivated the way of the sword yet. With mere instinct and a casual slash I can unleash such power. The crimson firmament sword is truly the blade of an emperor. Su Yang praised, watching a rift torn in the void. Had the hall not been protected by a defensive formation, the crack would have torn through more than just the space before him. The more he admired the crimson firmament sword, the more he yearned to find a sword manual to study immediately. But then he reconsidered. He was after all blessed with an advantage. Rather than seeking out mediocre sword manuals, it would be wiser to wait for the system to deliver a sword cultivation technique to his doorstep. He trusted that his disciples would not disappoint him. So he stored the crimson firmament sword back into the system space and strode toward the rear hall ready to continue cultivating the undying and immortal scripture. As he reached the doorway and saw the open door, Su Yang frowned. He distinctly remembered closing it before leaving. Why was it open upon his return? Could there be a thief? Su Yang stepped inside, scanning his surroundings warily, ready to call for help at any sign of trouble. But after a thorough inspection he sat on the bed bewildered. Nothing was missing, everything was arranged exactly as before with no signs of disturbance. Could I have misremembered? Su Yang doubted himself. Suddenly a thought struck him. He turned and fixed his gaze on the bed. A few days ago during a sword spar with Shao Qing he had soiled his robe. He had changed and tossed it onto the bed, and now it had vanished without a trace. A perverted female thief who steals robes. Su Yang immediately ruled out situ. Qingming. Shao Qing had been utterly defeated during their sword practice, left exhausted and sobbing for mercy with no energy to sneak in and steal anything. Since it wasn't situ Qingming then. The ethereal aloof visage of Yuan Zongxian surfaced in Su Yang's mind. He was reluctant to suspect his eldest disciple, and it seemed unlike her to do such a thing. But in mystery novels the least likely person is often the true culprit. So the truth was clear, the perverted thief was Xianer. As for confirmation, another rule in mystery novels states that criminals often return to the scene of the crime. Thus Xianer would inevitably come back. Su Yang decided to stay vigilant during his cultivation that night. Meanwhile, after leaving the Purple Cloud Hall, Yuan Zongxian initially planned to flaunt the purple firmament sword in front of situ Qingming, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Shao Qing had saved the master and had just been punished by him. As the senior disciple she should show care and concern for her junior sister, not provoke her further. However, she could share the news with her other junior sisters. Yuan Zongxian took out her communication jade slip and shared it with all 5 remaining sisters excluding situ Qingming. She waited quietly for their replies. A moment later a spiritual light flickered. Yuan Zongxian quickly opened the jade slip to check. Ruan Yue has blocked you. Then several spiritual lights flashed simultaneously. Shui Jinli has blocked you. Qin Qian has blocked you. Su Dongying has blocked you. Tu Shan Yaoyao has blocked you. Seeing her junior sister's reactions, a hint of excitement flickered across Yuan Kongshuan's cool, delicate face. The sisters seemed to say nothing, yet everything was implied. After this they should understand that in the master's heart she, the senior disciple, held the most weight. Yuan Kongshuan's lips curled slightly upward. Foolish junior sisters, have you forgotten about the group chat? Then she took out a memory jade and effortlessly etched a person's likeness onto it with her divine sense, producing a portrait of an ordinary-looking young man. She transmitted the portrait to her communication jade slip, composed a message and forwarded it to the group named who reaches the peak of the immortal path, tagging everyone. Encounter this person, kill without mercy, and make sure to finish the job. Reply to confirm. Qin Qian confirmed. Su Dongying confirmed. Situ Qingming confirmed. At the city lord's mansion in Qinyuan City. Beneath an ancient towering tree of unknown age hung a swing. A petite young woman in a green dress like a fresh and ethereal lotus sat on the swing, barefoot, gently swaying. In the light filtering through the gaps in the leaves her fair bare feet were visible, each toe like a translucent jade artifact exquisitely shaped to perfection. Her face was delicate like dew-kissed petals, tender and enchanting. Her eyes were clear and lively like a sparkling spring, radiant and bright. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, smooth as silk, swaying in the breeze as if whispering the girl's secrets. Every smile and frown exuded an innocent, endearing charm that invited affection. Shui Jinli. At that moment she held a jade slip in her hand, frowning reluctantly as she sent a message. Shui Jinli confirmed. That insufferable senior sister. The purple firmament sword was just the reward for slaying the flood dragon. What's there to boast about? And on top of that she dares to order me around. She's already gotten the best of both worlds. Shui Jinli pouted, muttering under her breath. Despite her resentment, the purple cloud peak was united. Whoever the senior sister wanted dead was their common enemy. I haven't found a single outstanding prodigy this time. If I return empty-handed I definitely won't earn the master's praise. Shui Jinli's face fell with worry. Heavens, can't you grant me a top-tier prodigy to bring back to the purple cloud peak and make the master happy? Shui Jinli looked up, closed her eyes and prayed earnestly to the heavens. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. A kindly-looking middle-aged man approached and respectfully addressed her. Envoy Shui, a young man named Xiao Yi has submitted a visiting card and wishes to see you. Xiao Yi. That doesn't sound like a proper name. No, I want see him. Shui Jinli opened her eyes displeased. City Lord Shengguan, next time someone like this shows up, just turn them away directly. Backdoor tactics won't work here. The Purple Cloud Peak only accepts top-tier prodigies. If they lack confidence, they'd better leave now to avoid embarrassment at the Immortal Selection Assembly in 3 days. Yes, Envoy Shui. The middle-aged man seemed about to say something else but ultimately held back, crumpling the visiting card into his sleeve before slowly withdrawing. Qianyuan City. Outside the city lord's mansion. Beneath the shade of a tree, a dozen young men and women adorned in luxurious silk robes chatted and laughed with ease. Beside each of them, maids and servants fanned them, gently poured fine wine and occasionally fed them fresh fruits. The scene exuded comfort and indulgence. These were the descendants of the city's prominent families gathered before the mansion solely because they had heard that a disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, one of the 6 branches of the Azure Firmament Upper Sect, was temporarily residing at the city lord's residence. When talent falls short, connections must suffice. Their ancestors had in varying degrees once been disciples of the Azure Firmament Sect, and some even had elders currently serving as its high-ranking officials. Thus they hoped to leverage these faint ties of past patronage to secure a backdoor entry. They did not necessarily aspire to become full-fledged disciples. Even a nominal disciple status would significantly elevate their standing within their own clans. After all, this was Purple Cloud Peak. Throughout the entire northern prefecture, who was unaware that its peak master was the youngest nascent sole true lord in the history of the Azure Firmament Sect. Furthermore, their elders within the sect had secretly conveyed that the sect master held Su Yang in high regard, seemingly intending to groom him as the next leader. This was the primary reason for their visit. Meanwhile, beyond the trees' shade, a starkly different scene unfolded. A young man with an ordinary appearance stood motionless under the scorching sun. Sweat trickled down his face, yet he remained utterly unperturbed, his expression resolute. His entire being radiated an unyielding, self-reliant spirit, as if harboring an indomitable pride. Disciple, perhaps we should find a cooler spot to wait. The voice of Elder Li echoed from within the jade pendant. No, master. The visiting card has been delivered. Shui Jinli might be watching me right now. If I retreat at this moment, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Xiao Yi refuted decisively. Disciple, have you ever wondered why only your visiting card was accepted? Elder Li felt it necessary to enlighten his apprentice. Isn't it obvious? The city lord saw my extraordinary talent and wished to curry favor with me early on, which is why he accepted my card. Xiao Yi declared with unwavering confidence. Elder Li was at a loss for words. As an ancient schemer who could calculate the intricacies of fate, he saw through human nature with piercing clarity. The city lord, Lord Shengguan, had accepted Xiao Ye's card precisely because he couldn't discern Shui Jinli's stance. He used Xiao Ye's visit as a litmus test. If Shui Jinli accepted the card, all would be well. If she refused, the consequences would fall solely on Xiao Yi, a powerless, rootless and clueless young man incapable of causing any real trouble. Yet his own disciple remained blissfully ignorant, even wearing a smug expression. It was truly exasperating. Master, when I meet senior sister Shui, what attitude should I adopt? Should I be neither humble nor arrogant, or gentle and considerate? According to you, she is my destined one. If she falls for me at first sight, what should I do? Master, why aren't you saying anything? Xiao Yi indulged in wild fantasies within his mind, but without his master's agreement the experience felt incomplete. Elder Li was speechless. What could he say? Should he offer congratulations for a happy union and early offspring? They hadn't even met and his disciple was already lost in daydreams. If they actually met, what would happen then? With Xiao Ye's lecherous nature, he would probably transform into a wolf on the spot. Despite being utterly ordinary, he somehow believed every woman in the world would adore him and revolve around him. Where did he get such confidence? Disciple, if you truly meet Shui Jinli, I hope you just act normally. After all, with your charm, even at half your usual capacity, you'd be enough to conquer her. Elder Li forced out these insincere words. Master, you truly understand me. Xiao Yi was deeply moved. Just as he spoke, creak. The mansion gate swung open. A middle-aged man appearing to be a steward stepped out. He glanced around and said indifferently, which one of you is Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi was so excited he nearly fainted. He said to the jade pendant with fervor, "Master, just as you calculated, Xue Jinli actually wants to see me." Disciple, calm down. There are so many people watching. Elder Li's warning came from the pendant. Master is right. I must not lose my composure now. I must give senior sister Xue a perfect first impression. Xiao Yi quickly replied. He then suppressed his inner excitement, casually swept a contemptuous glance at the youths under the tree, let out a disdainful snort, straightened his robes and strode toward the steward with an air of composed arrogance. His eyes were defiant, his tone proud. "I am Xiao Yi. Please lead the way, steward." "Lead the way where?" The steward flicked his sleeve and the crumpled visiting card struck Xiao Yi. He said impatiently, "When I called you, answer promptly. Dawdling for so long anyone would think you were deaf." Xiao Yi was stunned, staring blankly at the crumpled card on the ground. After speaking, the steward stepped past the dazed Xiao Yi and approached the group of silk-robed youths under the tree, his face breaking into a fawning smile. "This old servant pays respects to all the young masters and ladies. My master specifically instructed me to explain clearly to you. It is not that he refused to present your cards, but that the envoy Xue dislikes backdoor dealings. So that's the case. Please convey our gratitude to the city lord for his trouble." The young masters and ladies in silk robes exclaimed in realization. "It is my duty, hardly worth mentioning. My master also said the weather is so hot. All of you with your precious health should not risk sunstroke. Please return home quickly." The steward added. "Thank the city lord for his concern." Everyone rose and bowed. Having said this, the steward went back inside. Creak, the gates of the city lord's mansion closed once again. Unrestrained sneers immediately erupted from under the tree. "Haha, thank goodness for that fool beside us who tested the waters. Otherwise we would have been the ones offending envoy Xue. Did you notice how smug that fool looked when the steward called his name? Exactly. He even shot us a contemptuous glance. He probably thought he had won envoy Xue's favor. Ha, with his looks. He's ugly and dreams big. Truly a clueless country bumpkin. Pfft, enough talk. The weather is too hot. I must go home to cool down with some ice. Farewell." Amidst the laughter and chatter, the young masters and ladies from various clans departed in their sedan chairs. Soon only Xiao Yi remained in front of the city lord's mansion. He appeared dazed, his eyes somewhat vacant, as if unable to believe what had just happened. When the steward flung the visiting card at him, he was so embarrassed his toes curled, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Later, hearing the unrestrained mockery from those idle rich youths made him want to dash his head against a wall. Why did this happen? Since being hunted by his enemies, he had never suffered such humiliation. Along the way, every opportunity and woman he desired came to him with effortless ease. But ever since he became entangled with the Azure Firmament sect, he was first nearly cut in half by a sword and now subjected to such disgrace. His pride was being ground into the dirt. This made it hard not to suspect. "Master, give me an explanation." Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and demanded. "Disciple, how can you blame your master?" Elder Li said helplessly. "Wasn't it you who said the Azure Firmament sect is my land of opportunity and Xue Jinli is my destined one? Why has it turned out like this?" Xiao Yi fumed with rage. "The heavenly mechanism indeed indicates so. But your master also told you that your opportunity lies at the Immortal Ascension Assembly 3 days from now. It was you, disciple, who ignored my advice and insisted on delivering the visiting card today, leading to this slap in the face. How can you blame your master for this?" Elder Li refused to take the blame. Xiao Yi's expression stiffened abruptly. In the inn's private chamber. Disciple. Li Old, residing within the jade pendant, was about to speak when Xiao Yi interrupted him. "Master, there is no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. This Qinyuan city is no blessed land, I must leave immediately." Xiao Yi packed his belongings. Watching his disciples utterly dejected and heartbroken state, Li Old felt a surge of fury, almost cursing aloud. To give up at the slightest setback. Could a man so lacking in perseverance, so quick to abandon his path, truly be the chosen one? Had he known he would end up in the hands of such a person, he would have rather self-destructed along with this jade pendant back then. Yet their fates were already bound. He and Xiao Yi were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, unable to break free. Thus he had no choice but to speak softly, attempting to persuade him. "Disciple, think it over carefully. Perhaps this is not necessarily a bad thing. Master, I have suffered such humiliation, yet you still consider it fortunate. Xiao Ye's tone was harsh. Disciple, consider this carefully. Currently Xue Jinli's impression of you is undoubtedly poor. But if at the Ascension Assembly 3 days hence you reveal your talent, overpower all rivals and shine brilliantly, might Xue Jinli's opinion of you vastly improve. She is a peerless beauty after all. Do you not wish to win her favor, my disciple? Li Old guided him patiently. Xiao Yi subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Li Old observed everything, knowing his disciple was already tempted, he merely needed to add fuel to the fire. Disciple, to help you win the beauty, your master shall impart to you a technique known as the Solar Incineration Mystic Art, a low-grade Earth-tier method. This art complements your Solar Blaze battle physique perfectly. Once mastered, it can multiply your combat prowess several times. After some deliberation, Li Old dangled the bait. Multiply combat prowess. Xiao Ye's face lit up with surprise. He already possessed the strength to challenge those of higher cultivation levels. If he were to obtain this solar incineration art, his power would reach a terrifying stage, perhaps even allowing him to slay core formation cultivators. With such formidable power at the Ascension Assembly 3 days hence, he would surely make Xue Jinli view him with new eyes. Perhaps she would even feel remorse, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Back then, when he seduced the matriarch of the Qiu clan, that voluptuous married woman with her full waist and hips, he first made her feel guilty. He had intended to get her drunk, but his own tolerance was poor, resulting in both of them passing out. When they awoke fully clothed lying on the same bed, they were discovered by the returning Qiu family head. Thus began his harrowing escape. Xiao Yi decisively took the bait. Master, why didn't you bring out such a technique sooner? Alas. Li Old sighed, naturally, because this technique has a grave drawback. Once you cultivate it, you cannot practice any other techniques. If you insist on switching, the only path is to abolish your entire cultivation base. Disciple, are you certain you truly desire this technique? Disciple, I humbly beseech you to bestow the technique. Xiao Yi spoke with earnest urgency, unable to contain his eagerness. In his view, the solar incineration mystic art, being a low-grade earth-tier technique, was likely a rarity even for the northern domain's overlord, the Qingming sect. Only a fool would refuse it. Very well, your master shall pass this technique to you. Open your mind. A trace of helplessness tinged Li Old's voice. He had in fact divined the celestial opportunities. During the upcoming Qingming sect's trials, Xiao Yi was destined to obtain a superior technique. Unfortunately, Xiao Ye's vision was short-sighted, focused only on immediate gains. Perhaps this too was a matter of fate. Yes, master. Xiao Yi was overjoyed. A golden light shot forth from the jade pendant, piercing into Xiao Ye's brow. In that instant, a profound mysterious aura emanated from Xiao Ye's body. The night was tranquil. Within the purple cloud hall, the lamplight gradually dimmed. A furtive figure stealthily slipped in, making not a single sound. Tiptoeing towards the rear hall, she paused some distance away, listening intently. Hearing nothing but soft breathing, she deemed it safe. Excellent master is asleep. The newcomer was none other than the icy aloof beauty, Yuan Ko Xian. Ever since her first disciple Yuan Ko Xian had stolen her master's belongings from the rear hall and returned to her quarters, her conscience had been tormenting her. After an intense inner struggle, Yuan Ko Xian decided to return the stolen goods exactly as they were before her master noticed their absence. After all, she already possessed Zixiao, her master's personal sword he had nurtured for years. Its scent was far richer than the stolen items. When she slept holding the sword, it was akin to embracing her master himself, a rather poignant feeling. A disciple ought not to be too greedy. Yuan Ko Xian approached the rear hall's door. Seeing the door left slightly ajar, she crouched down, her waist and hip curves tensing, her voluptuous figure appearing even more sensuous. There lay her master sleeping on his side facing her. A cascade of ink-black hair like a waterfall lay scattered freely, partially veiling his brows, which curved like distant mountains. His nose was high and straight, as if meticulously sculpted. His delicate features seemed the work of divine craftsmanship, creating a flawless, handsome face of breathtaking perfection. Lower still, his light-colored robes were half open, offering a glimpse of his firm, broad chest. The lines were strong and defined, and 6 chiseled abdominal muscles appeared faintly, as if they could bear the weight of the entire world. Such a captivating sight right before her eyes made it impossible for Yuan Ko Xian to look away. Her gaze was fixed upon her master's body as if nailed there. Had she not feared waking him, she would have been drooling by now. Even so, the constant secretion of saliva caused her throat to bob. Yuan Ko-Xian even had the urge to record this scene using a memory jade so that during lonely sleepless nights in the future she could take out the image for comfort. That's right, why not use a memory jade to record it? I harbor no improper thoughts towards Master and my intentions are pure. Why should I be constrained by such conventions? Convincing herself, Yuan Ko-Xian was about to take out the memory jade tucked at her waist. Tap. A faint footstep came from behind. Yuan Ko-Xian spun around abruptly to see a woman standing not far behind her. This woman, seemingly startled by her discovery, had accidentally made a sound while turning away. Shao Qing. Yuan Ko-Xian recognized the figure by her silhouette. It was her fourth junior sister Situ Qingqing. He senior sister. Situ Qingqing turned around, awkwardly hiding her hands behind her back as if concealing something. Yuan Ko-Xian noticed Situ Qingqing's action, her eyes turned cold and she was about to question her. Seeing this, Situ Qingqing grew flustered. Catching a glimpse of the memory jade in Yuan Ko-Xian's hand, she preempted her. Senior sister, what are you doing with that memory jade? You wouldn't be trying to secretly record Master, would you? Nonsense. Absolutely not. I was just fiddling with it. Exposed by Situ Qingqing's words, Yuan Ko-Xian's fair cheeks flushed crimson, but she refused to admit it. Fiddling. Who would believe that? Situ Qingqing was no naive child. She pouted, ready to call out her senior sister's lie. Clang. A flash of cold light filled the hall. A 3-foot azure blade was drawn, its tip resting against Situ Qingqing's throat. Do you believe me now? Yuan Ko-Xian's voice was featherlight like a gentle breeze. Fiddling. It must be fiddling. Situ Qingqing nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic. In the Ziyun Palace, Situ Qingqing felt a chill around her neck. She tried to shift the sword to the side, but no matter how much force she exerted, the blade remained immovable. Senior sister, Situ Qingqing said with a sobbing tone as she looked at Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian gave her a glare and retracted Zixiao, saying, "What are you doing here?" I came here to find Master to practice my skills, Situ Qingqing replied honestly, still anxious. After all, dual cultivation is a form of practice, isn't it? You've become more diligent. It seems Master's teachings during the day have indeed been effective, Yuan Xian said, her expression satisfied. But senior sister, what are you doing here at this late hour? Situ Qingqing looked at Yuan Xian with a puzzled expression. Yuan Xian felt a hint of panic at Situ Qingqing's question. She had intended to maintain her senior sister demeanor and turn the conversation back, but if she drew her sword again, even a fool would see something was off. Besides, little Qing was sharper than a monkey. Yuan Xian cleared her throat, tightened her clothing and put on a cool demeanor, saying, I came to patrol. Since Master's realm has declined, I fear that ill-intentioned people might take advantage of it. By the way, little Qing, did you see any suspicious characters on your way here? I didn't see any suspicious characters. I only saw senior sister peeking through the door crack to spy on Master. But speaking of which, senior sister, you have quite a nice figure, round like a watermelon, quite suitable for practicing the skills you have in hand. No, everything was normal. Senior sister is overthinking it. Outsiders don't know that Master's realm has declined. Besides, Ziyun Peak is one of the 6 branches of the Qingming sect, well known, and even if a thief had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to invade. Situ Qingqing replied. Seeing that she had managed to keep the matter under wraps, Yuan Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Situ Qingqing, her eyes flickering. Master has already gone to sleep. Little Qing, you should come back tomorrow to find Master for practice. Situ Qingqing, knowing her senior sister was present, found it difficult to barge into the rear hall, let alone practice her skills. She nodded immediately. All right, senior sister. She turned to leave without any hesitation, but after taking a few steps she felt something was off. She turned around to look at Yuan Xian, her expression strange. Senior sister, aren't you leaving? Yuan Xian felt a bit irritated inside, thinking, I told you to leave, so just go. Why do you care about me? I'm leaving too, she said, quickly walking to Situ Qingqing's side to avoid raising suspicion. The two walked side by side and soon left the Ziyun Palace. Senior sister, that sword of yours is Zixiao, right? Situ Qingqing tilted her head and asked. Yuan Xian initially didn't want to provoke little Qing, but unexpectedly she brought it upon herself and ruined her good plans. Naturally she wouldn't miss this great opportunity. I initially wanted to return Zixiao to Master, but Master said he has no interest in the sword path anymore, and since I am the most suitable among the disciples for the sword path, he gave Zixiao to me. Her tone seemed plain, yet it concealed an unmistakable sense of pride. Yuan Xian had thought little Qing would definitely envy her. To her surprise, Situ Qingqing sincerely replied, I think Master is right. Senior sister, your sword heart is clear, you are naturally suited to be a sword cultivator. Zixiao is absolutely not a poor match for you. Zixiao is nothing compared to the family heirloom jade pendant Master gave her. This was Situ Qingqing's true thought. But it wasn't appropriate to show off, especially given her senior sister's domineering personality. If she brought it out, it would probably be snatched away directly, leaving her with nowhere to cry. Is that it? This is totally not in line with little Qing's character. In the past, whenever Master gave any treasures to other junior sisters, if little Qing found out, she would definitely jump up and down in envy. So what is going on? Why does little Qing seem like a different person? Yuan Xian was baffled. Senior sister, I'll head off first. They reached a fork in the road and Situ Qingqing spoke up, go ahead, make sure to rest early once you get back. Yuan Xian reminded her. Senior sister, you too, Situ Qingqing said as she looked at Yuan Xian. The two women stepped forward simultaneously, walking along the small path. Dark clouds obscured the moon and the night grew deeper. At the fork in the road, a graceful figure cautiously emerged from the intersection. It was Yuan Xian. She appeared to have left, but in reality she hadn't gone anywhere. She had been hiding in the bushes, waiting until the other small path was completely silent before stepping out. No matter what, this stolen property must be returned today. She made up her mind and flew toward the Ziyun Palace shortly after Yuan Xian left. On the other small path, Situ Qingqing also emerged from it, frowning as she rubbed her backside. It had already hurt a bit, and then she had to hide in the bushes to avoid being discovered by senior sister, which made it even more painful. After rubbing for a while, she lifted her gaze toward the direction in which senior sister had left. Senior sister, what exactly do you want to do? Then she quietly followed after her. Rear Hall. Su Yang opened his eyes. No one took the bait. He had pretended to be asleep for quite some time and hadn't heard a single sound. Could it be that he made a mistake? Or did that perverted female thief think he wouldn't find out and thus kept it hidden? No matter which possibility it was, Su Yang had no intention of continuing to sleep. He possessed the sun-infused physique and had cultivated the Undying Sutra. With the enhancement of both, his energy was so abundant that even after months without rest he wouldn't harm himself. Just as he was about to get up and prepare to cultivate, a series of slightly hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Is someone coming? Su Yang's mouth curled into a slight smile as he closed his eyes. Creak. The perverted female thief gently pushed the door open. Very good, there's nothing unusual. Master hasn't set any traps in his room due to his realm decline. She tiptoed to the bedside and reached into her bosom to take out the stolen goods. She initially wanted to toss them under the bed. However, seeing the thin blanket that had fallen on the floor, Yuan Xian took the opportunity to cover herself with the blanket, leaning closer while pulling it up, staring intently at that handsome face, unable to resist reaching out to caress his cheek. In the end, senior sister. Situ Qingqing, watching from outside the door, saw her senior sister about to make a move and could no longer hold back. With a leap she rushed inside and intercepted Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian was caught red-handed, her eyes filled with shame and anger. She stammered an explanation. I saw Master's blanket had fallen, so I was helping him pick it up. Hee, Situ Qingqing sneered. Seeing Yuan Xian's guilty expression, she snatched the stolen goods from Yuan Xian's hand. Then what is this? Senior sister, you better not say you found this on the ground. I saw clearly that you took this from your bosom. This. Yuan Xian was completely flustered. Well, senior sister, I didn't expect you to have such ulterior motives toward Master. Situ Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with hostility. I didn't. Yuan Xian's face turned red, and after struggling to find words, she felt that since she had already been discovered by little Qing, she clenched her teeth and decided to take action. She reached out to snatch the stolen goods from Situ Qingqing's hand. Give it to me. No way, this is evidence. Situ Qingqing raised her hand high. Did you hear? Give it to me. Yuan Xian's expression turned slightly cold. If you have the ability, come and take it. Situ Qingqing got angry. Having caught her red-handed with incriminating evidence, how could she still dare to put on the airs of a senior sister? Did she really think she was afraid of her? Perhaps fearing that Su Yang would wake up, neither of them used their powers, opting instead for close combat, and they moved so lightly that not even a sound was made. The struggle was intense. Situ Qingqing exerted all her strength to prevent Yuan Xian from taking the evidence. Yuan Xian was determined, and seeing that Situ Qingqing had the stolen goods hidden on her, without a second thought she single-handedly grabbed Situ Qingqing and reached for it. In the end she didn't grab the stolen goods but instead touched a book. Situ Qingqing's expression tightened. "Senior sister, please return the book to me. I'll give you the evidence too, and we can pretend nothing ever happened, all right?" Situ Qingqing pleaded desperately, but Yuan Zongxian held her firmly with one hand, leaving her unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as her senior sister picked up the book and began to flip through it. Turning to the first page, a blush-inducing scene unfolded before her eyes. Yuan Zongxian reluctantly averted her gaze, pushing those images aside, though the flush on her face lingered. She tapped Situ Qingqing's head with the book and said, "Shao Qing, is this the cultivation technique you intend to practice with master?" Situ Qingqing, realizing she had been exposed, adopted an ostrich-like attitude, allowing Yuan Zongxian to scold her. "And you accuse me of harboring improper intentions toward master? If you ask me, you're the true disciple who dares to defy your master." Yuan Zongxian turned the tables on Situ Qingqing. Situ Qingqing found it hard to refute, for her senior sister was right. She was not only a master-defying disciple but also one who had already acted on it. "Senior sister, what must I do for you to return the book?" Situ Qingqing covered her head, lips trembling, and whispered softly. "First return what you took from me." Yuan Zongxian looked at her with a commanding tone. "Here you go." Situ Qingqing handed back the stolen item she had hidden at her waist, a hint of resentment in her voice. Yuan Zongxian took the item and quickly stashed it under the bed. She let out a long sigh, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she looked at Situ Qingqing, leaving no room for negotiation, him confiscating the book. "Spending all your time on such frivolous reading instead of cultivating, no wonder master punished you today. Once you break through to the nascent soul stage, you can have the book back." "Yes, senior sister," Situ Qingqing replied dejectedly. "And tonight's events?" Yuan Zongxian said flatly, "Pretend it never happened. Neither of us was ever in the back hall." "Understood." "Yes, senior sister." Situ Qingqing's eyes could not hide her joy. "Let's go. Don't disturb master's rest." With that, Yuan Zongxian grabbed Situ Qingqing by the nape and led her away. This time, to prevent Situ Qingqing from sneaking back to the Ziyun Hall, Yuan Zongxian personally escorted her to her own pavilion. The bait was taken, but another fish ruined the plan. Su Yang opened his eyes, a trace of regret in them. He had hoped that while his eldest disciple took advantage, he would suddenly awaken and act like an insulted master being bullied by his disciple, then provoke her with words. Unfortunately, Qing'er also had intentions and came to spar with him in swordsmanship. Sigh. If only one came in the first half of the night and the other in the second half. What wishful thinking. Use this time to cultivate instead. Su Yang mocked himself, turned over and sat on the meditation cushion. A profound and mysterious aura suddenly enveloped him. 3 days passed in a flash. In Qianyuan City, the streets were bustling with an unprecedented crowd. Whether noble families or wandering cultivators, all who sought the path of immortality gathered before the city's ascension platform, gazing up at the ethereal figure standing there. "Wow, is that Xue Jinli, the personal disciple of Ziyun Peak? She truly is as stunning as the legends say, a beauty to topple kingdoms. Her spirit is like autumn water, her bones like jade, her face is like a lotus, her brows like willow leaves. How breathtaking. Excellent verse, I came just for the spectacle, but now I must join Ziyun Peak. Please accept me immediately, Fairy Xue, don't make me beg on my knees." A chorus of young love-struck youths praised her from the bottom of their hearts. Among these youths there was a young man of ordinary appearance. If one did not look carefully, he would be completely unnoticeable, as if he possessed an invisibility charm. This man was Xiao Yi, who had been cultivating the blazing heaven mystic art. It must be said that his talent and comprehension were of the highest order. In just 3 days he had already achieved the initial mastery of the blazing heaven mystic art, and his cultivation base had naturally advanced to the 5th level of foundation establishment. The liquid spiritual energy condensed in his dantian numbered a full 3,000 drops, 10 times more than when he had first broken through. According to Old Li, he was now unmatched at the same stage. Xiao Yi gazed at Xue Jinli on the platform with burning eyes, looking as if he wanted to devour her on the spot. What do you think of Xue Jinli? Didn't I tell you the truth, my disciple? A teasing voice came from the jade pendant. Old Li knew his disciple all too well. Although Xiao Yi was plain-looking and lacked charm, he was utterly defenseless against beautiful women, especially stunning ones like Xue Jinli. Senior sister Xue appears radiant on the outside, but I can feel the sorrow in her heart. She must be suffering on Ziyun Peak. I must join Ziyun Peak and rescue her from that brutal and vicious old demon Su. Xiao Yi stared greedily at Xue Jinli and even licked his lips. Old Li was used to Xiao Yi's usual rhetoric. After all, he had said the same thing when he tried to seduce another family's matron. But in reality that woman was deeply cherished. Even if she asked for the moon, the clan leader would do everything to get it for her. The reason Xiao Yi succeeded, well, not exactly succeeded, they just got drunk and ended up in the same bed without doing anything. This foolish disciple thought he had already won her over. Meanwhile, on the ascension platform, Xue Jinli glanced at the city lord of Qinyuan, Shangguanshu, signaling him. Shangguanshu nodded in understanding, stepped forward, cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Today Ziyun Peak of the Qingming sect is selecting disciples in Qinyuan City. The conditions are as follows: those over 18 years of age will not be accepted. Those who have not reached the foundation establishment stage will not be accepted." What? The announcement was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly causing an uproar. I just turned 18 yesterday. I'm my family's only hope. It's over, completely over. I'm underage, but I'm only at the 8th level of Qi refinement. What do I do? These selection criteria are too harsh. How many prodigies under 18 at the foundation establishment stage are there even in the Qingming sect? There aren't many in the Qingming sect, but Ziyun Peak has 7 such monsters. And let me tell you, none of Ziyun Peak's 7 personal disciples were over 16 when they broke through to foundation establishment. This is unfair. These conditions are completely unfair. As a core formation cultivator, I must express my strong protest. Exactly. We're core formation cultivators, we could found sects and become ancestors elsewhere. We traveled thousands of miles to participate in this selection, all to become disciples of true Lord Su. And now you tell us we don't even qualify. Are you mocking us? I refuse to accept this. How can a core formation cultivator like me be inferior to some foundation establishment brat? Shut up with your protests. At 200 years old you still show up for a selection, have you no shame? In an instant the crowd erupted into a heated argument, complaints growing louder, and the entire ascension platform descended into chaos. Upon the ascension platform. Silence. Shangguanshu strained to quell the surging clamor of the crowd, yet the more he tried the more agitated the assembly grew, some even hurled stones toward the platform. Shangguanshu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cast a helpless glance toward Xue Jinli. Senior envoy Xue, what say you? In truth, he too deemed the selection criteria excessively stringent across the entire Qianyuan city. Only a handful of youths had reached foundation establishment by 18, and nearly all had long since been scouted and recruited as disciples by various peaks of the Qingming sect. None needed to attend this trial. Thus relaxing the criteria would allow him to render an account to the city's noble families. Xue Jinli frowned slightly and glanced at Shangguanshu. Shangguanshu instantly lowered his head, humble, reverent and utterly subservient. Thereupon Xue Jinli stepped beside him and gazed down upon the impassioned throng below, her voice soft yet piercing, "Who dares defy me?" At her words the boisterous crowd, moments ago roaring with fervor, fell abruptly silent as though a switch had been flipped. After all, she was a direct disciple of the Ziyun Peak, possessing extraordinary talent and cultivating a supreme-tier cultivation art, whereas they had only just embarked upon the immortal path. How dare they rashly challenge her? None dissent. Xue Jinli surveyed the assembly, her gaze glacial. Should any still harbor doubt, I grant you one chance. If you can touch the hem of my robe within 100 exchanges, you shall be admitted, by exception, to the Ziyun Peak as a direct disciple. What say you? A murmur rippled through the crowd. From within the throng someone, pitching their voice unnaturally high, called out, "Does this apply even to Golden Core cultivators?" If so, a Golden Core cultivator would virtually secure the position of direct disciple of the Ziyun Peak. Though Xue Jinli's talent was prodigious and her combat prowess terrifying, she remained merely at the 9th rank of foundation establishment. As Golden Core cultivators themselves, even if outmatched, they could surely brush her hem within 100 exchanges without difficulty. Several golden core cultivators in the crowd fixed their eyes unwaveringly upon Xue Jinli, their gazes burning with desperate longing. Certainly permissible. Xue Jinli spoke calmly. A collective gasp surged forth. Xue Jinli, truly the embodiment of the Ziyun Peak's direct disciples. Unparalleled in audacity. Beautiful beyond measure, voice like honeyed jade, she is the paragon among women. I am utterly smitten. Yet perhaps Senior Immortal Xue underestimates the peril. Did you not just glimpse the bloodthirsty Mad Blade? What? You mean Luo Kuang, the bloodthirsty Mad Blade, who slew 3 peers in a single battle? Precisely him. Blimey, he's at Golden Core 3rd rank in the prime of his life. What on earth brings him here? Rumor has it his cultivation art is incomplete, lacking the higher tier scriptures, leaving him unable to advance further. Thus he seeks admission to this trial, hoping the venerable true Lord Su Yang might help restore and extend his art. Though his plight is understandable, Senior Immortal Xue may well stand in grave danger, for the bloodthirsty Mad Blade strikes only to kill, never holding back. Listening to the murmurs nearby, Xiao Yi caught sight of the bloodthirsty Mad Blade himself, and said coldly, should that bloodthirsty Mad Blade dare harm Senior Sister Xue, I shall slay him without mercy. His tone carried the unmistakable possessiveness of one claiming exclusive dominion. Inside his jade pendant, Elderly rolled his eyes. Do you truly have no sense of your own limits? With merely Foundation Establishment 5th rank you wouldn't last a single strike from him. Yet you vow to kill him. Were your appearance not utterly unremarkable, the bloodthirsty Mad Blade would have sensed your murderous intent, and cleaved you in 2 on the spot. Since Senior Immortal Xue has spoken so plainly, Brother Luo accepts your gracious offer. Under the rapt gaze of 10,000 eyes, a burly middle-aged man, radiating palpable killing intent, stepped forward from the crowd bearing a great blade upon his back. The onlookers instinctively parted before him, clearing a path. He approached the foot of the ascension platform, leapt lightly, and alighted upon its surface with the grace of a leaping macaque. Fixing Xue Jinli with a haughty stare, he declared, Luo Kuang, the bloodthirsty Mad Blade, I humbly request the honor of sparring with a Ziyun Peak prodigy. Xue Jinli nodded once, silent, not even deigning to glance at Luo Kuang. Luo Kuang had not anticipated such utter disdain. He commanded immense renown among independent cultivators. If he chose to join even a minor sect, its elders would receive him with utmost courtesy. What justified Xue Jinli's arrogance? She was but a disciple of the Ziyun Peak, not the legendary nascent soul true lord himself. Luo Kuang's voice bristled with suppressed fury. Brother Luo's blade is swift, Senior Miss Xue, pray take heed. In the next instant he wrenched a demon-slaying blade from his back. A vicious bladelight wreathed in bloody murderous aura surged forth like a ravenous spectre, claws bared, fangs bared, rushing to tear Xue Jinli limb from limb into crimson shreds. From below a voice cried out in alarm. Senior Immortal Xue, beware. That is Luo Kuang's signature art, the eerie and fierce blade technique. The eerie and fierce blade technique. How ruthlessly he fights. To win a place as Ziyun Peak's direct disciple he stops at nothing. Nonsense. Was it not Senior Immortal Xue herself who issued the challenge? Who else would dare raise a hand against her? Even I would need to yield before Luo Kuang's strike. This young Miss Xue stands little chance of withstanding it. A fellow Golden Core cultivator, equally famed, mused inwardly, offering Xue Jinli no hope whatsoever. Hearing the warnings from below, Luo Kuang sneered inwardly, fools. This strike channels my full spiritual energy, from palm to blade, its force overwhelming, its momentum unstoppable. Coupled with my aura of slaughter, it forms a celestial net of doom. Even a cultivator stronger than I would falter, let alone this Foundation Establishment girl. Yet the next moment the unthinkable unfolded. Xue Jinli's hand rested lightly upon her waist, drawing forth a crimson whip which she flicked toward Luo Kuang with effortless nonchalance, as if discarding a stray leaf. Yet to the onlookers' eyes it was as though another realm had opened. That blazing red whip coiled like a fire-veined azure dragon, roaring forth to meet the blade-light spectre. Where it passed the air blackened and scorched, as though seared by primordial flame. And the blood-choked blade-light, encountering its absolute antithesis, dissolved instantly upon contact, hissing like molten iron plunged into icy water. In an instant, the blade-light vanished entirely. The snarling phantom was incinerated to ash by the dragon's fiery breath. Crack. A sharp stinging report. Skin split, flesh torn. A horrifying livid lash mark seared across Luo Kuang's face, drawing blood that dripped steadily, crimson beads falling like rain. The force had not yet spent itself. Luo Kuang flew backward, limp as a severed puppet, hurtling helplessly from the ascension platform. Ugh! He crashed onto the ground with a thunderous impact. Blood erupted from his mouth as his chi churned violently, his aura collapsing, dimmed beyond recognition. He was now no stronger than an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Anyone of that rank could cut him down where he stood. Silence. A silence so profound it felt like the tomb of a 1,000-year-old mausoleum, no breath, no rustle, as if all present were already dead. The once noisy ascension platform now lay buried beneath a suffocating hush, utterly deathly still. No one could discern how Xue Jinli had done it. All they witnessed was a casual flick of her whip, and Luo Kuang's lethal blade art shattered like brittle glass while a long brutal scar blazed across his cheek. After a long suspended pause. HSSSS. Gasps erupted across the field, sharp and involuntary. Unfathomable. Unbelievable. Luo Kuang was Golden Core 3rd rank. A full major realm above Xue Jinli. And yet he failed to endure even a single exchange. Was this the true worth of a Ziyun Peak direct disciple? It seemed immeasurably superior to those of other peaks. Xiao Ye's eyes blazed like twin suns as he stared at Xue Jinli, whip in hand, upon the platform, sparks seeming to ignite in his pupils. His voice trembled with fervent conviction, only one such as she is worthy to be mine. Senior Sister Xue, I will claim you. Elderly dwelling within the jade pendant heard Xiao Ye's declaration, and uncertain whether to sigh or smirk simply let it be. Are there still those who dissent? Xue Jinli held the crimson whip loosely in hand, her expression serene, her gaze sweeping the stunned assembly. Those who moments earlier had shouted accusations of injustice now stood mute, heads bowed, lips sealed tight, afraid even to draw breath. Then attention shifted toward the few remaining Golden Core cultivators. One suddenly besieged by dozens of staring eyes flushed crimson. Why are you all staring at me? My Golden Core was forged by pill popping. And I'm not even here for the trial, I came purely for spectacle. Without hesitation he turned and strode away, muttering softly under his breath as he fled. I'm not mad. If Luo Kuang couldn't last a single exchange, why on earth would I step up? To get whipped? On the ascension platform Xue Jinli cast a casual glance at Shengguan Shu. City Lord Shengguan, proceed. With that she turned and flew toward the City Lord's mansion. After all, the selection process was lengthy. As a direct disciple of the Azure Cloud Peak she had no need to oversee every detail personally. She would only appear for the final examination once the promising candidates had passed through all the trials. A chill ran down Shengguan Shu's spine. He bowed his head even lower and replied respectfully, "As you command, Envoy Xue." He sensed that this Azure Cloud Peak disciple had seen through his petty schemes. If he did not carry out his duties with utmost diligence, even his position as City Lord might be at stake. Daring not to slacken, he turned to the crowd below and pointed to a massive stone tablet beside him, announcing in a loud voice, "Those who meet the selection criteria line up in an orderly fashion and come forward to test your bone roots. Those with high-grade bone roots shall stay, all others shall be rejected." No one dared to voice any further objections to the rules. After all, Luo Kuang's fate served as a stark warning. Not only had he been severely wounded by Fairy Xue's whip, but he had also drawn the attention of his old enemies. From now on the name, Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, would likely vanish from the ranks of rogue cultivators. Below the ascension platform the youths who met the selection criteria voluntarily formed a queue. Those who had hoped to slip through the cracks could only abandon their schemes when they saw the towering black stone tablet on the stage. This black stone tablet was a treasure specially refined by the Azure Cloud Sect to better identify promising talents. It could not only assess a cultivator's bone root quality but also measure their bone age and cultivation level. Soon a queue of several dozen people had formed. This clearly exceeded Shengguan Shu's expectations. As the City Lord of Qianyuan City, he knew the situation of every family in the city well. At most he had anticipated only a dozen or so candidates. It seems the reputation of Azure Cloud Peak is truly formidable. If it were any other peak of the Azure Cloud Sect it would hardly attract so many talents, Shengguan Shu mused inwardly. With that thought he proceeded to have the candidates come forward one by one for testing. The first to step up was a lovely young girl. Shengguan Shu recognized her as the legitimate daughter of the prominently family in the city. He gave her a gentle nod of encouragement. The initially nervous young lady of the Li family felt her tension ease slightly upon receiving Shangguanshu's kind look. She approached the black stone tablet, took a deep breath and placed her hand upon it. Instantly a brilliant radiance burst forth from the black stone tablet. Several lines of large characters materialized on its surface. Li Shiwei of the Li family Qianyuan. Bone age 17. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 3rd Heaven. Bone root high grade. I am high grade. Li Shiwei stared at the characters on the stone tablet, ecstatic and nearly jumping for joy. Excellent. You may proceed to the next round. Go and take a seat over there, Shangguanshu said with a word of encouragement, gesturing for the guards to lead her to a raised platform nearby. Next, Shangguanshu called out. In the queue, Xiao Yi watched the rather attractive Li Shiwei and licked his lips. This Li Shiwei isn't bad either. Though she can't compare to senior sister Xue, she's still worthy of being my concubine. Disciple Focus, the old manly within the jade pendant, said, utterly speechless. Were you here for the selection or to choose a bride? Master, are you still worried about your disciple? My bone root is bound to be of the highest grade, Xiao Yi replied with utter confidence. Li Lao chose not to respond. Yan Nanqing of the Yan family Qianyuan. Bone age 17. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 4th Heaven. Bone root medium grade. A youth in brocade robes stared at the words on the stone tablet, his face pale with disbelief. How can this be? My cultivation is higher than Li Ziwei's. Why is she high grade while I am only medium grade? Your bone root does not meet the standard. Step down, Shangguanshu declared. Uncle Shangguan, let me test again. Something must have gone wrong just now, the youth in brocade pleaded. Shangguanshu's face immediately darkened. He cast a cold glance at the Qianyuan guards beside him. Drag him out of here at once. The Qianyuan guard sprang into action, binding the youth. No matter how much he struggled or begged, it was all in vain. Next. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yi sneered with disdain. Colluding with each other, anyone can see it. Yet they still put on this facade of impartiality. Once I become a direct disciple of Azure Cloud Peak, I will certainly depose this city lord Shangguan. Disciple, watch your tongue, Li Lao said, breaking out in a cold sweat. If Shangguanshu overheard, he could easily pull some strings and deny Xiao Yi even the chance to test his bone root. Chen Chao of the Bang Gang. Bone age 16. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 1st Heaven. Bone root medium grade. Not qualified. Step down. Xiao Yi remarked, with talent this trashy, how dare he show up for the selection. Li Lao advised, disciple, if you have something to say, keep it to yourself. There's no need to voice it aloud. Qin Yuan of the Great Blade Sect. Bone age 17. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 3rd Heaven. Bone root medium grade. Next. Xiao Yi continued his unabashed commentary, Foundation Establishment 3rd Heaven. I bet he got there by popping pills. Li Lao was left utterly speechless. He wondered how Xiao Yi's mind worked. When he should be cautious, he was bold. When he should be bold, he was as timid as a dog. And to mock others in front of so many people. Was this something a human being should do? To have such a disciple, he must have committed some grave sin in his past life. Let everything be destroyed. He was weary. By the time it was Xiao Yi's turn, the hatred directed at him had reached its peak. Almost every eliminated candidate glared at him with venom, eager to see him fail. He says I got my cultivation from pills, let's see what kind of bone root he has. Just look at him. Calling him ordinary would be an insult to the word. When his test result comes back as low grade, hell finally shut up. Xiao Yi remained unfazed, a look of arrogance on his face. A bunch of clowns, nothing to fear. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the eliminated candidates, already simmering with rage, exploded like gas cans. Their eyes blazed with fury as they glared at him. What are you so cocky about? You haven't even tested your bone root yet. Anyone would think you have a supreme grade bone root. Someone like you, even after treatment you'd still drool. The crowd hurled insults at Xiao Yi as if trying to drown him in their spittle. Some youths with backing glared at him with bloodshot eyes and commanded their guards, keep an eye on him. If he doesn't become a direct disciple of Azure Cloud Peak today, I want him dead. Xiao Yi was about to retort when Li Lao and the Jade Pendant quickly stopped him. Disciple, go test your bone root first. He feared that if Xiao Yi continued his reckless tongue he would be beaten to death by the crowd. Fine. For Master's sake, I'll let them off this time, Xiao Yi said. He swept a contemptuous glance around before leisurely ascending the ascension platform. On the platform, Shengguanshu watched Xiao Yi's swaggering, arrogant demeanor with twitching brows, barely restraining the urge to kick him off the stage. Controlling his temper, he said, "Just place your hand on the stone tablet." However, Xiao Yi thrust both hands forward and struck the tablet with force, producing a loud bang. Shengguanshu's face darkened instantly. He was about to reprimand him when in the next moment a dazzling radiance blazed forth from the stone tablet. Shengguanshu looked over instinctively. When he saw the words materializing on the tablet, he stood frozen in shock. Xiao Yi of the Xiao family. Bone age 17. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 5th Heaven. Bone root supreme grade. In an instant the entire venue erupted in turmoil. A supreme grade bone structure. Am I blind? And at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. He looks utterly ordinary, yet he is a monstrous prodigy. This man will surely become a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak. Indeed, if he cannot become one, then everyone present might as well be utterly defeated. Beneath the immortal ascension platform the gathered crowd stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock at the spirited Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, those whom Xiao Yi had mocked earlier clenched their fists, glaring resentfully at the few lines on the stone steel. Some even cursed inwardly at the unjust heavens for bestowing such unparalleled talent upon a man like him. Announce it. Xiao Yi said indifferently, his expression haughty, viewing the crowd below as mere ants. This was right. Ever since he obtained the jade pendant he had encountered countless fortunes, and almost everyone he met looked up to him. He, Xiao Yi, was destined to reign supreme at the pinnacle of the immortal path. And becoming a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, conquering senior sister Shui, was his first step. Shengguanshu was stunned for a moment, clearly unable to believe that this man's talent could be so extraordinary. But even if he did not believe it, what could he do? The stone steel never lied. Xiao Yi, supreme grade bone structure, you pass. Hearing Xiao Yi's almost commanding tone, Shengguanshu was not angered but instead spoke amiably. Please go and sit over there. Once everyone has finished the assessment, the next stage will begin. Xiao Yi nodded coldly, offering no courtesy to Shengguanshu, and strode toward the high platform. Shengguanshu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Having his goodwill rebuffed was expected, for a few days ago this youth had sent a visiting card but failed to even meet Envoy Shui. Yet this was hardly his fault, as he could not sway Envoy Shui's decisions. Thus Shengguanshu decided to privately explain things to Xiao Yi and offer him a generous gift, hoping to forge a connection. Even Shengguanshu believed that Xiao Yi would surely become a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak. Soon the bone assessment ended. Among the dozens of youths, only 12 had high-grade bone structures, and only Xiao Yi possessed a supreme grade one. The second stage, arena combat. The top 3 will advance. Those who passed, please come forward to draw lots. Before Shengguanshu stood a wooden box filled with bamboo slips. Upon hearing that the second stage was combat, the youths with lower cultivation levels turned pale. When talents were similar, the gap in cultivation level often equated to a gap in strength. Even those with higher cultivation levels could not rejoice, for above them loomed the presence of Xiao Yi. As a cultivator at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, he could already dominate the crowd, let alone with his supreme grade bone structure. What if they drew Xiao Yi in the first round? That would be an instant elimination. How are we supposed to fight this? A girl complained. Please don't let me draw Xiao Yi. A young man even clasped his hands in earnest prayer. But inevitably someone unlucky would draw Xiao Yi. I have slip number 1. Who has number 1? A youth named Shenlang raised his bamboo slip and shouted. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. Xiao Yi, holding the number 1 slip, walked up to Shenlang and patted him on the shoulder, his tone mocking and his expression brimming with a superiority that placed him above all others. Brother, could you go easy on me? Shenlang pleaded with a grimace. But Xiao Yi's mood shifted like the weather, and he barked, if you're scared then get lost. Don't defile the immortal ascension platform. He said this deliberately, hoping that senior sister Shui would be present to witness it and thus earn her favor. Hearing this, Shenlang's expression flickered with uncertainty. He had intended to use this opportunity to get closer to Xiao Yi, never expecting such ruthlessness and public humiliation. He gritted his teeth. You may be at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, but I am not afraid of you. Just wait and see. Ha with you. Xiao Yi sneered, utterly dismissing Shen Lang. Among the onlookers below the platform someone remarked disapprovingly. Isn't Xiao Yi too arrogant? The other side already showed weakness, yet he keeps pressing. What do you know? The strong always humiliate the weak. I'm on Xiao Yi's side. And don't you think Xiao Yi's behavior is quite similar to Fairy Shui's? Similar, my foot. How dare he be compared to Fairy Shui? Don't argue. As far as I know, Shen Lang is at the 4th layer of foundation establishment and his mastery of the breeze sword art has reached the great perfection stage. He might not lose to Xiao Yi. By the way, have any of you heard of the name Xiao Yi before? Everyone shook their heads. The Xiao family they knew had no such person as Xiao Yi. There was one known for playing with fire, but he was only slightly famous in Qinyuan City. The Immortal Ascension platform itself was composed of several arenas. Sheng Guanchu activated the mechanism. Instantly the ground trembled as if an earth dragon had turned over. 6 arenas slowly rose from the ground, stopping only when they reached a height of 3 feet. Everyone please ascend the platform according to your draw results. Sheng Guanchu explained the rules. The youths immediately complied. When all 12 youths stood on their respective arenas, 6 profound guards of Qinyuan ascended to oversee the matches. On arena number 1. Xiao Yi beckoned Shen Lang with his finger, a contemptuous smile on his face as if looking at an insignificant insect. Xiao Yi, do not be so insolent. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and roared. He drew his sword and lunged at Xiao Yi with swift steps. His footwork was as agile as a gentle breeze, incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye he was before Xiao Yi, slashing down with his blade. Breeze sword art. This profound-grade lower-tier sword technique Shen Lang had practiced since he was 7, achieving minor success at 10 and mastering it at 15. Coupled with the breeze step technique, he was confident in striking like a soft breeze, killing without a trace. With a single slash, Shen Lang's sword aura seemed like a gentle breeze, yet it was actually a raging storm sweeping across the hills, concealing myriad deadly intentions. Beneath the Immortal Ascension platform the crowd felt the pressure of Shen Lang's strike, their faces turning pale as they instinctively stepped back. The signature sword art of the Breeze Stronghold is indeed extraordinary. That Xiao Yi looks like he comes from a rough background, he probably hasn't trained in any good techniques. Even a cultivator at the 6th layer of foundation establishment would hesitate to take this blow from Shen Lang. Xiao Yi is in danger. What a pity. I was actually rooting for him. The onlookers shook their heads, believing Xiao Yi would likely lose. After all, he was unknown, likely from a minor clan, and the techniques he could access were at most yellow-grade upper tier. How could they compare to the profound-grade lower-tier breeze sword art? Humph. Xiao Yi let out a disdainful laugh. Just as the blade was about to strike his face, he casually extended 2 fingers. The next moment, Shen Lang's pupils dilated violently, his mind going blank as if he had encountered something utterly incomprehensible. Ding! A sound like metal striking stone rang out. Before the horrified eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yi shattered Shen Lang's sword with just 2 fingers. What? My clear wind sword. Shen Lang, overwhelmed by rage and surging blood energy, coughed up a mouthful of blood that sprayed forth like a crimson arrow from his throat. This clear-wind sword was his life-bound flying sword, nurtured for years with his blood and chi intimately tied to his very being. Now, as Xiao Yi casually snapped it, Shen Lang himself suffered no small injury. The onlookers below the stage widened their eyes, exclaiming in awe, a monster. Breaking a flying sword with bare hands, this man must be a beast in human form. That clear-wind sword was a yellow-grade high-quality artifact. Unbelievable, unimaginable. Peerless talent truly defies the heavens. Those who said Xiao Yi would lose stepped forward. Some even began to clamor, demanding to confront those who had doubted Xiao Yi earlier. Shen Lang's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at the arrogant Xiao Yi, his heart set on a fight to the death. Yet his skills relied solely on the clear-wind sword art and his life-bound sword for combat. Now that his sword was broken, his battle prowess was severely diminished. How could he be a match for this man? After a flurry of thoughts, Shen Lang sighed, cupped his fists toward Xiao Yi and began, "I." The words of surrender had yet to leave his lips. But Xiao Yi said with a mocking tone, "I took one of your strikes, in the spirit of reciprocity you shall take one of my fists." Almost instantly Xiao Yi swung his fist. 3,000 drops of liquid mana spun rapidly within his dantian, and a ferocious, overwhelming fist wind smashed toward Shen Lang's face. "You!" Shen Lang roared in terror. He had not expected Xiao Yi to be so ruthless and venomous, refusing to let him surrender and intending to beat him into a cripple. He hurriedly tried to channel mana from his dantian, but it was too late. The fist wind was incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. Bang! The fist struck Qingming directly on the face. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. A wave of fear engulfed Qingming. His vision went black, and with a miserable scream he fell unconscious. Worthless! Xiao Yi's gaze was icy. He spat toward Qingming, who lay unconscious like a dead dog, then turned to the Qianyuan guard overseeing the arena and ordered flatly, "Announce it." The Qianyuan guard wanted to question Xiao Yi why he had struck so viciously, even though Qingming had already surrendered, but the city lord had instructed that as long as Xiao Yi did not go too far they should turn a blind eye. With no choice, he landed beside Qingming, whose face was battered beyond recognition, reached out to check his breath, and upon finding him still alive finally relaxed and announced, "Arena 1, Xiao Yi wins." Xiao Yi jumped off the arena, glanced at the other 5 arenas where fierce battles were raging, touched his nose and said indifferently, "A bunch of rabble." His words echoed. Below the ascension platform the crowd exchanged glances in silence. Only after Xiao Yi headed to the high platform did the murmurs erupt. Is Xiao Yi this arrogant? If you had his skills you'd be even more arrogant. But Qingming had already surrendered. Well. Maybe Xiao Yi didn't hear. He strikes so fiercely and his strength is on another level. Those who face him next are in for trouble. I see a demonic path in Xiao Yi's demeanor. On the high platform Xiao Yi appeared to be meditating with closed eyes, but he was actually communicating with Elderly. "Master, how did your disciple perform? Did I not bring shame to you?" Xiao Yi grinned smugly. "Disciple, you were too harsh." Elderly's voice came from the jade pendant, tinged with helplessness. He could sense that after Xiao Yi knocked Qingming out with a single punch, several murderous intents had emerged from the crowd below, and they were not weak, all were cultivators at the core formation stage. It was obvious that these were Qingming's elders. If Xiao Yi failed to become a direct disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak today, how would he deal with the many enemies he had made? Elderly found the thought hair-raising. This disciple of his was too skilled at courting trouble. "Master, you don't understand. I'm following senior sister Xue's example. Besides, by doing this I'm killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, a one-time solution," Xiao Yi boasted. He was quite proud of this move, believing it would win Xue Jinli's favor and deter others, a perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. Elderly was speechless. He could only hope that Xiao Yi would successfully become a direct disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak without any mishaps along the way. Soon the first round of matches ended. Of the remaining 6, all except Xiao Yi looked exhausted, clearly having faced formidable opponents. The second round's draw began. Xiao Yi drew the number 2. When he saw his opponent his eyes lit up as if he had spotted prey. "On Arena 2. Miss, don't be afraid. I'll let you have 3 moves first, no 10. Xiao Yi clasped his hands behind his back, facing Li Shiwei opposite him, striking a chivalrous pose, his tone completely different from before, gentle and soft. Li Shiwei looked at Xiao Yi's self-styled handsome demeanor and felt a wave of nausea. It was like a clumsy imitation, his gentle voice grated on her ears like demonic noise. Without hesitation she turned to the Qianyuan guard overseeing the arena and said, "I surrender." "Don't go, miss. I promise I won't hurt you. Let's spar a little." Xiao Yi panicked. Among all the contestants Li Shiwei was the only true beauty. Xiao Yi naturally wanted to win her over. He had planned to use the match to engage in physical contact and then go easy on her, hoping she might be moved and he could win her heart. However, Li Shiwei finished speaking and jumped off the arena without a moment's hesitation. After all, her talent was decent. Even if she couldn't join the Purple Cloud Peak, the other 5 peaks of the Qingming sect might still be an option. There was no need to fight to the death. Most importantly, this man named Xiao Yi had a gaze that was utterly disgusting, as if he wanted to strip her bare on the spot, making her feel like vomiting. Arena 2, Xiao Yi wins, the Qianyuan guard announced expressionlessly. Xiao Yi's hand hung in midair, his face full of awkwardness as he stared in the direction Li Shiwei had gone. Seeing Xiao Yi acting like a man who had never seen a woman before, the crowd below the ascension platform erupted in contempt. What is Xiao Yi doing? He was so ruthless to Qingming, but with Li Shiwei he turns into a gentleman. A gentleman? More like a hypocrite. That lecherous look makes me want to vomit. I think he's not after the Purple Cloud Peak direct disciple spot. he's after Fairy Shui. Can someone stop him? I don't want to see him defile Fairy Shui. Those who had supported Xiao Yi earlier felt they had been blind. This Xiao Yi was not a cultivator devoted to the path of immortality but a lustful demon who had never seen a woman. On the high platform. Disciple, what were you doing just now? That was an arena, not a brothel. Elder Li's angry voice came from the jade pendant. He had not expected his disciple to be so foolish, completely controlled by his lower desires. If not for this incident, Xiao Yi's earlier actions could have been dismissed as ruthless indifference. But now everything was ruined. The enemies Xiao Yi had made surely understood that he had acted deliberately. Master, I don't think I did anything wrong. A fair maiden is a gentleman's pursuit. Besides, didn't you say that a true cultivator should embrace all the beauties of the world? Xiao Yi argued confidently. If Elder Li had a physical form, he would have slapped Xiao Yi across the face. He had indeed said that, but one must consider the occasion. Disciple, what good did that do? The girl didn't accept your kindness. No, master, you're wrong again. I've just figured it out. Shi Wei accepted my kindness by directly surrendering. She must have done it to spare me from criticism. Yes, that's it. To think that after just one meeting Shi Wei already has feelings for me and gave up the chance to become a direct disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak for my sake. Qianyuan Li family right. Shi Wei, wait for me. Once I become a direct disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak, I'll visit your home and ask the family head for your hand in marriage as my concubine. Xiao Yi grew more convinced, his expression deeply moved. Elder Li, you can fool your master but don't fool yourself. Disciple, wake up. The draw for the final 3 begins. Xiao Yi vs Li Tsangxuan. Liu Beifeng gets a bye. In the final round of drawing, with only 3 participants left, one was inevitably granted a bye. Li Tsangxuan clutched the long bamboo slip in his hand, casting a troubled glance at Xiao Yi, who stood nearby with a crooked smirk. After a moment of deliberation, just as he was about to step onto the arena, he raised his hand and said with a dejected smile, Lord Shengguan, I concede. During his previous bouts he had also diverted his attention to observe the other arenas and had witnessed Xiao Yi pulverize Shen Lang's face with a single punch. The sight had startled him so much that he nearly gave his own opponent an opening to seize the advantage and knock him off the stage. The reason for his fear was that he had privately sparred with Shen Lang and lost. If even Shen Lang was no match for Xiao Yi in a single exchange, Li Tsangxuan, knowing he was inferior to Shen Lang, was certain he could not withstand one of Xiao Yi's punches either. Thus, rather than end up unconscious like Shen Lang, it was better to concede before stepping onto the arena, at least preserving some dignity. Shang Guanshu showed no surprise, for Xiao Yi's combat prowess was truly heaven-defying, to the point that even he could not see through its depths. He nodded and declared, Xiao Yi wins. Next up is Liu Beifeng. Wait, Lord Shengguan, I also concede. Liu Beifeng hastily interjected. He too had no desire to face Xiao Yi, as he harbored certain secrets he was not yet ready to reveal. Very well then. I declare Xiao Yi the first-place winner of this round. Shang Guanshu did not press Liu Beifeng and announced loudly to the crowd below the ascension platform. The spectators, who had been eager for a spectacle, could not help but let out a chorus of boos. TCH, a bunch of cowards. What's there to be afraid of? That Xiao Yi isn't a god. I refuse to believe he can't be defeated. Liu Beifeng, you're one of the 8 steeds of Qianyuan City, don't disgrace us. If you're so brave, you go up there. Brother Liu isn't a woman. Facing Xiao Yi had be beaten to a pulp. It's over. Xiao Yi, that lecherous fiend, is really going to become a direct disciple of Xian Peak. My fairy Shui. Don't panic, there's still one more round. What round could possibly stop Xiao Yi? Many of Shui Jinli's admirers grew anxious for their fairy's plight. Though the first-place position had been decided, the second and third places still needed to be contested. Shang Guanshu informed Li Tsangxuan and Liu Beifeng of this, and both raised no objections. In fact, they eagerly rolled up their sleeves, exchanging threats to beat each other black and blue until they couldn't find their way home. Seeing the two brimming with vigor, the onlookers couldn't help but want to mock them. Why couldn't they muster such spirit in front of Xiao Yi? Next, Li Tsangxuan and Liu Beifeng fought fiercely and brilliantly, yet the watching crowd felt somewhat unsatisfied. They had desperately wanted to see Xiao Yi get pummeled. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the two had determined the outcome. Li Tsangxuan lost to Liu Beifeng by a single move. The rankings for the second round, the arena combat, were all settled. First Xiao Yi. Second Liu Beifeng. Third Li Tsangxuan. This result was sealed the moment Xiao Yi shattered Shen Lang's swordsman dream with a single punch, and it was within everyone's expectations. At the ascension platform, Shengguan Shu looked at the three before him and said with a grave expression, "The third round is the Heart Inquisition. Only by successfully passing this round can one become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Here I offer a word of caution. This round is perilous, it probes your very heart and could lead to qi deviation. If you are afraid, you may withdraw now. Those who withdraw will be considered as forfeiting." Li Tsangxuan and Liu Beifeng exchanged a glance, nodded and said in unison, "Lord Shengguan, we have come this far with great difficulty. How could we possibly forfeit?" "Humph, with such weak strength you sure talk big." Xiao Yi habitually sneered, then turned to Shengguan Shu and urged indifferently, "Stop wasting time. Let's begin quickly." Shengguan Shu frowned slightly but said nothing. Instead he ordered a massive stone platform to be brought and placed in the middle of the three. This stone platform is called the Heart Inquisition platform. It functions like the bone measurement steel, simply place your hand gently upon it. Once the Heart Inquisition begins, if you awaken within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, your heart nature is considered supreme. If within half an hour, it is considered superior. Only those with a superior heart nature are qualified to become direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, the rest are not accepted. Shengguan Shu recited the conditions for passing as per protocol. Both Li Tsangxuan and Liu Beifeng were somewhat tense. After all, they were only one step away from becoming direct disciples of Ziyun Peak. Failing at this stage would be a regret they would never live down. In contrast, Xiao Yi looked completely at ease, as if he were confident of passing the Heart Inquisition with ease. The old man Li within the jade token, seeing Xiao Yi's arrogant demeanor, felt it necessary to offer a reminder, "Disciple, do not be careless. This Heart Inquisition platform can illuminate the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden deep within a person's heart and fabricate the very things you most desire or fear. If you become trapped within, you might never awaken. In this round your master can be of no help to you." "What?" Xiao Yi's expression immediately changed. The reason he had appeared so nonchalant was precisely because he had his master. In the past, whenever he encountered danger, his master would always intervene in time to turn misfortune into fortune. But now his master said he could not help. What if he couldn't get through? Would that mean? "Master, what should your disciple do?" Xiao Yi asked anxiously. Li replied, "Disciple, do not panic. You only need to remember that everything you see is an illusion. Guard your true heart and you will prevail." "I understand, master. But what is your disciple's true heart?" Xiao Yi asked. Li thought for a moment. "Disciple, your true heart is..." Before he could finish, "Xiao Yi, you may place your hand on the stone platform." Shengguan Shu's urging voice came from beside him. "Forget it. I, Xiao Yi, am single-mindedly devoted to the Tao. My heart of a strong practitioner is as firm as a rock. Why should I fear the Heart Inquisition?" Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. Without waiting to hear the rest of Li's words, he placed his hand on the stone platform. With a hum, the surrounding environment abruptly transformed. Xiao Yi looked down and found himself floating in the air. Before he could even grasp the situation, a dazzling sword light came shooting toward him. In an instant the shadow of death seemed to envelop him. In his terror he urgently called out to the jade token on his chest, "Master, save me." But the jade token was as if broken, emitting not a single sound. "Master! Master! Damn it! You've absorbed so much of my soul power, yet you're utterly useless at a critical moment. I've wasted so much time calling you master, you wretched flame sovereignly. Not coming out. Watch me smash you to pieces." In his fury he reached out and tore the jade token from his chest. But before he could throw it, his vision went completely black. When he awoke again, he felt an unbearable pain all over his body, as if every bone had been ground to dust. It hurt so much. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I in the air? Xiao Yi's face was filled with horror. At the same time a sharp sword light tore through the void, slashing toward him. Xiao Yi felt as if he were facing not a sword but a mountain of blades pressing down on him with crushing force. No matter how he struggled, he was completely immobilized, on the verge of perishing at any moment. "Little Martin, save me!" Xiao Yi, terrified to the extreme, screamed hoarsely at the purple demonic beast beside him. The purple beast acted as if it hadn't heard him, casting him an indifferent glance before flying away without looking back. Why? Aren't we brothers? Back when you were dying it was I who saved you. You beast. I was truly blind. The sword light pierced through his body. The light in Xiao Ye's eyes swiftly faded and he fell dead on the spot. After enduring dozens of deaths, Xiao Ye's consciousness had grown utterly blurred. His entire body felt as though it had been pierced by swords countless times, then crudely stitched together with needle and thread. Am I about to die? Xiao Ye's voice was hoarse and harsh, his throat seemingly filled with blood. With every word he spoke, crimson liquid gushed forth. Just as the sword light descended once more, he suddenly lifted his head to gaze upon the wielder of the blade. She was as pure and cold as the radiant moon, as ethereal as a celestial maiden from the moon palace. Her figure swayed gracefully like a willow by the shore, her skin as fair as finest jade. She exuded an otherworldly aura untouched by mortal dust, no human of this world but a fairy from the heavenly courts. How could such a beauty wield a sword against him? Xiao Yi had encountered countless women on his journey, even wild foxes of the mountains, all of whom had coveted him, yearning to drag him into their lairs for endless revelry. This must be an illusion. Xiao Yi burst into arrogant laughter, remembering that he was undergoing the heart's trial of Tao inquiry. Thus he faced the terrifying sword light with composure. Sure enough, the sword light was but a phantom, it shattered before even touching him. A mere heart-questioning platform thinks it can trap me. That's nothing but a pipe dream. I will still be first in this third trial. Xiao Yi was brimming with confidence, already preparing to awaken and bask in the admiration of the crowd. Yet in the next instant the surroundings shifted once more. This time he found himself in an antiquated room, the air filled with a fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Beside him a voluptuous beauty lay drunkenly slumped over a table, her breath light and shallow. Her delicate flushed cheeks were as ripe and tempting as a honey peach. Xiao Ye's throat tightened, his gaze burning with fervor. He reached out, gently caressing her smooth back. Madame Yun, are you all right? The graceful woman known as Madame Yun turned her head, her eyes hazy with intoxication, her crimson lips alluring. Husband, little Dong has grown up. Don't you want another? Of course I do. Xiao Yi like a ravenous wolf pounced upon the beauty. Meanwhile, outside at the base of the ascension platform. Look! Did Lu Bifang's eyelids just twitch? It seems so. But that can't be, only a single incense stick's time has passed. Is he about to awaken? You underestimate Lu Beifeng. Since childhood the Lu family has tempered him with assassins. After age 10 they sent him alone into the cloud-floating mountains for months. His mental fortitude is extraordinary. Heavens, please don't let Lu Beifeng wake up. I've bet 100 mid-grade spirit stones on Xiao Yi. You only bet 100. I've wagered 500. Then you'll probably both lose. Look at Xiao Yi, pale frowning. He's clearly about to fail this trial. Bullshit. Xiao Ye's bones are of supreme quality. How could his heart be weak? A gambler who had staked everything shouted loudly, but his bluster betrayed deep anxiety. After all, Xiao Ye's pallor and furrowed brow suggested he was truly stumped, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Within the jade pendant, Elderly was deeply worried for Xiao Yi. As his master he knew the young man all too well. Since stepping into the world, Xiao Yi had faced few real dangers. The greatest crisis was that one sword strike, but Elderly had exhausted his soul force to protect him, and the little mink had absorbed most of the impact. In truth, Xiao Yi had never truly faced life and death peril. A cultivator who has never endured the trials of life and death cannot possess a heart stronger than those who walk the edge of the abyss. And Xiao Yi had one glaring flaw: an extreme lust for beauty. Whether young girls, mature women, wives or widows, if she was fair he was powerless to resist. This was what worried his master most. He had meant to warn Xiao Yi not to be ensnared by feminine charms, but Sheng Guanshu had rushed him, leaving no time for the admonition. Elderly stared intently at Xiao Yi, deeply troubled. Suddenly he noticed Xiao Yi's pallid complexion flush with color, his breath steady and strong. Could it be? Elderly's heart leaped with joy and a roar of cheers erupted from below the ascension platform. Lu Beifeng has awakened. Though it took longer than an incense stick, it was within half an hour. His heart is rated as high grade. He passed, and he's first. Second in martial arts, first in heart. Doesn't that mean he has a better chance than Xiao Yi to become a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak? Ha! Those who bet on Xiao Yi might as well line up to jump off the city wall tonight. Don't say that or they'll drag you along. Liu Beifeng opened his eyes, which were bloodshot and brimming with unquenched killing intent. The vision he had faced in the heart trial was from his 10th year when the family sent him into the cloud-floating mountains. He was ambushed by 3 demon wolves and due to a moment's carelessness nearly had his throat torn out. This memory haunted his dreams, waking him in a cold sweat. At first, finding himself in the mountains, he was terrified. Before he could react, a wolf pounced and bit through his neck. After dying over a dozen times, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He recalled that at age 10, though the 3 wolves were cunning and fearsome, he had ultimately slain them all. They were never this terrifying. Then it dawned on him this was an illusion. This time he let the wolf leap at him, and just as its jaws closed around his neck, he struck out with a palm. The scene shattered like a reflection in water or a moon in a mirror, dissolving into nothing. I am first. Liu Beifeng glanced at Li Zhangshuan and Xiao Yi, who still had their eyes closed. A flicker of joy crossed his face, but it quickly faded into calm. Shangguan Shu approached him and said sincerely, Liu Beifeng, congratulations. You are the top of the heart-questioning trial. Next you will be tested by Envoy Shui. I sincerely hope you will give your all and win his favor. Having interacted briefly with Xiao Yi, Shangguan Shu understood that the young man was vengeful. If Xiao Yi became a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, Shangguan Shu would surely face retribution. Rather than wait idly, it was better to befriend Liu Beifeng. Though Liu was inferior in both bone quality and strength, in the world of cultivation, talent determines the lower limit but mental fortitude determines the upper limit. Liu Beifeng possessed excellent mental fortitude. Even if he lagged behind Xiao Yi now, the future was uncertain. If Shangguan Shu or Envoy Shui choosing among the 3, he would select Liu Beifeng. Having said this, Shangguan Shu silently slipped a storage ring into Liu Beifeng's hand and patted his shoulder. Liu Beifeng, feeling the pat, looked slightly uncomfortable. He glanced at the ring in his hand, gritted his teeth as if making a decision. City Lord Shangguan, becoming a personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak has always been my goal. Please keep this. Seeing the storage ring return to his own hand, Shangguan Shu was taken aback. He forced a faint smile. Very well. I wish you success in achieving your wish. Nearly half an hour had passed. With a sudden spurt of blood, Li Zhangshuan opened his eyes and looked urgently at Shangguan Shu. City Lord Shangguan, did I pass? Shangguan Shu glanced at the time and smiled. If you had woken up any later, you would have been eliminated. Li Zhangshuan was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha, I never expected my mental fortitude to be of the highest grade. The scene he encountered during the heart inquiry was from when he was 6 years old. An old beggar had stopped him, insisting on selling him a cultivation technique. When he refused, the old beggar beat him until his face was swollen and bruised, forcing him to accept the technique through tears. The technique was indeed a fraud. He tried to cultivate it several times but failed each time, and this incident became the most terrifying memory of his life. At first, upon seeing the old beggar, he turned and ran. But before he could get far, he looked up and found the old beggar standing before him, smilingly holding out the technique. He still refused to buy it. The old beggar grew angry, grabbed him and beat him again, cursing that he didn't recognize a good thing and deserved the beating. Only when Li Zhangshuan was beaten to the brink of death and could endure no more did he pay for the technique. This happened dozens more times. Finally, in the last round, Li Zhangshuan clenched his teeth and refused to buy, even at the cost of his life. The old beggar let out a deep sigh, looking at him with a mix of regret and disappointment. Child, it seems we truly have no fate. The illusion vanished. Li Zhangshuan awoke and laughed for a while, but a hollow feeling crept into his heart. It was as if something profoundly important to him had disappeared from his life, yet he couldn't discern what it was. After pondering fruitlessly for a long time, he frowned and asked Shangguan Shu, City Lord Shangguan, am not third, am I? You are second. Xiao Yi hasn't awakened yet. Shangguan Shu replied indifferently, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. The time had passed. Even if Xiao Yi possessed an exceptional bone structure and unparalleled combat prowess, he could no longer become a direct disciple of the Ziyun Peak. Naturally, he no longer feared the other's retaliation. Hearing this, Li Zhangshuan looked at Xiao Yi in shock. He couldn't believe that this arrogant fellow's mental fortitude hadn't even reached the highest grade. A sudden urge to laugh welled up inside him. The old manly within the jade pendant watched Xiao Yi, whose breath was rapid and face flushed, and a bitter feeling crept into his heart. It seemed his disciple was hopelessly trapped in carnal desires. This was a complete disaster. Meanwhile below the ascension platform the crowd was in an uproar filled with mockery and ridicule. Damn, Xiaoyi still hasn't woken up. Half an hour has passed, he has no chance to become a direct disciple of Xian Peak. So what if he has an exceptional bone structure? What if his combat power defies the heavens? He's still eliminated just like us. And he dared to mock me. Without the protection of being a Xian Peak direct disciple, I'll make sure you die here in Qinyuan City. Brother Yen, count me in. And me. My father has already sent 2 core formation elders, I guarantee he won't escape even if he grows wings. Those whom Xiao Yi had offended had formed an alliance of avengers determined to turn Qinyuan City into his burial ground. Listening to the clamor below, the old man Li's face turned grim. Even with his immense abilities he couldn't lead Xiao Yi to safety through the siege of so many. Moreover, his soul power had yet to recover and the little mink was severely injured, left to heal at the inn. Was Xiao Yi truly doomed? For some reason the old man Li suddenly felt a hint of relief. At that moment Xiao Yi remained trapped in the illusion. Husband, come play. Alright. Husband. Wife, say no more. This repeated hundreds of times. Husband. The voluptuous beauty teased Xiao Yi from the side. Xiao Yi's gaze was clear. He slapped her hand away and said disdainfully, a mere illusion thinks it can trap me. Break. The illusion shattered under his righteous gaze. An hour later Xiao Yi opened his eyes looking like a great sage who had seen through all worldly affairs. He declared arrogantly, how could the heart inquiry trial possibly stop me? Then he looked at Shengguan Shu with an air of superiority. I'm first place, right? Liu Beifeng and Li Tsangxuan, who had been waiting nearby, both responded with a look of utter confusion. Shengguan Shu's expression was impassive. Xiao Yi, you just woke up after an hour. Your mental fortitude is of the lowest grade. I'm sorry, but you failed the heart inquiry trial. You may leave. Impossible. How could I be inferior to them? You must have used underhanded tactics. I knew you wouldn't sit idly by and let me become a direct disciple of Xian Peak. Xiao Yi sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury and his teeth clenched as he glared at Shengguan Shu. The old man Li had once told him he was a child of destiny destined to become a supreme powerhouse. So how could his mental fortitude be inferior to others? Shengguan Shu's face darkened with anger. Xiao Yi, this city lord has presided over the Ascension Assembly with absolute impartiality, as everyone can see. If you dare spout any more nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing Shengguan Shu's words, the crowd below the platform chimed in to support him. Xiao Yi, we saw everything the city lord did. He even waited an extra half hour to prevent you from going into chi deviation. It's one thing to be outmatched, but to cause a fuss like this is truly disgusting. Heaven must be blind to grant such a person an exceptional bone structure. I spit on that. Get the hell down now and stop making a fool of yourself. It's sickening to watch. Hearing the entire crowd denounce him, Xiao Yi, instead of reflecting on himself, clenched his fists and ground his teeth in resentment. Fine, fine, fine. You people are all incredibly foolish to be deceived by this man. I want to see senior sister Xue. Surely she will see the truth and seek justice for me. Disciple. The old man Li in the jade pendant was about to speak. Master, you saw it too, didn't you? These people conspired against me. Once I become a direct disciple of Xian Peak, I will first kill Shengguan Shu the instigator and then slaughter everyone down there. Xiao Yi's nearly maniacal raving startled even the old man Li. How had it come to this? Xiao Yi had suddenly lost his senses. Before this, although he was timid and lecherous, he could still keep a clear head when faced with problems. But now? Could he have miscalculated the heavenly fate? Was the Qingming sect not a place of opportunity for Xiao Yi but one of great peril? What status does Envoy Xue hold? Do you think you're worthy of an audience with her? Exactly. And you have the audacity to call her senior sister. Do you realize you've already lost the qualification to become a Xian Peak direct disciple? If I were you, I'd sneak away with my tail between my legs. If you leave now, you might still live. Any later and you're as good as dead. Just as the crowd was lambasting Xiao Yi, a figure in a green dress flew through the air. Fairy Xue is here. Wow, does she seem even more beautiful? Shut up, you simp. In my heart, Fairy Xue is like the eternal bright moon in the sky. This Xiao Yi refused to leave when he had the chance. Now that Fairy Shui is here, he's going to make an even bigger fool of himself. He has full-blown persecution mania. If you're bad, just practice more. A weak mental fortitude is a weak mental fortitude. Under the gaze of the crowd, the figure in the green dress landed on the ascension platform. She looked at Xiaoyi, then took out the jade slip from her waist and confirmed it several times before striding toward him on her long straight legs. Xiaoyi's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that senior sister Shui had already noticed me? Had she even secretly recorded me with a memory crystal when I wasn't looking? Did she like him? Fairy Shui, why is she walking toward Xiaoyi? Could it be that Fairy Shui has known this Xiaoyi all along? No, this Xiaoyi is nothing but a lecherous fiend. Please don't let a scumbag like Xiaoyi join the Xian Peak. Below the ascension platform, Shui Jinli's admirers silently prayed in their hearts. A flicker of unease crossed Shengguan Shu's face. Impossible. On the day he presented his visiting card, envoy Shui clearly did not recognize this Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi watched Shui Jinli approach him gracefully, his throat bobbing as a dazzling light sparkled in his eyes. Speaking arrogantly to the elderly within his jade pendant, he declared, "Master, you were right, your disciple is indeed the chosen one. Even though Sister Shui didn't know my name before, she secretly saved my portrait. She must have a crush on me. If she confesses her feelings in public, should your disciple accept or not?" Disciple, judging by her demeanor, it doesn't seem like she's here to confess. Elder Li's perception was exceedingly acute. Though Shui Jinli was gifted enough to conceal her killing intent perfectly, even from nascent soul cultivators, it could not escape his eyes. This Shui Jinli had come to kill Xiaoyi. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? Sister Shui must be here too. Xiaoyi was about to rebuke Elder Li in displeasure, but before he could finish his words, Shui Jinli's delicate frame surged with an unparalleled aura, her oppressive might bursting forth like a floodgate opening. The crowd felt an intense pressure, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Breathing became labored and their very souls trembled. Facing this oppressive force directly, Xiaoyi felt a vast cloud sea-like aura cage him like a prison. His organs, limbs and bones were crushed under the weight. The 3,000 drops of mana condensed within his body were sealed tight, as stagnant as a dead sea, utterly immovable. Sister Shuiyu. Xiaoyi looked up, his chest burning like a raging fire under the pressure, his throat searing as if spewing flames. He stared in disbelief at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Silence. Shui Jinli glared coldly at Xiaoyi, her voice dripping with frost. She could not fathom that the person under her senior sister's kill order would be right under her nose, audaciously participating in the Xian Peak's disciple selection. To her, this was a blatant slap to Xian Peak's face. As the third direct disciple of Xian Peak, she was duty-bound to execute this clown on the spot as a warning to others. Thus she struck with full force from the very start. After all, anyone who could escape her senior sister's grasp must possess means of survival. That scared me. I really thought Fairy Shui knew this Xiaoyi. This Xiaoyi brought it on himself. If he had just stepped down obediently, nothing would have happened. Now look, he's disrupted the Ascension Assembly and surely enraged Fairy Shui. You asked for justice and justice was served, so why aren't you happy? Xiaoyi, I've learned my lesson, please spare me. The atmosphere in the venue lightened instantly. The crowd watched Xiaoyi trembling on the platform as if he were a joke. At that moment, beneath the abyss-like pressure, Xiaoyi's bones creaked and groaned. The intense, almost tangible killing intent eroded his already fragile spirit, making it even more vulnerable. Thud. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to his knees. Why is this happening? Am I not the chosen one? Shouldn't every beauty throw herself into my arms? Then why is Shui Jinli? Master, what should your disciple do? Xiaoyi urgently called out to the jade pendant in his heart. Yet no response came from within. Master, your disciple is at death's door. Save me quickly. Don't you want to restore your physical form? Xiaoyi cried out in desperation. But the jade pendant remained silent. Master, are you truly going to watch me die? I understand now. I see it all clearly. This Qingming sect is not a place of opportunity for me but my grave. You tricked me into coming here so I would die, allowing you to find a new host, didn't you? But I won't let you have your way. Watch me smash you to pieces. Xiaoyi's face twisted with fury as he reached with difficulty for the jade pendant on his chest. Elderly curled in a corner of the pendant felt his tense mind relax. Come on, smash the pendant. Let this karmic bond between us end here. He was utterly exhausted. Everything he had done was for the sake of this disciple. Yet this disciple was unbearably arrogant, believing himself above all others. He never used his head, stubbornly following his own path, and never heeded his advice. If only he had listened to just one piece of advice, this perilous situation would never have come to pass. But suddenly a memory surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind. It was the illusion he had experienced on the heart-questioning platform. At this moment everything unfolding before him was almost identical to that illusion. A woman of peerless beauty sought to kill him, and his master, who treated him like a son, refused to save him. So. Xiao Yi lowered his head, his hand frozen in midair, his expression shifting. A chilling, sinister laugh escaped his lips. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha, this is an illusion. I must still be in the illusion. Come on, kill me. Xiao Ye's smile grew increasingly twisted, as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. Elderly felt he was going mad too. What illusion nonsense. Had the heart questioning drained not only his energy but also his brain? Just smash the pendant already. He suddenly wondered if he had miscalculated the celestial fate. Otherwise, how could he have divined that Xiao Yi was the chosen one? He decided that once his soul power recovered slightly, he would recalculate who the true chosen one was. Below the ascension platform the crowd was bewildered. Has Xiao Yi gone mad? With such a weak will, it's no wonder he cracked under Fairy Shue's terrifying pressure. I think not. He's definitely faking insanity to escape Fairy Shue's punishment. Such petty tricks dare to be shown before Fairy Shue. Nonsense. Shue Jinli's emerald-like eyes were icy and indifferent. With a cold shout she swung her long whip wrapped in strands of crimson light. Within it a fire dragon seemed to roar and lunge, hurtling toward Xiao Yi to tear him apart. Yet in the next instant, a sudden anomaly occurred. Boundless divine radiance appeared out of nowhere, as if the heavenly river had cascaded down from the 9 skies. A thunderbolt of immense power, seemingly born from the depths of the firmament, shot forth before Xiao Yi, intercepting the fire dragon-like whip. Crackle! The moment they clashed, a harsh sizzling sound erupted. The unstoppable fire dragon under the vast divine thunder disintegrated in an instant, scattering into the air. This thunder technique is terrifying. Below the ascension platform the crowd was stunned. Shue Jinli's eyes flickered as she looked toward the source of the divine thunder beneath the platform. There stood a middle-aged man in a grey Daoist robe, holding a jade-handled fly whisk and carrying an ancient Daoist sword on his back. He appeared somewhat disheveled. The man stroked the 2 tufts of oil-slick mustache on his face and said calmly, "Niece Shue, that young man hasn't committed any grave offense. Why must you be so relentless, insisting on taking his life? How about, for the sake of your uncle, you spare his life?" The newcomer was none other than the master of the Heavenly Thunder Peak, one of the 6 peaks alongside Xian Peak, Wanjun Jinren. The appearance of Venerable Wanjun caused a massive commotion. "I recognize him, he is Venerable Wanjun, the Peak Lord of Heavenly Thunder Peak." Heavenly Thunder Peak, isn't that one of the 6 meridians? Why would Venerable Wanjun stop Fairy Shue? Could there be a conflict between Purple Cloud Peak and Heavenly Thunder Peak? I doubt it's just a conflict. In my opinion, this Xiao Yi might be Venerable Wanjun's illegitimate son. Whoa, now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Apart from those 2 scraggly mustaches, the 2 of them look almost identical. Below the ascension platform endless debates raged, with many believing that Xiao Yi and Venerable Wanjun were undoubtedly connected in some dubious way. "Senior Uncle Wanjun, you intend to stop me?" Shue Jinli's eyes turned deep and somber as her hand gripping the whip tightened silently. "What? Does Junior Niece Shue wish to spar with me?" Venerable Wanjun squinted and said with a chuckle. "Senior Uncle Wanjun's thunder techniques are unmatched, no one in the entire Qingming sect can rival you. Even if you gave your junior niece 1,000 or 100,000 guts, I wouldn't dare spar with you. Since Senior Uncle insists on protecting this man, Jinli would not dare defy an elder." Shue Jinli's radiant eyes flickered with a faint smile. She then withdrew her long whip back to her waist, walked before Liu Beifeng and Li Zhangshuan and asked softly, "You 2 have passed the selection." Liu Beifeng and Li Zhangshuan looked restrained and nodded in unison. "Would you be willing to join Purple Cloud Peak?" Shue Jinli inquired gently. Both Liu Beifeng and Li Zhangshuan were thrilled. If they didn't want to join Purple Cloud Peak, why would they have participated in the selection? Just as they were about to nod in agreement, they heard Venerable Wanjin's indifferent voice from below the platform. You two little ones must think carefully. Joining Purple Cloud Peak doesn't guarantee becoming a personal disciple. My junior brother is very picky, otherwise Purple Cloud Peak wouldn't have only 7 personal disciples. But Heavenly Thunder Peak is different. I promise you both, if you're willing to join, I'll immediately accept you as personal disciples. As these words fell, the crowd seemed to sense a whiff of gunpowder. This Xiao Yi must truly be Venerable Wanjin's illegitimate son, why else would he compete with Fairy Xue for disciples at this moment? This was surely to vent for Xiao Yi. Senior Uncle Wanjun speaks truly. My master perfected Lord Su Yang, as the youngest nascent soul perfected lord in the entire northern prefecture, naturally wouldn't accept mediocrities and wastes as personal disciples. Unlike Senior Uncle Wanjin's Heavenly Thunder Peak, which teaches all comers without discrimination, accepting anyone no matter how misshapen or flawed as long as they're willing to join. I still remember the last 6 Peaks Grand Tournament. The chief personal disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak met my 7th junior sister in the first round and was knocked off the platform before 10 exchanges. Oh, I've almost forgotten, Senior Uncle Wanju, and what fine ranking did Heavenly Thunder Peak achieve in that tournament? Xue Jinli blinked her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes as clear as a lake, her tone playful. Venerable Wanjun's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze slightly. It seems Senior Uncle Wanjun has forgotten too. That's all right. Xue Jinli was magnanimous. She then looked at Liu Beifeng and Li Tsangxuan and said casually, for 7 consecutive 6 Peaks Grand Tournaments our Purple Cloud Peak has been first. If you two want to join Purple Cloud Peak, you must have the confidence to win the next tournament for us. If you lack that confidence, I advise you to join Heavenly Thunder Peak instead. After all, losing there doesn't matter since Senior Uncle Wanjun doesn't care. The rumors say that among Purple Cloud Peak's 7 personal disciples, junior niece Xue is the sharpest tongued. Seeing it now, it's certainly true. Venerable Wanjun's expression was murky and unreadable, his tone neither yin nor yang. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Uncle Wanjun. But in your Heavenly Thunder Peak there isn't even one with a sharp tongue. After every 6 Peaks Grand Tournament they're like they've been cursed, utterly silent. One might mistake them for a bunch of mutes. Xue Jinli smiled radiantly. Below the ascension platform the crowd was nearly frightened into silence by her words. After all, Xue Jinli had all but said outright that everyone in Venerable Wanjun's Heavenly Thunder Peak was worthless, and that Venerable Wanjun's face was thicker than city walls. To speak so boldly to an elder fairy, Xue truly was brave, unmatched in valor. Yet Fairy Xue dared to humiliate Venerable Wanjun because she had the backing to do so. After all, with the support of Purple Cloud Peak and perfected Lord Su Yang behind her, Venerable Wanjun might not dare to do anything to Fairy Xue. If I were Liu Beifeng or the other, I'd definitely join Purple Cloud Peak. Fairy Xue is simply too domineering. No, joining Purple Cloud Peak carries too much pressure. Better to join Heavenly Thunder Peak and coast along. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Besides, winning first in the 6 Peaks Grand Tournament isn't easy. According to reliable sources, all 36 peaks of Qingming Sect have prodigies emerging. So joining Heavenly Thunder Peak is the easier path. What a lack of ambition. With 7 monstrous senior sisters and a nascent soul perfected lord as your master, if you still can't outdo the other 35 peaks, you might as well go die. Well said, fellow Taoist. Purple Cloud Peak has few wolves and plenty of meat. Heavenly Thunder Peak has many wolves and little meat. Anyone with aspirations for the pinnacle of the immortal path would choose Purple Cloud Peak without hesitation. Below the ascension platform the onlookers argued incessantly. Hearing the murmurs around him, Venerable Wanjun's expression turned somewhat sour. Have you decided? Xue Jinli asked. I've decided. I want to join Purple Cloud Peak. Liu Beifeng didn't hesitate at all, his tone resolute. Good. Xue Jinli nodded slightly. Apologies, Fairy Xue. Compared to Purple Cloud Peak, I'd rather join Heavenly Thunder Peak. Li Tsangxuan wavered for a while but ultimately gave up on joining Purple Cloud Peak. After all, he felt his talent was insufficient. If he joined Purple Cloud Peak, he certainly couldn't help them win the next 6 Peaks Grand Tournament. It was better to join Heavenly Thunder Peak and become Venerable Wanjun's personal disciple. Venerable Wanjun's expression softened slightly and he boomed with laughter. From today onward you are my personal disciple. Disciple Li Tsangxuan pays respects to master. Li Tsangxuan bowed deeply to Venerable Wanjun. Haha, good disciple, rise. Venerable Wanjun raised his hand lightly, and from several zhang away he directly brought Li Tsangxuan to his side. This masterful move immediately drew exclamations from the crowd. Could that be void shift? Has Venerable Wanjun grasped a trace of the law of void? In the entire northern prefecture almost no one can master the law of void. With Venerable Wanjun's unmatched thunder techniques, if he also comprehends the way of void, even that perfected Lord Su would be slightly inferior to him. Suddenly it feels like joining Heavenly Thunder Peak wouldn't be so bad. Senior Uncle Wanjuan Jinli has completed the task assigned by my master. I won't linger in Qianyuan City. Farewell. Shui Jinli remained composed, looking at Venerable Wanjun with an unyielding tone. Go ahead. Venerable Wanjun waved his hand with a forced smile. Then Shui Jinli pulled a boat-shaped artifact from her storage ring and chanted an incantation. The artifact instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye a spirit boat capable of holding 100 people appeared on the ascension platform. Board the boat. Shui Jinli instructed. Liu Beifeng followed her onto the spirit boat. In an instant the boat turned into a black dot and vanished into the distant sky. After Shui Jinli left, Venerable Wanjun stepped onto the ascension platform. Shengguan Shu respectfully stepped aside. But Venerable Wanjun didn't even glance at him. He instructed Li Tsangxuan to help the terrified Xiao Yi to the side, then looked at the crowd below and announced, "Those who passed the bone testing gate earlier, if you wish to join Heavenly Thunder Peak, step onto the platform. I'll wait for only 1 incense stick's time. Miss it and you'll miss your chance." The youths who had been eliminated and lost all hope were ecstatic upon hearing Venerable Wanjun's words, as if a massive pie had fallen from the sky and knocked them senseless. Venerable Wanjun, I'm willing to join. And me? I've longed for Heavenly Thunder Peak for so long. On the spirit boat. Liu Beifeng sat somewhat awkwardly in the cabin. Though the interior decorations appeared novel, she dared not look around, sitting upright with her gaze fixed straight ahead. After maintaining this posture for a while, she sensed something amiss. Why had senior sister Shui stayed outside for so long without entering? With confusion, Liu Beifeng rose and cautiously walked toward the cabin's exit. Peeking out, she saw senior sister Shui standing at the boat's prow, clouds rolling before her like a white dragon. Could senior sister Shui be admiring the scenery? Liu Beifeng drew near quietly. When she saw senior sister Shui furiously sending messages with a jade slip, her expression almost gnashing her teeth, a question mark appeared on Liu Beifeng's forehead. Senior sister Shui, what are you doing? Liu Beifeng asked softly. Shui Jinli, startled by Liu Beifeng's voice, nearly dropped the jade slip off the spirit boat in her panic. Fortunately, Shui Jinli was quick-witted. She snatched the whip from her waist, flicked it toward the jade slip, and like a grappling hook yanked the communication jade slip back. Phew, good thing it didn't fall. Shui Jinli let out a long sigh of relief, her ample chest rising and falling with each breath, a sight most pleasing to the eye. This jade slip of hers contained who knows how many records. If it were lost and someone else picked it up, the consequences would be dire. At the very least, she wouldn't dare set foot off Ziyun Peak for a long time. Beifeng, why don't you make a sound when you walk? Shui Jinli scolded. Senior sister, I do make sounds. Listen. With that, Liu Beifeng lightly tapped the deck, producing faint noises. Shui Jinli shot Liu Beifeng a glare. Beifeng, lucky for you, you joined our Ziyun Peak. If you'd joined Tianlai Peak and dared talk back to your senior siblings like that, you'd be hung on Duanchang Cliff for 3 whole days and nights. Liu Beifeng scratched her head dully, as if not understanding Shui Jinli's meaning. You saw just now, didn't you? Shui Jinli asked. I saw. Liu Beifeng nodded. Alright, since you saw, I suppose there's no need to hide it. Shui Jinli puffed out her cheeks indignantly, saying, that old scoundrel Wanjun dares to bully me like this simply because I'm alone outside with no master to back me. There's no way I, Shui Jinli, will swallow this insult. Then, as you saw, I spiced it up. Ahem. And told all my senior and junior sisters. From now on, if any disciple of Tianlai Peak dares step a foot outside Qingming Sect, I'll break their dog legs. As for that old scoundrel Wanjun, the master herself will deal with him. So, little Beifeng, no regrets about joining Ziyun Peak, right? After saying this, Shui Jinli draped her arm over Liu Beifeng's shoulder and even hooked a finger under her chin, her demeanor like a bandit harassing a virtuous woman. Senior Sister Shui, men and women should not touch. Liu Beifeng said, flustered. Little Beifeng, do you really want me to expose you? Shui Jinli reached out toward Liu Beifeng's chest. Liu Beifeng, flustered, blocked her hand, her face reddening as she stammered, I don't know what Senior Sister Shui is talking about. Still pretending. Shui Jinli hooked a finger under the cloth strap on Liu Beifeng's chest, teasing, Little Beifeng is binding your chest comfortable. Senior Sister Shui, how? How did you find out? Liu Beifeng hugged her arms tightly over her chest, mortified and indignant. You might not know this, but you're not the only one on Ziyun Peak who likes to dress as a man. But none of them have your talent, even with your chest bound the truth is still obvious. Shui Jinli, accustomed to the disguise of a certain junior sister surnamed Qin, was especially sensitive to such things. She had seen through Liu Beifeng at first glance. I don't like dressing as a man. Liu Beifeng lowered her head, murmuring softly. Little Beifeng, I know some reason must have forced you to disguise yourself. But I want you to know that now that you've joined Ziyun Peak you have nothing to fear. If the heavens fall, your senior sister will hold them up. If I can't, then the master will. Shui Jinli wrapped an arm around Liu Beifeng's shoulder, speaking with heroic flair. Liu Beifeng's eyes glistened with emotion, biting her lip gently as she nodded firmly. Senior Sister Shui, you're different from what I imagined. Different? Shui Jinli perked up with interest. How so? Tell me. I thought Senior Sister Shui would be the kind of ethereal, aloof and elegant immortal untouched by worldly dust. But after this short time together I find you seem. Liu Beifeng paused, her delicate brows furrowing as she racked her brain for the right word. A she-demon? Shui Jinli raised an eyebrow. Liu Beifeng quickly waved her hand, stammering, No. No. What do you mean, no? I am a she-demon. Next time don't call me an immortal or you'll get angry. Got it. Shui Jinli tapped Liu Beifeng's forehead with her finger, her tone fierce. Got it. Liu Beifeng rubbed her reddened forehead, a strange emotion welling up inside, making her nose tingle. The wind is strong. With your frail frame, don't just stand stupidly on the deck. Get into the cabin. Shui Jinli ruffled Liu Beifeng's hair and headed toward the cabin. All right, Senior Sister Shui. Liu Beifeng sniffled, wiped her reddened eyes with her sleeve and quickly followed Shui Jinli's steps. Qingming Sect. Ziyun Hall. Master, is this comfortable? A little lighter. Master, your cultivation hasn't fully recovered. Your disciple dares not press too hard for fear of hurting your body. What's there to fear? I'm not that fragile. On the bed, Su Yang turned his head to look at Yuanko Xian, who was sitting on his back and massaging him diligently, speaking casually. He possessed the extreme Yang Dao body, how could he be easily hurt by his eldest disciple? All right then, here I come. Yuanko Xian, supporting herself on Su Yang's shoulders, slowly stood up from his waist. Su Yang was about to turn back and continue enjoying his eldest disciple's filial care, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn upward with Yuanko Xian's movement. Su Yang's eyes widened in momentary shock before he forcibly averted his gaze, coughed and said, Disciple, continue. Yuanko Xian had been watching Su Yang all along. How could she miss her master's stunned look? A flush of crimson crept across her face as she said softly, Master, don't be so stiff. Relax. Su Yang. His body was in perfect condition. Was this something he could control? Ahem, disciple, perhaps you should rest for a while. You've been pressing for so long, I'm sure you must be tired. Su Yang wasn't worried about hurting himself. His only concern was that if his eldest disciple pressed down too hard, she might break a hole in the bed. How awkward would that be? For Master Sake, this disciple would never tire. Yuan Kongshuan's voice was clear and lively, yet it carried a hint of seductive charm. Su Yang couldn't help but find it suggestive. He felt like Tang Sanzang, and his eldest disciple was like a seductive demoness, coveting his beauty, always ready to act but never following through, as if she feared something. It was obvious that he, the master, was now soft and vulnerable. Even if pinned down, he would only put on a humiliated master act. Master, why have you suddenly gone silent? Your master is of course too stiff to speak. Master, what did you say? Yuan Zongxian blinked her beautiful eyes, curious. My chest is rather stiff. Disciple, press here. To avoid any awkwardness, Su Yang simply turned over, closed his eyes and lay spread-eagled, allowing Yuan Zongxian to do as she pleased. Very well, master. Yuan Zongxian bit her rosy lips, gazing intently at her master, who looked like a gentleman. Her jewel-like pupils shimmered with a pink luster. She gently kneaded, and even through the fabric she could feel his smooth, delicate skin. Su Yang, though his eyes were shut, could smell a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, refusing to dissipate. This forced him to adjust his position. But the moment he shifted, his eldest disciple's foot slipped and she tumbled backward. A scream. Su Yang's eyes snapped open. Seeing his disciple falling, he quickly rose and reached out to grab her arm, stopping her descent. But instead of her arm, he caught the hem of her skirt. Ryup, the skirt tore open and Yuan Zongxian landed in a sitting position on Su Yang's lap. Su Yang instinctively looked at his disciple. Damn! Yuan Zongxian was startled by the sudden fall. When she came to her senses, she saw her torn skirt in her master's hand and the slightly intense glint in his eyes. Instantly her fair earlobes flushed pink and her face burned with heat. Overcome with shame, she covered her face with her hands, but then realized that wouldn't hide much. Flustered, she threw her arms around her master and hugged him tightly. Su Yang was fine at first. But as Yuan Zongxian leaned into him, their bodies pressed together. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Tap tap tap, footsteps sounded outside the hall, followed by a gentle voice, "Master." Yuan Kongshuan's body stiffened. She looked frantically at the torn pieces of her dress, panicked. "What do I do? Master, I have no clothes to wear." Su Yang hadn't expected Qingming to come at this moment. A pang of guilt struck him, as if he were a cat caught stealing fish. He quickly straightened his clothes, took a black robe from the wardrobe and handed it to his eldest disciple. "Xian'er, don't panic. Nothing happened between us, we're innocent. Wear my robe first, and once you're dressed, come out. I'll go stop your fourth junior sister." With that, Su Yang leaped to his feet and strode out of the back hall in a few steps. "Innocent? Master, if we were truly innocent, why are you panicking? And why am I panicking?" Yuan Zongxian touched her conscience. Her heart was racing like a herd of stampeding deer, impossible to calm. She shook her head, forcing the strange sensation from her mind, quickly slipped into her master's black robe and examined herself. She found that her master's clothes fit her perfectly, as if tailored just for her. This way fourth junior sister shouldn't notice anything amiss. Yuan Zongxian felt somewhat relieved and walked out of the back hall. Ziyun front hall. Situ Qingming wore a pink palace dress tied with a plain-colored silk sash and a jade hairpin adorned with fine silver beaded tassels in her hair, resembling a refined lady from a scholarly family. Having urgent matters, she intended to go directly to the back hall. But before she reached the door, Su Yang came out. She looked around, saw no sign of the senior apprentice sister, and immediately rushed to throw herself into her master's arms, pouring out the grievances of the past days. The senior apprentice sister was too wicked. To prevent her from harboring improper thoughts toward their master, she had watched her day and night. At the slightest move, the senior apprentice sister would appear like a ghost and block her way. Now she had finally found an opportunity, when the senior apprentice sister was away, to secretly tease her master. "Master." Situ Qingming walked up to Su Yang, about to bury her head in his chest and deeply inhale his pleasant scent, then a voice like a nightmare echoed in her ears. "Shao Qing, what brings you to see master?" The joy on Situ Qingming's face vanished instantly. She looked at Su Yang with grievance, then turned a mournful face toward Yuan Zongxian, who was dressed in a black robe, and said wearily, "Senior apprentice sister, didn't you receive the message from third senior sister? She's furious. Jinli. What happened to her?" To avoid anyone disturbing her time alone with their master, Yuan Zongxian had deliberately left her communication jade slip behind. Upon hearing about his third disciple, Su Yang perked up and looked at Situ Qingming, listening intently for more. Situ Qingming said gloomily, "Didn't third senior sister go down the mountain on your orders to select immortal seedlings? Well, she ran into that person you ordered killed senior apprentice sister. Third senior sister was about to kill him, but then Uncle Wanjun from the Heavenly Thunder Peak was also in Qinyuan City. Not only did he stop third senior sister and save that person, but even worse, he shamelessly tried to snatch the top-grade immortal seedling third senior sister had selected. Master Wanjun. This early game boss has already allied with the protagonist. Has the plot truly collapsed to this extent?" Hearing Situ Qingming's words, Su Yang suppressed a wry smile. In the original narrative, Master Wanjun, perpetually overshadowed by Su Yang's former self, grew increasingly embittered after each Six Veins Grand competition, where disciples of the Thunderclap Peak were repeatedly humiliated. His psyche fractured under the strain, leaving him vulnerable to infiltration by demonic cultists. He ultimately became a mole secretly planted within the Qingming sect. To placate him, the demonic sect bestowed upon Master Wanjun a sinister cultivation manual, the bone-refining demon scripture, a vile art requiring the refinement of over 100 youths possessing exceptional innate foundations before one could even begin to master it. By then Master Wanjun had fully succumbed to darkness, clandestinely refining numerous disciples from the Thunderclap Peak. His current expedition to Qianyuan City, to compete with Xue Jinli for promising cultivators, stemmed from necessity. The remaining disciples at Thunderclap Peak all enjoyed powerful patronage. Any move against them would immediately draw scrutiny from Qingming sect's upper echelons. Thus he turned his gaze outward, to untethered talents beyond the sect's walls. Moreover, while Su Yang's former self clashed with the protagonist, Master Wanjun quietly cultivated his strength in secret, waiting until the protagonist slew Su Yang's former self, then revealing his venomous fangs and targeting the protagonist himself, a genius whose foundation was peerless. Overwhelmed, the protagonist barely escaped with his life, aided only by an ancient jade pendant harboring a venerable mentor and an arsenal of life-saving artifacts, before exposing Master Wanjun, plunging the entire Qingming sect into collective dread. Enraged, the sect's elders dispatched its 3 supreme elder patriarchs to suppress him. But Master Wanjun no longer concealed his allegiance. He openly declared his betrayal and summoned the demonic sect's grand guardian alongside legions of fiendish followers, transforming the Qingming sect into a desolate realm of darkness. Of course, 3 years later the protagonist returned, having traversed the world and accumulated celestial tier fortunes as if heaven itself fed him morsels, his cultivation soaring beyond comprehension. Like a returning deity, he annihilated Master Wanjun and liberated every peerless beauty within the Qingming sect. Yet this triumph incurred the enduring wrath of demonic forces. Thereafter every sect he joined met swift annihilation, except him who alone slipped through fate's grasp, like nested dolls. Su Yang could scarcely fathom how in his past life he had devoured such a storyline with rapt fascination. Yet now that the protagonist stood side by side with Master Wanjun, Su Yang seriously doubted whether the youth could escape the elder's clutches. After all, the protagonist had yet to mature, and had not yet uttered that immortal line, east of the river 30 years west 30 more, never scorn the impoverished youth. A calculating ancient demon versus a fledgling protagonist blessed with heaven-defying fortune, who would prevail? Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Su Yang felt like a detached spectator already champing at the bit to witness Master Wanjun and the protagonist tear each other apart. A quiet thrill surged within Su Yang and an involuntary smile curved his lips, radiant as clouds parting after snow, luminous as dawn breaking across the heavens. Yuan Kuishuan's heart fluttered wildly. That verse, "laugh like stars falling into one's embrace," had found its living embodiment in Master. "I want to topple Master right now." Out of the corner of her eye Situ Qingqing caught her senior sister's lovesick gaze, and silently pleaded, "Master, cease radiating your charm. From now on may your smile grace only your disciples' eyes." "What is it?" Su Yang snapped back to awareness, gazing quizzically at his 2 dazed disciples. "Master, you're cheating." Situ Qingqing puffed her cheeks, her dewy peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. "Nothing, Master, I was merely wondering why you smiled." Yuan Kuishuan gently tugged Situ Qingqing's sleeve, her voice soft as silk. She still believed her junior sister shared her own forbidden admiration, unaware that Situ Qingqing had long since crossed the line into outright rebellion. "I smiled thinking of little Jinli looking like a wronged child," Su Yang replied. Giggle giggle. At once Situ Qingqing burst into peals of laughter, her body swaying like blossoms in spring wind. Third senior sister Xue Jinli was the unrivaled terror of Xian Peak. Even her senior sisters dared not cross her. On impulse she'd pinch, grope or even slap without warning, truly a shameless vixen. She never endured indignity, only inflicted it. If slighted she retaliated instantly. Never, not once, would she swallow her pride and vent grievances to sisters and juniors. Yuan Kuishuan warned, "Qingqing, laugh too long and Jinli will return to beat you." Situ Qingqing stuck out her tongue, "Third sister. She can't even beat me, I'm not afraid." Across Xian Peak she feared only Yuan Kuishuan, and her ever-accelerating master. Yuan Kuishuan cast a graceful glance toward Su Yang and respectfully petitioned, "Master, elder brother Wanjun acts with such brazen arrogance, bullying juniors without restraint. Clearly he holds Xian Peak in utter contempt. Disciple proposes tomorrow I shall ascend Thunderclap Peak to issue formal challenge, and restore justice for third sister Xue." "Unnecessary. We'll address it during the Six Veins Grand Competition. Su Yang declined. He had no intention of confronting the wily Master Wan Jun just yet. Watching rivals devour each other promised far greater entertainment than stepping onto the battlefield himself. Yuan Kuishuan blinked momentarily stunned, as if she'd misheard. Her master had never acted thus before, though outwardly indifferent when Ziyun disciples suffered slights. His actions were always swift, decisive and unyielding. Just last time, after she severed the sect master's personal disciple with a single sword stroke, provoking the master's furious decree to confine her for 10 years in the penitent's cave, her master stormed the master's peak and dueled him for a full day and night, leaving the sect master seething. The very next morning the punishment was rescinded. Now, however, her master chose restraint. Could it be he cared only for her? The thought sent heat flooding her cheeks, her lips pressed tight, her face burning crimson. Then Situ Qingming doused her fantasy with icy realism. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. Master means during the Six Veins Grand Competition we sisters shall fight without mercy. On the arena floor we'll slaughter every single Thunderclap Peak disciple. That way we avenge third sister and expel Thunderclap Peak from the Six Veins entirely, a perfect double victory. Master, this stratagem is truly brilliant. Convinced she divined her master's intent, Situ Qingming gazed up at Su Yang with reverent awe. A question mark hovered above Su Yang's brow. What is this? Am I to await Confucian sages emerging from isolation to debate doctrine on my behalf? He hadn't planned any such thing, he simply craved the spectacle of wolves tearing each other apart. His stipulation to wait until the Six Veins Grand Competition stemmed from cold calculation. The protagonist likely wouldn't survive that long, and even if he did he'd emerge crippled. Meanwhile, Su Yang, steadily drawing power from his disciples' cultivation, might reach terrifying heights of strength. By then a broken, hollowed-out protagonist would be utterly at his mercy, malleable as clay in his hands. Master, is it really like this? Yuan Qianxian lowered her gaze, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Qianchuan, your suggestion is too reckless. Have you never thought that your actions would provoke Lei Wanjun? Su Yang sternly reprimanded. Yuan Qianchuan, you should consider things more thoroughly. Yuan Qianchuan, feeling dejected, replied, it was my oversight as a disciple. Big senior sister, there's actually a day when even you get reprimanded by master. Beside them, Situ Qingming tightened her delicate face, trying hard not to laugh out loud to avoid angering the big senior sister and facing an unnecessary beating. It's good that you realize your mistake. Next time you encounter such matters you must think it through carefully. My cultivation has yet to recover. If that old fellow Lei Wanjun comes looking for trouble, I can only guarantee that I will die before you do. Master. Yuan Qianxian suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Su Yang, her heart stirred with waves of emotion as her previous disappointment transformed into deep guilt and self-reproach. So it was all for her. She had just doubted her master and even held some resentment. Now thinking back, she felt utterly unforgivable, deserving of death. Master, please rest assured I will not let you die in front of me. If anyone dares to come, I will definitely wield my sword to protect you, even if it costs me my life, spirit and reincarnation, I will. Yuan Qianxian became more and more agitated, her words tinged with tears, sparkling droplets welling in her eyes. Oh no, I got too carried away. To avoid the big disciple's tearful situation, he hurriedly interrupted the spell. Qianchuan, what nonsense are you saying? Death is not an option, we must live well. I will obey master's orders. Yuan Qianxian nodded slightly, but a determined light surged in her eyes. She silently vowed that from now on anyone who dared to oppose her master would have to ask the sword in her hand first. All right, you two are so devoted to each other, you'll take my leave. Situ Qingming looked at the affectionate duo before her and suddenly felt a bit superfluous. Hey master, didn't we agree not to exude charm? Why are you turning it up to the max? Situ Qingming wanted to voice her concerns. There was nothing to be done. The master's previous words were simply too impactful. Even if they weren't directed at her, Situ Qingming's heartstrings were still moved to the point that she wished she could learn hundreds of poses, immediately allowing master to play with her as he pleased. Seeing Yuan Qianxian stop crying, Su Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief and asked, when will little Jinli return? Naturally he had high hopes for his third disciple Xue Jinli, as he had already gained some benefits from both Situ Qingming and Yuan Qianxian. After all, based on the patterns he had observed, any first-time experience with the female protagonist would definitely trigger a tenfold critical return. The third disciple's name was Xue Jinli, and it was well known that koi symbolized good fortune. Thus Su Yang sincerely hoped to gain treasures from his third disciple that would quickly enhance his cultivation. His current pace of improvement was still too slow. Ever since he crossed into this world, nearly 7 days had passed, rounding up to a year regardless of how he entered. He just wanted to ask, after a year, how could he still not be invincible in this world? This was unreasonable. Hearing the caring tone of her master, Yuan Qiangshuan's lips curled into a shallow smile like the ripples stirred in a clear pond by falling peach blossoms. Situ Qingqing, however, felt a bit envious. The third senior sister is navigating the spirit boat back. Given the speed of the spirit boat, it will take several hours to reach Ziyun Peak. Although Qianyun City is located near the Qingming Sect. The Qingming Sect's territory is vast, occupying almost a quarter of the northern region. Even among the 36 peaks, traveling back and forth is somewhat inconvenient. Those with slightly lower cultivation must pay certain fees to ride the sect spirit boat, otherwise they might not reach their desired peak even after a day and a night. It is precisely because the disciples of Ziyun Peak are few and wealthy that they can possess a higher-tier spirit boat that is not slow. As for disciples from other peaks who are lower in cultivation and lack spirit stones, they might as well stay in their own peaks to cultivate. As for going out, they shouldn't even think about it. Alright, let's wait for little Jinli to return before discussing further. If you have nothing else, you may leave. I need to cultivate. Su Yang pretended to ignore Situ Qingqing's eager gaze and said in a deep voice. How could he not want to keep Situ Qingqing around? Unfortunately, there was a female demon beside him watching. She neither ate him nor allowed other demons to eat him, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. So, out of sight, out of mind, he sent both of them away. With no women in his heart, he could focus on his training. He had a premonition that within a day at most he would break through to Foundation establishment and become a golden core powerhouse. Understood, master. Yuan Qianxian nodded, lightly bowed to Su Yang and got up, pulling Situ Qingqing out. She had just served her master and had even experienced an awkward situation. She felt that if she stayed alone with her master any longer, she would be utterly embarrassed. Situ Qingqing, disappointed, pouted and crossed her arms, feeling especially aggrieved as she was dragged out of Ziyun Hall by Yuan Qianxian. After the two disciples left, Su Yang turned back to the back hall, looking at the scattered pieces of a skirt on the bed. He blinked, walked over, gathered the pieces into one, and feeling the silk-like texture, he couldn't help but bring it to his nose to sniff. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. To avoid any unusual sensations in his body, he forcefully placed the skirt into the wardrobe and locked it. After locking it, Su Yang's rapid breathing calmed down significantly. He sat on the edge of the bed, bracing himself with his hands leaning back. Phew, thankfully. Su Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air. A moment of relief crossed his face, but it instantly froze as he shot up, looking at the bed. Peach Blossom Forest. Yuan Qianxian routinely escorted Situ Qingqing to her bamboo house. Just as she turned to leave, "Big senior sister," Situ Qingqing called out to her. Yuan Qianxian turned around, her expression cold as she looked at Situ Qingqing. Indeed, once separated from master, big senior sister turns into a block of ice. Situ Qingqing secretly complained in her heart, staring intently at Yuan Qianxuan, her tone somewhat accusatory. "Why are you wearing master's clothes?" Yuan Qiangshuan's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting that her wearing master's clothes so snugly would be noticed by Qingqing. She forced herself to maintain her composure and said lightly, "I stole it." Sima Qingqing never expected the senior apprentice sister to be so brazen. Stealing the master's spoils was one thing, small items were less noticeable, but this robe embroidered with ink clouds was unmistakably the master's garment. How could she steal something so obvious, not even bothering to hide it? She glared fiercely at Yuan Xuanxuan, whose face was cold as frost. "Senior apprentice sister, how could you do this? Now you dare steal the master's clothes. Next, will you steal the master himself?" "No, I must report this to the master." "Report this." The clothes were given by the master. Yuan Qianxian remained even more composed, her jade green eyes scanning lazily as she said nonchalantly, "Xiaoqing, I stole the clothes with my own skill. Go ahead and tattle to the master. I won't stop you. But if the master punishes me, he'll punish you." Yuan Qianxian still didn't want Xiaoqing to rashly disturb the master, as his cultivation was being rebuilt and he needed time to recuperate in stillness. "Senior apprentice sister, you're being unreasonable." Sima Qingqing's delicate frame trembled slightly as she looked at Yuan Xuanxuan, both angry and afraid. "Oh." Yuan Xuangshuan's attitude was perfunctory. Sima Qingming clenched her soft fists, fury burning in her eyes. How had the senior apprentice sister become so unscrupulous? No, after being crushed underfoot so many times, this time she had to stand up. Abandoning the thought of reporting to the master, after all the senior apprentice sister had a big sway, and if she did she'd be the one to suffer, she gritted her teeth, reached into the cleft of her chest and pulled out a jade pendant, waving it before Yuan Xianxian. Senior apprentice sister, look what this is. Yuan Xianxian glanced at it, her expression darkening instantly, her tone icy. Xiaoqing, how dare you steal the master's jade pendant? Don't you know it's the only keepsake left by his elder? Give it to me, I'll return it to the master. She had coveted this pendant for a long time, but because of its profound significance to the master she had never thought to ask for it. She never expected Xiaoqing to be so audacious as to steal even this pendant. It seemed her backside was itching for a spanking again. Seeing the senior apprentice sister reach out to snatch it, Sima Qingming, having anticipated this, hugged the pendant tightly with both hands, turned sideways and looked at her warily. Senior apprentice sister, I'm not like you. This pendant was given to me by the master. Yuan Xianxian frowned deeply. Xiaoqing, do you think he'll believe you? If you don't, I'll confront you in front of the master. Sima Qingming showed no fear. Yuan Zuangshuan's beautiful eyes narrowed. The master, why did he give you the pendant? Her sword heart was clear and could discern truth from lies in the other's tone. Xiaoqing spoke with such confidence that it was likely true. Yet she felt a bitter reluctance, a deep unwillingness. Because I like the master. This pendant of his. Since I saved the master, he gave it to me. Sima Qingming almost let it slip. Fortunately she reacted in time, not revealing that the pendant was a token of betrothal. After all, she only wanted to provoke the senior apprentice sister a little, not to court death. Since her cultivation was inferior, she had to bide her time, otherwise she would have moved into the purple cloud hall long ago. Yuan Xianxian could naturally tell that Xiaoqing was hiding something, but the master giving the pendant for saving his life suited his nature of repaying kindness. If only she had known. She should not have taken that mission from the Mystic Mechanism Pavilion. No one dared compete with her anyway. Yuan Xianxian felt a pang of regret, but what was done was done. Xiaoqing, as your senior apprentice sister, how have I treated you? Yuan Zuangshuan's gaze softened as she looked at Sima Qingming. Sima Qingming's pupils contracted, a chill running down her spine. Anomaly spells trouble. After all, the senior apprentice sister as a sword cultivator never reasoned but used her great sword to suppress at the slightest disagreement. If she was playing the emotional card, it meant her scheme was grand and had to be guarded against. Thus Sima Qingming not only didn't lower her guard but watched Yuan Xianxian even more vigilantly. At the slightest move from the senior apprentice sister she would hide the pendant in her skirt. Though it wouldn't prevent theft, it would at least delay. Senior apprentice sister, you've always been good to Qing'er. It would be even better if there were fewer punishments. Yuan Xianxian didn't give up because of Sima Qingming's attitude. She pressed closer, her tone gentle. Very well, I won't punish you anymore. As your senior apprentice sister, I have a small request. Lend me this pendant for 3 days and I'll return it. How about it? Lend it for 3 days. She wasn't a child to be fooled by such words. If she lent the pendant to the senior apprentice sister, it would never be returned. Sima Qingming shook her head firmly. No. Yuan Xianxian looked at the wary Sima Qingming, paused and said coldly, fine, it's just a pendant anyway. I have the master's great sword. Sima Qingming knew Yuan Xianxian was sour grapes. A mischievous thought arose. Senior apprentice sister, if you're willing to pawn Zixiao to me, I'll lend you the pendant for 3 days. How about that? No deal. Next time you say such things, watch your backside. She wanted the pendant, but she wouldn't let go of Zixiao either. As a sword cultivator, Zixiao was even more important to her than the pendant. After all, this was the great sword the master had nurtured for years. It even bore his scent. Hearing the senior apprentice sister's chilling words, Sima Qingming realized she had been courting death and quickly said, senior apprentice sister, Qing'er was just joking. Yuan Xianxian nodded slightly, warning, the master is cultivating, don't disturb him. One law for the ruler, another for the ruled. Sima Qingming muttered in discontent, her voice so low that only she could hear. Cultivate well. In a few days I'll check your progress. After saying this, Yuan Xianxian left on her sword. Abusing power for personal revenge. This is definitely abuse of power. Only after Yuan Zuangshuan's figure had completely vanished did Sima Qingming clench her fists and stomp the ground in fury, her tone seething with anger. If she were a balloon she would have burst by now. She had intended to provoke the senior apprentice sister but instead she had shot herself in the foot. These days she had been busy studying various profound knowledge and had naturally neglected cultivation. If the senior apprentice sister checked her progress she would surely notice her strength had regressed. Then her backside would suffer again. I'll set the knowledge aside for now. Since the senior apprentice sister is watching closely I have no chance to verify it with the master. I need to pass her test first. A few days should be enough for me to break through. Sima Qingming rubbed her dejected face, her fighting spirit reignited. Aboard a lavishly decorated flying vessel capable of holding hundreds, a dozen young boys and girls excitedly peered around the cabin, their enthusiasm evident on their faces. I thought I had no chance after being eliminated in the martial contest, but somehow I ended up in the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Just when all hope seemed lost, a new path opened before me. Indeed, after I told my father he wanted me to return home and inherit the family business, telling me not to dwell on the Azure Spirit Sect. Now he tells me to forget about the family and make a name for myself in the Heavenly Thunder Peak, to become a nascent soul true person and bring glory to our clan. Having joined the Azure Spirit Sect, yet your goal is merely the nascent soul stage. Brother, you are too modest. You flatter me. My spiritual route barely qualifies as top grade. Becoming a nascent soul true person in this lifetime would be enough for me. By the way, is the Heavenly Thunder Peak truly the weakest among the 6 peaks? A youth inquired. Not exactly. The reason we came last time was because our highly anticipated senior brother encountered Tu Shan Yao Yao from the Purple Cloud Peak in the first round. She hails from the Tu Shan Fox clan with a talent so monstrous that she even awakened her bloodline. Naturally, our senior brother stood no chance. A knowledgeable youth explained. Oh no, if Tu Shan Yao Yao is that formidable, the Heavenly Thunder Peak is doomed to be last again this time. Exactly. Even the senior disciple was defeated. For us new disciples, we just be lambs to the slaughter. Our peak has just made an enemy of the Purple Cloud Peak. At the next 6 peaks grand competition, Tu Shan Yao Yao will beat us mercilessly. Panic spread among the group, the earlier excitement draining from their faces. Don't panic. The Purple Cloud Peak has an unspoken rule: in each grand competition they send only one disciple, usually the youngest. So next time they'll likely send Liu Beifeng. A youth familiar with the Azure Spirit Sect situation tried to calm them. You scared me. If it's Tu Shan Yao Yao, I wouldn't dare participate in the next grand competition. Don't underestimate Liu Beifeng. He secured 2nd place in martial arts and 1st in the heart trial during the selection. He's no pushover. What's there to fear? Don't we have Brother Li? The crowd turned their gaze to Li Tsangxuan. Feeling their stares, Li Tsangxuan smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I'm not up to it. Although I lost to Liu Beifeng by only 1 move in the contest, I sensed he still had hidden cards. Among us only Xiao Yi stands a chance. At the mention of Xiao Yi the group fell silent, most having been humiliated by him. And since 10,000 June true person had saved Xiao Yi from Fairy Shui, it was clear he favored him and intended to take him as a personal disciple. The thought of spending the future as fellow disciples with a scoundrel like Xiao Yi in the same peak felt tainted. Yet they had to grudgingly admit that only Xiao Yi could rival Liu Beifeng. Brotherly, don't sell yourself short. Xiao Yi may not even join the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Then you'll be our leader and we'll rely on you for a peaceful life here. Yes, considering we attended the Ascension Assembly together, if Senior Brotherly becomes a nascent soul true person, don't forget to look out for us juniors. Senior Brotherly, let's meet in a secluded place tonight. I have important matters to discuss. The group flattered Li Tsangxuan, with some maidens even dropping hints. Compared to the plain-looking arrogant Xiao Yi, they preferred Li Tsangxuan. Li Tsangxuan accepted their praise one by one, though his smile seemed strained. No, don't kill me. I haven't yet reached the pinnacle or possessed thousands of beauties. Ah. With a scream, Xiao Ye's eyes snapped open. His face was pale and clammy and he gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat as if pulled from water. Young friend, did you have a nightmare? A gentle voice came from behind. Xiao Yi turned to see a middle-aged man with 2 thin mustaches smiling warmly at him. You are. Suddenly a searing pain shot through Xiao Ye's head as a torrent of memories surged into his mind. He instantly recognized the man before him. So. It wasn't an illusion. Junior Xiao Yi, thanks 10,000 June true person for saving my life. Despite the throbbing pain, Xiao Yi bowed deeply. No need for formalities. 10,000 June true person raised a hand and chuckled. Do you know why I risked offending the purple cloud peak to save you? This. Xiao Ye's mind raced and he quickly grasped the situation. Kneeling respectfully he declared firmly, Xiao Yi has drifted without support, struggling to survive. If the true person does not disdain me, I wish to become your disciple. He realized that relying solely on Master Li could not protect him in danger, so he decided to take another master. This 10,000 June true person, the Peak Lord of Heavenly Thunder Peak, was surely no weaker than that old villain Su Yang of Purple Cloud Peak and could likely shield him while he sought opportunities there. 10,000 June true person nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Truly excellent. You are teachable. Your insight matches your talent. Henceforth you are my 108th personal disciple. 108. That seemed far too many. With so many, the cultivation resources left for him would be scarce after the 107 senior disciples took their share. Xiao Yi lowered his head, muttering inwardly. Disciple, are you worried about your position in the peak? 10,000 June true person seemed to read his thoughts. Disciple would never presume. Xiao Yi naturally denied it, knowing that sect rules abhorred conflicts among brothers for power. With a master boasting 108 personal disciples, internal strife would plunge the entire Heavenly Thunder Peak into chaos. Presume not or think not. 10,000 June true person asked with a smile. Xiao Yi remained silent. Disciple, the first lesson I teach you today is this: never hide your thoughts from your master. Speak your mind freely and I will not blame you. 10,000 June true person spoke sternly. Disciple merely dares not. Xiao Yi bit his lip, his voice low. He felt he could not lie before this newfound master. Since the master promised no punishment, why hold back? Good. Very good. The Heavenly Thunder Peak lacks disciples with your drive. 10,000 June true person helped Xiao Yi up with fervent eyes. With me at the helm, the peak has been too peaceful for too long. The disciples grow complacent, leading to our decline in the Six Peaks Grand Competition to the point of becoming a laughingstock. I hope you can rekindle the spirit of this stagnant pool and restore our peak's glory. Master means. Xiao Yi hesitated. 10,000 June true person declared, challenge the personal disciples. It matters not if you injure or kill, I will back you. As long as you win, all cultivation resources are yours. Disciple obeys master's command. Joy flashed across Xiao Ye's face as he bowed once more. Within the flying vessel's inner cabin. Disciple, you. Just as old Li's voice emerged from the jade pendant, Xiao Yi interrupted him. Master, I know you harbor reservations about me taking another as my teacher, but this is unavoidable. When under another's roof, one must lower one's head. Besides, this venerable Wan Jun was able to save me from senior sister Shue's grasp, so he surely possesses the strength to contend with that old fiend Su Yang. If I choose him as my master, he will shelter me. Wouldn't that make it easier to seize the fortunes of Purple Cloud Peak? Old Li fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. I am not some stubborn old fossil. If a powerful figure wishes to take you as a disciple, I would not be angered but rather gratified, for it proves my keen eye in finding a gem among the gravel. However, this Purple Cloud Peak may not be your destined ground for fortune. It would be better to leave swiftly. The world is vast and opportunities abound everywhere. I know of a cave dwelling left by a fallen venerable undiscovered to this day. Wait, master, you previously said Purple Cloud Peak was my destined place of fortune, so I staged that encounter in the desolate wilderness only to be nearly cut down by that female sword cultivator. Later you said Qianyuan City was my fortune, so I went to the Ascension Assembly there and barely escaped with my life. Now you claim the Azure Firmament Sect is not my ground for fortune. Old Li, are you toying with me? Xiao Ye's anger flared and he spoke with indignation. Disciple, don't be hasty. While you were unconscious, I managed to cast another divination. Purple Cloud Peak remains your destined ground for fortune, but that very fact is deeply unsettling. You are a child of destiny, any fortune should be within easy reach. Yet ever since you became entangled with the Azure Firmament Sect, you have faced life-threatening dangers time and again. I suspect there is an existence capable of obscuring the celestial mechanism scheming against you. Old Li explained patiently. During Xiao Ye's coma, he had finally understood why the child of destiny kept suffering setbacks. Behind it all must be an invisible hand manipulating everything. Xiao Ye's earlier reluctance to come to the Azure Firmament Sect was surely the celestial mechanism's warning. This sect harbored great peril and terror. After all, even he who venerable at his peak in a past life could only borrow a thread of the celestial mechanism. Yet this hand could obscure it entirely. Its cultivation must surpass that of a venerable, perhaps even reaching the Mahayana stage, a saint in the current age. The thought of a Mahayana saint scheming against Xiaoyi sent chills down his spine. He longed to flee immediately anywhere as long as it was far from the Azure Firmament sect. Heraldly, I think you're afraid he'll call on you and ruin your countless schemes, so you fabricate these lies to deceive me. Sorry, but I'm no 3-year-old child. If such an existence truly plotted against me, why not simply come out and kill me? With my mere foundation establishment cultivation I could be crushed like an ant. Why skulk in the shadows? So oldly, next time you spin a tale make it more believable or you'll only invite ridicule. Xiaoyi sneered as if seeing through everything. In his heart he still harbored resentment toward Oldly for not saving him earlier. In his view, Oldly had awakened by absorbing vast soul power from him, a debt owed. So in times of crisis it was only right for Oldly to exhaust his soul power to save him, as it was akin to saving himself. And now, after suffering twice, he had finally reached the Azure Firmament sect. Not only did Oldly fail to scheme for the fortunes of Purple Cloud Peak, but he even urged him to flee. How could he tolerate that? Hearing this, Oldly was stunned. He never imagined that after the heart-searching trial Xiaoyi would shed his cowardice and become somewhat mad and wicked. But as a remnant soul in the Jade Pendant, his fate was tied to Xiaoyi. He couldn't watch him walk into the abyss and could only advise softly, "Disciple, I know you harbor resentment, but I would never harm you." "Of course you wouldn't harm me, you need my soul power to restore your physical body," Xiaoyi retorted coldly. "So you want me to flee the Azure Firmament sect so you can absorb my soul power without risk? But nothing in this world comes so easily. Since you chose me, you must share the risks. Otherwise, why should I let you leech off me for free?" Xiaoyi grew more agitated, his expression twisting like a mad beast. His eyes bloodshot, his voice icy. "But rest assured, considering your years with me, no merit but plenty of effort, you are still my master. However, remember this, do not get in my way. As a child of destiny, any fortune I set my sights on must be mine. I will claim all 7 beauties of Purple Cloud Peak, including Xue Jinli. That old fiend Su Yang must die. Not even a venerable can save him, I swear it." Xiaoyi's eyes burned with fervent sickly light, manic and wild. Upon hearing this, sigh. Old Li's helpless sigh came from the Jade Pendant. Words were wasted on a doomed man. He had intended to mention that Venerable Wan Jun might be problematic. But if he said it, Xiaoyi might accuse him of sowing discord and despise him even more. He had roughly guessed why Xiaoyi's nature had changed so drastically. It was simply because, having narrowly escaped death twice, Xiaoyi believed he could act recklessly as a child of destiny, undeterred even by scheming behind the scenes. Little did he know that in ancient times saints had created techniques to devour luck, thereby evading the great tribulation of life's end. Of course, even if he said this, Xiaoyi still wouldn't believe it. He could only take things step by step and counsel Xiaoyi again when his emotions settled. Several hours later, from outside the cabin came Li Kangzuan's voice. "Senior brother Xiao, we have arrived at the Azure Firmament sect." Although Xiaoyi had joined the Thunder Peak as a personal disciple, those he had offended still wanted nothing to do with him, so the thankless task of informing him fell to Li Zhangshuan. I understand." Xiaoyi opened his eyes, his aura vast and profound as an abyss. After hours of cultivation his energy was fully restored. Hearing Li Kangzuan's report, he replied calmly, then retracted his aura and left the cabin. Ancient trees, towering silver waterfalls, cascading sacred mountains, standing jade pavilions and golden halls, truly magnificent, like a realm of immortals. The Azure Firmament sect truly lives up to its name as the foremost sect of the northern prefecture. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. I can feel my cultivation base loosening already. I wish I could start cultivating right here and now. Hahaha, same here, but wouldn't that make us look too unsophisticated? Hey, isn't the Azure Firmament sect said to have only 36 peaks? Why do I see hundreds at a glance? The 36 peaks of Azure Firmament refer only to those with inheritances, if the rest are masterless peaks. Ah, I see, my ignorance shows. If I become a nascent soul true lord, could I open my own peak? Of course you could. When you become a true lord, don't forget to make me an elder. And me too. A group of youths chattered excitedly, filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. You'd struggle just to be disciples, let alone peak masters. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? A discordant voice came from the flying vessel. Xiao Yi jumped down from the vessel, casting a contemptuous glance around. The crowd's faces turned ashen with anger, but cowed by Xiao Yi's strength they dared not speak, swallowing their fury. This azure firmament sect is indeed fine. If I had cultivated here earlier I might have broken through to the core formation stage by now. Xiao Yi admired the splendid scenery, his dissatisfaction with oldly growing. This was clearly his auspicious ground, why flee? Suddenly, Xiao Yi's gaze froze. In the distant sky a vision of breathtaking beauty approached, flying through the air, a figure with a pure exquisite face and long straight legs like jade. Eyebrows like painting, skin fair and delicate, an ethereal aura, like a celestial maiden from a scroll. Stunning. The word surfaced in Xiao Yi's mind. Which peak does this fairy sister belong to? She's even more beautiful than Fairy Shui. She seems to be heading toward us. Could she be a senior sister from Thunder Peak? If she's from Thunder Peak that would be wonderful. First come first served. Don't fight me for this senior sister, everyone. The youths instantly turned into love-struck fools, some even preparing to rush forward. But Xiao Yi shoved one of them aside with a slap, sending him stumbling. The youth fell to the ground, clutching his face, staring at Xiao Yi with shock and fury. Xiao Yi completely ignored the hateful glare, stepping boldly before the crowd. He gazed at the approaching figure, a smile playing on his lips, already plotting how to win the senior sister's heart. But the next moment, a phoenix cry rang out. An illusory dark purple phoenix spread its wings in the sky, releasing an overwhelming pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. As for Xiao Yi, standing at the forefront and bearing the brunt of this pressure, a chill ran down his spine, his scalp tingled and his bones turned to jelly. Thud. Xiao Yi knelt again. Under the dreadful pressure, Xiao Yi felt like a pebble plunged into volcanic magma, every inch of his body seared with unbearable pain, making him want to scream. Why do all these women from Qingming sect want to kill me? Xiao Yi's heart ached more than his body. He couldn't understand, nor did he have time to think. Master, save me. The word slipped out almost instinctively. Of course he wasn't calling for Li Lao, but his newly acknowledged master, Wanjun. In an instant a blazing figure shot out from the flying boat, an overwhelming aura sweeping forth like spring breeze and rain, dissolving all pressure completely. Nephew disciple Situ, are you trying to kill the disciple I just recruited from Qianyuan City? Wanjun glared darkly at the figure in the void. So they're disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Since they weren't wearing the uniform of Qingming sect, I mistook them for enemies attacking the sect. To protect the sect I acted without thinking in the heat of the moment. My sincere apologies, Uncle Master Wanjun. Situ Qingxing retracted her summoned purple phoenix Dharma aspect, facing Wanjun with an apologetic expression and a tone that sounded exceedingly earnest. So she wasn't targeting me, she just mistook us for invaders. Xiao Yi kneeling on the ground sighed in relief upon hearing this, his terrified expression vanishing instantly. See, as the chosen one, even if he couldn't win a beauty's heart, he shouldn't be reduced to a rat everyone wants to beat. Humph. If not wearing the uniform makes one an enemy, then I see nephew disciple Situ isn't wearing one either. Should I treat you as an enemy too? Wanjun's tone was icy. Nephew disciple was merely overzealous in protecting the sect. If Uncle Master insists on blaming me and my master finds out, he will surely bring me to Heavenly Thunder Peak tomorrow to apologize in person. Situ Qingxing spoke pitifully, as if she dreaded her master knowing. But Wanjun caught her implication, forgive and let it go, or if he persisted her master would visit, whether to apologize or thrash him depended on his choice. His demonic art was not yet complete and he was no match for that Su Yang. If Su Yang came to Heavenly Thunder Peak and sensed something amiss, all his schemes would collapse. For now he had to endure. Only when his demonic art reached perfection would the reckoning come. Wanjun's lecherous old face twisted with displeasure as he forced out a sentence, ignorance is excusable. Since nephew disciple acted for the sect's safety, I won't be harsh. But let there be no next time. Alright, thank you Uncle Master for your forgiveness. I promise not to tell my master. Situ Qingxing replied obediently. Wanjun's eyelids twitched violently. Just then another flying boat landed. It was Shui Jinli's boat. Situ Qingxing's face lit up with a smile and she fluttered over like a butterfly. Moments later, a sharp cry escaped Xiao Yi's lips. Situ Qingxing lifted her foot, looking apologetically at the kneeling Xiao Yi. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Are you alright? Kneeling Xiao Yi suppressed the pain in his fingers, looked up at Situ Qingqing and put on a calm facade. Senior sister, I'm fine. Old Li in the jade pendant watched utterly speechless. His finger bones were crushed and he said it was fine. Xiao Yi was still Xiao Yi. At the sight of a beauty he forgot everything. Fine. If you're fine, why did you yell? You made me worry for nothing. Situ Qingqing shot Xiao Yi an annoyed glare, then turned to Xue Jinli, who was descending from the boat, and smiled. Third senior sister, you're finally back. Xiao Yi. When he saw Xue Jinli stepping off the boat, he was stunned. This stunning woman surnamed Situ called Xue Jinli, third senior sister. Which meant, though Xiao Yi was lustful, he wasn't stupid. Connecting all the dots, he understood instantly. She did it on purpose. It had to be deliberate. But he couldn't fathom why the women of Purple Cloud Peak all wished him dead. Could it be, as Li Lao said, that some force obscuring fate was scheming against him? Xue Jinli descended from the boat with Liu Beifeng. Seeing everyone kneeling, she understood and walked towards Situ Qingqing with a smile. Xiaoqing, how did you get here so fast? I rushed over as soon as I got your message, and I nearly had a misunderstanding with Uncle Master Wanjuan, said Situ Qingqing. Oh. What misunderstanding? Xue Jinli asked. Seeing these people not in sect uniforms, I thought they were enemies and attacked, only to find they were disciples Uncle Master Wanjun had just recruited. Situ Qingqing replied. Xiaoqing, how dare you? Attacking Uncle Master Wanjun without cause, isn't that a direct slap in his face? Xue Jinli scolded Situ Qingqing while casting a cold glare at Wanjun Jinren. Uncle Master Wanjuan, rest assured I will report this to Master and have him discipline Xiaoqing properly to give you justice. Wanjun Jinren's face twitched. Again. The sisters were playing in concert, threatening him with Su Yang. Did they think he was made of clay? Nephew disciple Xue, it's all a misunderstanding. Before you arrived I had already forgiven nephew disciple Situ. Junior brother Su is devoted to cultivation, best not to disturb him. Wanjun Jinren said with a forced smile. Since Uncle Master says so, I have no choice but to agree, Xue Jinli replied reluctantly. Then she took Liu Beifeng and Situ Qingqing and left. On the way to Purple Cloud Peak, Xue Jinli gave Situ Qingqing a sharp slap on the bottom. Xiaoqing, why did you signal me to let that old rogue Wanjun off? Don't you know how furious I was in Qianyuan City? Smack. Master's punishment sure had more force. Situ Qingqing's expression didn't change. She looked at Xue Jinli helplessly. It's hard to explain now. Once you see Master you'll understand. Xue Jinli frowned slightly but said nothing. She pulled Liu Beifeng closer and introduced her. This is Liu Beifeng, the best immortal seedling from Qianyuan City. Greetings, senior sister, Liu Beifeng said shyly, offering a bow. No need for formalities. I'm Situ Qingqing, ranked 4th on Purple Cloud Peak. Call me senior sister Situ or 4th senior sister, I don't mind. Situ Qingqing said casually, then suddenly glanced at Liu Beifeng's chest and chuckled. Junior sister Liu, doesn't that binding hurt? Liu Beifeng's face flushed red and she stammered, I'm used to it. It's good to be used to it, but don't keep it up. Bind too long and they'll deform, won't feel nice to touch. Situ Qingqing unconsciously repeated what Master had once told her. Xue Jinli sensed something amiss and reached for Situ Qingqing's soft mound. Just as her claw was about to strike, Situ Qingqing quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Third senior sister, have you lost your mind? Be good, let me squeeze. I'll know if they've deformed. I haven't. I don't believe you unless you let me squeeze. Don't you have your own? Yours are different, bigger. Situ Qingqing ran for her life. Xue Jinli chased relentlessly, determined not to let her prey escape. So senior sister Xue is such a demon. Liu Beifeng, trailing far behind, wanted to intervene but feared that joining the fray would make her the target instead. Before the Ziyun Hall, Sima Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened as she hastily straightened her robes, both embarrassed and annoyed. Third senior sister, are you satisfied now? Though she struggled desperately to escape, she ultimately fell prey to Xue Jinli's clutches. Satisfied, very satisfied. Xue Jinli's eyes curved into crescents. Astonished, junior sister, tell me, did you secretly use a prescription? Sima Qingqing's face flushed and she spat lightly. What prescription? Don't talk nonsense. I've always been like this. You should look for the reasons within yourself, senior sister. She hadn't expected third senior sister to be so perceptive, even able to sense that she had grown a bit. But how could she tell Xue Jinli that the master himself was her prescription, bitter to the taste yet a potent remedy? I did look and am small. Shui Jinli glanced down and said pitifully quick. For the sake of being sisters, tell me the prescription please. Different fathers and mothers sharing only the same master, could they really be considered sisters? Sima Qingqing pouted. Rather than begging me, you do better to ask junior sister Lu. Indeed, she was well endowed. Shui Jinli cast a sidelong glance at Liu Beifeng and said helplessly, junior sister Lu, even wrapped in bandages, shows a figure of remarkable gifts. How can I possibly ask her? Liu Beifeng. Why was she dragged into this again? It was better to stay silent to avoid trouble. I am also naturally gifted. Sima Qingqing proudly thrust out her chest as if to prevent Shui Jinli from dwelling on the topic. She looked toward the Ziyun Hall and instructed third senior sister, stay here and don't move. Let me go in first to report to the master. Somehow she felt taken advantage of. Shui Jinli sensed something amiss but couldn't articulate it, so she asked, why can't I go in with you? You failed in your task, aren't you afraid the master will be angry? So I'll go in first and plead for leniency on your behalf. Sima Qingqing had found a perfect excuse. How did I fail in my task? Didn't I find a promising disciple? Shui Jinli narrowed her eyes and muttered softly. Senior sister, what did you say? Sima Qingqing turned to look back. Oh, nothing. I said go quickly and return swiftly. Remember, if the master is in a bad mood, you must soothe him for me. If he's furious, give me a signal so I can escape. Shui Jinli lifted her gaze with a faint smile, raising her hand and waving it like a lucky cat. By the time Sima Qingqing entered the Ziyun Hall, Liu Beifeng hesitated and asked, senior sister Shui, is the master really that fierce? Shui Jinli blinked her eyes and explained with a straight face, the master's fierceness is certainly smaller than yours but larger than mine. If you get a chance I can let you try it, but remember, run immediately after the test. If you're unlucky enough to be caught, just... Liu Beifeng was caught off guard, never expecting her senior sister to be so improper. In the rear hall of Ziyun Hall, Sima Qingqing tiptoed in softly. The moment she entered, she saw her Longyarn-4 master bare-chested, his back to her, continuously forming hand seals that emitted a radiant glow. Seeing this, Sima Qingqing's expression instantly turned peculiar. Good thing I didn't let third senior sister follow me in, or the master's spotless reputation would be ruined. Of course, the most important thing was that she had seen it. Master, I'll keep this secret for you for life. Sima Qingqing quietly approached her master. When she reached him, she gently placed her hand on Su Yang's shoulder, about to speak softly. Master. A scream. Su Yang grabbed Sima Qingqing and performed a shoulder throw, but upon hearing her voice he timely caught her waist, preventing her from actually falling. Even so, Sima Qingqing was badly frightened. Su Yang held her and asked in confusion, Qing'er, why are you here? Has your eldest senior sister stopped watching you? Sima Qingqing's face reddened and she snorted softly, no, third senior sister has returned. I came in to report. What were you doing just now, master? Your master was naturally cultivating. You must remember in the future. He was really cultivating. Sima Qingqing felt a pang of disappointment and said, master, third senior sister is waiting outside. Su Yang sobered slightly, your master feels a bit dizzy. Sima Qingqing asked with concern, master, are you in great discomfort? Su Yang said calmly, barely. It's due to the cultivation technique I practice. Get up first. Let me recover a bit before I go see your third senior sister. With that, Su Yang helped Sima Qingqing to her feet. An incense stick later, outside the Ziyun Hall, Shui Jinli was growing anxious. What's wrong with Shaoqing? It's been so long, why hasn't the master summoned me? Forget it, I can't wait any longer. Live or die, it doesn't matter. Little Beifeng, come with me to meet the master. Shui Jinli took Liu Beifeng's hand and, steeling herself, prepared to barge into the Ziyun Hall. But just as she reached the entrance, she heard strange noises. Shui Jinli instantly halted. Little Beifeng, in my humble opinion, maybe we should wait a bit longer. Liu Beifeng readily agreed, yes, senior sister Shui, I'll follow your lead. Shui Jinli looked at the Ziyun Hall with deep guilt and earnestly instructed Liu Beifeng, little Beifeng, your senior sister Sima took this beating for us. You must remember to repay her in the future and never ever act against her. Another incense stick's time passed. A figure with a countenance cold as frost and a perfectly proportioned, almost exaggeratedly beautiful silhouette descended on a flying sword before the Ziyun Hall. It was Yuan Koxuan. Because she had been somewhat lost in cultivation while holding Zixiao, she hadn't noticed the message Xue Jinli had sent via the communication jade slip. Senior sister. Xue Jinli's eyes lit up with joy as she rushed forward. But before she could reach her, Yuan Koushuan used her sword scabbard to block the mischievous hand reaching out. You've been here for half an hour already. Why haven't you gone in to see master? Yuan Koushuan's gaze was calm and indifferent as she spoke coldly. Hearing the chilly tone, Xue Jinli reluctantly shifted her gaze from the large watermelon before Yuan Koushuan, a sheepish expression on her face. She said shamefully, because I failed in my task and feared master's punishment, I sent Xiaoqing in to scout for me. But she ended up getting beaten, so now I'm even more afraid to go in. Having her junior sister suffer in her place was indeed a bit hard for her as the senior sister to admit. Beaten? Yuan Koushuan raised an eyebrow. Beaten quite badly. Even from this distance I could hear the cries of pain. Xiaoqing has really endured so much for me, her senior sister. Xue Jinli said with a sense of shared sorrow. Since you know this, then restrain your lazy nature and cultivate properly. Then master wouldn't send you out on tasks. After all, you are the third personal disciple of Ziyun Peak, and yet your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. You haven't even reached the core formation stage. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when this gets out? Yuan Koushuan scolded lightly. Senior sister, it's just that my physique is special, Xue Jinli said awkwardly. Spare me the excuses. Yuan Koushuan clearly wasn't buying Xue Jinli's act. After reprimanding her, her gaze fell on Liu Beifeng. Is this the immortal seedling you recruited from Qianyuan City? Senior sister, her name is Liu Beifeng. She has the highest talent in Qianyuan City. Although that old scoundrel Wan Jun had snatched one immortal seedling, she had at least managed to keep this one. Xue Jinli felt that the taskmaster had assigned, while not perfect, was at least passable. Liu Beifeng pays respects to senior sister. Liu Beifeng quickly bowed. Yuan Koushuan's gaze softened slightly as she nodded. Junior sister Liu, your talent is impressive. Master should accept you as a disciple. Liu Beifeng was used to it by now. It seemed everyone on Ziyun Peak could see she was a woman disguised as a man. Was her disguise really that poor? Xiaoqing, how long has she been inside? Yuan Koushuan asked. Half an hour. Not good. Hearing this, Yuan Koushuan sensed something was wrong. Half an hour had passed already. That treacherous disciple Xiaoqing with her hidden motives might be doing something to master. She immediately strode with her voluptuous legs towards the Ziyun Hall. Xue Jinli didn't understand what was so wrong. Did senior sister fear master would beat Xiaoqing to death? After a moment's thought, Xue Jinli decided to pull Liu Beifeng along to quickly follow Yuan Koushuan's steps. But as soon as they entered the Ziyun Hall, they saw master sitting leisurely on the main seat, his robes perfectly neat with no signs of disturbance. Situ Qingqing was standing in a lower position. There were tears in her skirt, a lingering flush on her face, and her lips were red and swollen. Had Xiaoqing been beaten by master until she spat blood? Xue Jinli noticed the state of Situ Qingqing's lips and was startled. Why have you all come in? I was just about to go out and call you. Situ Qingqing covered her rear, frowning slightly. Hearing Xiaoqing's hoarse voice, Xue Jinli felt quite guilty. Master had beaten her so badly her voice was hoarse. Master. Yuan Koushuan scrutinized Situ Qingqing for a moment, found nothing unusual, and then bowed to Su Yang. Master. Xue Jinli immediately followed suit with a bow. In truth, Su Yang had been observing Xue Jinli since she entered. She was far from the demon king described in the original novel. Her features were clear and lively, with an innocent, delicate beauty giving off a maidenly aura of a small lotus just showing its tip. Her figure was very tall, with a pair of round, straight, jade-like legs, a terrifying existence that could captivate for years. But looking further up, it was somewhat disappointing. It barely reached the level of being able to grasp her waist with one hand. This is clearly an ant. Su Yang withdrew his gaze, his tone unreadable. Little Jinli, I heard you mess things up. Xue Jinli lowered her head, mumbling, it wasn't exactly a mess. Didn't I bring back an immortal seedling? Hearing this, Su Yang was about to get angry. This was what Situ Qingqing had requested, as she was afraid of being exposed. But before he could speak, he heard his senior disciple Yuan Koushuan shout angrily, whatever master says is right. How dare you talk back? Scolded harshly by Yuan Koushuan, Xue Jinli hung her head, biting her lip, looking extremely aggrieved. Su Yang clearly hadn't expected that what he should have done was taken over by his senior disciple. So what was he supposed to do? In a family, if the mother plays the strict role, the father must play the lenient one, or else it can easily lead to a breakdown in family relationships. Therefore, alright Xianer, your junior sister isn't really talking back, she's just feeling wronged. I don't blame her. Su Yang said in a gentle, soothing tone. Xue Jinli was stunned, as if she thought her ears were playing tricks on her. The usually rigid master's voice could actually be so gentle, so pleasant to hear, like a heavenly melody. See how good master is to you. Why not thank him for letting you off? Yuan Koushuan's voice turned colder. Disciple thanks master for his magnanimity, for being broad-minded enough to forgive a small fault. Reminded by her senior sister, Xue Jinli looked up and quickly bowed. Su Yang waved his hand casually. Little Jinli, is this the immortal seedling you brought back from Qianyuan City? Xue Jinli nodded, reporting to master her name is Liu Beifeng. She has top-grade bone structure, came second in the martial competition, and took first place in the heart-questioning trial, demonstrating top-grade character. With all these excellent qualities combined, she can be called a supreme immortal seedling. Hearing Xue Jinli's somewhat exaggerated praise, Liu Beifeng blushed. Where was she worthy of being called a supreme immortal seedling? But under Xue Jinli's meaningful gaze, she immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Su Yang. Peak Lord, I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Looking at the kneeling Liu Beifeng, Su Yang found it hard to believe a hint of shock in his eyes. Why her? In the original novel, Xue Jinli went to Qianyuan City to select immortal seedlings. Without Xiao Ye's interference, Liu Beifeng was the undisputed first place, but then she was snatched away by true person Wan Jun. After arriving at Tianlei Peak, no news came out for several years. At the time, Su Yang thought the author had simply forgotten about the character Liu Beifeng. But then around chapter 300, Liu Beifeng reappeared and worked with the protagonist from within to eliminate the early-stage boss true person Wan Jun. The reason true person Wan Jun hadn't refined Liu Beifeng was because she seemed to be a reincarnated soul. A spiritual imprint existed in her sea of consciousness. Whenever it sensed Liu Beifeng was in mortal danger, the imprint would automatically protect its host. True person Wan Jun had intended to slowly wear down the imprint, but the protagonist grew too quickly, not giving him that chance. As for how Liu Beifeng and Xiao Yi met, the original novel didn't mention it. Anyway, the two just somehow got to know each other. Later, during the protagonist's conquest of the myriad realms, Liu Beifeng became his most powerful ally. She was arguably the female lead with the most screen time in the latter half of the original novel, bar none. So why hadn't true person Wan Jun snatched Liu Beifeng away this time? Could it be because the protagonist's appearance in Qianyuan City had drawn all of true person Wan Jun's attention, causing him to overlook this true gem Liu Beifeng? This steered the plot in a wonderful direction. Liu Beifeng was actually brought to Ziyun Peak by little Jinli and wanted to become his disciple. This was too wonderful. Su Yang's heart surged with excitement hard to contain. The protagonist might have extraordinary luck. But what use was mere protection from the heavenly Tao? In the world, one must rely on strength and background. Early stage support, later stage reinforcement, all his disciples. How could the protagonist possibly contend with him? Within the Purple Cloud Hall. Are you truly willing to become my disciple? Su Yang's gaze fell upon Liu Beifeng, his tone carrying a sense of ease. Beifeng is willing. Liu Beifeng answered without hesitation, kowtowing. Not so fast. Before you formally take me as your master, I must tell you something. A few days ago I encountered an error during cultivation, causing me to lose all my cultivation base. I've started over from scratch and have barely reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. If you deem me unworthy, you may still leave Purple Cloud Peak while there's time. However, once you become my disciple, it shall be once a teacher, forever a father. Should you ever defy me in the future, the entire Purple Cloud Peak will unite to punish you. Such a momentous decision requires careful consideration, not reckless impulse. Su Yang declared with a solemn expression. Upon hearing that her master had lost all his cultivation, Xue Jinli's beautiful eyes widened. She quietly turned to glance at Situ Qingming not far away, questioning through divine sense transmission. Xiao Qing, master losing all his cultivation is such a big deal, why didn't you tell me? Back then I was too busy being disrespectful to master to have time to tell you. Situ Qingming shrugged and said, Master asked me not to speak of it. He was worried you'd be concerned while away, especially with Yao Yao receiving the clan's inheritance. She couldn't afford any mishaps. Master had never actually said such things to her, but she could make him help cover it up. At worst she'd endure another scolding from him. But you still shouldn't have kept me completely in the dark. Xue Jinli was growing frantic. Didn't I give you a hint? When you descended from the flying boat, didn't I signal you with my eyes not to tangle with that old scoundrel Wan Jun? Xue Jinli was so furious she was momentarily speechless. Wait, Master, if you're only at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, how did he manage to beat you so badly just now? And for a full half hour, no less. Xue Jinli seemed to sense something amiss, frowning as she questioned. Take another look, is Master's 9th layer of Foundation establishment the ordinary kind? Situ Qingming's tone was rather helpless. Who had ever seen a 9th layer Foundation establishment cultivator as formidable as a soaring true dragon? Even she, a divine phoenix, could not subdue him. She could only beg for mercy and yield. Upon hearing this, Xue Jinli raised her eyes to look, and her gaze instantly froze. Her mind went completely blank, buzzing with noise. His aura is like an abyss, his blood energy like a dragon, his presence unfathomably deep. This is the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Why do I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing upon the bright moon in the sky? Xue Jinli's heart was shaken to its core, and she nearly gasped in shock. How is it that Master seems even more terrifying after losing his cultivation? Senior Sister Xue, you're still in the Foundation establishment stage now. Wait until you reach the core formation stage and see Master, you'll feel like a mayfly gazing upon the azure sky. Situ Qingming delivered the blow mercilessly. As the sole recipient of his attentions, the more she interacted deeply with Master, the more she perceived his grandeur. She was certain that even if Master were only at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, he could still defeat the naturally sword-hearted senior sister. This was a suppression at the life form level. Flashy tricks were useless. Just you wait, they'll break through to core formation in a few days. If I can't compare to Master, surely I can surpass you, Shaoqing. For the first time in her life, Xue Jinli felt the urge to cultivate diligently. If the person is incapable, don't blame the path for being uneven. She was determined to see whether at the core formation stage Master would truly be as unfathomable as Shaoqing claimed. So are you still willing to become my disciple? Su Yang's expression was calm. Liu Beifeng bowed deeply and spoke with sincere earnestness. Beifeng's heart is devoted to the Master, unchanging for all eternity. She was aware of her own uniqueness. The moment she met this peak lord of Purple Cloud Peak, the spiritual seal within her sea of consciousness had erupted in unprecedented agitation, continuously transmitting excited thoughts urging her to quickly take him as her master. This spiritual seal of hers was extremely miraculous. It could guide her toward good fortune and away from calamity, and it could also seek out opportunities. Yet even the last time when she had obtained a millennium-aged celestial spirit object from a beast's lair, the seal had never been so stirred. Thus Liu Beifeng was convinced that if she entered under the banner of Purple Cloud Peak, she would benefit immensely. Very well. From this day forth you are the 8th personal disciple of Purple Cloud Peak. Su Yang's gaze was deep and profound, like autumn waters that had nurtured the passage of time, shimmering with endless tranquility. Disciple Beifeng pays respects to Master. Liu Beifeng said with irrepressible joy. Rise. You've been kneeling for quite a while, it must be tiring. Su Yang smiled, his warm voice like a gentle breeze caressing the face, soothing and comfortable, as leisurely as drifting clouds and flowing water. This stirred the demonic inclinations lurking within Xue Jinli's heart. Master, after losing your cultivation, have you changed this much? Xue Jinli transmitted her question. Master said that previously he was too focused on pursuing the Tao of immortality and neglected us disciples. After deep reflection he resolved to become a kind and gentle master. Situ Qingming relayed an edited version to Xue Jinli. Does that mean I can dance on Master's abs now? Xue Jinli's joy was nearly overflowing from her heart. Years ago, because she had pinched them, Master had spanked her so hard her bottom was swollen and she could barely get out of bed for 2 days. Ahem, Senior Sister Xue, Master said kind and gentle, but he didn't say he wouldn't hit you. Junior Sister just took a beating on your behalf, have you forgotten so soon? Seeing Xue Jinli harboring mischievous thoughts again, Situ Qingming quickly intervened. No matter, I'm thick-skinned. I'll test the limits of Master's tolerance, I won't die. Xue Jinli said nonchalantly. After all, even tender-skinned Shaoqing, after being beaten for half an hour, only had a sore bottom. It showed that Master's strength in hitting had diminished. She was definitely going to seize this opportunity. She had been coveting Master's pectoral muscles for a long time. Liu Beifeng rose and looked at her refined and elegant master seated at the head of the hall. After a moment's hesitation she took from her storage ring a spirit grass shaped like a flood dragon. Bowing her head she said respectfully, reporting to Master, this disciple once obtained a millennium-aged celestial spirit object from a beast's lair. I wish to present it to Master as a gift for taking me as your disciple. Hearing this, Yuan Zhongshuan, Situ Qingming, Xue Jinli. All three women stood frozen as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. Oh. Let me see. Su Yang reached out and took the spirit grass into his hand. His eyes immediately brightened. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was like a thunderbolt crashing into a placid lake, stirring up layered white waves. For the system's prompt sounded in his ear once more. Ding! Liu Beifeng has gifted the host a millennium-aged celestial spirit object, the Flood Dragon Bloodgrass, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike return, the 10,000-year True Dragon Dao Fruit. Flood Dragon Bloodgrass was at best a mere weed contaminated by a trace of Flood Dragon blood evolving from a weed into a spiritual object. It was not uncommon, many great beast-taming sects could mass-produce so-called Flood Dragon Bloodgrass by bleeding their tamed Flood Dragons. The Flood Dragon Bloodgrass in Su Yang's hand was slightly different. The Flood Dragon whose blood it had absorbed showed signs of transforming into a true dragon with an extremely pure bloodline, and it was a full 1200 years old. It could indeed be considered a rare spiritual object. Yet compared to the true Dragon Dao Fruit it was nothing. The gap between them was like that between a grain of sand and a mountain. Even a newly formed true Dragon Dao Fruit was beyond the Flood Dragon Bloodgrass ability to rival. For the true Dragon Dao Fruit was nurtured by the blood of a true dragon, seizing the very essence of heaven and earth. Every 1,000 years it would encounter a heavenly tribulation. Each time it successfully overcame a tribulation, the fruit would evolve a portion of a true dragon's body. As for the 10,000-year true Dragon Dao Fruit, it had endured 10 tribulations. Its shape was likely nearly identical to a true dragon, making it a supreme true dragon elixir. Once consumed it could transform one's bones and sinews, cleanse the marrow and strengthen the physique, with the miraculous power to regenerate flesh from bone and revive the dead. It might even allow the consumer to metamorphose into a true dragon. Of course Su Yang possessed the supreme Yang Dao body whose rank surpassed even the true dragon treasure physique. Thus consuming this true Dragon Dao Fruit would not cause him to transform into a true dragon. Instead it would help him achieve a perfect core formation, greatly enhance his physique and nourish his vitality. At that point Shao Qing would likely find it even harder to withstand his supreme onslaught. Dragon Serpent Blood Grass of decent quality. Since it's a filial offering from Beifeng, your master shall accept it. Su Yang stored the Dragon Serpent Bloodgrass into his storage ring, then turned to Yuan Xianxian and asked with a smile, "Xianer, how many celestial treasures aged over a millennium remain in the vault?" Reporting to Master, there are over 50 portions. Yuan Xianxian snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Yang's question and answered. Once Beifeng breaks through to the Foundation Establishment realm, pick a suitable one for her. Also later take her to the Divine Armory to select a suitable weapon. The grade need not be too high. Earth grade lower rank will suffice. As for the monthly cultivation resources required, take as much as needed without restraint. One more thing, after collecting the cultivation resources, take Beifeng to find a cave dwelling abundant with spiritual energy. Su Yang's tone was utterly casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. But to Liu Beifeng's ears, celestial treasures. Over 50 portions. Earth grade weapons. Not even considered high. Cultivation resources. No need to save. Was this human speech? No, it was melodious celestial language. In the entire cultivation world, almost all rogue cultivators spent their entire lives doing one thing: scrambling for resources. They were either fighting for resources or on their way to fight for them. Even sects could only satisfy their disciples' basic daily cultivation needs. When it came time for a breakthrough, disciples had to undertake sect tasks or venture outside to seek their fortune, accumulating enough resources for advancement. It was utterly impossible to be as extravagantly wealthy as Purple Cloud Peak. Liu Beifeng blinked, her beautiful eyes parted, her lips as if to speak, but nothing came out. She felt like a naive country girl who had never seen the world, even tempted to pinch herself hard to see if this was a dream. Xue Jinli, seeing Liu Beifeng's dazed expression, covered her mouth and chuckled, "Little Beifeng, no need to be surprised. This is how Purple Cloud Peak is." Liu Beifeng suddenly felt embarrassed. How foolish she had been. She had even thought of presenting celestial treasures to Master to help him break through to Foundation establishment. But Purple Cloud Peak lacked no celestial treasures. With over 50 portions of treasures aged over a millennium, those under a millennium were probably countless. No wonder the three senior sisters had looked incredulous when she offered a single dragon serpent bloodgrass to Master. How mortifying. Seeing Liu Beifeng's cheeks flush, Situ Qingqing thoughtfully eased her embarrassment. Senior sister Shui, even the newly inducted junior sister, presented a gift to Master. You've been away for so many days, surely you found some treasure. What a move, Situ Qingqing, betraying your senior sister for a new junior sister. Fortunately Shui Jinli was quick-witted. How could that be? In my eyes, junior sister Liu is the best gift I could offer Master. On the other hand, Xiaoqing, you stayed at Purple Cloud Peak. How did you fail to take good care of Master? One thing at a time. Taking a beating for her was one matter, but drawing trouble onto herself was another. Since Xiaoqing chose to divert the trouble, she had to retaliate. Otherwise, where would her senior sister's dignity be? Situ Qingqing faltered upon hearing this. She had taken care of him, right into bed. Situ Qingqing puffed her cheeks and retorted, when Master's cultivation went awry, I rushed to the Purple Cloud Hall immediately and attended to him personally for a full 2 hours. If you don't believe me, ask Master. Su Yang. Attending to him personally for 2 hours, how dare she say it? She nearly broke his waist. Of course, as Master, the best way to handle the squabbling disciples was to say nothing, take neither side and comfort the loser in private afterward. Master isn't saying a word, seems like Xiaoqing is lying. Shui Jinli pressed her attack. Master, say something. Situ Qingqing's voice carried a hint of grievance. A question mark floated above Su Yang's forehead. Was this aimed at him? Just as Su Yang found himself in a dilemma. Stop arguing. Jinli found the 8th direct disciple for Purple Cloud Peak, and Xiaoqing took diligent care of Master. Both have merits. Yuan Xianxian interjected at the right moment, and Shui Jinli and Situ Qingqing immediately quieted down. Only Xianer could keep these 2 disciples in check. Su Yang breathed a secret sigh of relief and gazed at Yuan Xianxian with great satisfaction, thinking, my Xianer truly has the bearing of a principal wife. Xianer, take Beifeng to select her weapon. As for Qing'er and Jinli, help Beifeng choose a cave dwelling suitable for her cultivation. Your master must go into seclusion to cultivate. To avoid a repeat of the earlier situation, Su Yang began ushering them out. Yuan Xuanxuan, as you command, Master. Shui Jinli, Master, rest well. Situ Qingqing, Master, remember to balance work and rest, don't overexert yourself. Liu Beifeng, thank you, Master. The 4 stunning disciples bowed to Su Yang in turn before departing. Watching his disciples leave, each with their unique charm and graceful figures, Su Yang entered the rear hall and retrieved the true Dragon Dao fruit. Instantly, a dragon's roar shook the entire rear hall. The true Dragon Dao fruit resembled a true dragon, its scales shimmering with divine radiance, surging with vast boundless life essence like an endless sea of clouds. Truly worthy of the true Dragon Dao fruit. Su Yang remarked with emotion, then without hesitation he calmed his mind and began to refine it with full force. Heavenly Thunder Peak. A crude disciple's cave dwelling. Damn them. How dare they bully me like this? Xiaoyi lay sprawled on the stone bed covered in wounds. He clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, his fury with no outlet. Xiaoyi's rage stemmed from the fact that after joining Heavenly Thunder Peak he had gone to claim his cultivation resources only to be told they had been collected by a senior brother on his behalf. He burned with anger. As a child of destiny he was always the one taking from others, never the one being taken from. He immediately learned the senior brother's cave location from the steward and stormed over furiously, only to be ganged up on. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he was no match for 100 opponents, especially with several Foundation establishment cultivators watching from the sidelines. 2 fists couldn't overcome 4 hands. In the end he lost, not only his cultivation resources but also his rightful direct disciple's cave dwelling. With no other choice he seized an ordinary disciple's cave. Damn it! I am the child of destiny blessed by the heavenly Tao. Do you think this can defeat me? Delusions. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the youth for being poor. Once I break through to Foundation establishment I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Xiaoyi roared like a mad beast, his face twisted with resentment. The old manly in the jade pendant seeing Xiao Yi like this couldn't bear it and sighed deeply, alas. My disciple, don't you understand yet? This azure firmament sect is the place of your destined tribulation. I insisted you come here because I didn't anticipate that someone was manipulating fate behind the scenes to scheme against you. This is my failing. The only way to escape now is to leave this azure firmament sect immediately. Trust me, my disciple, as long as you stay far from this sect your fortune will become even more extraordinary. Opportunities will come knocking and your power will grow at a terrifying pace. When you become a venerable you can return and raise this insignificant sect to the ground. In the crude cave dwelling of Thunderclap Peak, Xiao Yi found an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Shut up. This humiliation I suffer today is all your fault. He shouted, unleashing a torrent of negative emotions upon Old Li. Old Li was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after only a few setbacks the once honest and kind-hearted youth would become so twisted, blaming everything on him without a hint of self-reflection. Fine, I give up. Let him be. He'll just find another host anyway. This jade pendant is made of a special material that even a venerable can't shatter. Old Li thought to himself. Speak up. Don't hide in the jade pretending to be dead. I know you're just playing possum. Let me be clear, since I've come to the Azure Firmament sect I'm not leaving. I hate nothing more than having what's mine taken away. Everything I've lost I will reclaim with my own hands. Not only that, but I'll seize the opportunities and beauties of the Purple Cloud Peak. If anyone stands in my way I'll kill them. If heaven itself opposes me I'll defy it. Xiao Ye's face twisted into a demonic grimace, his insane violent laughter echoing through the cave, sending chills down the spine. Seeing no response from the jade pendant, Xiao Ye's voice turned icy. Old Li, you're not thinking of switching hosts, are you? What do you think would happen if I gave you to Venerable Wan Jun? Xiao Ye's voice was like a demon's whisper, threatening Old Li. Old Li, who had been ready to play dead, could no longer feign indifference. He had sensed a demonic aura from Venerable Wan Jun, possibly a spy for the demon forces. As a remnant soul of a powerful figure, he would be a prize trophy for demon cultivators who might refine him into a soul banner. Speak, what do you want me to do? Old Li's voice came from the jade, filled with deep resignation. Increase my power. Use any means necessary. Within 6 months I want to be the only direct disciple on Thunderclap Peak. Xiao Yi stated his terms. Old Li sighed deeply. I do have a martial technique that complements the Blazing Heaven mystic art, but this technique. But what? Old Li, I actually treated you as my master and went out of my way to find spiritual herbs to heal your soul. I never thought you'd hide things from me. If I hadn't pressed you you'd never have brought it out. In your heart you never saw me as a disciple, did you? Fine, from now on it's just a partnership between us. Once I obtain the fortune of the Purple Cloud Peak we'll be even. Now hand over the technique. Xiao Yi clenched his teeth, his emotions overwhelming him as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. In his eyes Li Fire Venerable had never truly taken him as an apprentice, but had been using him all along. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone a former supreme venerable like Old Li. Hearing Xiao Ye's hysterical accusations, he felt that everything he had done was in vain. If it hadn't been for him, Xiao Yi would have died at the hands of his enemies long ago, never reaching his current level of cultivation, let alone obtaining any opportunities. He had even enlightened the spirit mink. Xiao Yi was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Unfortunately, Old Li had been deceived by his honest appearance from the start. Open your mind and I'll impart the technique to you. Old Li didn't want to argue anymore. Since this ingrate wanted a technique that would shorten his lifespan, so be it. Xiao Yi immediately opened his mind and a beam of white light shot from the jade pendant into his brow. Earthgrade martial technique, demonic flame lotus. Xiao Ye's twisted face erupted into manic joy. He with this technique, who on Thunderclap Peak can stand against me? Who else? Old Li watched coldly, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He had walked on thin ice his entire life, divining countless destinies. Only twice had he been wrong. The first time cost him his physical body, and this time. Could he make it to the other shore? Time flew by like fleeting clouds and passing dewdrops. 3 days later, Xiao Yi was in his cave on Thunderclap Peak. Haha, I've done it. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and turned his wrist. 2 lotus flames appeared in his palm, blazing as if born from heaven and earth, causing ripples in the surrounding void. After 3 days of intense cultivation, he had finally mastered the demonic flame lotus technique. His cultivation had also risen from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 6th. Advancing one minor realm in 3 days was something even the strongest direct disciples of the Azure Firmament sect couldn't achieve. Time to leave seclusion and issue a challenge. Xiao Yi was brimming with ambition. Though he had only advanced one realm, his combat power had soared and his liquid mana had increased by 800 drops. With 3,800 drops of liquid mana he could challenge a direct disciple at the early Golden Core stage and perhaps even contend with one at the mid-Golden Core stage. Xiao Yi decided that in this challenge he would not only reclaim his cave but also slaughter all those who had humiliated him. Just as he was about to leave, a gentle voice came from outside. "Disciple, may I come in?" Venerable Wan Jun. Xiao Yi's heart filled with resentment. This so-called master hadn't shown up when he was being bullied by those beasts but came now that his injuries had healed, probably trying to get something for nothing. Humph, wanting the horse to run but not letting it eat grass. There's no such easy deal in the world. He decided that if Venerable Wan Jun asked him to do anything he would refuse unless given sufficient compensation. "Come in, master." Xiao Yi's voice was weak as he lay on the bed feigning an incomplete recovery. "Disciple, it's my fault. I was busy with accumulated affairs on Thunderclap Peak these past few days and forgot to tell your senior brothers not to mistreat you, which led to your injuries." Upon entering, Venerable Wan Jun sat beside Xiao Yi, his face full of apology. "But don't worry, I've ordered those senior brothers who ganged up on you to face the wall in repentance for 10 years. Seeing you still unhealed, I feel your pain as if it were my own." He then took out a jade bottle from his robe and placed it in Xiao Yi's hand. "These pills are called Azure Sun pills. There are 10 of them. They'll not only heal your wounds but also boost your cultivation. I hope this can make up for things a little." Xiao Yi clutched the jade bottle, his gaze toward Venerable Wan Jun softening with gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, master. My injuries are almost healed." The Azure Sun pill was made from several rare Yangnatured spiritual herbs. For ordinary cultivators it might not be very useful, but for him with his Yang Blaze battle physique it was a treasure that could stimulate his physique's potential and enhance his cultivation. Venerable Wan Jun must have noticed his physique and specially chosen the Azure Sun pills for him. Such sincerity. How could this be a cheap master? He was a true master. Far better than Old Li in the Jade Pendant, who only made empty promises and occasionally siphoned his soul power. "It's fine. These Azure Sun pills were meant to boost your cultivation. So are you ready to make your mark on my Thunderclap Peak?" Venerable Wan Jun asked with a smile. Of course, Disciple has already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment and even the Golden Core stage. Xiao Yi sat up confidently, but before he could finish, the distant sky trembled as an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from the purple cloud peak, instantly covering the entire Azure Firmament sect. Countless disciples stopped to gaze into the distance, wondering what had happened on the purple cloud peak to cause such a commotion. An elder spoke with uncertainty. "It seems like someone is breaking through to the Golden Core stage. But the powerful energy fluctuation resembles nascent soul formation. Could it be that Xue Jinli from the purple cloud peak with her special physique is breaking through? Instead of guessing, why not go to the purple cloud peak and witness it ourselves?" "Forget it. The peak master of the purple cloud peak is notoriously difficult. If anyone dares to set foot on his peak without permission, his purple thunder sword will be drawn." Wasn't the purple thunder sword offered to the sect? Yes, but it was given as a reward for the mission to slay the serpent of the Eagle Grief Ravine and then taken by the first direct disciple of the purple cloud peak, Yuan Koxuan. It's just a transfer from one hand to another. Surely no one actually believes that Peak Master Su is selfless and devoted to the sect, right? Purple Cloud Peak. The terrifying and unparalleled pressure radiated outward, causing the surrounding void to ripple violently as if a thunderclap had struck a tranquil lake. Disciples near Purple Cloud Peak felt an overwhelming suffocation, as if their heads were being forced into a swamp, their mouths and noses clogged on the verge of unconsciousness. Fortunately, nascent soul elders intervened, neutralizing this unconscious pressure. In the next instant, boundless clouds surged, shrouding the entire Purple Cloud Peak. Within them, a legendary creature seemed to be gestating. Witnessing this, countless disciples felt a creeping dread. Even the nascent soul elders changed their expressions, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed upon the being that roamed freely within the mist, a dragon. A true dragon. How is this possible? Didn't true dragons go extinct in ancient times? Heavens, what has Purple Cloud Peak been hiding from us? We only asked you to break through to the core formation stage, not to birth a true dragon. I feel like our entire Azure Spirit sect and Purple Cloud Peak are from two different worlds. No wonder they've won first place in the 6 Meridian tournament for 7 consecutive terms. Disciples from other peaks watched the spectacle above Purple Cloud Peak with a mix of fear and envy. Among them was Li Xingshuan, who had recently joined Thunderclap Peak. A true dragon. Li Xingshuan looked up, his eyes reflecting a complex melancholy. His heart felt hollow, much like when he had sought his Tao in the Abyss City, as if something vital had been lost. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and feed senior brother Liu's spirit pet. If it goes hungry, you'll answer to me. A lanky youth beside him glared at Li Xingshuan with ill intent. Right away, right away. Li Kangxuan's tone was servile, his demeanor utterly humbled. He quickly grabbed a bucket filled with spiritual herbs and rushed off to feed the spirit pet. One misstep led to another. He had thought that giving up Purple Cloud Peak for Thunderclap Peak would allow him to coast through life. Little did he expect the atmosphere on Thunderclap Peak to be even more corrupt than he had imagined. Do not panic. This is not a true dragon, merely a manifested vision. A voice rich and mature like a poised lattice echoed from the sovereign peak, carrying a strange power that spread through the entire Azure Spirit sect, calming the restless disciples. That's the sect master's voice. Wow, the sect master's voice is so beautiful. If I could hear it every day, I'd gladly become her personal disciple. Greedy and shameless. So it's not a real dragon, just a dragon vision. You make it sound so trivial. According to ancient records in the entire northern prefecture over the past 5 millennia, anyone who manifested visions upon breaking through to the core formation stage ultimately achieved at least the rank of venerable. Meaning this Purple Cloud Peak disciple about to reach core formation is worthy of contending with the prodigies of past eras. A strict master produces outstanding disciples. Under true Lord Su Yang's tutelage, all 7 of his disciples possess the bearing of venerables. 1 peak, 8 venerables, this is tempting. Can I withdraw from my current peak and join Purple Cloud Peak? With your abilities you'd be thrown out before even setting foot on the mountain path. Their words dripped with envy and longing, yearning to immediately become Su Yang's disciples. Meanwhile, within the disciple cave of Thunderclap Peak, Xiao Yi, about to boast, froze, his mouth opening and closing before he cautiously said, "This disciple will do his utmost." The elderly within the jade pendant was nearly startled by Xiao Yi's unprecedented modesty. This was not the Xiao Yi he knew. Whoever you are, get off, Xiao Yi. True Lord 10,000 Thunder felt a pang of disappointment but maintained a composed demeanor, saying with satisfaction, "Doing your best is enough." After a few more instructions he departed. "Elderly, get out here." Xiao Yi snarled once True Lord 10,000 Thunder was gone. "What is it?" Elderly asked dismissively. "That fortune was rightfully mine and now someone else has taken it, and you ask me what?" Xiao Yi's voice was fierce, his chest burning with barely contained rage. In his mind he had already claimed everything on Purple Cloud Peak as his own. Though he didn't know who was breaking through, that person had undoubtedly stolen his opportunity. A breakthrough that manifested a true dragon vision, such a fortune must be heaven-defying. If he could enjoy that fortune, he too would manifest a true dragon vision. Then throughout the Azure Spirit sect both elders and disciples would look up to him in awe. Perhaps even the stunningly beautiful sect master would be captivated by him. Though he had only heard her voice, Xiao Yi was certain she was no less captivating than the 7 beauties of Purple Cloud Peak. The limelight that should have been his had been stolen. How could Xiao Yi not be furious? It was utterly intolerable. Thus, consumed by raging fury, he clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the cave wall. A pained scream echoed. Xiao Yi clutched his bloodied fist, howling in agony, his face twisted in pain. His eyes bulged as he stared at the wall, unable to believe it was so hard. Elderly. Well, nothing had changed. Xiao Yi was still the same arrogant, brainless fool. This cave is protected by a formation. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage cannot damage it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you want to see me make a fool of myself? Xiao Yi growled, his voice hoarse with frustration. Elderly felt like a fool for not just enjoying the show instead of opening his mouth. "Tell me, how can I claim the fortune of Purple Cloud Peak?" Realizing his earlier outburst had been too harsh, Xiao Yi spoke in a slightly calmer tone, still nursing his injured fist. Elderly wanted to say it was impossible. With some force obscuring the heavenly secrets and scheming in the shadows, there was no chance of seizing that fortune. Not losing his life would be a blessing. But he feared that saying so would provoke Xiaoyi into offering the jade pendant to true Lord 10,000 Thunder. I have calculated. When the 6 Meridian tournament arrives, the fortune will fall into your hands. Elderly spun lies without a second thought. After all, playing the oracle was his specialty. Of course, not all of it was false. Based on the divination he had glimpsed before, the fortune of Purple Cloud Peak had already been claimed. Very well, I will wait until the 6 Meridian tournament. When that time comes, I will make sure that thief who stole my fortune dies a miserable death. Xiao Ye's gaze was as sharp as a blade, radiating chilling malice. At Purple Cloud Peak by the heart of heaven, Lake Shui Jinli hummed a tune while soaking in a medicinal bath designed to enhance her cultivation, enjoying a pleasant session. Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed in her ears, startling her so much she nearly stood up from the tub, almost exposing herself. She stared blankly toward the Purple Cloud Hall and exclaimed, "Master! Master, is this a breakthrough to the core formation stage? Ah, even in recultivation, Master is faster than me. How am I supposed to be a slacker now? No, I absolutely cannot laze around anymore. From today onward I'll quit the bath. Actually, let's start tomorrow. Today's almost over anyway. A few hours of effort won't make a difference. I might as well enjoy a good soak." Shui Jinli made a feeble attempt at a sit-up before sinking back into the tub, turning into a bubble-blowing koi fish. Meanwhile, in a pavilion within the peach blossom forest, Sima Qingming was buried in her bedding, hunched over as she diligently studied a martial arts manual. She hoped that in her next sparring session with her master she wouldn't be reduced to tears so quickly. At least she wanted to last another incense stick's time. Suddenly a wave of pressure struck, pinning Sima Qingming flat. This pressure. Had her master broken through? This book is useless now. Sima Qingming pursed her rosy lips, crawled out from the covers and gazed at the manual in her hand with deep resignation. She set it aside, a flush coloring her exquisite cheeks. In the face of absolute power, all techniques were mere flamboyance. At the cloud precipice within the sword-testing pavilion, Yuan Songshuan, draped in a white dress, bowed her head, holding a brush and ink as she sketched something unknown, the blush on her cheeks delicate and dewy like a graceful flower blooming in the wind. This is how the book describes it, but I'm not sure if it's right. It should be correct, after all it has been tested. It's a pity that Master is still in seclusion now, otherwise. Yuan Songshuan paused her painting, looked up, a peculiar light gleaming in her almond-shaped eyes. Master is about to emerge from seclusion. She grasped the purple firmament in her hand, summoned a 3-foot azure sword and flew on her sword toward the Purple Cloud Hall. Within the Purple Cloud Hall, Su Yang sat cross-legged, exuding a terrifying aura like a primordial furnace. His eyes were tightly shut, and above his head a crimson dragon bared its fangs and claws, roaring ferociously. After a moment, his heart boomed like a great bell or giant drum, akin to the deep growls of an ancient beast. The essence of the true dragon Dao fruit was devoured and absorbed into his body like a whale swallowing water, and the manifested true dragon phenomenon vanished. Within his dantian, countless drops of liquid mana like ants constructing a nest automatically gathered and compressed into a massive crimson golden great pill. This great pill spun at an extreme speed, its violent undulations stirring boundless waves, causing the chi and blood flowing through his limbs and bones to surge like a boiling river, relentlessly scouring the banks. Because he possessed tens of thousands of drops of liquid mana, an amount that even the peerless prodigies of past generations could hardly match, the time required for him to form his core was far greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Waves of mana rippled across his entire body. For an ordinary cultivator, their physique would already be cracking, and their dantian might even shatter, reducing them to a cripple. The breakthrough was fraught with great peril. However, Su Yang possessed the supreme Yang Dao body. Having cultivated it to great mastery, his physical hardness rivaled divine gold and meteoric iron. Thus the lethal residual mana not only failed to harm him but was entirely absorbed by his meridians and flesh. After an unknown span of time, the crimson gold liquid mana collided and clashed countless times. Gradually a golden core radiating a crimson light solidified within Su Yang's dantian. The golden core realm was achieved. And his realm continued to break through. Golden core first heaven. Golden core second heaven. Golden core third heaven. Golden core fourth heaven. It was only at golden core eighth heaven that the breakthrough showed signs of stopping. The true dragon Dao fruit is indeed extraordinary. Su Yang opened his eyes, his formidable aura abruptly retracted, his gaze calm and placid. He examined his dantian inwardly, and there it was, a flawless golden core radiating a faint rosy glow, smooth and perfect. Though its size was no different from that of an ordinary cultivator, its power was incomparable. To put it this way, with one hand he could effortlessly defeat 20 Situ Qingmings, and with the other he could thrash 10 Yuan Kongshuans. As for Xue Jinli, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he couldn't be bothered to mention her. This was not arrogance. With the enhancements of the Supreme Yang Dao body, the imperishable Eternal Sutra, and the true Dragon Dao fruit, every time he advanced even a minor realm his combat power received an extraordinarily terrifying boost. He was confident that even if he were to contend with the young emperors of antiquity who dominated their eras, he would not be defeated. Furthermore, his divine sense had expanded many times over. If he were to release it, although it might not cover the entire Qingyun sect, it would surely encompass most of it. The Golden Core realm is still too weak. I hope to break through to the nascent soul realm within 10 days and recover my former cultivation within a month. Then, as Su Yang was lost in thought, a strange sensation emanated from within his body. Have I been poisoned? I've never heard of such a drawback from consuming the true Dragon Dao fruit. Yuan Zongxian swiftly arrived at the Purple Cloud Hall on her sword. She glanced around and, seeing no other disciples besides herself, relaxed and gracefully entered the Purple Cloud Hall. Master. Arriving at the door of the inner hall, Yuan Zongxian suppressed her inner shyness and raised her hand to knock softly. No sound came from within the hall, and Yuan Zongxian immediately sensed something amiss. After all, since the phenomenon had vanished, logically her master should have finished his cultivation. Master, do not blame your disciple. Your disciple is only worried about your safety. Yuan Zongxian steeled herself and pushed the door open, taking in the scene within the hall. Tattered remnants of clothing scattered about, her master bare-chested, sitting on a cushion, one hand supporting his forehead and the other rubbing his eyes as if trying to see something clearly. Yuan Zongxian hurried closer, her tone urgent, her gaze filled with deep concern. Master, has your cultivation gone awry? The last time her master had a qi deviation, it led to a complete loss of cultivation, forcing him to start over. It was only thanks to her master's extraordinary mental fortitude that he endured. An ordinary cultivator suffering such a blow would have long given up. But if he lost his cultivation again, she feared her master might not be able to bear it. This Xianer of mine is acting strangely. Why are you dressed differently? How can I be having such an illusion? Su Yang muttered under his breath. An illusion? Does that mean even in master's illusions I am present? A blush crept onto Yuan Kongshuan's beautiful face, her eyes shy as she whispered, Master, your disciple is not an illusion. I am real. Ha, in my illusion my Xianer can even speak. Let me see what other special features you have besides talking. Su Yang, gazing at the illusory figure of his eldest disciple in her white dress, couldn't help but reach out and pinch her soft cheek. The sensation was exactly like the real thing. Master, now you believe your disciple is real. Yuan Zongxian blinked her almond-shaped eyes, her expression exceptionally charming and naive. Su Yang's consciousness cleared slightly. He shook his head and the strange illusions before him vanished, leaving only the figure in the white dress. A flicker of embarrassment passed through his eyes and he fidgeted uneasily. Disciple, did your master just say anything strange? Yuan Zongxian shook her head. Nothing much, just asked your disciple why she was still wearing clothes. Yes, why are you wearing clothes? It would be much nicer without them. Su Yang suddenly realized his mistake and forcefully suppressed his stray thoughts, looking flustered. I'm sorry, your master consumed a celestial treasure which led to a poison invading my body. I've become lustunged, blurting out my true thoughts. No, I mean. The more Su Yang tried to explain, the more confused his mind became, and the illusions that had disappeared began to reappear faintly. After all, having been a fake master for so many days, couldn't he enjoy himself a little? True thoughts. Master really does have feelings for me. Yuan Zongxian felt a secret joy, but upon hearing that her master had been poisoned by a celestial treasure, she immediately thought of the flood dragon bloodgrass offered by Liu Beifeng. Could this Liu Beifeng be a spy planted by an enemy faction? How audacious! Although Liu Beifeng had excellent talent, she was only at the Foundation establishment realm. To trade her life for a master who had 100% chance of becoming a venerable was a deal any faction would gladly accept. At this thought, Yuan Kongshuan's brows knitted in fury, her robes heaving with anger as she furiously drew her sword to seek out Liu Beifeng. Su Yang could discern what his eldest disciple was thinking. He reached out, grasped her wrist and explained while holding his forehead, "It's not what you think. Your junior sister is innocent. It's the flood dragon's blood acting up in your master's body." With Su Yang's explanation, Yuan Zongxian understood. A dragon begets 9 sons, each different. Anything associated with dragons tends to be unruly, and flood dragons amplify this unruliness. Master, there were far better celestial treasures in the treasury. Why did you have to use this flood dragon blood grass? Yuan Zongxian, her wrist held, felt the scorching heat emanating from his palm, her gaze flickering uncertainly. What celestial treasure could compare to a 10th Asandier true dragon Dao fruit? Su Yang tried to divert his attention from the illusions before him. After all, it was a gesture from your junior sister Lu. If you had given me this flood dragon bloodgrass, your master would have taken it too. Master, you. What's wrong with me? Su Yang's reaction was somewhat sluggish as he looked down in confusion. This. How did Xianer end up in my arms? Su Yang was startled and quickly let go. Xianer, I didn't mean to, I was just affected. It's all right, as your disciple I should be considerate of my master. Yuan Zongxian did not break free from Su Yang's embrace. Biting her lip gently, her eyelashes fluttered like feathered fans, so as long as it can cure master's poison, Xianer is willing to do anything. Su Yang carefully examined the exquisite face in his arms. Her brows were delicately painted and she was evidently meticulously adorned. The rouge on her lips glistened with a moist sheen like cherries kissed by morning dew, making his throat tighten. Disciple, what is this rouge made of? It smells wonderful. It's a secret blend made from various mystic petals. Not only fragrant but also edible. Yuan Zongxian blushed, lifted her face, her deep pupils concealing the barely perceptible shyness. Master, would you like to have a taste? Seeing his senior disciple so bold, Su Yang felt he couldn't be timid as her master. He leaned down to taste the rouge, but just before reaching the soft fragrant spot, a slender jade finger blocked him. Su Yang frowned slightly. Master, that's not how you taste it. It's like this. A flicker of mischief flashed through Yuan Kongshuan's eyes as she gently kissed her own finger. Well, did you taste it? How could he taste anything? Though the finger did smell pleasant. Su Yang's expression turned serious as he nodded. Indeed, it smells quite nice. Master, lying is not good, it sets a bad example for your disciple. You clearly tasted nothing. Yuan Kongshuan's gaze held a teasing glint as she looked at Su Yang. Was his senior disciple flirting with him? Su Yang realized this belatedly, but before he could say anything, the jade finger blocking his lips was withdrawn. By inertia, her rosy lips pressed firmly against his, carrying a faint fragrant rouge scent that stirred his appetite, making him long to devour every bit of it. Yuan Kongshuan's eyes revealed shyness, her cheeks flushed crimson and her thick lashes fluttered a few times as if she were making a decision. Su Yang intended to seize the moment for more, but suddenly his expression froze. In that instant it felt as if his entire mind had been devoured by a zombie. After a long moment their lips parted. Yuan Zongxian let out a long breath, shyness rising to her brow as she gazed at her master who was so close. Master, how does your disciple taste? Delicious. I feel much better now, as if the poison has been neutralized. Su Yang nodded slightly, he felt completely relaxed, his body no longer uncomfortable and even had a buoyant ethereal sensation. Master, your disciple thinks you are more deeply poisoned than ever. Yuan Zongxian snorted. Su Yang, Yuan Kongshuan's voice turned soft. Master, this won't do. We need to find a way to completely eradicate the evil poison. This is fine as it is. Su Yang muttered gloomily. Disciple, you're right, but my mind is a fog right now. I doubt I can come up with any effective solution. It's all right, your disciple has already thought of something. You don't need to do anything, master, just cooperate with me. Yuan Kongshuan's expression was earnest, devoid of any personal bias, but her wandering eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Yuan Zongxian pulled a jade bottle from her storage ring and began bustling about. Soon she was done. Her demeanor was like that of a caring nurse speaking softly. Master, don't be nervous, you just relax. Otherwise it could easily affect the treatment outcome. Su Yang complied readily, closing his eyes as he let Nurse Yuan administer the detoxification. It felt as refreshing as applying cooling oil to his temples. Master, among all your disciples, who do you like the most? Yuan Zongxian stared intently at Su Yang, whose eyes were closed. Su Yang's thoughts had wandered far away. Hearing his senior disciple's question, he was about to answer casually but quickly realized this was a life-or-death question. If he answered poorly, Nurse Yuan might walk out on him. He thought carefully, actually I can't say I like anyone the most. Each disciple is a promising talent. I carefully selected each with their own shining qualities. Take little Jinli for instance, she seems careless and reckless but she's actually methodical, knows her limits and understands when to advance or retreat. And Qingming, she may appear lazy in cultivation but secretly she's more competitive than anyone. Though she's the fourth ranked, her cultivation is second only to yours and she's full of cleverness and charm. Yuan Kongshuan's eyes showed undisguised disappointment. She had imagined countless answers each where her master would say he liked her best, but his response was perfectly balanced, no, not even balanced. He praised all 8 disciples, even the. This left her somewhat disheartened. Was she such a failure as the senior disciple that she couldn't win her master's favor? Yuan Zongxian lowered her head, her eyes welling with tears of grievance. And what about your disciple? Yuan Zongxian asked softly, unwilling to give up. Xian'er, compared to your other junior sisters I feel more pity and guilt toward you. Su Yang's tone grew somewhat heavy. Yuan Zongxian lifted her eyes, crystal tears trapped in her sockets barely holding them back as she spoke with a trembling voice, Master, why do you say that? Su Yang rose and patted Yuan Kongshuan's head, lost in recollection. Xian'er, you were the first disciple I took in after establishing Purple Cloud Peak, yet I've spent far less time guiding you than the others. Moreover, when I went into secluded cultivation all the affairs of Purple Cloud Peak fell on your shoulders alone. You also had to guide your junior sisters in their training, and whenever an urgent mission arose in the sect it was you, the chief disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, who personally stepped in to resolve it. With so many burdens weighing on you, you never neglected your own cultivation. Xian'er, among all my disciples you alone carry the heaviest load, never causing me worry, yet you are the most accomplished and filial. Hearing her master's explanation, the tears in Yuan Kongshuan's eyes scattered like mist in the wind and her heart danced joyfully in her chest. So he has seen everything I've done. Su Yang continued, I often think if I had never taken you into the peak would you have lived more lightly with more smiles on your face. But then I reconsider, a disciple as outstanding and understanding as you, Xian'er, if I hadn't accepted you under my tutelage I would surely regret it for a lifetime. I might even wake up at night and slap myself twice. So Xian'er, even if I have wronged you deeply you must never leave me. Stay with me for a lifetime, never forsaking me, okay? A lifetime of never forsaking. Was her master confessing to her? Yuan Zongxian blushed furiously, so shy she felt she might steam. She bit her lip and nodded emphatically, your disciple will stay by your side for a lifetime, to the end of our days, until our hair turns white. Her voice grew so faint toward the end that only she could hear. What did you say, disciple? Su Yang asked in confusion. Nothing. Yuan Zongxian stammered, blushing, seemingly unwilling to let her master pry further. Her expression suddenly shifted back to Nurse Yuan's demeanor, her face taut as she said sternly, Master, the first session is over. Time for the second. Dusk fell upon the rear hall of Xian Peak. Su Yang sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, lost in thought. During this time he had even feared that Qingming might rashly barge in. He had even rehearsed the line, Qingming, you've arrived at just the right moment to ease the ensuing awkwardness, yet Qingming never came, not even a shadow of her appeared. Su Yang surmised she must have grown fearful. As expected, Qingming was likely either poring over a newly discovered martial manual or diligently fortifying her defenses. At this thought Su Yang's gaze drifted toward his eldest disciple sleeping soundly on the bed. Su Yang withdrew his gaze, settled into full lotus upon the cushion and examined his cultivation progress. Owing to the primordial resonance forged with his eldest disciple, his realm surged from Foundation Establishment 8th tier to Foundation Establishment 9th tier. He now stood but a single step away from nascent soul ascension. So I truly possess an innate unparalleled talent for drawing strength from my disciples. He mused, utterly unblushing, utterly unflustered. Yet relying on disciples as automatic spiritual energy extractors to elevate one's own cultivation was nothing short of daylight dreaming. After all, he had only so many disciples, unless... Su Yang recalled a uniquely pivotal figure from the original narrative, Ji Hongyuan, sect master of Qingming sect, a peerless beauty bearing the profound malevolent physique and one of only 2 void-shattering sovereigns within the sect. Her profound malevolent physique complemented his supreme Yang Dao physique, perfectly resonating with the celestial harmony of yin and yang. Were they to practice dual cultivation daily, his cultivation would ascend steadily, right up to sovereign ascension itself. However, fragments of memory left by his predecessor revealed a grim truth. He had grievously offended her. When the predecessor first joined Qingming sect, Ji Hongyuan, impressed by his extraordinary talent, had offered to take him as her disciple. He coldly refused, declaring, "Your talent falls short of mine, how could you presume to be my master?" Later, refusing to bow before any master, he ascended alone to become the youngest divine transformation true lord of the Northern Prefecture, and founded his own peak, assuming leadership of Ziyun Peak. This extraordinary feat inevitably earned Ji Hongluan's reluctant admiration. Indeed, she once privately hinted that she would set aside past grievances should he consent. She would groom him, without formal apprenticeship, as the next sect master of Qingming sect. Yet the predecessor ignored her entirely, acting with arrogant independence, and even deliberately provoked Ji Hongluan, disdainful that a woman held the title of sect master. In one word, unyielding, unenlightened, irredeemable. In the original narrative, Ji Hongluan made her first appearance after the Qiyuan sovereign's cave abode opened, sparking conflict when sect disciples vied for treasures, provoking rival sects. Their elders intervened, then their masters followed. Strike down the juniors and seniors descend, strike down the seniors and patriarchs emerge. In the end, Ji Hongluan stood alone, and crushed the masters of multiple sects, including one of the Eastern Wasteland's supreme orthodox sects. From that day forth, the name Immortal Phoenix Ji Hongluan echoed across the 8 desolate realms. Su Yang recalled the original plot. The spark that ignited this conflict was none other than the protagonist Xiao Yi. That young man, empowered by the Qiyuan cave abode's suppression of cultivation, capping all cultivators at foundation establishment completion, and aided by his spirit beast grandfather within a jade pendant and his rare spirit weasel companion, swaggered through the abode, declaring, "This treasure is destined for me." Whether unearthed within the realm or carried in anything the protagonist coveted was seized without hesitation. Eventually he met his match, an elite scion from a top-tier sect of the Eastern Wasteland sent to the Northern Prefecture for trial cultivation. Exhausting every ounce of strength, Xiao Yi still proved no match, and fled in humiliation. But as the chosen one of heaven's mandate, how could he endure such disgrace? Upon fleeing, he immediately sought out Qingming sect's lead disciple, and spun a web of lies, claiming his rightful opportunity had been stolen and that the Eastern Wasteland's prodigy had nearly beaten him to death. Enraged, the lead disciple rallied a vast contingent of Qingming sect disciples and marched en masse to confront the Eastern Wasteland's genius. The Eastern Wasteland's genius was no mere clay figure. He united nearly all non-Qingming disciples present, forging a coalition against Qingming sect within the Qiyuan cave abode. Though Qingming disciples were individually stronger, their numbers were few. Rival disciples, though weaker, vastly outnumbered them, and with the Eastern Wasteland's genius commanding their ranks, the two factions reached a tense stalemate. At this critical juncture, the pivotal figure emerged, Ruan Yuer, the second disciple of Ziyun Peak. Shaped by her origins at Ziyun Peak and deeply influenced by her former master's ethos, she placed the sect above all else, and upon learning of the crisis charged forth alone to challenge the Eastern Wasteland's genius. The Eastern Wasteland's genius was not only defeated, but gravely wounded. His anti-Qingming coalition instantly crumbled, dissolving into chaos. As for Xiao Yi, he seized the moment to deliver the final blow. Not only did he seize the Eastern Wasteland's genius's hard-won treasures, but he also stole the sect's treasured artifacts smuggled out secretly, the Earth-rank spirit artifact Yuan Ci Earth Core. Naturally, the Eastern Wasteland's genius refused to let the sect's sacred treasure be lost. The moment he exited the cave abode, he transmitted an urgent plea to his sect's elder, yet because Ji Hongluan had already thrashed the sect's master, leaving him too humiliated and injured to demand restitution, he slunk away with his wounded protege, abandoning all claims. Thus Qingming sect bore the brunt of universal enmity, while Xiao Yi, the true instigator, reaped unimaginable rewards. Upon returning to his sect, he swiftly ascended to foundation establishment realm. Indeed, the Qiyuan cave abode arc laid the unshakable foundation for Xiao Ye's dazzling emergence during the upcoming Six Veins Grand Contest. Su Yang concluded his recollection and pondered inwardly. The Qiyuan cave abode permits entry only to those at foundation establishment completion, perfectly suited to my current realm. Should I go stir the waters? The answer was unequivocal. What was the protagonist's fortune was by extension his own. Not only would he enter the Qiyuan cave abode, but every disciple under Ziyun Peak would accompany him. Perhaps from one of his disciples he would again receive 10,000-fold retaliatory backlash. After all, since his transmigration, 3 instances of 10,000-fold retaliatory backlash had each catapulted his combat prowess to staggering heights. The Qiyuan cave abode was not merely desirable, it was indispensable. Several days later at Thunderclap Peak, a plain-faced youth with a sullen, shadowed expression stood before the cave residence of Xiong Man, the 99th inner disciple, and declared aloud, "Xiao Yi, I challenge you today." Boom! His voice thundered like a bronze bell, reverberating instantly across the entire peak. That madman has barely rested half a day, and now he's challenging again. Every senior brother he's challenged has either perished or suffered grave injury. Why does no one rein him in? Who dares? The Peak Master issued an iron decree: no senior may bully juniors, in no group may overwhelm individuals, in no one may refuse his challenges. Violators face either 10 years of solitary penance at the Cliff of Reflection, or worse, forfeiture of inner disciple status and expulsion from Thunderclap Peak. Let them revoke my status, I'd rather live than die. You misunderstand. These inner disciple positions were won through years of blood and sweat. To abandon them so easily renders all that effort meaningless. Still, we cannot stand idly by while Xiaoyi exploits these three forbiddens to remain invincible and issue challenges at will. Rest easy, this time Xiaoyi shall fall hard. Though brother Qingming ranks 99th among inner disciples, his true strength places him firmly among the top 30. Already at Foundation Establishment 2nd tier and possessing the Rockeye Spirit physique, his combat power rivals Foundation Establishment 3rd tier. Even if Xiaoyi possesses the ability to challenge beyond his rank, bridging 6 minor tiers remains impossible. Then I am reassured. May brother Qingming strike with full force, and leave Xiaoyi gravely injured bedridden for at least half a year. The speaker was an inner disciple ranked ahead of Qingming, skilled in esoteric artifices yet possessing only mediocre cultivation at Foundation Establishment 9th tier, wholly incapable of facing Xiaoyi. Thus he fervently hoped someone would halt the challenger's rampage. Moments later a towering mountainous figure emerged from the cave residence, over a zhang, tall, broad-shouldered, immense. Gazing upon Xiaoyi he grinned broadly and praised, brother Xiaoyi, you possess remarkable courage indeed, daring to challenge me. What are you, a speck of dust, to call me brother? Xiaoyi sneered, his expression haughty, his tone dripping with contempt. Repeated defeats had nearly shattered his confidence, yet after effortlessly toppling 8 inner disciples ranked above him he reclaimed that intoxicating sensation, awe from all absolute control, sovereign supremacy. This sublime euphoria intoxicated him, so within half a day he launched yet another challenge upon Thunderclap Peak's inner disciples. Qingming's expression hardened instantly, his eyes narrowed, voice glacial. Xiaoyi, you are indeed as unruly and disrespectful as rumored. But your streak ends here, I shall break it. You... a deluded fool. Without another word Xiaoyi struck, flames coalescing instantly into a blazing lotus hurtling towards Qingming with explosive force. The moment the fire lotus manifested, ambient temperatures soared violently. Disciples standing nearby paled at its terrifying aura, instinctively stumbling backward. That eerie fire lotus again. Xiaoyi uses it every time, and yet it always works. What martial technique is this? So vexingly relentless. Thunderclap Peak possesses no such technique. Could Xiaoyi have entered with prior mastery? Whatever the case, pray our inner disciple brothers remain vigilant. 8 previous challengers fell precisely because they underestimated this fire lotus, some even attempted to block it barehanded only to be instantly incinerated into torches left near death. No matter, brother Qingming bears the Rockeye Spirit physique. Per the 5 elements mutual subjugation, this demon rage fire lotus cannot harm him. A spectator declared confidently. At that very moment. Rockeye's defense. A stout bearman's body suddenly shimmered and amber-hued ice crystals instantly encased his entire form, forging an armor of arcane power as unyielding as petrified frost. In the next instant, he lunged forward with a thunderous step, his aura surging like a ravenous tiger descending the mountain, hurtling straight toward Xiaoyi. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by the sharp, sickening snap of breaking bone. Then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as a figure flew backward like a severed kite. There he lay, the bearman who had stood moments before, sprawled motionless several zhang away. More horrifying still, his entire body was engulfed in an uncanny, inextinguishable flame. The searing agony twisted his features into pallid, ghastly masks, like a wretched soul enduring torment in the deepest hells. The surrounding disciples' eyes widened in sheer terror, their whispers trembled. How is this possible? Even the Rockeye spiritual body could not withstand that lotus flame. Even more terrifying, the bearman of Foundation Establishment 2nd rank cultivator fell in a single move against Xiaoyi. This is beyond belief. Such overwhelming combat prowess, surely no one across the Qingming sect rivals Xiaoyi. Nearly every disciple stood frozen in awe. After all, this bearman was no nameless novice, he was utterly shattered in one strike. It was truly unimaginable, beyond reason. Pathetic. Xiao Yi rubbed his nose, his expression cool and detached. Without another glance at the bearman's desperate cries for help, he turned and walked away, leaving behind only a deliberately nonchalant silhouette. Only after Xiao Yi departed did the onlookers dare speak aloud. Ever since Xiao Yi arrived, Thunderclap Peak has known no peace. Undoubtedly because those senior disciples seized Xiao Ye's cultivation cave, igniting his deep-seated grudge. Each challenge he issues now carries lethal intent. Then why not mention that Xiao Yi himself seized others' caves? We're doomed, doomed. If even Brother Xiongman has fallen, I must rid myself of this senior disciple title, this scorching burdensome honor, before it consumes me. Some disciples were already preparing to renounce their senior status, even bracing themselves for expulsion from Thunderclap Peak. As for the bearman slumped on the ground and feebly calling for aid, he was utterly forgotten. It wasn't that they refused to help. Rather, Xiao Ye's lotus flame was too eerie. Mere contact ignited flesh, and even one's inner spiritual energy would catch fire, dreadfully volatile. Meanwhile, striding confidently toward his own cultivation cave, Xiao Yi tilted his lips into a wild, unrestrained smile. Masterly, did you see? Thunderclap Peak feels like my sovereign domain. I move through it as effortlessly as a fish glides through water. So masterly, you erred. Profoundly. If some force truly obscured the heavenly Tao, how could it possibly permit me such unchecked ascension, without ever laying a single obstacle in my path? Within the jade pendant, Masterly remained silent. Humph. Enjoy yourself then. Just ensure when you seek your own demise you don't drag this old man along with you. Yet something was amiss. He was already courting death, relying obsessively on the demon rage lotus flame in every battle. Unbeknownst to him, each use devoured his lifespan and drained his latent potential. Ziyun Peak Rear Hall. For several days Su Yang had immersed himself entirely in cultivation. Master, does my strength suffice? Does my strength suffice? Yuan Keixian stood lightly atop Su Yang's broad muscular back, her voice soft as silk. Su Yang lay prone upon the pillow, eyes closed, replying gently. Your pressure is perfect, Xianer. Are you weary? Shall your master? No, your disciple isn't tired at all. Yuan Keixian's cheeks flushed faintly, her eyes shimmered with a quiet, ineffable shyness. Yesterday, and the day before, her master had asked the same question, and each time she'd answered wide-eyed and obedient. Of course Yuan Keixian cherished these moments, they were proof of her master's love. Yet her constitution forbade excess, only 16 cups of water per day could maintain equilibrium. Just then. Master, urgent message from second senior sister. A voice rang out from beyond the hall, Situ Qingqing's. Master, what do we do? Qing'er has arrived. Yuan Keixian panicked, flustered, breathless, nearly diving headlong into the wardrobe. Xianer, you're fully clothed, what is there to fear? Moreover, as first senior sister you must uphold dignity. Ahem, fear not. Your master stands beside you. He nearly blurted out his true thoughts, but caught himself just in time, swiftly shifting tone to soothe Yuan Keixian. Right, she was fully dressed. What then was there to fear? Even if she weren't, so what? Her heart, Yuan Keixian's heart, needed no concealment, it was plain for all the world to see. Clad in a pale yellow palace gown, Situ Qingqing, seeing no reply, peered cautiously inside, and beheld first senior sister in her white robe, barefoot upon her master's broad bare back. Situ Qingqing stared, torn between outrage and confusion, yet the robe remained immaculate and her master wore only his upper garment. Nothing untoward appeared to have occurred. But something felt deeply off. Upon spotting Situ Qingqing, Yuan Keixian's voice turned cool and crisp. Qing'er, what are you doing lurking so stealthily by the door? Senior sister, I'm hardly lurking, I announced myself plainly. Situ Qingqing murmured in quiet protest. She'd meant to probe deeper, yet caught off guard by her senior sister's preemptive strike, she forgot entirely. Qing'er, what did Yu'er say in her message? Su Yang asked. Master, second senior sister reports that the matter you entrusted her with has borne fruit, and remains undiscovered by anyone else thus far. She seeks your guidance on the next steps. Situ Qingqing's tone carried a subtle undercurrent of grievance. So the Qiyuan cultivation cave truly was found by Yu'er. Su Yang arched a brow, thoughtful. Days earlier, having finalized his long-term plans, Su Yang had sent a transmission to his second disciple Ruan Yu'er, deep within the Qingyang's secret realm. Though the land surrounding the Qingyang's secret realm had been thoroughly scoured, Yuer, ever obedient to her master's word, had dutifully followed his precise instructions, searching northward along the realm's exit with meticulous care. Xian'er summoned Jinli and Beifeng to Ziyun Hall for discussion. Su Yang commanded. Understood, master. Yuan Keixian responded instantly. Qing'er possessed a nose like a hound, should she linger suspicion would surely arise. Clad in her white robe, Yuan Keixian floated down from Su Yang's back like a graceful butterfly, her lithe form swaying as she glided from the rear hall. Su Yang watched his eldest disciple's retreating figure, then mindful of Qing'er still standing before him, sat upright on the bed with composed gravity. Yet in the next breath, a supple warm weight settled softly into his arms. Wah, Master First Senior Sister is utterly unfair. She permits herself to ignite flames yet forbids others even to kindle a spark. Situ Qingqing buried her tear-streaked face in Su Yang's chest, her voice trembling pitiful as falling plum blossoms. Your First Senior Sister doesn't merely light fires, she also knows how to extinguish them. Su Yang gently stroked Qingqing's back, soothing her. Qing'er, though strict, what ill intent could she possibly harbor? Ill intent? She certainly bears ill intent toward you, master. Halfway through, Qingqing abruptly halted, realizing she just played right into her senior sister's hands. She lifted her gaze to her master's handsome profile, gazing at him with tender, adoring eyes. Though she reveres you, she cannot match me, who tends to you body and soul with unwavering devotion. Her voice softened, honeyed and warm. Qing'er, your senior sister returns any moment now. Su Yang stiffened, sharply reprimanding his audacious disciple. It's all right, master, First Senior Sister won't be back so soon. A rosy blush bloomed across Qingqing's cheeks like twilight's final glow. Gazing up at the beloved face she'd longed for day and night, she nibbled her lower lip shyly. Master, those days without your disciple must have been unbearable. But fear not, I will find a way, slip past Senior Sister's watchful eye. Not quite unbearable. Su Yang nodded solemnly. Qing'er, your devotion is deeply felt, yet do not overstrain yourself. Your master is resilient enough. Master, you are truly kind to Qing'er. Situ Qingqing's eyes, clear as autumn waters, gazed up at her master filled with profound emotion. In such a moment her master still thought of her. Qingqing's lashes fluttered. Master, would you like compensation? Enough. Your master is no lustful fiend, go now. By my reckoning your senior sister has already delivered all messages. Master may not be, but I am. Situ Qingqing smoothed her rumpled gown, rose and headed toward the wardrobe, to fetch her master's robe. Nothing unusual, except Su Yang suddenly recalled something lay hidden in that cabinet. Should Qing'er discover it? A king meets a king. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, a sense of dread washing over him. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. The mere thought of the impending storm of conflict made his head throb. Enough. Rather than cowering in trepidation, he would. He refused to believe he couldn't tame this so-called storm of strife. Su Yang hardened his resolve inwardly. Yet the scene he had anticipated never unfolded. Situ Qingqing opened the wardrobe, retrieved a black robe and closed the door, her expression utterly unchanged. Master here. Situ Qingqing said with a beaming smile. A question mark seemed to materialize on Su Yang's brow. He took the robe and donned it, disbelief swirling within him. Could it be that Xian'er had already removed the clothes from the wardrobe? Unbeknownst to him, Situ Qingqing's heart was seething with rage, on the verge of exploding. At the Purple Cloud Hall, Su Yang sat in the seat of honor, clad in a black robe exuding an air of elegance, charm and unrestrained grace. His divine bearing and every gesture emanated a transcendent aura. Within the hall the four disciples gazed upon their master's striking visage, each harboring a different thought. Yuan Kuxuan's lashes lowered, her eyes concealing a deep affection. Aside from master, all other men in the world are utterly mediocre. Xue Jinli, somewhat smitten, licked her lips. Master looks even more handsome today. Sob, I wish I could touch him. Situ Qingqing puffed her cheeks and bit her lip. Don't look, none of you should look. Master is mine. Lu Bifeng's eyes sparkled with admiration, slightly dazed with master's grace. Is there any woman in this world worthy of him? Disciple pays respects to master. Led by Yuan Kuxuan, the four disciples bowed in unison to Su Yang. No need for formalities. Su Yang raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 4 disciples in the hall, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The reason I asked Xian'er to summon you all is that Yuer has discovered the cave dwelling of a venerable. For now no one else has found it but her. The master of this dwelling is known as Qiyuan, a name I'm sure you've all heard. What? It's actually Venerable Qiyuan's cave dwelling. Xue Jinli, the more impulsive one, exclaimed in surprise. Who is Venerable Qiyuan? Liu Beifeng, who usually kept a low profile, asked timidly. Xian'er, explain it to your junior sister Liu. Su Yang said with a smile. Yuan Koxuan nodded and her cool commanding voice echoed through the hall. Venerable Qiyuan rose to fame 5,000 years ago. Hence he was also called the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiding. In a short time Yuan Koxuan succinctly summarized the life of Venerable Qiyuan. After hearing Yuan Koxuan's words, Liu Beifeng's mouth fell open, slightly a hint of shock in her voice. Venerable Qiyuan plundered so many tombs, didn't anyone seek trouble with him? This Venerable Qiyuan mastered an extremely high-grade escape technique. Those stronger than him couldn't stop him and those weaker dared not provoke him. For a time his glory was boundless and he roamed the entire world freely. Even when major powers set up numerous prohibitions around burial grounds, Venerable Qiyuan traversed them as if on level ground, coming and going as he pleased. Perhaps he dug too many tombs and offended the heavens, for in the prime of his life he encountered misfortune. According to ancient records, the last witness to see Venerable Qiyuan said, I saw the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiding covered in red fur, as if formless monsters followed him, devouring his vitality. Yuan Koxuan revealed the secret she had gleaned from ancient texts. Misfortune. Hearing that word, the spiritual mark on Liu Beifeng's brow trembled slightly, conveying a sense of terror that made her expression turn somber. Noticing Liu Beifeng's pallid expression, Su Yang knew it must be the restlessness of the spiritual mark on her brow. He spoke soothingly, Beifeng, misfortune is called misfortune because almost everyone who comes into contact with it dies. Even if they survive, they become mindless monsters. That's why cultivators fear it, dread being associated with anything related to it, and no one dares to study it. But what I want to tell you is that the essence of misfortune is actually a curse. So-called curses are merely a different application of the laws of the Tao, albeit more mysterious and unconventional. Therefore, as long as you have a deep enough understanding of your own Tao, you need not fear any curse. Besides, you have your master here. Su Yang's voice was like flowing water striking stone, crystal clear and melodious, like a sip of spring water soothing the soul. Junior sister Liu, don't be afraid. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you're in no danger of encountering misfortune. And even if you did, master wouldn't abandon you. Xue Jinli spoke with a carefree air, as if to ease Liu Beifeng's tension. She gave her a pat on the back. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. Whoosh. A blush instantly spread across Liu Beifeng's pale cheeks. Xue Jinli stared at her own hand, a strange expression on her face. Third junior sister, how dare you act so recklessly in front of master? Yuan Koxuan, as the senior disciple, could not tolerate such wanton behavior from her junior and scolded her sternly. Senior sister, I know I was wrong. Next time I won't act recklessly in front of master. Xue Jinli readily admitted her mistake with sincere repentance. The feel was really nice, next time she'd do it behind master's back. She silently added in her heart. Third senior sister, you always say that, but you always repeat the offense. In my opinion, master, you must punish her. Make her stay at Purple Cloud Peak this time and forbid her from going to Qiyuan's cave dwelling. Situ Qingming said, turning to her master with a strong suggestion. Hearing this, Xue Jinli panicked and pleaded, Master, don't listen to Ziyaking's nonsense. You can punish your disciple in any way, but you must not forbid me from going to Qiyuan's cave dwelling. She was a little treasure fiend. Whenever she saw precious artifacts, she could barely move her legs. Hearing master say that second senior sister had discovered the location of Qiyuan's cave dwelling, she had immediately wanted to volunteer. After all, Venerable Qiyuan had spent his life digging graves, so his dwelling was sure to be filled with treasures, techniques and secret manuals from other powers. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. But she had patiently waited for master's arrangement. Thus Ziyaking's suggestion truly struck a nerve. Indeed, the one who knows you best hurts you the most. Xue Jinli looked at Su Yang with pitiful eyes, hoping her master wouldn't make such a cruel decision. Anything is fine. Su Yang glanced at Xue Jinli, then looked away and said slowly, Jinli was a bit presumptuous, but her intentions were good. So I won't punish her this time. However, let this be a warning. If it happens again, Xian'er, you will spank her 100 times right here in the Purple Cloud Hall. If she makes a single sound, spank her another 100 times. Yes, master. Yuan Koshwan acknowledged. 100 lashes. She couldn't care less. Xue Jinli breathed a sigh of relief, then lifted her chin slightly and shot a stealthy glare at Situ Qingqing as if to say, just wait in private, I'll show you how to teach you a lesson. But Situ Qingqing was utterly unfazed. She spoke again, Master, I think third senior sister is a bit unreliable. Letting her go alone to Qiyuan Cave Mansion might lead to trouble, so I suggest that first senior sister accompany her. Having first senior sister go along was Situ Qingqing's true intention. That way the entire Ziyun Peak would be left with only her, the master, and the simple-minded junior sister Lu, almost like a world for two. Without first senior sister's restraint, she could once again study all sorts of peculiar positions with the master. The thought was quite thrilling. Yuan Kongshuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She wanted to reject the proposal, but she was indeed a bit uneasy about letting her lively third junior sister venture alone to Qiyuan Cave Mansion. Xue Jinli pouted as she too was reluctant to have first senior sister accompany her. After all, away from the master, first senior sister was like a block of ice, unapproachable, and she was very strict, making it impossible for Xue Jinli to freely collect treasures in the Qiyuan secret realm. Qing'er's suggestion is good, but letting Xian'er go alone doesn't sit well with me either. After all, that Qiyuan is no ordinary venerable, who knows how many dangerous restrictions he has set in his own cave mansion. So to be safe, I've decided that for this trip to Qiyuan Cave Mansion I will go with you all. Even if danger arises, I can watch over you. Su Yang spoke calmly, his tone gentle. The master worries about me. Yuan Kongshuan's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, her heart brimming with joy and sweetness almost overflowing. Xue Jinli's low spirits immediately soared. With the master's protection, she could take whatever treasures she wanted from the entire Qiyuan Cave Mansion. Situ Qingqing hadn't expected the master to want to go this time. Since the establishment of Ziyun Peak, the master had rarely left it, let alone ventured beyond the Qingming sect. So this decision caught her off guard. Master, then I. Situ Qingqing tried to speak up to salvage the situation, but was interrupted by a cool, mature voice. Master, Ziyun Peak cannot be left unguarded. You third junior sister and I will all go to Qiyuan Cave Mansion. Since junior sister Lu has just joined Ziyun Peak and is not yet familiar with our rules, I'm afraid Qing'er will have to stay and guard Ziyun Peak. Situ Qingqing. No, master, I've been stuck at Ziyun Peak for so long. This time it should be my turn to go to the Qiyuan secret realm. Situ Qingqing urged anxiously. If she wasn't there, the master would surely be devoured by that tigress of a first senior sister, bones and all. If the master was going, she had to go too, if only to keep an eye on first senior sister. Qing'er, don't be difficult. You are the best choice to stay at Ziyun Peak. Yuan Kongshuan's eyes flickered as she spoke coolly. There's no need for argument. I've already decided that all current disciples of Ziyun Peak will go to the Qiyuan secret realm this time. Su Yang looked at his disciples with an unwavering tone. Yes, master. Though reluctant, Yuan Zongxian obeyed her master's words. The next day. At the Qingming sect. A spirit boat dozens of zhang in length and engraved with hundreds of intricate formations rose from Ziyun Peak and sped out of the Qingming sect. Look up there. That's the spirit boat from Ziyun Peak. Aren't those senior sister Yuan and senior sister Xue on the deck? Beautiful, so beautiful. I thought they just returned recently. Why are they going out again? With so few disciples on Ziyun Peak, if perfected, Su Yang has important matters he has to entrust them to these two. The two senior sisters work so hard, enduring wind and dew outside and possibly facing dangers. I volunteer to join Ziyun Peak to ease perfected Zus' burdens. Ease his burdens? I won't even call you out on that. Shameless. Disciples from nearby peaks looked up at the spirit boat, gossiping, their words filled with admiration for Yuan Zongxian and Xue Jinli's beauty and longing for Ziyun Peak. At Tianlei Peak, Xiao Yi had once again challenged a top-ranked personal disciple, effortlessly defeating him with the same move, the Demon Flame Lotus. But this time, as he unleashed the Flame Lotus, his body felt a great strain, overwhelming fatigue, intermittent blackouts before his eyes, stars flickering, eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and his legs felt rooted to the ground, difficult to move. If not for his strong will holding him up, he would have collapsed on the spot. Suddenly, like a thunderclap from the ground, Xiao Yi was jolted awake. He looked up sharply, glaring angrily at the flying boat passing overhead, but when he saw the two graceful women on the boat, his expression instantly changed. Xiao Yi swallowed hard, it's them truly a pair of beauties. But then his expression darkened, his face gloomy, eyes blazing with anger as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Damn that old demon Su. To treat such beauties so heartlessly, driving them like beasts of burden, unforgivable. When I achieve nascent soul, that demon will face his execution. Kill. Xiao Yi, who had originally planned to rest, changed his mind. He was still too weak. Only through constant challenges and seizing cultivation resources from those incompetent personal disciples could he rapidly improve his cultivation. In the past few days he felt his realm barrier loosening again, as if he could break through at any moment. Such a breakthrough speed was surely beyond even old demon Zu's reach. Xiao Yi even fantasized about the beautiful scene when he would ascend to nascent soul and attain the perfected lord status. Old demon Su trembling and kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Old Li in the jade pendant found this hard to comment on. This Xiao Yi kept calling Su Yang an old demon, unaware that Su Yang, as the youngest nascent soul perfected lord in the northern domain, wasn't even 30 years old. By the time Xiao Yi became a nascent soul perfected lord, Su Yang would likely have become a venerable. Killing him? More like suicide. Of course, in old Li's view, Xiao Yi was squandering his lifespan and ruining his potential, likely to die halfway through his cultivation. After a while, inside the cabin of the spirit boat. Master, may your disciple enter. A light and ethereal voice sounded from outside the door. Come in. Su Yang, who had been meditating on a cushion, opened his eyes and a faint image of the sun flickered within his gaze. All right, Qingming is coming in. Sima Qingming appeared dressed in a light thin ruchuan. The skirt was very short, barely covering the lower part of her voluptuous legs, and the dress was quite form-fitting. Su Yang blinked, straightening his back. Qingming, what is this? Your disciple has come to thank you, master. Sima Qingming's lips curled into a sly smile. This mischievous grin reminded Su Yang of his first day after transmigrating. Was he about to play the role of an aggrieved master again, as if a flower thief had barged into his boudoir? He quickly dismissed the thought. Qingming, there's no need for thanks between us. Before he could finish, Sima Qingming was already before him. Qingming, what are you doing? Your senior sister is still outside. Su Yang urged his disciple to calm down for a moment. Given the vivid memories of past events, he found it hard to believe Qingming's audacious claims. Humph, master, you dare underestimate your disciple. I'll make you see me in a new light soon. Then what should I do? Su Yang hesitated. Half an hour later. Su Yang said with some helplessness, Qingming, is this what you meant by making me cry? Sima Qingming bit her red lips, wanting to speak but holding back. Master, I will take responsibility. Sima Qingming felt too embarrassed to flee halfway. After all, she had caused this trouble. But just then a light, charming and mature female voice came from outside the cabin. Master, your disciple has something to discuss with you. Senior sister. Sima Qingming, busy under the desk, tensed up, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. If senior sister came in and saw this, she would surely draw her sword in fury and strike down this rebellious disciple who was seducing the master. What to do? Unable to speak, Sima Qingming could only look at her master with pleading, watery eyes, seeking help. Xianer, come in. A calm voice sounded from within the cabin. Yuan Ko Xian pushed open the door and saw her master sitting upright at the desk, holding a brush, diligently writing something. Truly a focused master is the most handsome. She approached, instinctively began grinding ink for him, and glanced sideways at the 8 large characters on the paper, pausing as she read softly, tolerance leads to greatness, desirelessness makes one unyielding. She savored the meaning, feeling ever more that her master's realm was lofty and his mind vast. As his disciple, she could only look up to him in awe, following his footsteps, yet never able to stand shoulder to shoulder. Master, your disciple is enlightened. Yuan Ko Xian tried to calm the turmoil in her heart, her voice clear as a secluded spring. Enlightened? Enlightened about what? For him the first 4 characters were born from a wandering mind, the last 4 were a warning to himself. Before his senior disciple he must restrain his desires and be a man with a will of steel. Su Yang put down his brush with a smile and said, just casual writing, Xianer, don't dwell on it. Under the desk, Sima Qingming suddenly pinched Su Yang's thigh, reminding him not to say too much and to coax the senior disciple out of the cabin first. Master, is your throat dry? Yuan Ko Xian considerately poured him a cup of water. A little. Su Yang took the opportunity, accepted the cup, took a sip, and then suddenly burst into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Master, are you all right? Yuan Ko Xian quickly took a handkerchief from her bosom and handed it to Su Yang. He took it, wiped his mouth and asked, "Xianer, what business do you have with me? Purple Cloud Peak is unguarded and I am a little worried. Perhaps since the spirit boat hasn't flown far yet we could have Qingming turn back. It won't take long." Yuan Ko Xian voiced her concern. After all, the treasure vault of Purple Cloud Peak held many treasures, the hard-earned wealth of her master. What if someone stole them? "Senior sister, I knew you were up to no good coming behind my back to whisper in master's ear again. Too bad, no matter how hard you blow you can't compare to me." Sima Qingqing felt a little smug. Su Yang straightened up and said casually, "No matter. No one knows I've left Purple Cloud Peak. Even if there were thieves, the formations laid out on the peak will make them regret ever setting foot there. Is there anything else, Xianer?" Yuan Ko Xian thought for a moment. Should we inform the sect about the Qiyuan cave mansion? After all, although her master had once defied Ji Hongwan, he had always valued the sect above all else. Otherwise he wouldn't have been generous enough to give away his personal sword as a mission reward. "We should, but not now." Su Yang had his own plans. Although he had sent his second disciple Ruan Yuer to locate the Qiyuan cave mansion ahead of time, that didn't mean he could monopolize it. In the original story, the Qiyuan cave mansion had revealed itself naturally, causing violent tremors that collapsed hundreds of mountain ranges and affected several major cities, making it impossible to hide. So Su Yang decided to send a message to Ji Hongwan, the sect master of the Qingming sect, just before the cave mansion was about to emerge. Partly to claim credit and partly to see if he could salvage some of his image in her eyes. Seeing that her master had other arrangements, Yuan Ko Xian said no more. Her eyes flickered as she stole a few glances, a hint of disappointment in them. The other matters were trivial. Her main purpose was to ask if her master needed help detoxifying. But sensing his steady and stable aura with no sign of poisoning, she feared that bringing it up might make him think her frivolous and wanton. Besides, the spirit boat wasn't private, so she could only suppress the thought. After his senior disciple left, Su Yang called softly, "Qingming, your senior sister is gone." Sima Qingqing did not reply. A bit embarrassed, Su Yang scooped her up from under the desk and kissed her forehead. "Qingming, you've worked hard." Sima Qingqing wasn't resentful but instead said guiltily, "It's all Qingming's fault." Su Yang reached out and pinched her cheek. "It's fine, Qingming, you've done wonderfully." "No, I haven't done enough, master. I need to go back and cultivate." Sima Qingqing's chest heaved with determination. She was tired of this sneaking around. She would cultivate diligently, striving to surpass her senior sister as soon as possible. Then she could openly, even in front of her, bully the master. 2 days later. The spirit boat skimmed over a mountain range. As they drew closer to the Qingyang's secret realm, the demon beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Not long ago, a nascent soul initial stage cyan falcon demon beast had swooped down from the clouds to hunt, only to have its head severed by a single sword strike from Yuan Xianxian. Inside the cabin. "Master, this disciple feels lost." Lu Beifeng lowered her head and spoke softly. "Lost about what?" Su Yang sat on a meditation cushion, his tone calm. "I don't know where my Tao truly lies. Because of the spirit mark, she could cultivate anything with remarkable speed, yet she could never master any of them to perfection. This bred confusion, especially after witnessing her senior sister casually decapitate a nascent soul demon beast, a sight that stirred a hidden inferiority within her. After all, without the spirit mark she might not even be able to defeat Xiao Yi. Su Yang looked at Lu Beifeng's pitiful expression and suddenly recalled that in the original story, after leaving the Thunderclap Peak, Lu Beifeng had followed a path of relentless slaughter, cutting down anyone in her way. For 3 days and nights she had carved her way from east to west, then south to north, too busy to even rest her eyes. When would she have had time for confusion? What a contrast. Su Yang chuckled softly. "Beifeng, where your heart yearns, there lies your Tao. Where does your heart reside?" "Where does my heart reside?" Lu Beifeng hesitated for a long time, unable to find an answer. "For example, your master's heart is at Purple Cloud Peak with you and your 7 fellow disciples, and with Qingming sect. I wish to protect them forever, even at the cost of my life." "Is master's Tao about protection?" Lu Beifeng's gaze sharpened, her expression dazed. "Something like that." Su Yang nodded. Just as building a tall tower requires a solid foundation, Purple Cloud Peak was his foundation, something he was duty-bound to safeguard. "And you, my disciple?" Su Yang asked in return. Lu Bifeng's mind flooded with memories of the past training until her hands and feet were swollen, being hung from a tree for an entire day and night as punishment. During cultivation, senior sister Shui would sneak in to ambush her, bringing delicious food and taking her to secretly roast the spirit fish from Heart of Heaven Lake. The seemingly aloof but warm-hearted senior sister Yuan Xuanxuan would patiently answer every cultivation query she had. Senior sister Situ was kind too, giving her a beloved pillow to ease her loneliness and protecting her when senior sister Shui bullied her, though it usually ended with them both being bullied. As for Master didn't seem like a master, he felt more like an older brother willing to listen to his disciples' troubles for hours without growing weary, showing them meticulous care. She had never seen him angry, unlike that petty old scoundrel Wan Jun from Thunderclap Peak who would scowl at the slightest provocation. Master, this D. From outside the cabin came Situ Qingming's startled cry. Thunderfire hawks were aberrations among demon beasts born with the power to command thunder and flame, making them apex predators in the beast hierarchy. What made them even more terrifying was that unlike other solitary apex predators, they were social creatures with exceptional coordination. Once prey was marked, escape was nearly impossible. Even sect elders would rather avoid them, choosing to detour rather than risk conflict. On the deck. Senior sister, the situation looks grim. I counted at least 8 nascent soul stage Thunderfire hawks among them, and one has reached the 7th level of nascent soul. It must be their leader. Situ Qingming's expression was grave. Indeed, this is troubling. Yuan Xianxian cut down several Thunderfire hawks that had charged forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on the 7th level nascent soul leader. Breaking the encirclement would be simple: slay the leader and the rest would scatter like headless flies, posing no threat. But this Thunderfire hawk was exceptionally cunning. It seemed to sense who posed the greatest danger on the deck, so whenever Yuan Xianxian prepared to strike, it would order its kin to shield it. Senior sister, the demonic energy of the Thunderfire hawks can corrode the formation. I estimate we have less than an incense stick's time before the spirit boat's protective barrier fails. We must think of something. Shui Jinli cracked her whip, unleashing fiery dragons that sent several core formation stage Thunderfire hawks flying, but more quickly filled the gaps, continuing to damage the spirit boat. Be careful, it'll go slay it. Yuan Xianxian grasped the Zixiao sword, her voice cold and resolute. Senior sister, you can't go out. That feathered beast is trying to force us into that exact move so it can pick us off one by one. Situ Qingming saw through the leader's scheme. Yes, senior sister. If you go out, you'll be swarmed by several nascent soul stage Thunderfire hawks and will be too occupied to aid you. Shui Jinli vetoed the idea. But Yuan Xianxian tightened her grip on Zixiao. If she didn't act quickly to kill the leader, the spirit boat would soon be destroyed, leaving them all vulnerable to the Thunderfire hawk's assault. Just as Yuan Xianxian hesitated. Hum. A sword's cry suddenly resounded from the cabin. A dazzling, breathtaking sword beam shot forth, sweeping across the heavens with overwhelming momentum, cleaving straight toward the Thunderfire hawk leader. Under this sword beam, the sharp eyes of the Thunderfire hawk leader flickered with a human-like terror. It had never expected such a terrifying presence to be hidden within the spirit boat. In panic, it summoned more of its kin to shield it, but it was too late. The sword beam, carrying an unstoppable torrent like a mountain flood, shattered everything in its path, tearing through them with devastating force. The Thunderfire hawks that rushed to its rescue were like moths to a flame, effortlessly shredded into countless fragments by the sword beam. Terror-stricken, the Thunderfire hawk leader flapped its wings and turned to flee without hesitation. Even as a demon beast, it knew this sword strike would claim its life. Escape was its only option. But the sword beam moved with unimaginable speed. Screech! Amid the Thunderfire hawk's agonized cry, the crimson sword beam engulfed it, and in an instant it dissolved into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. The sight was utterly astonishing. Yuan Xuanxuan, Shui Jinli and Situ Qingming all stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to believe what had just unfolded before them. They knew their master's combat prowess far exceeded his outward appearance, but they had never imagined it could be so terrifyingly heaven-defying. That was a nascent soul 7th layer demonic beast, and before it several other demonic beasts of the same nascent soul level stood guard. How could the master have slain it so effortlessly? It felt like a mortal kingdom at war, where one could directly cut off the enemy general's head from amidst the countless troops. Yuan Xianxian said, "Master, didn't you say you'd stopped cultivating the sword path?" Shui Jinli exclaimed, "This is the result of the golden core stage." Situ Qingming mused, "If the master is this terrifying, I must be truly remarkable to have lasted half an hour." In the distance a few passing rogue cultivators witnessed this scene, their eyes widening as if their eyeballs might leap from their sockets. Good heavens, one sword strike to kill a nascent soul 7th layer Thunderfire Eagle. If that's a human, I'll eat my words. Too powerful. Beneath that sword light the Thunderfire Eagle was as fragile as paper. Could there be a divine transformation true lord seated on that spirit boat? Even if not a divine transformation true lord, they must at least be at the nascent soul perfection stage, otherwise it's inexplicable. Could such a powerful figure be heading to this desolate place for the Qingming secret realm? Hasn't the Qingming secret realm already closed? Inside the cabin, Liu Beifeng's gaze was somewhat dazed. What had just happened? The master had somehow produced a great sword from nowhere and beheaded the nascent soul stage Thunderfire Eagle leader. Hadn't the master just formed his golden core? Su Yang sheathed his sword and instructed, "Xian, or leave the rest to you." "Yes, master." Yuan Xian replied. Su Yang then looked at Liu Beifeng and said calmly, "Disciple, continue." "Continue what?" Liu Beifeng asked blankly. Disciple, weren't you lost about your path? I was just helping you find your own path, have you forgotten?" Su Yang laughed. Oh, this disciple remembers, my heart is in. Liu Beifeng suddenly found it hard to speak. She too wished to protect Purple Cloud Peak, to protect her lovely senior sisters and to protect her esteemed master, but did a master like this need her protection? Su Yang asked, "In what?" "In Purple Cloud Peak, in my senior sisters, in my master." Liu Beifeng's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Little Beifeng, speak up, don't be afraid, no matter where your heart lies I will help you achieve it," Su Yang encouraged. Since the master had said so, Liu Beifeng steeled herself, clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "Master, I want to protect you." Su Yang's eardrums rang from the noise. Outside, Yuan Xian and the other two who were slaughtering the Thunderfire Eagles heard the commotion from the cabin and their expressions shifted. Yuan Xian said, "What audacity!" Situ Qingming added, "Another one trying to snatch my man." "The master," Xue Jinli remarked, "Little Beifeng, are you this brave? And my senior sisters and everything on Purple Cloud Peak, I want to protect it all." Liu Beifeng's confidence waned, but her voice remained loud. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought this newly accepted disciple was reckless and seeking death, but now the misunderstanding was cleared. "Master, can I protect it?" Liu Beifeng asked cautiously. "Why not?" Su Yang's gaze was gentle and his smile warm. "Disciple, do you think that with me and your senior sisters on Purple Cloud Peak there's no room for you to protect it?" Liu Beifeng lowered her head, her expression hidden. Su Yang patted Liu Beifeng's head and said solemnly, "Disciple, you needn't overthink it, just consider one thing. When a powerful enemy invades Purple Cloud Peak, what will you do? This disciple will give her all, even if it means perishing together with the enemy, as long as it protects Purple Cloud Peak." Liu Beifeng replied without hesitation. Compared to the strict rules of the Liu family, Purple Cloud Peak felt more like a home, a warm and lovely one, and she would never allow anyone to destroy it. To do so they would have to step over her corpse. "Disciple, this is your path. Remember, the path of protection must never be shackled by fame, lured by profit, swayed by strength or weakness, or feared by life or death. No matter how thorny and perilous the road ahead, you must remain fearless. Draw the sword in your heart, sever the chains and protect all you wish to guard." Su Yang taught earnestly. He was quite curious to see what the future held for Liu Beifeng, known in the original work as the Blood Fiend, which if she walked a completely different path. Liu Beifeng's delicate frame trembled. She seemed to have found her path. "Master, this disciple understands." She lifted her eyes, no longer lost but filled with radiant light. "Understand what?" "Understand the path of protection." Liu Beifeng's gaze shimmered. "Then let me ask you, if your blade never strikes the young or old, but the enemy is an old man or a woman or a child, what would you do?" Disciple could simply not use the blade. I could use a spear. Within 3 steps a spear is both accurate and fast." Liu Beifeng patted the Qinkuan pouch at her waist which held her life-bound spirit spear. "You are teachable. Go." Su Yang waved his hand, shooing Liu Beifeng out of the cabin. The Tianji mountain range teemed with demonic beasts, including true lord-level Great Yao, making it a veritable life-forbidden zone. At this moment in a valley, a woman in white robes wearing a veiled hat stood on a tree branch, looking down with a hostile tone at the black-robed youth below. "How long will you keep following me?" "Miss, what are you saying? The Great Road is open to all, each goes their own way." Without proof accusing me of following you is rather unreasonable, don't you think? A flicker of embarrassment passed through the black-robed youth's eyes, but he continued shamelessly. He was the holy son of the eastern wasteland Xiantian sect, and due to a bottleneck in his cultivation he had come to the northern frontier to try his luck, hoping to find a suitable opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. The reason he followed the woman in the tree was a treasure he had obtained in his youth which could reveal the fortune light on others. When he inadvertently shone it on the woman, the fortune light nearly blinded him. Realizing she must hold some secret, he secretly trailed her all the way here, only to be discovered so quickly. The white-robed woman said nothing, but with a flick of her sleeve a jade slip shot toward the black-robed youth with fierce momentum. Puzzled, the youth still raised his hand to catch the jade slip, secretly channeling his mana to neutralize the force of the recording jade, then probed it with his divine sense. He discovered it was a recording jade that had captured the entire process of him following her. Miss, this doesn't seem to prove anything, does it? It only shows that our paths happen to coincide. As the saying goes, the shameless are invincible. Even with evidence laid before him, the young man in black robes could still argue with a straight face and an unperturbed heart. He sensed a tremendous fortune upon this woman. If he could obtain it, he would surely break through his bottleneck and gain unprecedented benefits, so he was not about to give up easily. Can't prove it. The woman in white leaped down from the tree branch, walked up to the young man in black robes, snatched the memory stone away and said in a calm tone, "Then you go first. I'll walk in the opposite direction so our paths shouldn't overlap." Fine. To lower the woman's guard, the young man in black robes did not refuse. He had a treasure that could sense her as long as she was not too far away. Pointing north, he said, "Miss, I'm heading this way. Don't follow me." Hearing his counteraccusation, the woman in white was not angered. She nodded slightly and said, "Rest assured I won't follow you." Good. A smile on his face, the young man in black robes clasped his hands toward the woman in white, turned around and had just taken a step northward when he felt a chill at his neck, as if a bone-piercing killing intent was surging toward him. At this critical moment a white light flickered beneath the young man's feet and he vanished from the spot like a streak of light. This was a profound footwork technique from the Xiantian sect, capable of helping one escape danger in times of crisis. When the young man in black robes reappeared, he was already several zhang away from the woman in white. Although he had evaded the assassination, he was still injured with blood gushing from his shoulder. Staring fiercely at the woman before him, he said, "Miss, you have gone too far." He had never expected that this seemingly gentle woman would without a word directly attempt to kill him. The woman in white stared at the bloodstained blade in her hand, vexed. "My master taught me to think thrice before acting. I planned carefully and caught him off guard, yet I still failed to kill him. If my master finds out, he'll surely be disappointed. Hey, are you listening to me?" The young man in black robes strained his neck and shouted angrily. Not only had he been inexplicably attacked, but now he was being ignored. This was utterly intolerable. "I'm sorry, it was an accident." The woman in white looked up, her voice filled with apology. As she spoke, she walked toward the young man and asked with concern, "Let me see how serious the wound is." Her voice was incredibly gentle, like the sweetest melody of a Wu dialect. If not for the glaring blood-stained blade in her hand, the young man in black robes might have actually believed her. "You don't come closer. I know you're not simple, but I'm no pushover either. If you insist on fighting me, I might lose, but you will surely die." The young man in black robes retreated repeatedly, his voice fierce and threatening. As the heir of the Xiantian sect in the eastern wasteland, an ordinary core formation cultivator attempting to assassinate him would not even be able to touch his body, let alone draw blood. Yet this woman had managed to wound him, and if she had been slightly off she would have severed his head. Clearly this woman's combat prowess was not inferior to his own. Without resorting to any secret arts that drained his potential, he felt it would be difficult to defeat her. "I will die." The woman in white raised an eyebrow and a chilling murderous intent burst from her already disdainful eyes. Her master had once said that if anyone threatened her life regardless of right or wrong, she should kill them outright. Sensing the rising killing intent from the woman in white, a chill ran down the young man's spine as if he were being stared down by a terrifying primordial beast. His expression shifted rapidly. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he turned and fled without hesitation, pushing his footwork to the limit. In an instant he was dozens of zhang away. After all, he had only come to the northern prefecture in search of fortune, not to fight to the death with this woman in white. Unexpectedly the blade in the woman's hand flashed, disappearing into the void before reappearing to strike at the young man's legs. Sensing the danger, the young man in black robes leaped like an agile monkey, barely dodging the strike aimed at his legs. Before he could rejoice, a foul wind blew. The woman in white had somehow appeared behind him, blade in hand, thrusting toward his back as if to drive the white blade in and pull it out red. Terrified, the young man in black robes shuddered. In an instant an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged skyward. Behind him a jade-white disk appeared, radiating divine light that enveloped his entire body like a thick suit of jade armor. "Miss, I admit I was wrong to follow you, but you've already cut me once. Let's call it even. It's better to resolve enmity than to keep it. From now on you go your way and I'll go mine. We won't interfere with each other." Apologizing, the young man in black robes swiftly retreated. "Even if your combat prowess is unmatched, I possess the jade body." He was about to say that his jade body made him impervious to blades. But the woman in white thrust her blade forward. It seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious force, easily piercing the manifested jade armor and plunging into his abdomen. The strange force churned inside him, disrupting his chi and blood, leaving him unable to utter another word. How could this be? The earlier cut on his shoulder could be explained by his lack of defense. But what about this strike to his abdomen? He had employed the full defensive power of his jade body. Had he miscalculated this woman's combat prowess? But this was no time for reflection. As the blade sank into his belly, the young man in black robes, enduring excruciating pain, delivered a fierce kick aimed at the woman's chest, swift as thunder and powerful as a cannonball. With a flicker of her gaze, the woman in white withdrew her blade and blocked horizontally, unknowingly playing into the young man's plan. He stamped heavily on the blade's back, using the force to propel himself like an afterimage. In the blink of an eye his figure vanished from the valley, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. "I am Wang Teng of the Xiantian Sect. I will repay today's grievance in the future. Humph, you will die here today." The woman in white snorted coldly. She had deliberately left a trace of her power inside his body with that abdominal strike, precisely to prevent his escape. Then, sensing the direction of the fleeing young man, she stamped her foot and vanished in pursuit. The holy sun of the eastern wasteland could not rest in peace even in death. Beyond the valley, the figure of the black-robed youth slowly materialized. His expression was gloomy as he clutched his abdomen, his chi and blood languid and depressed, severely diminishing his combat prowess. "I remember you." Wang Teng cast a deep glance at the valley, then retrieved a large number of pills from his storage ring. Whether for healing or replenishing chi and blood, he swallowed everything beneficial to his body in one go. Fearing that the white-clad woman might catch up, he did not dare to heal on the spot. Instead he fled in haste towards the eastern wasteland. After frantically fleeing for a long time, Wang Teng thought he was finally safe. He turned back to look, only to witness a horrifying sight that made his soul flee in terror. The white-clad woman holding a white blade clung to him like a bone-deep parasite, merely 2 or 3 paces behind. It was this momentary lapse that gave the woman her chance. She raised her blade with effortless grace. A stunning blade light coalesced in Wang Teng's eyes, carrying a terrifying momentum as it slashed towards him. In that instant Wang Teng's heart surged with a fierce sense of crisis, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to tremble. His entire body felt as if electrified, paralyzed with a numbing sensation. He had no time to think. His hands thrust towards the heavens and a great seal materialized above his head. As soon as it appeared, it stirred the winds and clouds of the 10 directions, drawing in the very momentum of heaven and earth. The Xiantian Sect's supreme treasure, the Earth-rank spiritual artifact Primordial Magnetic Earth Core. Legend had it that this primordial magnetic Earth Core was forged by the founding patriarch of Xiantian Sect, who used the Earth's core Li fire to refine primordial magnetic divine iron for several years. He then invited a formation grandmaster to inscribe countless high-level arrays upon it, thus creating this treasure. Its power was naturally extraordinary. The reason Wang Teng had not used it earlier was twofold. First, he had secretly brought the primordial magnetic Earth Core out of the sect, and using it would immediately alert the sect's high-ranking members. Second, only successive sect masters of Xiantian Sect could fully master it. For others, even at great cost, they could at most unleash 1 or 2/10 of its power. As the holy sun, Wang Teng could not fully activate it either. But at this critical moment of life and death he had no choice but to use this treasure. Bang! The blade light and the great seal collided, producing a thunderous roar. The wild aftershocks, like collapsing mountains and surging seas, shattered towering peaks one after another, sending countless boulders flying. Countless demon beasts lurking within were caught in the blast, yet they could only lower their heads, trembling, struggling bitterly like ants. Pfft. Wang Teng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler, his aura already at its nadir. This was the price of using the primordial magnetic earth core. It consumed the vast majority of his magical power just for a single use. After enduring the blade light, he retracted the great seal above his head and fled desperately into the distance without a moment's pause. A treasure. The white-clad woman's eyes brightened even more as she saw him effortlessly block her attack with the great seal. Without hesitation she flickered and gave relentless chase to the black-robed youth. You flee, I pursue, even with wings escape is impossible. Thus passed several dozen breaths. The distance between them not only failed to widen but grew ever closer, down to 2 or 3 paces. A little nearer and the white blade could stab him. You leave me no choice. Wang Teng roared with a ferocious expression. He had no other option. Although using a secret art would damage his foundation, the white-clad woman was relentless, clearly unwilling to stop until he was dead. He had to fight to the death. Just then a spiritual boat dozens of zhang in length appeared not far ahead of Wang Teng. Seeing its scale, he immediately knew its master must hail from some great power in the northern prefecture. Joy surged in Wang Teng's eyes. He hastened his pace towards the spiritual boat and cried out for help. I am Wang Teng, the holy son of Xiantian's sect in the eastern wasteland. I implore the senior on the boat to lend a hand and rescue me. I will surely reward you handsomely. So you are a distinguished disciple of Xiantian's sect. Come aboard quickly. A warm, deep voice came from the boat. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He had not expected the boat's master to know of Xiantian's sect's reputation and be willing to let him board and offer protection. Heaven never seals off all exits. With that thought, Wang Teng ignored his injuries and activated his full-speed landing on the spiritual boat in a few breaths. The maddened white-clad woman, seeing him board the boat, actually stopped her pursuit. She stood outside, her voice cold and sharp. Senior, this is a personal grudge between him and me. Please do not interfere rashly. No matter the grievance, as long as he stands on my boat, hostilities must cease. An indifferent voice came from within the cabin. Hearing this, Wang Teng turned his head gratefully towards the cabin, thinking to himself, there are still good people in this world. Oh, since you insist on protecting him, don't blame me for being rude. With that, the white-clad woman struck with her blade. An unparalleled blade light flashed in the void, slashing towards the spiritual boat. How dare you! A wrathful voice from the cabin rumbled like thunder. Then it seemed as if a majestic sun rose within the cabin, its overwhelming aura like the sun god patrolling heaven and earth, sacred and extraordinary. Sigh. Wang Teng couldn't help but gasp in awe, shock and terror spreading across his face. This senior on the boat has unfathomably profound cultivation. This vast robust aura was something he had only felt from a few nascent soul perfection elders in his sect, and even they fell short. Immediately his tense nerves relaxed. With this senior present, this madwoman could no longer cause any trouble. The next instant a blazing radiance shot out from the cabin, seemingly aimed at the blade light unleashed by the white-clad woman. Wang Teng eagerly anticipated witnessing her being blasted back, vomiting blood. But an unexpected change occurred. The blazing radiance suddenly changed direction, crashing down upon Wang Teng. Wang Teng was horrified beyond measure. He felt a great terror descending upon him and frantically tried to summon the great seal for defense, but his entire body seemed imprisoned by the vast momentum of heaven and earth, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the radiance engulfed him. No, I am the Xiantian. Wang Teng's eyes bulged wide as an indescribably terrifying pressure bore down on him. Then an excruciating pain of total disintegration swept through his limbs and bones, flesh, skin, bones, and even his divine soul were all annihilated into ashes. In an instant darkness claimed his vision as he plunged into an abyss of nothingness. Master, did I perform well? Just then the nearly fading consciousness of Wang Teng heard the white-clad woman's soft coquettish voice. Killing and breaking the heart. How malicious. Wang Teng cursed silently, but it could not stop his inevitable end of being reduced to ashes. Aboard the spirit vessel. A woman in white removed her veil, revealing a face as luminous and flawless as freshly fallen snow. Her features were delicate and refined, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and gracefully arched brows like ink-wash brushstrokes. Her eyes, clear and tranquil as spring waters of Jiangnan, shimmered with the pristine radiance of lotus blossoms upon still water. Her slender alabaster neck evoked the fragile elegance of snow-draped branches. As for her figure, it bore resemblance to Yuan Koxuan's, voluptuous curves at bust and hips, all exquisitely accentuated by the flowing white robes, rendering her silhouette both harmonious and arresting. a mature beauty so captivating it stirred birds to startled cries and made flowers tremble in shy reverence. No wonder the original narrative described this second disciple of Ziyun Peak as a gracefully mature beauty. Su Yang emerged from the cabin and gazed upon the woman in white, his eyes instinctively widening with quiet awe. "Master, did you perform well?" Her voice was soft and honeyed, like melted ice sugar syrup, sweet and beguiling. "Well done. Come inside." Su Yang led Ruan Yuer into the cabin. Senior sister, third younger sister, fourth younger sister, Anne. Lu younger sister. The moment Ruan Yuer stepped inside, she spotted Yuan Koushuan and her fellow disciples. With quiet deference she offered formal salutations to each. Though unfamiliar with Liu Beifeng, she recognized him instantly. Xue Jinli had already introduced him via the communication jade pendant. Yuan Koushuan gave a gentle respectful nod. "Senior sister Yuer." Xue Jinli greeted warmly. "Second senior sister." Situ Qingming replied, her tone serene and gentle. "Senior sister Wan." Liu Beifeng appeared even more reserved than Ruan Yuer. "Please sit." Su Yang poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, then asked. "Yuer, why were you pursuing Wang Ting, the heir of Xiantian's sect?" In the original narrative, Wang Ting played a substantial role, a rare antagonist who repeatedly courted doom before the protagonist. Even his master's famous line, "My disciple Wang Ting possesses the potential to ascend to immortality," had become a widely quoted aphorism among readers. Ruan Yuer accepted the teacup with both hands, seated herself with flustered humility and spoke softly. "Reporting to master, I was entrusted by you to locate the Qiyuan secret realm. Yet no sooner had I departed the Qingyang secret realm than this scoundrel set his sights upon me. At first I dared not be certain. Recalling your instruction, to catch a thief one must catch him red-handed, I discreetly concealed a soul reflection tablet at my waist. When confronted with irrefutable evidence, he refused to confess, and instead slandered me. Enraged, I struck him once with my blade. Then he declared I would surely die." At this, Ruan Yuer's voice brimmed with indignant fervor. "You taught us, when away from home and embroiled in enmity, do not seek reconciliation, only strike decisively and eradicate the threat utterly. Thus I pursued him relentlessly, until I found you, master." Yuan Koushuan's gaze flickered inwardly, reflecting upon herself. Every word master uttered Yuer remembered with perfect clarity, and executed without deviation. In contrast, her own conduct fell far short. Xue Jinli watched her second senior sister with profound admiration, thinking, "Goodness, no wonder she's senior sister Yuer. She strikes down the heir of Xiantian's sect without blinking an eye." Situ Qingming silently raised Ruan Yuer's perceived danger level to match that of the first senior sister. Who in the world could resist such a girl, obedient, docile and unfailingly devoted? She does exactly as commanded, and possesses assets of no ordinary caliber. Whatever master requires she will undoubtedly fulfill. Su Yang paused in silence. He had not anticipated Wang Ting's self-destruction. In the original narrative, though details were sparse, it was known that Wang Ting as a youth had chanced upon a treasure capable of detecting auspicious opportunities. Leveraging it, he intercepted countless fortunes, transforming his otherwise mediocre cultivation foundation into one worthy of becoming Xiantian's sect's heir. In another novel, Wang Ting would have unquestionably claimed the protagonist's mantle. Yet in this abandoned tale he served solely as the protagonist's stepping stone, trampled whenever needed. He proved a dutiful treasure-bearer, invariably surrendering one or two precious artifacts to the protagonist upon every encounter. Precisely for this reason, readers of the original narrative rarely disliked Wang Ting. In fact, they eagerly awaited his appearances. At this thought, a peculiar notion suddenly surfaced in Su Yang's mind. By eliminating Wang Ting, the very conduit of treasures, had he inadvertently weakened the protagonist's celestial fortune? After all, the artifacts Wang Ting bestowed held considerable significance. The first artifact, the Yuan Ci Earth Core. It was precisely with this treasure, and the legacy acquired within the Qiyuan Grotto abode, that the protagonist dominated the Six Veins Grand Competition, sweeping all rivals, earning the favor of Qingming Sect's Supreme Elder, and triggering subsequent pivotal events including the 3-year covenant. This marked one of the most crucial turning points in the original narrative. Now deprived of the Yuan Ci Earth Core, the protagonist would likely fail even to claim first place in the Six Veins competition, perhaps even lose standing within the Six Veins altogether. The thunderclap peak might struggle to retain its status, let alone draw the Supreme Elder's attention. Of course, diminishing the protagonist's fortune was merely an unexpected boon. His true objective remained clear: restore his cultivation to the nascent divinity True Lord realm, or even transcend to the void-breaking venerable, so he could face any sudden upheaval with unshakable composure. Seeing her master remain silent, Wan Yuer feared she had brought trouble upon Ziyun Peak. Judging from Wang Teng's boasts, Xiantian's sect wielded formidable influence across the eastern wastelands. Bowing her head, biting her lip, she murmured anxiously, "Master, have I drawn calamity upon Ziyun Peak?" "Why bow your head? You can't even see your own feet." Su Yang chuckled, genuinely amused. What trouble could a sect heir possibly pose? Wang Teng harbored ill intent toward Yu Yuer, he deserved death. Should his sect elders dare arrive seeking vengeance, this master shall debate them with reason and righteousness. Su Yang possessed unwavering confidence. Emerging from the Qiyuan grotto abode would grant him a cultivation leap so staggering it defied imagination. Even if he could not fully recover his former peak, his combat prowess would only grow stronger. If Xiantian's sect arrived willing to reason, well and good. If not, he retained modest proficiency in martial arts. And should they abandon martial decorum entirely and dispatch some venerable elder to provoke conflict, he would simply have to swallow his pride and cling tightly to immortal maiden Hongwuan's coattails. In any event, he possessed a countermeasure. Hearing her master's staunch defense, Wan Yuer's eyes gleamed with an unusual warmth, like peach blossoms blooming in her gaze, as she gazed upon his handsome visage lost in quiet reverie. She opened her mouth to express gratitude, then, as if recalling something vital, sprang upright. "Master, please wait just a moment, I'll return immediately." Without another word, Wan Yuer dashed out of the cabin. Yuan Koushuan and the other 4 disciples exchanged baffled glances, utterly perplexed as to her sudden departure. Was senior sister Yuer urgently needing to relieve herself? That, of course, was Xue Jinli's characteristically whimsical speculation. Master Su Yang, however, felt a subtle, delightful premonition stirring within him. Something momentous is about to happen. After a few breaths, Wan Yuer stepped in from outside the cabin holding a small seal in her hands. "Master, this treasure once shielded Wang Teng from your disciple's blade. At that time I observed carefully and saw that Wang Teng could not fully unleash its power, otherwise I might not have prevailed against him. Thus your disciple is certain that this treasure has an extraordinary origin." As she spoke, Wan Yuer presented the small seal with both hands to Su Yang, her demeanor reverent. "Your disciple did not obtain a great fortune within the Qingyang secret realm, so I can only offer this borrowed gift to you, master." Sidong Qingqing chose the perfect moment to cast her gaze upon Xue Jinli's face. Xue Jinli's cheeks flushed crimson, evidently overwhelmed with embarrassment. Among the 5 disciples, she alone had offered nothing. Perhaps she should simply offer herself to the master at a suitable time. To mask her unease, she followed Sidong Qingqing's gaze and glared back. Sidong Qingqing said nothing, merely curling her lips in amusement. "Yuer is so thoughtful." The moment Su Yang lifted the small seal, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Wan Yuer has gifted the host the Earth-grade spirit artifact UNCD Sheen, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return, the Tianhuang Floating Pagoda. The Tianhuang Floating Pagoda. A ripple stirred within Su Yang's tranquil heart like a pebble cast into a placid lake. The Tianhuang Floating Pagoda. Ancient texts recorded it as the foremost treasure of the human race. In primordial times it was wielded by a young prodigy named Tianhuang. With this 90-year floating pagoda, Tianhuang suppressed all geniuses. Even immortals of boundless power were crushed beneath it, forging an invincible path. Before this pagoda, who in heaven or earth dared claim invincibility, who dared boast of being undefeated? Not bad. Su Yang's spirits soared. The so-called supreme treasure of the Xiantian sect was no different from those yellow-grade weapons before the Tianhuang Floating Pagoda. All were instantly vanquished. This treasure is indeed remarkable. If your judgment serves, it should be the Xiantian sect's supreme treasure UNCD Xin. I shall accept it. Su Yang's eyes curved like crescent moons, a gentle smile gracing his face like a spring breeze. He casually tossed the UNCD Sheen into the system space to gather dust. That smile, like spring rain melting ice and clearing snow, momentarily eclipsed all beauty in the world, leaving heaven and earth dim. Wan Yuer's delicate cheeks flushed, her lashes lowered, daring not to gaze upon her master again lest she drown in his beauty, a grave disrespect for a devoted disciple. Yuan Zuangshuan's heart nearly melted, yearning to let her master taste the rouge on her lips once more. Sidong Qingming sensed trouble. If she allowed the master to radiate his charm any longer, she would gain another rival in love. Xue Jinli witnessed her master's tender smile and felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She silently vowed that once she entered the Qiyuan cave mansion she would dig 3 feet into the earth to find a worthy treasure to offer her master, at least not below the earth grade. Yuer, where is the Qiyuan cave mansion? Lead the way. Su Yang did not forget the main matter. Compared to Wang Ting, the treasure-bearing messenger, the Qiyuan cave mansion was the true highlight he had long anticipated. Yes, master. Ruan Yue rose and walked outside to guide the spirit boat. In the eastern wastelands, the Xiantian Sect. A land of sacred mountains stretching endlessly, ancient peaks suspended in midair, silver waterfalls painting a picturesque scene, truly a blessed cave paradise. At that moment, within a palace adorned with carved beams and flowing eaves, a supremely powerful aura erupted. Who stole my Xiantian Sect's supreme treasure, the UNCD? An angry roar followed, carrying a vast pressure that shook the entire mountain range, leaving countless disciples pale and struggling as if trapped in a quagmire. That's the sect master's voice. The sect master has emerged from seclusion. This pressure, even the elders cannot withstand it. Has the sect master advanced in cultivation? Advancement is certain, but the sect master claims someone stole the UNCD. Impossible. Isn't that treasure only fully mastered by successive sect masters? Given the sect master's fury, it's likely true. Which audacious thief dares to rob our Xiantian sect? Could it be our sect's heir? Ah, if it's the heir, then it's nothing. The disciples of the Xiantian sect buzzed with speculation. In their eyes, their unruly heir was indeed capable of such a theft. Moreover, due to the heir's prodigious talent, even if he pilfered the sect's supreme treasure, the high-ranking members would not punish him. Within the hall, an elder with an imposing aura surrounded by shifting myriad visions wore a grim expression and spoke coldly. If I hadn't sensed someone using the UNCD during my seclusion, would you have kept this from me forever? The elders below exchanged glances, none daring to step forward and reply. Finally, the youngest elder, barely over 200 years old, became the unfortunate one. He stepped forward stammering. The heir said he was going to the northern prefecture for training. Fearing for his safety, we turned a blind eye and let him take the UNCD. Why didn't you assign a guardian? Upon learning it was the heir, the elder's expression softened slightly, though he frowned in inquiry. The heir claimed he had the bearing of an immortal and would sweep all before him, needing no guardian. The young elder's voice was faint, lacking conviction. Whatever he says, you follow. Why not let him take your position as elder? The elder bellowed. The young elder shrank back, daring not to respond. The elder fixed his gaze on the young elder for a few moments, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, then commanded, since the heir used the UNCD, he has encountered a perilous situation. Dispatch 3 nascent soul elders to the northern prefecture immediately to assist. Before he finished, a commotion arose outside the hall. The elder's expression darkened and he was about to reprimand when a steward, his face mournful as if in mourning, entered and knelt, kowtowing. Sect master, the heir's soul lamp has gone out. What? The elder on the throne shot to his feet, his face reddening, eyes wide as if he were a frenzied beast. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire hall like molten lava bursting from the earth. The fury, nearly tangible, left every elder feeling suffocated on the verge of asphyxiation. For centuries the disciples recruited by the Xiantian sect had been lackluster, with few reaching the nascent soul stage, let alone becoming venerables. Facing an impending generational gap, the elder as sect master was deeply troubled. Just then Wang Teng had emerged, excelling in both talent and character. The elder naturally cherished him immensely, not only appointing him directly as the sect's heir without competition but also granting him unrestricted access to the sect's resources. He even frequently boasted before the elders that Wang Teng possessed the bearing of an immortal. In essence, the elder had staked the entire future of the Xiantian sect on Wang Teng. Yet now, after only a few months in seclusion, the Wang Teng he had placed such high hopes upon had died inexplicably in the northern prefecture. How could he not be enraged? The elder's murderous intent surged as he roared to the heavens, whoever killed my disciple, even if I must ascend to heaven or descend to hell, I will grind your bones to dust and tear you limb from limb. Before long the elder, accompanied by several elders, flew out of the great hall and boarded a teleportation array headed for the northern prefecture. Master, it's here. Ruan Yue guided the spirit boat to the mouth of a cave that seemed to harbor a nascent soul stage demon beast. At first your disciple dared not confirm this was the entrance to Qiyuan Cave Mansion, but recalling your instructions I mustered my courage and entered. I found no trace of beast activity within, and the aura of a nascent soul-stage beast was merely simulated by a formation. Su Yang nodded, gazing at the cave before him. With a subtle sweep of his senses he detected the illusion array concealed within. Let's go. Su Yang stowed the spirit boat and strode into the cave. Yuan Xianxian and the other disciples followed. After entering the cave, without a word Su Yang hurled a punch at a rock face. The violent force erupted. Boom! The stone shattered, startling the heavens. The rock wall crumbled into dust, revealing a hidden void barrier. No wonder Qiyuan Cave Mansion manifested on its own. The void barrier can't hold much longer. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially considered shattering the barrier with brute force, but then reconsidered. Doing so would cause the cave mansion to emerge prematurely, drawing the attention of numerous powers and prompting them to send their people to seize the fortune. He had never liked paving the way for others. So, Su Yang focused his mind, and a small pagoda exuding an ancient desolate aura materialized in his palm. Upon closer inspection one could see mottled bloodstains on the pagoda's surface, as if it harbored endless chill and desolation. This was the blood of an immortal once suppressed by the floating tower. He had brought out the Tianhuang floating tower because it possessed a rather practical function. It could construct a stable temporary void passage without damaging the barrier. Is this the 90-year floating tower recorded in ancient texts? The foremost treasure of humanity, once wielded by the young Supreme Tianhuang, later lost and unseen. This treasure has been obtained by Master. Master is truly formidable. No wonder Master reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age, even outpacing me in recultivation. It's not just monstrous talent but also such terrifying fortune. Could Master be the reincarnation of that young Supreme? The moment Yuan Xianxian and the other disciples saw the small pagoda in Su Yang's hand, their beautiful eyes widened, their minds reeling, all deeply shocked. After all, the pagoda's legendary aura was too rich. It had left many astonishing deeds alongside that young Supreme in ancient times, causing many experts to still covet it. If news got out, it would surely shake the entire 5 regions of the world. Yuan Xianxian was the first to realize this and immediately warned her 4 junior sisters sternly. The matter of Master possessing the Tianhuang floating tower must never be leaked. Ruan Yuer said gravely, this is no small matter. Once leaked it will bring mortal peril to Purple Cloud Peak. Situ Qingming, Master trusts us so deeply, we must never disappoint him. Liu Beifeng declared firmly, I will guard this secret for Master. Xue Jinli asked in bewilderment, what are you all talking about? I can't understand a single word. The considerate words of his 5 disciples fell upon Su Yang's ears, filling him with deep gratification. It seemed his diligent efforts over these days had been worthwhile. However, Su Yang was not content to stop there. In the future he would redouble his efforts, striving to care for every disciple. Thankfully this was not his past life, or else one of his disciples would inevitably be left out in a 7-day week. Su Yang pointed a finger at the Tianhuang floating tower. In communion of minds the tower emitted a hazy radiance that flowed toward the void barrier. Humming softly, the void barrier rippled like water, spreading outward. In an instant a void gate just wide enough for a single person to pass appeared before them. Su Yang returned the Tianhuang floating tower to his system space and said in a low voice, the gate won't last long. You go first, you'll follow shortly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xianxian took the lead and stepped through the gate, followed by the other disciples. Once all had entered, Su Yang stepped in. As his figure vanished, the void gate slowly healed shut. The moment he stepped into the cave mansion, Su Yang felt a law envelop him, sealing his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. Having anticipated this, his heart remained calm. Walking forward a few steps, he saw his 5 disciples halted, their expressions dazed, as if deeply awed by the magnificent scene before them. Clouds steamed and rosy mists swirled, immortal mist coiled around ancient trees, spirit peaks hung high, rolling mountain ranges undulated like coiled dragons, appearing grand and ancient. Looking into the distance, precious spiritual herbs lay everywhere, including millennium-aged supreme grade ones. These herbs could increase an ordinary cultivator's chance of successfully breaking through to the core formation stage by 30 to 40%. Spiritual energy was so dense that streams of it could be seen flowing freely among the mountains. So this is Qiyuan Cave Mansion. The spiritual energy here is even richer than on Purple Cloud Peak. A day of cultivation here might equal several days of bitter training outside. An 800-year-old purple flame snow stamen, a 900-year-old yellow origin ginseng, a 1200-year-old return to origin jade bamboo. Mine, all mine. If only we could move this Qiyuan cave mansion to Purple Cloud Peak. That would require Master to transcend tribulation and become an immortal first. The mere tribulation transcendence stage is a piece of cake for Master. Bragging is fine, but don't drag me into it. Hearing Xue Jinli's reckless words, Su Yang almost couldn't resist ordering his eldest disciple to spank her 100 times on the spot. Good heavens! Others hoped their disciples become phoenixes, but his own disciples hoped for their master to become an immortal. This was utterly topsy-turvy. At the sight of the countless heavenly treasures before her, the little money-grubber Xue Jinli trembled with excitement. Overcome by emotion, she spun around and threw herself at Su Yang, clutching his leg, her sweet cheek rubbing against him like a kitten's. Master, your disciple worships you. It was a good thing Su Yang hadn't gone so far as to carry Diao Chan at his waist, or little Jinli would have tasted some pain. Enough. Instead of worshipping me, go search for treasures. If you don't hurry, your senior and junior sisters will snatch them all away. Su Yang reminded her. Xue Jinli turned to look and saw her senior and junior sisters without even a word picking up the spiritual herbs she had her eye on. How dare you? Master, I'll worship you later. She immediately stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes and dashed off into the distance, shouting as she ran, Senior sister, put down that herb, you can't handle it. Let me. Su Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, knowing. As a qualified host he must be proactive and never rest on his laurels. After all, the wool from his disciples would eventually run out, which was why he had brought them to Qiyuan Cave Mansion. Now he only needed to wait quietly for the offerings from his treasure-hunting mice, no, his disciples. Senior sister, leave that treasure to me. Ah! A sharp cry rang out as Xue Jinli's perky bottom ultimately could not escape the fate of being spanked. Su Yang observed this and could only utter, well done. No wonder they say boys grow up to be goofballs and girls grow up to be troublemakers. Xue Jinli was a prime example. Once his disciples had gone far, Su Yang withdrew his gaze and took out the storage ring belonging to Wang Ting, the treasure-seeking boy, intending to study the artifact that could locate opportunities. Yuer believed the primordial magnetic core was Wang Ting's greatest treasure, but this opportunity-seeking artifact was what truly caught his interest. Although in the original novel this artifact was not extensively described, its main function was to aid the protagonist in finding treasures. Yet Su Yang believed that an artifact capable of revealing others' opportunities must be extraordinary, perhaps even a fragment of some divine relic. Su Yang opened the storage ring and found a considerable number of pills and cultivation techniques. However, to him they were nothing more than insignificant scraps. After rummaging for a while, Su Yang finally found an object that seemed to be the opportunity-seeking artifact, something resembling a pair of black-rimmed glasses but with a single lens. Had he not been transported into a fictional world, he would have thought this was some trinket crafted by a predecessor transmigrator out of sheer boredom. This is the opportunity-seeking artifact. Su Yang took it in his hand with some disbelief, examining it from all sides. Only when he sensed the faint traces of Tao resonance emanating from it and the intricate patterns of the celestial stars adorning the frame did he finally confirm that this was indeed the opportunity-seeking artifact. No wonder most transmigrators are engineering geeks. Su Yang found it somewhat amusing, for to an engineering geek glasses were an extension of their very being. Compared to others, they undoubtedly possessed a unique inherent advantage. He tried putting on the opportunity-seeking mirror. The moment he did, the black-rimmed glasses merged with his eyes and the world seemed to be muted, everything around him turning monochrome save for 5 lights of varying brightness dancing before him. Could this represent the opportunities my disciples are about to encounter? Su Yang immediately followed the brightest light to verify his hypothesis. It's eerily quiet. By a riverbank, Liu Beifeng clutched her life-bound spirit spear to her chest, scanning her surroundings warily. She was at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, so naturally she could not traverse the Qiyuan Cave Mansion as effortlessly as her senior sisters, who could move about freely. Along the way she had encountered several Foundation establishment stage demonic beasts, some even at the 7th or 8th level. She had expended considerable effort to deal with them. Yet upon reaching this riverbank it seemed as if all demonic beasts had vanished, transporting her to a paradise devoid even of the chirping of insects and birds. Only the sound of rushing undercurrents reached her ears. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Liu Beifeng had trained in the Yunfu Mountains since childhood, so she knew well that if a territory lacked even the sounds of insects and birds, it meant the ruler of that territory was exceedingly domineering. Given that it could claim such a vast riverbank, its strength needed no elaboration. To be safe, Liu Beifeng decided to take a detour. But just then. Bang! A water arrow streaked through the air as a brilliant white line suddenly hurtling toward Liu Beifeng. Liu Beifeng was prepared for this sudden ambush. As the water arrow shot toward her, she swung her spirit spear, easily cleaving it apart. The splashing water droplets corroded large patches of soil upon landing, emitting a sizzling sound. Poison. Seeing this, Liu Beifeng grew even more vigilant. The next moment. Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds rang out as countless water arrows shot forth from the surface, sending ripples cascading through the air. Hostile intent. Liu Beifeng's nerves tightened. Her aura surged as thousands of liquid mana drops within her body stirred in unison, roaring like a rushing river within her meridians. Her sinews and membranes stretched akin to a tenthazanjan strongbow being drawn taut. Vast mana flowed along her palm, pouring into her lifebound spirit spear. With a flick of her wrist, the spirit spear whirled like 1,000 silver serpents dancing wildly. A fierce spear aura swept outward, meeting the incoming poisonous water arrows heat-en. What insolent rogue dares invade my domain with such meager skill? Today I shall make sure you leave your life behind. My minions, watch my back. As the voice fell, a muscular, nearly man-sized water monster leaped out from beneath the surface. Its weapon was raised high as if to split Mount Hua as it radiated a vast demonic aura and swung fiercely toward Liu Beifeng. With poisonous water arrows providing support from the sidelines, Liu Beifeng found it unwise to clash head-on with the massive water monster. Instead, she brandished her spear, tapped her toes lightly, and gracefully retreated to create distance. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the water monster's powerful strike split the air before it with a resounding boom. You dare evade me! As if losing face before its underlings by missing its target, the water monster stomped the ground fiercely and launched itself at Liu Beifeng like a hurled boulder. A beaver. Su Yang, who had followed the light, took off the opportunity-seeking mirror and finally saw the water monster's true form, somewhat taken aback. A beaver could grow this big? That's highly un-beaver-like. After all, in the outside world, beavers were the most ordinary of demonic beasts found in nearly every river. Though they were demonic, even mortal fishermen did not fear them. Sometimes the fishermen would even show kindness by sharing a few of their caught fish with them to barely fill their stomachs. This beggarly beast within the Qiyuan cave mansion seemed reborn. This giant beaver must have obtained some opportunity. Su Yang concluded. Moreover, based on the brightness of the light shown in the mirror, the opportunity the beaver had gained was no small matter. This water monster was at the peak of Foundation establishment. Combined with its numerous underlings lurking beneath the surface, it was arguably one of the most formidable demonic beast overlords in the Qiyuan cave mansion. Liu Beifeng knew she was no match. She swept her lifebound spirit spear, shattering the incoming water arrows while retreating and fighting temporarily, avoiding the water monster's onslaught. Dodge all you want. Let's see how long you can last. The water monster roared, its weapon gleaming with a dark gold light as the demonic aura of a peak Foundation establishment stage beast radiated outward, enveloping Liu Beifeng. Meanwhile, the water arrows from beneath the surface shot with even greater fervor, all aimed behind Liu Beifeng to cut off her escape route. Suddenly Liu Beifeng found herself trapped with no way forward or back. It seems I have no choice but to fight to the death. Liu Beifeng took a deep breath, gripping her lifebound spirit spear tightly, poised to unleash her full power. Boom! An indescribably terrifying aura descended from the distant sky as if a blazing sun was rising, radiating 10,000 beams of golden light that covered the entire riverbank. This golden light seemed capable of annihilating all things. The countless poisonous water arrows flying through the air were effortlessly dispelled under this radiance as if they had never existed. The intense pressure crashed into the water monster's mind, causing its entire body to tremble. An endless chill surged in its heart and it could barely hold its weapon. Every pore on its body tightened as if a great terror was about to befall it. Driven by a strong survival instinct, the water monster dropped its weapon and attempted to leap back into the river. But having chased Liu Beifeng, it had unknowingly strayed far from the water's edge. Coupled with the oppressive aura that immobilized it, its body was frozen stiff and unable to move. Su Yang walked up to the water monster, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and looked at Liu Beifeng with displeasure. You have a master now. Why, when faced with danger, do you still think of fighting to the death? Liu Beifeng hung her head in shame. Forgive me, master. I have not yet mastered my skills. Don't apologize. I haven't properly taught you much either. Su Yang waved his hand. Disciple, just remember this next time you're in danger. If I'm nearby, simply call for help. I will ensure your safety. Understood? Yes, master. I understand. Liu Beifeng nodded obediently. She stole a glance at her master's still annoyed face and couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Though she had been scolded, her heart was filled with sweetness, sweeter than any honey. So this is what it feels like to be protected by a master. She had experienced it firsthand. You understand now. If you ever dare to disregard your own life again, beware, your master will spank your bottom. After reprimanding her, Su Yang turned his gaze to the beaver, feigning death beneath his hand, cleared his throat and said, Disciple, this beaver seems to have heatstroke. How about we roast it for a meal? Excellent idea, master. Let me showcase my culinary skills for you. Liu Beifeng replied without a second thought. She had once spent months enduring the harsh wilderness of Yunfu Mountain, surviving on raw meat and berries. Upon returning, she resolved to learn the art of barbecue from a master chef in the city, and to this day she kept all the necessary seasonings in her storage ring. Now she finally had an opportunity to put those skills to use, honoring her master with this meal. The only pity was that it was a beaver, not a wild chicken. Her roast chicken was unparalleled, a delight she could only hope to share with her master another day. Stop. The beaver, feigning death, was so terrified that it blurted out in broken English. Lifting its head, it wore a fawning, almost human-like smile. Thighs, esteemed sir. I am not suffering from heatstroke. I am merely awed by your kingly aura. Having barely transformed from an ordinary beaver into a muscular powerhouse, it was well versed in the art of survival through compliance. The man before it, with just his sheer vitality, had suppressed both it and its minions in the water. It knew instantly that this was a terrifying existence not to be provoked or defied. Faced with such a being, its only recourse was to flatter, to ingratiate itself enough to earn the mighty one's favor and thus survive. Liu Beifeng's beautiful eyes flickered with amusement. This beaver had been so aggressive toward her, yet now before her master it was groveling. Such a stark contrast between arrogance and servility was truly laughable. A bit rough, but considering you're a demon beast, it's quite clever of you. Su Yang praised. Of course. Among our beaver clan I am unrivaled in intelligence, the muscular beaver boasted. Since you're so clever, I'll speak plainly. Su Yang cut to the chase. Hand over the fortune you've obtained. The muscular beaver's expression stiffened for a moment, but it quickly recovered and spoke humbly. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have offered it willingly. After all, only an existence as graceful, handsome and accomplished as you deserves to possess such a treasure. It rattled off a dozen idioms, exhausting every flattering phrase it had ever learned. Su Yang glanced at it in surprise. Truly a clever one. He released its neck and commanded, You're wise. Go fetch the fortune. I'll wait here. Certainly, sir. The muscular beaver bowed but did not leave immediately. Instead, it summoned two equally large beavers from beneath the water, only slightly smaller than itself. The two beavers initially showed reluctance, but after a torrent of scolding in broken English from their leader, their eyes turned notably clearer. The cursing must have been quite harsh. The large beaver led the two smaller ones before Su Yang, adopting a humble posture. Sir, retrieving the fortune may take some effort. I feared you might grow bored, so I've arranged for our clan's two finest warriors. They are exceptionally clever, second only to me. You may command them as you wish to keep you entertained. With that, it kicked the two beavers and barked, Dullards. Address the master properly. The two beavers gazed at Su Yang with reverence, muttering indistinctly, though the syllables, master, were discernible. So that's how unrivaled intelligence works. Among this beaver clan, being second best is enough to be considered the best. Su Yang understood the large beaver's intention. It was leaving these two as hostages to reassure him. I'll keep these two. Be quick about it. Su Yang said casually, unconcerned about any tricks. If he wished, he could overturn this river with a flick of his hand. Relieved by Su Yang's agreement, the large beaver bowed respectfully before leaving, not forgetting to kick the two beavers one last time as a warning to behave and not cause trouble for the clan. Su Yang watched as the large beaver's figure vanished into the river, then turned his attention to the two dejected beavers beside him. What talents do you two have? Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well find some entertainment. Though the beavers struggled to speak human language, they understood it well enough. At Su Yang's question, they exchanged glances, nodded to each other, then flexed their muscular arms. After showing off their strength they began to snarl and shove each other. Master, what are they doing? Liu Beifeng asked, bewildered. If I'm not mistaken, they're putting on a fighting display. Su Yang replied, never imagining he'd witness a beaver brawl in his lifetime. He refused to endorse animal performances, but he couldn't refuse animals insisting on performing. If this were his past life, the zoo would sell out every show. Several hours later. In a valley within the Tianji mountain range. Several figures materialized in the void, each radiating a terrifying aura like descending deities. Their mere presence terrified the demon beasts lurking in the mountains, trembling with fear. This group was from the Xiantian sect, who had traveled from the eastern wasteland via teleportation array, racing to the northern prefecture to avenge their sect's heir. The elder at the forefront scanned the valley with a grim expression. There are traces of my disciples' blood here, this must be where the battle began. Search along this path and we will find clues. Sect Master, why not lock onto the location of the magnetic earth core directly? A puzzled elder asked. That villain has means to conceal artifacts, I can no longer sense it, the elder replied, gnashing his teeth in fury. He had intended to track the magnetic earth core to locate his disciple's killer, but the connection had been severed. No matter how he tried, it was like casting a stone into the sea, yielding no response. Regardless, we must find that villain by any means necessary, but the elder commanded, his face twisted with rage. Yes, Sect Master. The elders nodded solemnly, unleashing their vast divine senses, expanding from the valley outward across thousands of miles in search. At the Qiyuan cave mansion. By the river marsh. Stop fighting. If you keep this up, someone will die. Liu Beifeng pried apart two beavers locked in a deadly struggle, refusing to let go. What started as a mock fight had escalated, perhaps one struck too hard and the nature of the clash changed. The two beavers, forcibly separated, glared at each other, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. Take your fight back into the river. Su Yang spoke. The two beavers trembled, instantly backing down, and flanked Su Yang like two loyal guards. Setting aside their species, their current appearance alone could rival the two door gods of the Tang dynasty. About another incense stick's time passed. Bubbles rose from the river marsh. The great beaver who had returned emerged first from the water, followed by several robust beavers carrying a half-human-tall green lotus onto the shore. The lotus petals shimmered with a lustrous glow, surrounded by a hazy mist. As it swayed, divine radiance spilled forth, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Is this a chaos green lotus? Liu Beifeng's beautiful eyes trembled and she exclaimed involuntarily. She had seen records in ancient texts, though its appearance still fell short of those descriptions. It's not a chaos green lotus, just a rare earthly variant touched by a wisp of its aura. Su Yang's fervent gaze cooled as he explained to Liu Beifeng. He had initially mistaken this lotus for the chaos green lotus, the foremost of the world's 10 divine treasures, but quickly realized his error. If it were truly a chaos green lotus, even a wisp of its chaotic chi would weigh tens of thousands of jun. A few mere foundation establishment stage little demons could never uproot it and carry it on their shoulders. Even a single petal would crush these beavers into bloody pulp. Though it's not a chaos green lotus, it's at least 4,000 years old, a decent stroke of fortune. Su Yang commented. The master is indeed a master, knowledgeable and experienced. The great beaver seized the moment to flatter smoothly. Enough, leave this behind and you stay. The rest can withdraw. Su Yang pointed at the great beaver. Master Ddo, I have to stay too. The great beaver's limbs trembled, weak with fear. Upon reaching the shore it saw its two minions, their faces swollen and bruised. No need to guess, they'd been beaten by this master. If not for knowing they were its kin, it would have thought them wild boars turned spirits. As an accomplice they were beaten beyond recognition. As the ringleader it would likely be skinned and tendons pulled. What? You're unwilling. Su Yang's tone turned cold. By my principles you attacked my disciple just now, so I should annihilate your entire clan. But considering your cooperation, it'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Annihilate my entire clan. This master is truly a killing star. Master, am willing. The great beaver, terrified, kowtowed repeatedly. Not so fast. Tell me who tends to this green lotus? Su Yang asked. This humble one does. The great beaver answered truthfully. Then congratulations, you get to live. From now on you are the spirit farmer of my Xian Peak. All divine treasures are under your care. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Su Yang said coldly. He thought ahead. Entering the Qiyuan cave mansion would yield a wealth of divine treasures, but his disciples couldn't use them all and storage was cumbersome. Planting them on Ziyun Peak's spirit fields was the only option. Ziyun Peak had few disciples, all delicate fair-skinned girls. Su Yang naturally wouldn't let them tend the fields. Thus, the great beaver was perfect, thick-skinned, sturdy-boned, clearly a born farming prodigy. Most importantly, the great beaver had no rights, even working 996 or 007, Su Yang wouldn't face consequences. River King greets the Peak Master. The great beaver, grateful for its survival, bowed reverently to Su Yang. River King? That species doesn't match. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. What kind of name is River King? It's no good. I'll give you one. With your jet black fur, I'll call you Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, this name is truly brilliant. Black represents the night, the essence of this world. If a demon isn't bound by form, before its eyes lies the great freedom heaven. Peak Master surely hopes I won't be shackled by the title River King, but be an upright, selfless, just and dedicated beaver. The Peak Master's wisdom is vaster than the heavens, deeper than the earth. All stars dim before you. Xiao Hei's admiration for you flows like an endless river. Xiao Hei, with an air of profound enlightenment, gazed at Su Yang with awe. Lu Bifeng's gentle eyes were full of admiration for her revered master. She felt Xiao Hei was right. The longer she spent with her master, the more she sensed the Tao rhythm in his every word and action. A little reflection brought sudden clarity and immense benefit. Su Yang simply thought a humble name was easier to raise. Still, Xiao Hei spoke rather nicely, for that alone, sparing it was the right call. He looked at Lu Beifeng and said, "Disciple, take this lotus. A fourthosandier divine treasure is enough to aid your core formation." No, disciple is only at the 5th level of foundation establishment, far from core formation. Please keep it, master. Lu Beifeng waved her hand in refusal. Su Yang tapped her head. As my personal disciple, how can you be so unambitious? Lu Beifeng covered her head, her pretty face flushed, and whispered, "Disciple isn't as formidable as master, breaking through to core formation at will. Stop spending so much time with your third senior sister, you've learned bad habits even talking back now." Su Yang said jokingly, then stored the lotus in his system space. "This lotus I'll keep for you. On the day you form your core, I'll give it to you." Unexpectedly, no system prompt sounded in his mind. Could it be that the system didn't consider this a gift from the heroine? Well, that made sense. Xiao Bifeng's fortune had been intercepted by him, so the system naturally deemed the lotus as his own. It seemed he couldn't exploit this glitch. He had previously thought of secretly giving treasures to his disciples and having them return them as gifts, thereby repeatedly earning system rewards. But a system that surpassed the Tao itself wouldn't let the host find loopholes, would it? Indeed, he had been too naive. Lu Beifeng nodded slightly, pressing her lips together, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she thought to herself, Master, you are so kind to me. How will I ever repay you?" Little Black watched the master and disciple deferring to each other, and tears nearly streamed from his mouth in frustration. "If neither of you wants it, I'll take it. I'll give you time to bid your kin farewell properly," Su Yang said to Little Black, then left with Lu Beifeng. Little Black bowed gratefully to Su Yang, then turned toward his kin to arrange his affairs. Unexpectedly they fled, as if escaping a plague, scurrying far away as he approached. A question mark appeared over Little Black's head. He had bled and fought for the Beaver clan, yet this was how they treated him. It was utterly heart-chilling. A wounded heart was like shattered glass. If this place had no room for him, he would find another. What was being merely a river king? In the future he would become the guardian beast of Ziyun Peak, starting as a humble spirit farmer. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yang had been idling, no receiving the fortunate treasures offered by his disciples. Ding! Yuan Koshwan gifted the host a Earth-grade mid-rank pill, Blazing Spirit Pill 1, triggering a 100-fold return, Heaven-grade low-rank Ultimate Yen Saint Pill 1. Ding! Ruan Yuer gifted the host a Earth-grade mid-rank pill, Great Recovery Pill 1, triggering a 1000-fold return, Enlightenment Bodhi Seed 1. Ding! Situ Qingming gifted the host a Earth-grade mid-rank technique, Hidden Spring Art, triggering a 100-fold return, Heaven-grade low-rank technique, Cycle of 4 Seasons Art. Ding! Lu Beifeng gifted the host a Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, Wind Soaring Boots, triggering a 100-fold return, Heaven-grade low-rank artifact, Skytreading Boots. Ultimate Yen Saint Pill increases mana by 10 years with double effect for those with a pure Yang Dao body. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed, an extremely rare celestial object that aids cultivators in reaching deeper meditative states, enhancing efficiency in training techniques and martial skills. Cycle of 4 seasons. Art. Heaven and earth conceal spring, flowing fire cooks summer, all things mourn autumn, bitter cold freezes winter. When perfected, one may touch the laws of time and space, unraveling the secrets of reincarnation. Sky-treading boots traverse heaven and earth with no place inaccessible. Wearing these boots rivals a cultivator who has mastered a heaven-grade movement technique. Su Yang was delighted reading the system's descriptions. His disciples were so considerate, whenever they found earth-grade mid-rank treasures or above they offered them to him. Yuan Koxuan and Situ Qingming were even vying with each other. They frantically sought treasures to gift him. Of course Su Yang didn't treat them poorly. He bestowed upon them some of the system-returned items he had no use for. After all, only by strengthening his disciples could they find better treasures to offer him. This was sustainable development. Since the Qiyuan cave mansion could only accommodate cultivators up to the perfected foundation establishment stage, and those exceeding it would be expelled by its rules, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he planned to seize most of the opportunities here before breaking through to foundation establishment. Master, is this technique unique to Qing'er, or do the other senior sisters have it too? Situ Qingming asked, her brows like distant mountains, pressing her lips lightly. Why so coquettish? Naturally it's unique to you, Su Yang replied, careful not to make the mistake of a dense man. Your other senior sisters have their own techniques to cultivate, he silently added. Qing'er knew Master cherished me most. Situ Qingming beamed, a smile curving at her lips like a small boat rippling across a lake. As an understanding disciple, Situ Qingming said gently, Master, I cherish you too. Just then, a sharp sound of tearing air suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Master. Su Yang sat upright, eyes straight ahead. Xue Jinli descended from the sky, took a few steps, and noticed Situ Qingming standing behind Su Yang. Her gaze turned peculiar. Shao Qing, why are you hiding behind me? What do you think? I don't want to see you right now, Situ Qingming replied hastily, smoothing her rumpled robes. Though flustered inside, she feigned displeasure. TCH, so petty. It's just 1,000-year celestial herb I took from you, Xue Jinli muttered, then ignored Situ Qingming and approached her master, tugging his arm to drag him away. Trying to steal the master right in front of her. Situ Qingming forgot everything else, turned around and hugged Su Yang's arm, frowning. Senior sister Xue, what are you doing? Mind your own business. Xue Jinli instinctively retorted, but as her gaze swept over Shao Qing, a flash of disbelief surged in her eyes. She seemed to understand something, yet felt that on Ziyun Peak only she would dare such a thing. So she decided to bide her time and probe later. Looking at her master urgently, she said, Master, I've found a great opportunity. What opportunity? Su Yang asked. It might be the legacy of the Qiyuan Venerable. Master, don't ask too many questions, just come with me. I'll go with you. Why does it have to be Master? Situ Qingming interjected. The whole place is surrounded by formations. Can you break them? Xue Jinli countered. Situ Qingming's eyes flared with annoyance, but she was left speechless. All formations. That did sound like the Qiyuan Venerable's legacy site. By then his breathing had calmed. He patted Situ Qingming's hand and stood up. I'll go with you to take a look. With the heavenly Desolate Pagoda, he could easily break through any formation that wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. Master, I want to go too. Situ Qingming felt Xue Jinli had ulterior motives toward their master. No, you're too weak, you'd hold us back, Xue Jinli refused before Su Yang could speak. Situ Qingming, a mere 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator, called her an 8th-level foundation establishment cultivator weak. It was only within the Qiyuan cave mansion that third senior sister could flaunt her superiority thanks to her special physique. Outside she would have long since taken action, hanging third senior sister up and whipping her harshly. Come along. I'll protect you, it'll be fine, Su Yang said, seeing Situ Qingming's pleading gaze. Recalling their recent tender moments, he couldn't bear to be heartless. Master is the best, Situ Qingming said, holding Su Yang's arm, lifting her chin and humming at Xue Jinli. She was as proud and triumphant as a peacock spreading its tail. A palace stood before them, brimming with spiritual energy and shrouded in immortal mist, resembling an ancient celestial abode that inspired awe. Xue Jinli led Su Yang to the palace, and trailing behind him was a little tail, Sidong Qingqing. Master, look around, the entire area is covered in formations. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Xue Jinli declared with a solemn expression. Su Yang nodded, then lifted his toe, sending a pebble on the ground hurtling toward the palace with explosive force. In an instant thousands of terrifying divine patterns emerged around the palace, radiating boundless brilliance. The pebble was annihilated into dust before it could even make contact. Vaguely, these divine patterns seemed to form countless interlocking arrays guarding the palace with impenetrable solidity. Exactly as described in the original work, 3,000 killing arrays as the core, complemented by illusion and trapping arrays. If the protagonist hadn't relied on the old man within the jade pendant, he wouldn't even have qualified to stand before this palace, let alone inherit the legacy of sovereign Qiyuan. But now the Qiyuan legacy is about to be mine. With that thought, Su Yang's gaze sharpened slightly, yet his expression remained calm as still water. Qingming Jinli, just stay close behind your master. Yes, master. This disciple will not stray an inch. Sidong Qingqing clutched a corner of her master's robe, her tone affectionate. Something is definitely off. Xue Jinli noticed from the corner of her eye that her junior sister was gazing at their master with the eyes of a lover. Maintaining her composure, she replied obediently, yes, master. This disciple will also stay close. Sidong Qingqing glared at Xue Jinli as if demanding, why are you copying me? But in the next moment her soft, delicate face stiffened abruptly and a visible blush crept into her beautiful eyes. She stared at Xue Jinli, her eyes widening further, and transmitted angrily, third senior sister, why did you pinch me? What's wrong? If master can pinch, why can't I? Xue Jinli said with a faint smile. Third senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Sidong Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, her face turning pale as she blustered. Though her mind was in turmoil, she refused to believe that her third senior sister had caught her in the act. After all, their master had let go quite quickly. Hey, it's fine if you don't admit it. Later I'll just send the recording jade to the group chat. Then it won't be me questioning you. Xue Jinli took in every change in Sidong Qingqing's expression, squinting her eyes with a casual air. You recorded it. Sidong Qingqing's voice shot up, but she regretted it instantly, realizing her third senior sister might have been bluffing. Composing herself, she covered up, I mean, master, and I did nothing. What could you possibly record? What do you think? Xue Jinli insinuated, casting a meaningful glance at her chest. Noticing where her third senior sister's gaze landed, Sidong Qingqing was startled. Could it be that third senior sister actually captured it on recording jade? If she sent it to the group and the eldest senior sister saw it, what would she do? She couldn't just hang herself from a crooked tree. After much deliberation, Sidong Qingqing bit her lip and hesitated. Third senior sister, it's not what you think. It's a long story. Then make it short. Master had lost all cultivation and I was the only one on Purple Cloud Peak. Seeing how frail and helpless master was, I couldn't help but. Sidong Qingqing blushed, finding it hard to speak. Commit master-betraying and ancestor-defying acts. Xue Jinli thoughtfully completed her sentence. Sidong Qingqing struggled to defend herself. Third senior sister, it's not really master-betraying. Excellent, Xiaoqing, you've done exactly what I've always wanted to do to master. Xue Jinli lamented with regret. If she hadn't been out completing the tasks master had assigned, such a golden opportunity would never have fallen to Xiaoqing. The mere thought was infuriating. Sidong Qingqing was stunned by these words. What did she mean by exactly? She had just said she'd recorded it. Without evidence, how could she have admitted it? Sidong Qingqing's brows shot up. Third senior sister, you tricked me. Xiaoqing, you're so adorable. Xue Jinli lightly stroked Sidong Qingqing's chin. Sidong Qingqing stared at the winking Xue Jinli, then fell silent for a moment before her expression suddenly calmed. Third senior sister, since there's no recording jade, forget everything I said earlier. I won't admit to it anyway. It's fine if you don't admit it. But I recorded your earlier transmission with a sound recording jade, and this time I'm not bluffing. Xue Jinli blinked, shaking the waist where a recording jade still glowed. Third senior sister, you're so cunning. Sidong Qingqing fumed, gritting her teeth as if she wanted to bite her to death. Thanks for the compliment. Xue Jinli smiled, then shifted her tone, holding the leverage. Xiaoqing, you wouldn't want the eldest senior sister to find out about your rebellious deeds against master, would you? Sidong Qingqing felt she'd heard this line too many times. Though she loathed being threatened by her third senior sister with the evidence in her hand, she had to ask, third senior sister, what exactly do you want? But I'm warning you, If it crosses my bottom line I won't care even if you tell the eldest senior sister. Don't worry, it won't cross your bottom line. I just need your help with a small favor. What favor? Help me commit master betrayal. Xue Jinli's eyes blazed with fervor. Sidong Qingqing stared at her in disbelief. She was being asked to be the cuckold and her third senior sister called it a small matter. No way. Sidong Qingqing refused without hesitation. She had no intention of being a cuckold. Choose, either get beaten to death by the eldest senior sister or share the joy with me. Xue Jinli's tone exuded confidence, believing Xiao Qing would make the right choice. Suddenly Sidong Qingqing frowned, looking conflicted. Then she stared at Xue Jinli's chest and said, "Third senior sister, maybe master isn't into your type. Lies don't hurt, truth is the sharp blade." Xue Jinli puffed out her chest, embarrassed and angry. Who says? What if he is? Besides, I'm still developing. But her voice trailed off, lacking confidence. She knew her disadvantage, but one couldn't judge solely on that. At least her legs were long, and after years of spanking her backside wasn't bad either. So third senior sister, how about another condition? No deal. I'm taking master down, and if you don't help me I'll expose you. Xue Jinli's expression turned fierce, embodying the demoness archetype. Fine, I'll help. Sidong Qingqing snapped back. Ahead, Su Yang was using the heavenly desolation floating tower to dismantle the formations. He sensed his two disciples whispering behind his back but had no proof, so he turned to caution, "Stay close and don't get distracted." Sidong Qingqing snapped back sharply, "Master, mind your own business." Su Yang was baffled. Why was he suddenly being scolded for no reason? "How dare you speak to your master like that?" Xue Jinli struck Situ Qingqing. Situ Qingqing glared at Xue Jinli from the side, her eyes filled with shame and anger as if she longed to fight her. But seeing Xue Jinli's unperturbed expression, her gaze shifted to one of grievance. Her soft misty eyes brimming with tears looked pitifully at her master. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Situ Qingqing's pitiful state made Su Yang recall a phrase. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother, and her broken self. Little Qing was truly shattered. It was not his imagination after all. Little Qing and Jinli had definitely been whispering behind his back. Judging by their expressions, it was clear that little Qing had lost. Su Yang adhered to the principle of never interfering in his disciples' squabbles. "Stop fooling around, this formation is quite dangerous." Su Yang spoke, then used the Tianhuang foot of Pagoda in his hand to break the formation before him. Situ Qingqing was bullied by Xue Jinli, yet her master did not help her. She felt deeply wronged, even wanting to bite her master to death. But then she thought her master knew nothing and she did not want him to know. Under her tutelage 7 of her 8 disciples were rebels bent on surpassing their master. As Su Yang advanced quickly, he soon reached the palace. Standing on tiptoe, he could see the scene inside. Xue Jinli's beautiful eyes widened, her breathing quickened. Seeing the countless rare treasures scattered inside the palace, stars sparkled in her eyes. Wow, so many treasures. Even the lowest are earth grade. Master, your disciple is charging in. Xue Jinli, ready to burst forth like a wild horse, rubbed her hands together. What are you charging for? Just as she took a step, Su Yang grabbed her ponytail and pulled her back. Ah, Xue Jinli let out a sound, not a scream but a soft coquettish cry, like a cat being petted, making one's heart itch. I never expected you to be such a disciple. Could the ponytail be her weak point? Su Yang glanced at Xue Jinli with a strange look. With a shake of the Tianhuang foot of Pagoda in his hand, a grey mist spread forward, revealing hundreds of divine patterns interweaving in the previously empty space, exuding a chilling murderous intent. If Su Yang had not stopped Xue Jinli, she would have been stripped bare by those divine patterns. Thank you, master. Xue Jinli stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Be more cautious next time. Don't forget everything when you see treasures. You are my disciple. If something happens to you, this old master cannot bear the blow. Su Yang said, half jokingly, half seriously. Xue Jinli nodded like a chick pecking at rice, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, a glint of light flickering in her eyes. Situ Qingqing felt instantly offended, a betrayal in the disciples' presence. She could not even bear her master's normal conversations with other disciples. Senior sister Xue even made her act as a pusher. Qing'er, push quickly. Master has no strength left. Just thinking about it made her want to cry. Sob sob sob, let the heavy rain fall. Stepping into the palace, Su Yang confirmed repeatedly that there were no formation patterns, then put the foot of Pagoda back into the system space. In a corner of the system space the primordial magnetic core trembled, its body occasionally glowing red. Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is out of service. Please try again later. At the front of the palace on a throne made of divine jade, Xue Jinli exclaimed with her mouth agape, Master, there's someone up there. Third senior sister, we can all see that. Though she had lost thoroughly, Situ Qingqing still sought to regain some ground in other ways to console herself. Master, is that not the Qiyuan Venerable? Situ Qingqing whispered. This is the Qiyuan cave mansion. If it's not the Qiyuan Venerable, who else could it be? Xue Jinli retorted. Fight fight. Su Yang's inner self was eager for drama, but he quickly suppressed that mindset. Staring at the middle-aged man on the divine jade throne, he said calmly, whether it's the Qiyuan Venerable, well know by approaching. He was well aware that the man on the throne was not the Qiyuan Venerable. In the original story. Because the Qiyuan Venerable had been tainted by misfortune for millennia, he was delirious and in agony. Driven by a strong will to survive, he spawned an evil thought. This evil thought sought to escape the Qiyuan Venerable's body but needed to find a powerful host to possess. The protagonist with his Yangyan battle physique naturally fit the evil thought's needs. But the evil thought did not expect the protagonist to have an old man inside his jade pendant. How could a mere evil thought match the Lihua Venerable, who possessed a complete soul? After being dealt with by the Lihua Venerable's myriad divine methods, it became nourishment for the protagonist's divine sense. Su Yang led his two disciples forward. The middle-aged figure on the divine jade throne slowly spoke, after dreaming for 5,000 years I realize I am I. The word sounded deeply zen, and those unaware of its true nature might mistake it for a transcendent sage. Unfortunately, Su Yang not only knew its true nature but also the color of its very undergarments. Qiyuan Venerable? Xue Jinli asked. Indeed it is I. The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of arrogance. You juniors must be here for my legacy, right? Yes. Situ Qingqing nodded, but there was no reverence in her gaze. All three of you are quite impressive, but my legacy can only be passed to one. The man said regretfully, but before he could finish, Xue Jinli interrupted, no worries, senior. First pass it to my master. My master has no such qualms. Xue Jinli cleverly devised a solution for the man. Yes, third senior sister is right. Senior, pass it to my master first, and then our master will pass it to us. That's the true meaning of inheritance. In matters of principle, Situ Qingqing was happy to stand with Xue Jinli. The middle-aged man. My native language is speechless. He had planned to pit them against each other and reap the benefits, but he hadn't counted on Xue Jinli being such a clever one. With such intelligence you should have formed your golden core by now. The man cursed inwardly. The man composed himself and said calmly, I don't care how you juniors handle it, my rules cannot be broken. Since you two girls have decided to yield the legacy, leave this hall. After your master receives the inheritance, he will come out to meet you. Xue Jinli frowned. Why must inheritance be so inconvenient? Senior, just pass it to my master. Well, stand guard and won't steal a glance. Situ Qingqing chimed in, exactly. Senior, don't you want your legacy to see the light of day again? The man. He felt like crying. What could he do? It was just an evil thought simply wanting to possess someone. Why was it so hard? Within the palace hall. Good. In view of your unwavering devotion to your master, I shall make an exception and allow you to stay. The middle-aged man's voice echoed through the grand hall. After all, as long as it completed its possession swiftly, no one would detect the anomaly. Xue Jinli cast a glance at Situ Qingqing, her eyes questioning. Shao Qing, what do you think? Situ Qingqing also sensed something amiss. She blinked her eyes at Xue Jinli, and both of them began transmitting messages to Su Yang. Xue Jinli, master, this esteemed Qiyuan Venerable, back in the day even the greatest powers couldn't subdue him. Yet now he so easily bends his own principles. This inheritance seems dubious. Situ Qingqing, master, according to ancient records this man should be covered in red fur. But now he appears no different from an ordinary cultivator. There must be a trick. Perhaps we should withdraw first and proceed cautiously. Truly his two disciples were wise enough to discern that the figure on the divine jade throne was a fake. Su Yang soothed his disciples with a few words of telepathy, then raised his gaze and smiled at the middle-aged man on the throne, asking, "Senior, how does one receive the inheritance?" The middle-aged man spoke kindly, beckoning, "Come forward." "Very well." Su Yang stepped ahead. Situ Qingming and Xue Jinli watched their master with concern. Xue Jinli, "Master, will anything go wrong?" Situ Qingming, "It's fine. If anything happens, well, strike immediately." In truth, they still trusted their master, but facing the renowned tomb-raiding venerable who had risen to fame 5,000 years ago, their confidence wavered. Su Yang stopped 3 feet before the middle-aged man. A flicker of delight passed through the middle-aged man's eyes, but to prevent his prized vessel from escaping, he maintained his composure and instructed, "Open your sea of consciousness and I shall impart the inheritance to you." "It's already open." "Good, do not resist or the transmission will be interrupted." The middle-aged man cautioned, then unable to contain his eagerness, transformed into a wisp of black light and plunged into Su Yang's sea of consciousness. "Ha ha ha, possessing the supreme Yang Dao body, yet stupid as a pig, unable to see through my deception. But no matter, once I seize your flesh I shall make the might of the supreme Yang Dao body resound across the entire cosmos. Rest assured and depart. The supreme Yang Dao body is mine." The malevolent thought of Qiyuan, which had been laughing wildly upon invading the sea of consciousness, saw what lay before it, and its laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by sheer terror. It was as if it had encountered the most horrifying thing in its existence, robbing it of the courage to even face it. How could this be? The smile did not vanish, it merely shifted to Su Yang's face. Within the sea of consciousness, Su Yang gazed at the frozen smile malevolent thought and chuckled, surprised. "Unexpected. Didn't see this coming. I am an outer realm demon." Upon hearing the words outer realm demon, the malevolent thought of Qiyuan instantly recalled the 5,000 years of terror it had endured. Its original body had been covered in red fur, with countless taboo creatures trailing behind, gnawing at its flesh, subjecting it to an eternal agony akin to a million ants biting its heart, an unending torment. And this primordial divine thought hovering above the sea of consciousness radiated the coldest, most evil, most terrifying, most nightmarish demonic intent in the world, like billowing black mist of the abyss. Just one glance evoked the ultimate suffering, as if one had endured endless tortures in the hellish purgatory. What kind of being was this? Even those taboo creatures paled in comparison. The malevolent thought of Qiyuan suddenly felt it had been rather ungrateful. Its original body had been perfectly fine. With that thought, the malevolent thought of Qiyuan did not hesitate. It transformed into a streak of black light, attempting to flee the sea of consciousness. But Su Yang would not give it that chance. "Since you've come, why leave so soon?" Su Yang's primordial divine thought reached out a hand toward the malevolent thought of Qiyuan. Within his grasp, endless demonic qi churned as if birthing great terror. In an instant, a grim and icy azura purgatory took shape in the void, descending upon the malevolent thought of Qiyuan. "Senior, spare me." Beneath this purgatory, the malevolent thought of Qiyuan felt as insignificant as an ant, no, even less than an ant. It was but a speck of dust, a grain of sand, an existence that could be erased with a flick of the hand. "Senior, if you spare my life, I am willing to bestow upon you the true inheritance of Qiyuan." But Su Yang remained unmoved. Having thoroughly read the original text, he already knew where the true Qiyuan inheritance lay. He closed his hand with a casual gesture. The demonic purgatory sealed shut. Boom. The malevolent thought of Qiyuan was effortlessly suppressed and refined, leaving behind only a wisp of pure soul power within the sea of consciousness. Su Yang's primordial divine thought opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the soul power into its being. Chew chew chew, crunchy with a chicken flavor, quite fragrant. Soon the primordial divine thought had fully absorbed the wisp of soul power. Su Yang felt his divine sense had grown considerably. "Master, how is it?" At that moment, Shao Qing's concerned voice came from behind. "It feels wonderful." Su Yang opened his eyes, his gaze introspective, as he turned to face Situ Qingming and Xue Jinli. This malevolent thought of Qiyuan was a potent tonic, a pity it couldn't be mass-produced, or Su Yang estimated he might have already achieved divine ascension. "Master, did you receive the Qiyuan inheritance?" Xue Jinli asked curiously. "No." Su Yang shook his head, explaining, "That was not the true Qiyuan, merely a wisp of malevolent thought." "A malevolent thought?" Situ Qingming's pupils contracted in shock. "Then it was trying to possess you, Master." "Master, are you still the same, Master?" Xue Jinli stepped forward, reached out and pinched Su Yang's chest, firm yet springy. Su Yang feigned fury. Jinli, are your buttocks itching again? Xue Jinli sighed in relief. That's the right tone. After my inspection the master is still the master, not possessed. Rest assured, Shao Qing. Situ Qingqing shot Xue Jinli a sharp glare, thinking was that an inspection of the master's authenticity. You were clearly after the master's body, you crave his flesh, you shameless hussy. Master, where exactly is the Qiyuan inheritance? We can't have come all this way for nothing. Situ Qingqing asked. I certainly didn't come for nothing, the master's touch feels divine. Xue Jinli thought blissfully. Your master has already learned the location of the opportunity from that malevolent thought. Follow me. Su Yang had already fabricated a plausible explanation. Then he said to Xue Jinli, Jinli, you've grown increasingly unruly. Once we leave the cave, report to your senior sister for 100 lashes. Situ Qingqing's lips had just curled upward when she heard Xue Jinli plead pitifully, senior sister strikes hard. Master, you wouldn't want your disciple bedridden for months from her beating, would you? So it's better if you do it yourself. Situ Qingqing's smile froze instantly. She frantically blinked at her master, signaling him not to agree. If he did, it would no longer be a punishment but a reward for third senior sister. From what she knew, third senior sister had very peculiar tastes. Su Yang felt the lingering resentful gaze of Shao Qing, and for the sake of peace in the harem he decided to temporarily set it aside. The inheritance of Master Qiyuan is right beneath this divine jade seat. Su Yang neither took the initiative nor rejected it, aiming to offend neither side, playing it passively instead. Situ Qingqing let out a sigh of relief, almost letting the third senior sister enjoy it. Xue Jinli, however, felt no regret. Just now Master stayed on her moon for at least a few breaths, indicating that Master must also want to try the feel over there. Su Yang walked to the divine jade seat, exerted a slight force and lifted it, revealing a square entrance below large enough for a person to pass through. I shall go first. Qing'er Jinli, follow closely behind me. Su Yang understood the original work well and knew that there was a hidden world below, and since Master Qiyuan had sealed himself with a great formation of heaven and earth, there was no real danger. With that, Su Yang jumped down. Situ Qingqing followed closely behind, while Xue Jinli was not in a hurry to jump down. Instead, she stared at the divine jade seat for a few moments, thinking it looked quite impressive. She immediately opened her storage bag and stowed the divine jade seat inside, planning to replace Master's chair when she returned, considering it a token of her filial piety. Su Yang walked down the narrow corridor. The closer he got, the more he could sense the incredibly sinister and malevolent aura. Master, I'm a bit scared. Situ Qingqing seemed overly frightened, grabbing Su Yang's arm tightly, pulling him into a warm embrace. Xue Jinli, not wanting Shao Qing to monopolize Su Yang, took it a step further and walked up to Su Yang's side, pressing against him directly. Master, this aura is so evil, could it be an ominous presence? Whether it was ominous he didn't know. But if they kept getting this close, he would soon become ominous himself. Su Yang's body trembled, but he immediately pushed away his distracting thoughts. After all, he possessed the supreme Yang Dao body, and if he lost control the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he had come for the inheritance of Master Qiyuan, so he immediately drew his hands back, holding one in each arm. Situ Qingqing was startled. She thought Master had been stirred by her teasing and would deal with her on the spot. Xue Jinli's earlobes turned red. She had done it on purpose, not expecting such a strong reaction. Of course, she too felt a bit soft, having harmed herself while attempting to harm the enemy. Both disciples thought their master was about to do something beastly. Yet unexpectedly, Su Yang picked them up and dashed swiftly towards the end of the corridor. In just a few breaths' time, Su Yang burst out of the corridor, arriving at a dark hall. He set Situ Qingqing and Xue Jinli down and looked around. Not far away he saw a sinister red glow. After sensing it briefly, he realized that this red glow was the source of all the emanating evil aura. Situ Qingqing, beast. Xue Jinli, not as good. You two stay put. I will go take a look. Wait until I confirm there's no danger before you come over. In the original work, the ominousness that Master Qiyuan was tainted with was useless to the protagonist, who merely possessed the Yang Yen battle body, which was many times inferior to his supreme Yang Dao body. Therefore Su Yang was confident that this ominousness would not harm him. However, he was not certain whether it would curse his two disciples, so for safety's sake he decided to let them stay put for a while. After instructing them, Su Yang walked towards the red glow. Xue Jinli wanted to follow but was grabbed by Situ Qingqing by her ponytail. Xue Jinli turned her head angrily, looking at Situ Qingqing. Why are you grabbing my braid? Situ Qingming retorted, when Master grabs your braid I don't see you being fierce with him. Are you even comparable to Master? If you want me to help you should speak properly. Situ Qingming wanted to take control of the situation. TCH, what's wrong with not speaking properly? First, I am your senior sister, second, you have leverage in my hands. Shui Jinli, feeling emboldened, replied. You. What about you? Call me senior sister. I won't bother with you. Situ Qingming snorted coldly but had actually written down Shui Jinli's name in her little notebook, deciding that after they left the Qiyuan cave she would snatch the sound-transmitting stone. At that time, let's see how Shui Jinli would deal with her. She even wanted her to be a supporting character, she couldn't even manage to be the elder sister, how laughable. Su Yang arrived in front of the red glow, finally seeing its true appearance. A humanoid creature covered in red fur was bound by hundreds of black chains. Behind it were countless unseen forbidden creatures emitting eerie laughter that was spine-chilling. Jia jia jia. In the next moment Su Yang's gaze sharpened, his blood surging, his bones vibrating as if a mighty bow was being released, and his surging vitality soared into the sky. In an instant white mist surged around him, accompanied by piercing screams echoing in the void. This was a forbidden creature attempting to ambush him, but he easily detected it and annihilated it completely with his fiery vitality. At that moment a voice filled with sorrow reached Su Yang's ears. Waiting for thousands of years, finally someone has come. Hearing this, Su Yang suddenly raised his gaze towards the humanoid monster not far in front of him. Although he couldn't see its features clearly, he could feel that it was also looking at him. He tentatively asked, "Predecessor, have you awakened?" A being tainted with ominousness left with only half a breath. "What qualification do you have to call me predecessor? If you don't mind, call me Dao friend instead." A ghostly voice came. Dao friend. In the original work the author depicted this Master Qiyuan as quite arrogant. Even the leader of a great power who was also a void-breaking master would only receive a dismissive scram when trying to call him a brother. So why was he so polite now? He was merely a little golden core completion stage practitioner. Could it be that the original work was wrong? Just as Su Yang was puzzled, Master Qiyuan sighed. "That's right, since the predecessor has comprehended the cycle of reincarnation, how could a useless person like me who cannot even rid himself of a curse have the qualification to be a Dao friend with you? If it comes to the worst, senior, just call me little friend, I will accept that too." What was reincarnation anyway? He understood each word spoken by Master Qiyuan, but put together it formed a great big question mark. Before Qiyuan Venerable could finish his words, his voice was abruptly stifled as if his throat had been sealed shut. "Daoist friend, what do you mean by reincarnation? And what is this awakening all about?" Su Yang inquired, perplexed. "Heaven and earth are but a cycle of reincarnation. As for awakening..." Qiyuan Venerable paused, then spoke slowly, "Words are futile. Daoist friend, you must have come for my legacy. But my path may not suit you. Setting aside the legacy, let us speak more of awakening." Su Yang loathed those who spoke in half-truths. He truly wished he could strike such a person down. "Daoist friend, it is not that I refuse to speak, but the celestial secrets are difficult to divulge," Qiyuan Venerable said helplessly. "Riddle speaker, get out of Gotham." Su Yang wanted to say, "You are already plagued by misfortune, half-dead, why cling to the notion of inscrutable heavenly secrets? Just speak plainly." But hearing the other's tone, it seemed he truly could not voice it. Suppressing his curiosity, he looked at Qiyuan Venerable and asked, "Since you are resolute, I shall ask no more. But you say your path does not suit me, why is that?" Qiyuan Venerable's tone softened as he explained, "My path is the grand Tao of formations. It demands both talent in the art of formations and extraordinary insight. Daoist friend, possessing the supreme Yang Dao body, you likely follow the way of overwhelming force with a single strike. This is truly incompatible with my legacy." All these convoluted words, he might as well have called him brawny and simple-minded. Of course Su Yang would never admit that. He was well-built in all 5 limbs and no less sharp in mind. He surmised that Qiyuan Venerable's reluctance to bestow the legacy upon him stemmed from the latter's desire to see his teachings flourish. But with Su Yang's supreme Yang Dao body and myriad other abilities, receiving Qiyuan Venerable's legacy would merely be an embellishment, not a lifeline in dire straits. That was the true reason Qiyuan Venerable was unwilling to pass on his legacy to him. "Since that is the case, Daoist friend, which of my 2 disciples do you deem more suitable for your legacy?" Su Yang had no intention of giving up Qiyuan Venerable's legacy, for if he did not claim it, it would fall into the hands of the protagonist. Of course, in the original story the protagonist was a true blockhead. After receiving Qiyuan's legacy he spent over 10 days comprehending it but grasped nothing, leaving only the lament how to decipher the formation's word. No stroke of the pen seems right before shelving it away. It was only in the midstory after the author granted the protagonist a boost that he made rapid progress in the Tao of formations and fully comprehended the legacy left by Qiyuan Venerable. Yet it proved useless. In battle the protagonist still relied solely on the Yang spirit art to prevail. Qiyuan Venerable had truly entrusted his legacy to the wrong person. If I am not mistaken, that young lady in the green robe possesses the 4 symbols spirit body. As the saying goes, 2E generate 4 symbols generate 8 trigrams. The 4 symbols spirit body is naturally attuned to the Tao of formations. If she receives my legacy she may one day become a saint of formations. Qiyuan Venerable spoke with great excitement. For years he had lingered in a daze, clinging to a half-breath, unwilling to die because he could not bear to see his legacy turn to dust along with him. Now, having finally found such a suitable heir, how could he not be thrilled? He trembled so violently that the red fur covering him shook, driving the taboo creature behind him into a frenzied biting. Whether she becomes a saint or not matters little. The main point is that I do not wish for your legacy to never see the light of day again. With that, Su Yang beckoned to Xue Jinli. Xue Jinli's eyes sparkled as she quickly approached Su Yang. Master, what do you command of your disciple? Su Yang waved his hand and a blazing sun seemed to rise from his palm, crushing the taboo creatures that tried to approach Xue Jinli. Daoist Qiyuan wishes to bestow his legacy upon you. Are you willing? Her master actually addressed Qiyuan Venerable as Daoist friend, truly a master worthy of her. Xue Jinli. She felt a small surge of pride within, then tilted her head to look at her master, asking curiously, why does Senior Qiyuan not pass his legacy directly to you, master? Because your master's path and Daoist Qiyuan's path are not compatible. Su Yang spoke to ease the situation for Qiyuan Venerable. Qiyuan Venerable cast a grateful glance at Su Yang and said solemnly, young lady, are you willing to accept my legacy and carry it forward? Xue Jinli looked to Su Yang. Seeing her master wink at her, she immediately nodded, I am willing. Excellent, I shall now pass the legacy to you. As Qiyuan Venerable finished speaking, an overwhelming terrifying aura erupted from his body. The cursed red fur rooted on his skin seemed suppressed, falling off in rustling strands. The taboo creature behind him, biting fiercely, let out a wretched screech as if crushed by the might of heaven and earth, momentarily daring not to approach Qiyuan. Boom! With Qiyuan at the center, countless Tao patterns emerged, ancient and mysterious, appearing abstruse and unfathomable. They radiated boundless brilliance in the void, tracing unseen imprints as a jade slip rapidly took shape. After several breaths, the aura around Qiyuan Venerable receded. The previously suppressed red fur surged back violently and the taboo creature behind him lunged again. Enduring searing pain, he extended a shimmering jade slip to Xue Jinli, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Thighs. Contains my live's knowledge. Tao. Daoist friend. I cannot hold on. Can you send me off? Yes. Su Yang agreed readily. Qiyuan Venerable had been tormented by misfortune for millennia, reduced to a mere hollow shell. He had only survived by clinging to that half-breath. But now, having found a perfect heir for his formation legacy, he had no lingering attachments, and that last half-breath left him. Even if Su Yang wished to save him, there was no way. He could only act, striving to grant the once-renowned tomb-raiding Heavenly Venerable a swift and painless end. He took a step forward, his towering form radiating billions of rays of light. His surging vitality blazed like a rising scorching sun, eternal as the ancient stars, equal to the heavens, undying and indestructible. A single punch descended like a 10th Sanshang divine mountain, pressing down, silencing heaven and earth. Rumble, the sheer physical force shook the humanoid creature cloaked in red fur, causing it to cough up streams of pitch-black blood. The red fur rooted on its body also suffered a tremendous impact, rapidly shedding, but before it could touch the ground it was dissolved by the blazing vitality. The taboo creature behind it shrieked in terror, trying to flee, but was locked tight by a supreme sun-like force, completely annihilated in an instant, rising as mist in the void. The humanoid creature's features visibly restored, revealing a gaunt skeletal figure with withered vitality, yet unmistakably middle-aged, closely resembling the Qiyuan Venerable recorded in ancient texts. Thank you, Daoist friend. Qiyuan Venerable, his eyelids drooping, struggled to voice his gratitude to Su Yang. Then a radiant smile bloomed on his face as he embraced death valiantly, instantly turning to ash, dissipating into the void like a burning haystack. After 5,000 years of torment he was finally free. Qiyuan Venerable came gently just as he gently left, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud. After the eerie aura vanished, Situ Qingming instantly rushed to Su Yang's side, staring at the spot where Qiyuan Venerable had been reduced to nothing but ashes, and asked, "Master, what just happened?" Su Yang explained, "Daoist Qiyuan had been tormented by misfortune for millennia. Your master, being compassionate, could not bear to see him suffer, so I granted him a single punch, seeing him off to the western paradise." Master truly knows how to see someone off. Situ Qingming blinked her eyes and then asked, "And what of Qiyuan Venerable's legacy?" "Your third senior sister possesses the four symbols spirit body, making her an exceptional heir to the art of formations. Daoist Qiyuan was most pleased with her, so he condensed his lifelong insights and techniques into a jade slip and passed it to her." Hearing this, Situ Qingming glanced at Xue Jinli and mused inwardly, "This Qiyuan Venerable is no ordinary figure. With that legacy jade slip, third senior sister will be like a tiger with wings, surely able to break through to the core formation stage. When that happens, she'll truly become a formidable opponent. No, I must seize the sound retaining wall before third senior sister breaks through to core formation." Just as Situ Qingming made up her mind, Xue Jinli, holding the jade slip in both hands, directly offered it to Su Yang. "Master, your disciple is dull-witted and fears she cannot grasp the path of formations from Qiyuan Venerable's legacy. But Master's knowledge surpasses that of mortals, and your talent shines like the sun, moon and stars, illuminating the ages. Therefore your disciple believes that if Master were to possess this legacy, you would surely master the art of formations and become a Grand Master of the formation path. Your disciple could then stay by your side, diligently learning, absorbing your teachings through word of mouth and constant exposure. Perhaps then I too might step onto the grand path of formations." Xue Jinli's expression was utterly sincere. Situ Qingming suddenly felt that even the great river otter Xiao He was nothing compared to her senior sister. Her third senior sister's skill in attending to the master could only be described in 2 words: taking on disciples. No need, no need. Su Yang hadn't expected to discover another of Xue Jinli's obvious virtues so soon, her love for speaking the blunt truth. He didn't pretend to refuse. "Let me check this jade slip for you, see if there's any trickery hidden within." Sorry, Qiyuan Venerable, the dead cannot return, so he chose to slander. As Su Yang took the jade slip, a pleasant system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Xue Jinli has gifted the host with Heaven Tier Formation Insights 1, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit return, Ancient Rune Third Killing Formation. Triggering additional reward formation comprehension card 1, Ancient Rune Third Killing Formation. This is the third killing formation since the chaos of creation. In the ancient era it was mastered by the burial immortal emperor. With this formation one could slay several immortal emperors of the same realm. Its power is beyond imagination. Formation comprehension card. Using this card enhances comprehension of formations by 100-fold with an effective duration of 12 hours. Is this the blessing of a koi? Truly it brings good fortune. Su Yang's eyes flickered as he marveled inwardly. After all, the first gifts from his other disciples had never come with such additional rewards. And this third killing formation, once mastered, would be akin to possessing a formidable lethal weapon in the present world, an extremely powerful means of slaughter. What a pity. Qiyuan's cave dwelling is about to emerge, otherwise I would truly wish to cultivate here on the spot. 500 years of seclusion in a cave emerging invincible. Su Yang entertained the thought for a moment before casting it aside. With 8 stunningly beautiful disciples to serve him, he would have to be mad to lock himself away for 5 centuries. Su Yang looked at Xue Jinli, his gaze warm, and said, "I've examined it. There's no trickery in this jade slip. Take it and cultivate." As her master, how could he covet his disciple's legacy? Su Yang returned the jade slip to Xue Jinli, patted her head, and then turned to Situ Qingming, instructing, Qiyuan's cave dwelling is about to manifest. Go notify your sisters and have them gather here. It's time for us to leave. With the greatest opportunity of Qiyuan's cave, the legacy itself, already in hand, there was little point in staying to scavenge further. Yes, master. Situ Qingming ran off to send messages via a communication jade slip. Xue Jinli bit her lips, staring at the legacy jade slip in her hands, her spirits sinking. When she first entered Qiyuan's cave, she had vowed to present her master with an extraordinary treasure. Yet until now she had found many treasures, but none that could truly dazzle her master. After all, he was the man who possessed the heavenly desolation floating pagoda. Then came the encounter with Qiyuan Venerable's legacy. In her view, as the celestial tomb raider who plundered graves with ease, his legacy must be of immense value. If revealed to the outside world, it would surely cause a massive stir. She had hoped to use it to win her master's favor, but he had merely glanced at it and returned the jade slip to her. To her this was nothing short of a thunderbolt from a clear sky. If her master wouldn't cultivate this formation path, how could she use the pretext of seeking his guidance to have him teach her mouth-to-mouth, leading to intimate moments of shared breath and closeness? Her beautiful fantasy had been shattered by harsh reality. Was there no other path but to take on the role of the sister avenger? Noticing little Jean Li's distraction and dejection, Su Yang was in a rather good mood and asked, "Disciple, what troubles you?" "Boo-hoo, master, I can't comprehend this formation path." Shui Jinli sobbed, seizing the chance to throw herself into Su Yang's arms, her small hands groping about. Su Yang was slightly bewildered, thinking that's not right. Isn't little Jinli especially lazy? She'd rather lie down than stand, soak than lie down, let alone cultivate. Why is she crying now? Has she changed her ways and decided to train diligently? If so, as her master, I should encourage her. With that thought, Su Yang patted Shui Jinli on the back and comforted her, "Don't worry. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to me for guidance." With a formation comprehension card in hand, Su Yang truly didn't know how he could fail to grasp the formation path. Really? Shui Jinli looked up, her beautiful eyes glistening as she gazed at Su Yang. Really? Then will master teach me mouth-to-mouth? Would your master not teach mouth-to-mouth but instead guide you hand in hand? Your disciple doesn't think that's a bad idea either. Having finished sending the messages, Situ Qingqing turned back, intending to report to her master, only to see him embracing third senior sister, intimately whispering sweet nothings. She had only been gone for a moment to send a message. Boo-hoo. Situ Qingqing's head was nearly steaming, her chest heaving as her robes swelled, clearly fuming. In a fit of rage, she strode up to Su Yang. "Master." Her voice was loud and trembling, as if she too was about to cry. Su Yang was still comforting Shui Jinli when, to his surprise, before he could soothe one, Qing'er was on the verge of tears, catching him off guard. He was about to speak. But Shui Jinli, still in his arms, said casually, "Shao Qing's senior sister should be here soon, right?" Situ Qingqing's aggrieved expression froze, and the mist gathering in her eyes dissipated in fright. She glanced twice at the sound-retaining wall at Shui Jinli's waist, then looked up at her master, forcing a smile. "Master, your instructions have been carried out. Senior sister and junior sister Lu are nearby and will arrive in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Second senior sister is a bit farther, she'll need about half an incense stick's time." Su Yang. Qing'er was this anger that lasted but a moment. Within the Qiyuan cave mansion. In the underground dark hall. The 5 disciples led by Yuan Yoxuan had all reaped abundant harvests from this expedition to the Qiyuan cave mansion, to the extent that their storage pouches were utterly filled to the brim. Thus the great river otter, who served as the spiritual farmer of Ziyun Peak, stepped forward voluntarily to help them share the burden. On the great river otter's back was a bundle as massive as a small mountain, pressing down so heavily that its legs began to tremble. Yet despite this, a smile lingered on the otter's face, though perhaps because it was a beast, its smile resembled a grimace more than anything else. Well, to be honest, the great river otter was actually crying. What was it truly seeking? Why abandon its rightful place as the River King to become a mere spiritual farmer on Ziyun Peak? If only it could be granted another chance to start anew. It would absolutely refrain from shooting that arrow, and would even willingly present that rare mutant green lotus to the other party. Alas, a beaver's life can only be lived once, like the great river flowing eastward, never to return. Such is the decree of fate. "Master, shall we depart from here?" Yuan Yuxian inquired. "Yes, there is a hidden passage here leading to the outside world. Follow me, your master, and do not fall behind." With that said, Su Yang strode toward the concealed door. How did he know of this hidden passage? Naturally, it was because in the original story, after the protagonist obtained the inheritance, fearing unforeseen dangers, he was guided by the old man within the jade pendant and discovered a secret door within this underground palace, thus escaping the Qiyuan cave mansion. Yuan Yuxian and the other disciples, including the great river otter, hurriedly followed. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a spirit boat flew out from the Tianji mountain range, heading toward the Qingming sect. Outside the beast's lair, the Xiantian sect master Venerable Xuanqi along with a group of elders lay in ambush. Days earlier, Venerable Xuanqi, relying on his vast divine sense, had traced the bloodstains left by his disciple Wang Tang and finally located this beast's cave. He naturally noticed the void barrier exposed on the rock wall, which appeared to be the entrance to a cave mansion created by a fallen powerhouse. Venerable Xuanqi immediately struck out attempting to shatter the void barrier but was repelled by a bizarre law of power. Refusing to accept this, he had the other elders try as well, but all without exception were blocked. Some elders were even severely injured by the backlash of the law. Furious yet helpless, Venerable Xuanqi, unwilling to let the murderer of his sect's heir escape, remained motionless in that spot for several days, keeping watch until grass began to grow over his head. Sect Master, are we to maintain this vigil indefinitely? Finally an elder could not help but ask. Venerable Xuanqi cast a cold, disdainful glance at him without offering an explanation, instead cursing inwardly. Are all the members of Xiantian's sect nothing but foolish swine and dogs? What else could be done? Should he simply allow the villain who killed his disciple Wangteng to escape unscathed? Why then could it not be these swine and dogs who perished instead? If only his disciple could be resurrected, he would not care even if all these swine and dogs were wiped out. He hated it with every fiber of his being. Venerable Xuanqi stared at the beast's lair before him, his eyes bloodshot, his entire being radiating a shocking murderous intent that sent chills down the spines of all the elders lying in ambush around him. The elder who had just spoken bore the brunt of it. Beneath this killing aura he felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The sect master's murderous intent was so terrifying, it was clear how deep his hatred for the villain ran. Should the culprit dare show his face at the beast's lair, the sect master would undoubtedly reduce him to dust in an instant. Aboard the spirit boat. Inside the cabin, Su Yang was enjoying an intimate massage from his eldest disciple Yuan Yuxian. Dressed in a little white dress, she sat upon Su Yang's abdomen, leaning forward to knead his thighs and loosen his muscles. Was this a test for her master? Which master could possibly withstand such a trial? Su Yang's eyes flickered, his mind wandering with restless thoughts. Just as he was on the verge of acting on his impulses, a knock came at the cabin door. "Master, your disciple has come to give you a massage." It was Qingming's voice. Before Su Yang could respond, C2 Qingming stepped into the cabin. Upon entering, C2 Qingming spotted Yuan Yuxian. "Senior sister is here too." Yuan Yuxian silently pulled her white dress down a little, concealing the boundless allure, and spoke in a cool, clear tone. "Little Qing, master is fine with me here. Please leave for now." "That won't do. Master isn't yours alone, senior sister. I too wish to show my filial devotion." C2 Qingming refused. Yuan Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly as she wondered, where does little Qing find the audacity to contradict me? In the next instant, Xue Jinli, pulling the reserved Ruan Yuer, and the bashful Liu Beifeng entered and echoed, "C2 Qingming, exactly, Xiao Qing is right. Senior sister, you can't be so overbearing and monopolize master. We junior sisters also want to give master a massage." Yuan Yuxian, seeing the aggressive advance of her four junior sisters, realized she was being cornered. Instead of confronting them head-on, she gracefully vacated her spot and settled into a seiza position on Su Yang's thigh, displaying the demeanor of a senior sister as she raised her hand. "Since all my junior sisters wish to show their filial piety to master, how could I as your senior sister possibly object? Come, let us do it together." "That's more like it." C2 Qingming, having gained an advantage over her senior sister for the first time, a glimmer of joy passing through her eyes, eagerly seized the opportunity to claim the master's other leg, thinking of the early bird catching the worm. Xue Jinli and Ruan Yuer, unwilling to be left behind, each took possession of one of Su Yang's arms. It had to be said, each of the 5 disciples had their unique techniques. Su Yang found it impossible to calm his mind. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly said to his dutiful disciples, "Wait a moment," before continuing. "Your master has something to attend to." With that, Su Yang rose and left the cabin. After standing on the deck for a while until he was thoroughly calmed, he took out a communication jade slip, composed a message, and sent it to Ji Hongluan, the sect master of Qingming sect. The message read roughly: "The Tianji mountain range is suspected to have revealed the Qiyuan cave mansion. Arrange for disciples to come for training immediately." After sending it, Su Yang, regardless of whether there was a reply, turned and re-entered the cabin to enjoy the massage from his disciples. This time he was determined to hold out. On the sovereign peak within the azure firmament hall, a figure in a purple palace gown reclined lazily upon the throne. Her face, devoid of any cosmetic adornment, exuded a soft and alluring charm. Her skin was as white as frost and snow, and between her brows lay an innate nobility. She seemed less like a cultivator and more like an empress of the mortal realm, commanding the lands with her presence. Her figure was equally striking, graceful and curvaceous. Even in a casual seated posture the full contours of her silhouette were exquisitely outlined, a sight that could easily make a young man lose his composure. This woman was none other than Ji Hongwon, the sect master of the Azure Firmament sect. At this moment she was idly stroking the plump feline nestled in her arms, utterly bored. Suddenly a vibration came from her chest. Impatiently she set the cat down and retrieved a jade slip from the depths of her cleavage. Which peak is causing me trouble this time? Ji Hongwon opened the jade slip with displeasure, extending her divine sense into it. She found a contact labeled idiot blinking with a new message. Him. What does he want with me? He's not here to scold me again, is he? The memories of past messages were vivid in her mind. Ji Hongwon truly did not wish to open this one, for this idiot could never produce anything pleasant. His words were always laced with admonishment, as if he alone in the entire Azure Firmament sect was devoted to its cause, while she, the dignified sect master, was nothing but a good-for-nothing who did nothing but laze around. Forget it. If I don't reply, hell probably storm the sovereign peak to argue with me again, just like last time. Ji Hongluan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Reluctantly she opened the message. The moment she saw its content her gaze was locked in place, unable to move. Her beautiful eyes widened as if struck by something astonishing. To the Crimson One Fairy, seeing this message is like meeting you in person. Time flows like a river. A single day without you feels like 3 autumns. Unbeknownst to me it has been years since we last met. My heart yearns for you, so I send this message. There is so much I wish to say. Regarding matters of the past I feel towards you, Fairy. Has the cat grown plumper? Would you like to? The Tianji mountain range is suspected to have a Qiyuan cave mansion emerging. Please dispatch sect disciples there to train as soon as possible. So polite. If not for the last line she would have thought this message was a confession of love. Has this idiot changed his ways? He actually calls me Fairy now. Before he always called me sect master, and last time he even addressed me by my full name. Ji Hongwon stared at the message on the jade slip, her lips curving into a faint smile. Her long slender legs swayed gently back and forth. Clearly she was in a very good mood. Let me read it again. Having been offended by this idiot so many times and finally being called Fairy once, Ji Hongwon naturally wanted to savor it a few more times to heal the wounds inflicted on her heart. The message was only a few hundred characters long and Ji Hongwon finished it in no time. But she was not yet satisfied. Rubbing her face she decided, let me read it again. After reading it dozens of times Ji Hongwon decided she could not go on. She was afraid of becoming addicted. This is the last time. Ji Hongwon fixed her gaze on the message, reading it word by word. This time she finally spotted something hidden. Cat. Huh. This is an acrostic. That guy is actually confessing to me. This is treason, an act of utter insolence. I am the sect master and he is merely the peak lord of one of the 6 peaks, the Purple Cloud Peak. The youngest nascent sole true lord of the northern domain. Actually the gap in status isn't that huge. Ji Hongwon looked at the message on the jade slip, biting her lip. Her eyes shimmered with shyness and a blush crept across her cheeks. Her body trembled uncontrollably and her thoughts began to race wildly. Though she was the sect master of the foremost sect in the northern domain, she did not cultivate the path of absolute detachment. She too yearned to love and be loved. Whenever she saw in the jade slip messages that her former classmates had all found their Dao companions and were shamelessly flaunting their love in the group chat, she could not help but fantasize about herself. But she was Ji Hongwon, a venerable of the void-piercing realm, the Azure Firmament sect master. There was hardly a man in the world worthy of her. Until this idiot appeared. His talent was no less than hers, perhaps even greater. Thus the moment she saw him, Ji Hongwon had the idea of taking him as a disciple. She believed that under her guidance this idiot would grow rapidly, perhaps even soon attain the venerable realm. Then she could rightfully pass the position of sect master to him. However, he had rebuffed her with the words, your talent is inferior to mine, how can you be my teacher? Since then their relationship had become very strained. She could no longer maintain her authority as sect master before him. This idiot seemed to be constantly striving for an equal footing with her. Could it be? This was all planned. The reason he refused to become my disciple and even questioned my position as sect master was all because he harbored affection for me. Ji Hongwan suddenly understood. In that instant a look of shyness appeared in her eyes. Her cheeks burned hot and even her fair neck was flushed red as the blooming peach blossoms in February, radiant and captivating. Her heart pounded rapidly beyond control. This idiot, if he had such feelings, why didn't he say so earlier? Why all this beating around the bush? Did he think I would refuse? No, I must go find him. Ji Hongwan rose from her chair, her bare feet stepping onto the carpet. Her 10 toes looked crystal clear and plump like peeled grapes, tempting one to put them in one's mouth. Just then the cat beside her meowed, meow. The general meaning was, if you rush to him now and it turns out to be a mere coincidence, won't that be awkward? Xiaohua, you're right. I was too hasty. Ji Hongwan halted her steps. If it was just a coincidence, then going to find that idiot. The scene would be more than awkward. At that point she might even wish to die. A cat in the house is a treasure. Xiaohua, I love you to death. Ji Hongwan picked up Xiaohua and, ignoring its look of disdain, gave it a vigorous squeeze. Then Ji Hongwan pulled her drifting thoughts back to earth and began to think calmly, let's not rush this. At least wait until that idiot makes his feelings clear directly. For now I should summon all the Peak Lords to the Azure Firmament Hall to discuss which disciples to send to the Qiyuan Cave Mansion for training. Summon my people. A dignified commanding voice rich with the authority of a mature woman emanated from Ji Hongwan and echoed outside the hall. Yes, what are your orders, Sect Master? A female attendant entered from outside the hall and bowed. Go. Tell all Peak Lords to come before me immediately. Ji Hongwan commanded. Yes, Sect Master. The attendant slowly withdrew. As soon as she stepped out of the hall, she transformed into a streak of rainbow light and departed. After the attendant left, Ji Hongwan could not help but let her thoughts wander again. This idiot is utterly devoted to the sect. He has rendered meritorious service time and again. He even unhesitatingly donated his sword, which he had worn for years, to the sect as a mission reward, all in response to my call. Xiaohua, do you think he does it because I am the sect master and he wants to share my burdens? Meow. No, Xiaohua, you rolling your eyes at me I can accept, but why do you say I'm being cringe? Within the Azure Firmament Hall, 35 of the 36 Peak Masters had arrived, each exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, their cultivation deep and formidable. All were at the spirit transformation stage, and if placed in the outside world, each would be powerful enough to carve out their own domain and be hailed as a sovereign. At this moment they were seated according to rank, with the 6 major peaks at the front and the remaining 30 peaks arranged in order of strength. Ji Hongwan sat in the foremost seat. She glanced at the empty seat before her, a flicker of thought passing through her mind, yet she betrayed nothing on her expression. Sect Master, since you have summoned all peaks to discuss important matters, why is Su Yang, the master of the Purple Cloud Peak, absent? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Peak intends to secede from our Azure Firmament sect? A Peak Master seated behind the myriad June Immortal received the cue, immediately rose and cupped his hands toward Ji Hongwan, his words aggressive. The moment these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. The 35 Peak Masters present immediately began whispering among themselves, their faces filled with indignation as they denounced Su Yang. Indeed, this Peak Master Su has gone too far. Though he was once disrespectful to the Sect Master, he always attended the summoned meetings on time. But this time he simply didn't show up. This is a direct slap in the face to the Sect Master. Who can blame him? He is the youngest spirit transformation true lord in our northern prefecture. A little pride is only natural. Merely a spirit transformation true lord, and already so inflated that he disobeys the Sect Master's orders. If he were to become a venerable, the Azure Firmament sect would likely become the Purple Cloud sect. Are you saying this because Peak Master Su pushed your peak out of the 6 major peaks holding a grudge? Nonsense. I am clearly defending the Sect Master's honor. Ji Hongwan remained silent, merely sweeping her gaze across the heatedly arguing Peak Masters, silently noting those who had rebuked Su Yang. Sect Master, I also believe junior brother Su has overstepped. If we continue to indulge him, our Azure Firmament sect may be torn asunder. Are we to let the legacy of thousands of years built by our ancestors be destroyed at the hands of junior brother Su? Seeing Ji Hongwan remain silent, the myriad June Immortal decided to fan the flames further. This time he used the ancestral legacy to fabricate an immense crime against Su Yang. He believed that as long as Ji Hongwan made no decision that defied the will of the past patriarchs, the Purple Cloud Peak would surely face severe punishment. Of course, he did not expect to expel the Purple Cloud Peak from the 6 major peaks in one fell swoop. His aim was merely to vex Su Yang and further tarnish his image in the sect master's eyes. Over time Su Yang would be abandoned by all, making it far easier for him to deal with his adversary. Sect master, this old man believes the myriad June Peak Master speaks with great reason. Though you cherish talent, you cannot indulge Peak Master Su so excessively. An elder with snow-white hair was swayed by the myriad June Immortal's words. He was also one of the 6 major peaks, and his lineage had served as peak masters in the Azure Firmament sect for 18 generations. Both his seniority and status were beyond question. Once he spoke, even Ji Hongwon had to listen attentively and weigh his words carefully. But this time, before the elder could finish, Ji Hongwon interrupted him. Elder Qian, let us set aside for now the matter of my indulging Peak Master Su. The reason I hastily summoned you all today is that Peak Master Su has provided me with intelligence. According to this intelligence, within the Heavenly Spine mountain range the Qiyuan cave mansion will soon emerge. I would like to hear what all the Peak Masters think of this. Ji Hongwon raised her hand, her expression cold as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, the entire hall was stunned. Including the white-haired elder who had sought to accuse Su Yang and the myriad June Immortal who had intended to antagonize him, nearly every Peak Master widened their eyes, staring in shock at Ji Hongwon on the foremost seat. Silence reigned, so profound that a falling pin could be heard. The atmosphere congealed for a long moment. The white-haired elder could not help but ask, Sect Master, is the Qiyuan cave mansion you speak of the one belonging to the Qiyuan Venerable who rose to fame 5,000 years ago, plundered countless ancient tombs, and was known as the tomb-raiding Celestial? If not him, then who? Ji Hongwon lifted her chin slightly. Very well, I have finished what I needed to say. Now we shall address the matter of Peak Master Zu's defiance of orders. I am deeply angered by this, and therefore I decree that the myriad June Peak Master shall go to the Purple Cloud Peak to apprehend Su Yang and bring him here for punishment. I trust none of the Peak Masters have any objections. Her voice was not loud, but it was filled with a chilling cold that made those who heard it feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The Peak Masters who had previously rebuked Su Yang wore embarrassed expressions, momentarily unsure of how to react. The myriad June Immortal's face turned pale as he swallowed hard. He had only intended to vex Su Yang, but if he were to go and apprehend him, wouldn't that be like an old man asking for death, courting disaster? It was only because Su Yang was absent that he dared to be so brazen. If Su Yang had been present, he wouldn't have dared to utter a single word. The myriad June Immortal was about to say something when he suddenly met Ji Hongluan's gaze. The fierce, killing intent, piercing and bone-chilling, made his scalp tingle. Although he had turned to demonic cultivation and made rapid progress facing a venerable like Ji Hongluan, it was impossible not to feel intimidated. Caught in a dilemma, he could neither go nor refuse. Just as the myriad June Immortal was in this predicament, the white-haired elder known as Elder Qian spoke cautiously. Sect Master, this old man has reconsidered. In truth, Peak Master Su has done nothing wrong. After all, he was already aware of the matter you wished to discuss. It matters little whether he attended or not, so it cannot be considered defiance of orders. Therefore the Sect Master must not send anyone to apprehend Peak Master Su for punishment. Doing so would not only fail to prove the inviolable sanctity of your authority, but would also deeply wound Peak Master Zu's heart. With Elder Qian taking the lead, the other Peak Masters also began to defend Su Yang, shifting their stances like weather vanes. Sect Master, Peak Master Zu's devotion to the sect is evident for all to see. Peak Master Su does not deserve such punishment. Please, Sect Master, retract your order. We implore the Sect Master to reconsider. Watching the Peak Masters' attitudes do a complete 180, Ji Hongwon knew full well the sordid thoughts in their hearts. They simply did not want the Purple Cloud Peak to get involved in the Qiyuan Cave Mansion. After all, of the 8 direct disciples of the Purple Cloud Peak, 7 were prodigies. Once they entered the Qiyuan Cave Mansion, the vast majority of opportunities would surely fall into their hands, leaving the disciples of the other peaks with little more than scraps. That foolish Su Yang had likely avoided the meeting for this very reason. For the sake of the sect, no, for my sake, that fool has truly sacrificed much. What a fool! A mist rose in Ji Hongluan's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Her expression turned stern as she snapped coldly, as the Sect Master, I cannot change my decrees on a whim. However, since Elder Qian has spoken, I shall grant you this face. But, she paused, her gaze sweeping sharply across the faces of the Peak Masters before finally settling on the myriad June Immortal. Her tone was indifferent. Let this be the last time. The myriad June Immortal's body instantly tensed like a drawn bowstring. He bowed his head humbly, a torrent of venomous resentment surging in his eyes. Endure. He must endure. Until the day his demonic art reaches its zenith, that would be the time for him to settle all accounts. After a brief interlude, the 35 peak masters swiftly decided on the disciples to be sent to the Qiyuan cave mansion for training. Old Xian rose and bowed respectfully. Although his earlier reluctance to involve the Ziyun Peak had cost him his voice before the sect master, he believed the boundless opportunities within the Qiyuan cave mansion would not disappoint him. Ji Hongluan nodded slightly. You may go. The other peak masters also rose, bowed and took their leave. Only Wan Junjinren and his few adherents remained. Sect master. Wan Junjinren began, but a dignified commanding voice drifted down from the throne. Peak master Wan Jun, your words just now bordered on sowing discord. Could it be that you are a spy planted in my Qingming sect by another faction? Ji Hongluan's gaze narrowed as she scrutinized Wan Junjinren. An invisible pressure spread through the Qingming hall. The faces of Wan Jun's adherents turned pale, their expressions shifting to shock as they looked at him. They had become his followers because he was one of the 6 meridians, second only to Su Yang in strength, offering them protection and precious resources. But they had no intention of colluding with him to harm the sect. They were no spies. At that moment they wished to sever all ties with Wan Junjinren. What? How did Ji Hongluan see through him? He had hidden it so well. Wan Junzhenren's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. He was at a loss, unable to discern where he had made a mistake that revealed his flaw to Ji Hongluan. Sect master, I am wronged. I have never been disloyal to the sect. Please investigate. With a thud, Wan Junjinren knelt and kowtowed, wailing in protest. He considered suddenly rising and fleeing the Qingming sect, but that would only startle others, or perhaps even amuse them. After all, Ji Hongluan was a supreme among venerables. At White Emperor City she had single-handedly battled 3 venerables, leaving 1 dead, 1 wounded and 1 fleeing while she emerged unscathed. This feat had cemented the Qingming sect as the foremost sect of the northern prefecture. Thus his only chance of survival was to adamantly deny being a spy of the demonic path. Ji Hongluan gazed at him coldly, her demeanor as if looking down at an ant. She parted her lips and said, whether you are wronged is not for me to decide. Peak Master Wan Jun, you should know Peak Master Zu's temperament. He abhors evil. If he learns of the venomous words you spoke behind his back, you know the consequences. From her tone it seemed she did not know he was a spy. A sigh of relief escaped Wan Junjinren and his adherents, if they had nearly wet themselves in fear. I am dull-witted, please enlighten me, sect master. Wan Junjinren bowed his head, trembling with fear. Ji Hongluan said, for this trip to the Qiyuan cave mansion the fortunes and treasures obtained by your peak shall be split 60-40 with the Ziyun peak. That should placate Peak Master Su. Very well, sect master. I will instruct the disciples of my peak to deliver 40% of the gains to the Ziyun peak. Wan Junjinren agreed reluctantly. Though unwilling, he had to endure giving up 40% of his harvest to avoid trouble with Su Yang and quietly bide his time. No, this venerable means your Heavenly Thunder peak takes 40% and Ziyun peak takes 60%. Do you understand? Ji Hongluan looked down at him, her tone indifferent. What? Wan Junjinren could not believe his ears. Do you have an objection? Ji Hongluan glared coldly. No, whatever the sect master says goes. Wan Junjinren bowed his head, filled with anxiety. He was utterly humiliated but could not show it, forced to swallow his pride. That's best. Ji Hongluan said impatiently, you may leave. Yes, sect master. Wan Junjinren dared not linger and slunk away with his few adherents. After Wan Junjinren departed, Ji Hongluan, who had been sitting upright to maintain her sect leader's dignity, instantly reverted to her true self. She lounged against the back of her chair, dangling her shapely legs over the armrest, her skirt swaying to reveal glimpses of her fair thighs. She grabbed a passing cat and held it high, saying, will they dare to sow discord again? I pamper that fool as I please. Do those toads need to point fingers? They're meddling in what doesn't concern them. Little flower, I ask you, if that fool finds out what I've done for him, will he be so moved that he'll throw himself into my arms like a little puppy? Meow. Dare not move. What does that mean? Meow. Too big, afraid of suffocating. Little flower, who taught you such mischief? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Thunder Peak, in a cave dwelling rich with spiritual energy, a plain-looking young man lay on the bed, limbs weak, face pale, body cold, like a young master drained by excess. Staring at the wall he spoke weakly, "Old Li, why do I see green light before my eyes? It's because your unrestrained use of the demonic flame lotus has severely damaged your foundation. Though your cultivation has improved, your body deteriorates." Old Li from the Jade Pendant decided not to tell Xiao Yi the truth but instead fabricated a lie. "You've been in fierce battles for days, exhausting your mind. It's nothing to worry about, you rest for a few days and you'll recover." "A few days?" Xiao Yi sprang up from the bed, his face darkening. "Old Li, don't tell me you don't want me to grow stronger." In just over 10 days he had defeated over 20 core disciples and seized their cultivation resources. This had propelled his cultivation to soar, breaking through 2 minor realms to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core stage. But in Xiao Yi's eyes this pace was far too slow. After all, that old villain Su Yang of the Ziyun Peak was a nascent soul true lord. To rescue his 7 stunning senior sisters from the demon's clutches he needed at least the late nascent soul stage. And what he lacked most was time. So when he heard Old Li tell him to rest for a few days he was displeased. Old Li in the pendant wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he stop himself from advising Xiao Yi whenever he saw him heading down the wrong path? Heaven has wronged me. Old Li sighed inwardly, preparing to concoct some pleasant lies to deceive Xiao Yi when he heard Wanjun Zenren's voice outside the cave. "My dear disciple, I have great news for you." "Good news?" Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, suddenly energized. "Master, please come in." As Wanjun Zenren entered the cave, Xiao Yi's nose twitched. He caught a sour, musty smell. Then looking at his master's pants he asked in confusion, "Master, why are your pants wet?" Was he supposed to say he had been scared into wetting himself by the sect master? Wanjun Zenren's face stiffened. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, never mind the details. Let me tell you, this is a tremendous stroke of luck." Within the cave dwelling, Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true, master? The source of the information is reliable, there can be no mistake." Wanjun Zenren nodded. Though he harbored a deep hatred for Su Yang, he had never doubted Su Yang's loyalty to the sect. The man was nothing more than a fervent and impulsive hothead, albeit one with formidable martial prowess. However, Wanjun Zenren cast a hesitant glance at Xiao Yi. "Disciple, what is your current state?" "It's nothing, master. This disciple has merely been engaged in relentless battles these past few days, leaving my mind and body weary. There is no need for concern, a few hours of rest will restore me," Xiao Yi said, rallying his spirits. From within the Jade Pendant, Li Lao thought, "Aren't those my lines?" He had seen through this two-faced disciple completely. If he ever helped this brat again he would be a dog. If Li Lao were not in his spiritual form he would surely be furious enough to spit blood on the spot. "Is that so?" Wanjun Zenren stroked his goatee, pondered for a moment and said, "Then for this expedition to the Qiyuan Cave Mansion I will dispatch you along with the other 29 core disciples. Remember, no matter what conflicts arise within the peak, once you leave the Heavenly Thunder Peak you are as one family, inseparable and intimate. There must be no internal strife, no brotherly conflict, you must unite against all external threats." "Master, why do we need those burdens? This disciple alone is sufficient," Xiao Yi said reluctantly. As the chosen one, wherever he went all fortunes belonged to him. If the other core disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak set their sights on a treasure he desired and he could not seize it, would that not be a hindrance? "Disciple, let your master teach you another lesson. Loose sand cannot form a tower. Relying solely on yourself, your power is ultimately too meager. Even if you possess the strength to overcome those of higher cultivation, a pair of fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Do you understand your master's intention?" Wanjun Zenren explained patiently. "Master, I understand all the principles. This disciple has but one request for this training expedition to the Qiyuan Cave Mansion. May I serve as the leading disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak?" "Granted." Wanjun Zenren, knowing Xiao Yi's thoughts, agreed without hesitation. As long as there was no internal conflict among brothers, anything was permissible. After all, these were prime nourishment for the bone-refining demon scripture. The loss of even one would cause him great distress. Wanjun Zenren instructed Xiao Yi to gather at the Mountain Gate Square the next morning, then hurriedly departed. If he stayed any longer his trousers would be stuck to his thighs. After Wanjun Zenren left, Xiao Yi's face revealed a proud smile, his gaze arrogant and commanding, exuding the aura of a young prodigy. "Did you hear that, Li Lao? That is the Qiyuan Cave Mansion. You said before that the Qingming sect was not a place of opportunity for me, but I have proven with facts that you were wrong. In these dozen or so days at the Qingming sect my cultivation has broken through several minor realms, sweeping through Heavenly Thunder Peak with no rival. And now such a tremendous fortune as the Qiyuan Cave Mansion has delivered itself to my doorstep. Li Lao, watch me. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the immortal path, overlooking all from the summit. That old demon Su will not be my opponent. He will only be my stepping stone. Once I trample him, he will never see my shadow again. Heh heh heh. Senior Sister Yuan, Senior Sister Yuan. I will surely rescue you all. Xiao Yi recited the names of all 7 senior sisters, waving his fists with fervent and frenzied eyes. Li Lao. Here he goes again. No matter how grand and ambitious the preceding words, they always circled back to that same declaration, unwavering in his original intent. Rave on, just rave on. When you end up soiling yourself in defeat, don't you dare call on this old man to save you. At the sovereign peak within the Qingming rear hall. Little flower, tell me, what message should I send? If I also send a hidden message, will that fool be able to figure it out? Ji Hongwan lay on the bed, her fair and delicate chin resting on the cat. In her hand she held a jade slip, editing a message. Dissatisfied, she deleted it, then edited another, still unsatisfied, and deleted it again. After going back and forth for ages, the jade slip bore only 2 words, "Are you there?" Little flower said weakly, "Meow." It couldn't understand why it, a mere tabby cat, had to bear such an unbearable weight at this age. That detestable woman, can't she just get off? What? You're just a cat and you don't understand human emotions. Little flower, that viewpoint of yours is incorrect. In my view, no matter the species, emotions are universal. So as my feline strategist, it is only right that you offer me advice from your own perspective. Ji Hongwan said earnestly. There was no dealing with this mistress. Life was hard and the cat could only sigh. Little flower's whiskers twitched, an idea came to her. Meow. Huh. Little flower, isn't that a bit too brief and informal? Ji Hongwan hesitated. Little flower just stared at her silently. Alright, don't look at me like I'm an idiot. I'll send it. Ji Hongwan then followed the feline strategist's instruction, edited 4 words, and with a whoosh sent the message. After sending it, Ji Hongwan clasped her hands together, pressing them against her forehead. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling, and her heart pounded violently. Little flower looked at the hopeless Ji Hongwan, baffled. How could a mighty void-breaking realm powerhouse be so naive in matters of romance, as pure as a blank sheet of paper? Even this little cat was better than her. On the other side. Aboard the spirit boat. Because only 4 of his 5 limbs were being massaged, the remaining limb was in a very dire state. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Su Yang made an excuse about having an enlightenment and needing to cultivate, immediately sending all 5 disciples out. He sat on the bed, hands propping himself on the edge, head tilted back, emptying his mind to calm his surging blood. Just then, a vibration came from his waist. Su Yang looked down. The communication jade slip was glowing. A message from Ji Hongwan. Su Yang reached out, took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. He saw a contact avatar labeled Ji Hongwan pulsing. He clicked on it and received the message. Ji Hongwan, you've been wronged. Wronged? He wasn't wronged at all, wasn't he quite comfortable? Su Yang looked down. Well, one part did seem quite wronged. But Ji Hongwan didn't know his actual situation, so wronged here must refer to. Presumably during the Peak Lord Assembly Ji Hongwan had convened, those Peak Lords must have spoken many ill words about him. Hence Ji Hongwan said those 4 words, "You've been wronged." Having figured it out, Su Yang edited a reply in less than a breath and the message was sent. Buzz. The jade slip in Ji Hongluan's hand vibrated. She immediately opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with joy. Unable to contain herself, she patted the cat's big head. Little flower, that fool replied, and so quickly. Has he been waiting by the jade slip all along, anticipating my message? Little flower lay on the bed, its head buzzing from the pats, utterly bewildered. Seriously, the fool sent a message, why not open it? Why pat this cat's head instead? If you keep patting, this cat will turn into a fool too. On the bed, Ji Hongluan's tone was somewhat urgent. Little Hua, why aren't you saying anything? With the situation so critical, how could her strategist Little Hua not offer her advice? Both knocked out, how can this cat speak? Little Hua rolled her eyes fiercely and muttered helplessly, meow meow. Right, I should first open the message and see what that fool sent. Ji Hongwon patted her forehead with her jade-like hand, having been flustered into confusion. She gazed at the jade slip, her heart racing, her hands trembling. With a snap, Little Hua's paw tapped on the jade slip. Too slow, what was she dawdling for? Su Yang, no grievance, all for the sake of sharing the sovereign's worries. Seeing the message Little Hua had opened, Ji Hongwon's eyes froze, a blush quickly creeping up her cheeks. She covered her eyes, peering through her fingers, her voice trembling slightly. Little Hua, I told you that fool definitely likes me and you said I was being cringe. Indeed, just as she had thought, Su Yang wanted to overstep his bounds. Before, because he lacked strength, he had to pretend, but now he had dropped the act and come clean. Little Hua. Now it's even more cringe. Ji Hongwon took a while to calm her emotions before she could speak, shyly saying, Little Hua, how should I reply now? Isn't this putting me on the spot? Little Hua scratched her head, meow meow. Will this work? Ji Hongwon was uncertain. After all, whose spiritual pet couldn't do a backflip? Little Hua nodded firmly, meow meow. In her cathead strategist's philosophy, if the other party truly had feelings, even if she couldn't do a backflip, they would gladly agree. Ji Hongwon said, alright, let's give it a try. Try and you'll die. Su Yang stared at the message Ji Hongwon had sent on the jade slip, lost in thought. Ji Hongwon, my cat says she can do a backflip, would you like to come see? If this were in his past life, Su Yang would have understood immediately. But, this is a fantasy world. Isn't it normal for a spiritual pet to do a backflip? So Su Yang couldn't quite grasp the intentions of this foremost celestial maiden of Qingming sect. It couldn't really be taken literally, could it? Since he couldn't be sure, he'd just go along with her words. After all, Su Yang was determined not to offend Ji Hongwon, at least until he became a venerable. Su Yang, sure, I'll come see when I have time. By the way, my Xian Peak recently adopted a beaver skilled in combat. I'd like to invite you to see it too. Courtesy calls for reciprocity, that was for sure. Su Yang edited the message and sent it. Little Hua, he invited me to Xian Peak. Ji Hongwon rolled around on the bed without any dignity, completely lacking the demeanor of a sovereign, looking like a love-struck maiden of 16. Cat scratching head. JPG born a cat, she was sorry. Little Hua truly didn't understand why she was so happy just because he invited her to Xian Peak. Meow meow. Little Hua, I think you really don't get it. You don't know, since that fool Su Yang established Xian Peak, he's never invited any peak master, but this time he broke the pattern and invited me. I suspect he has ulterior motives. So if I really become the master's wife, should I prepare gifts for the direct disciples of Xian Peak? Ji Hongwon pondered seriously. Little Hua, don't disturb, I'm thinking. This time she truly didn't understand. From ulterior motives to master's wife. Isn't there a necessary process missing in between? Little Hua felt she should first calm her master down, since she hadn't replied to the message yet. Meow meow. Little Hua, no need to teach me, I know. Ji Hongwon waved her hand, very confident. Her slender fingers flew across the glowing jade slip like dancing sprites. Whoosh, sent. Ji Hongwon, sure, I'll go tonight. Seeing this message, Su Yang was startled. He seemed to understand the true intentions of this Hongwon fairy. Was she afraid to confirm the truth about Chiyuan Cave Mansion directly, so she beat around the bush by inviting him to see the beaver do a backflip? Such distrust. It seemed Ji Hongwon indeed had a great misunderstanding of him. Well, it wasn't exactly a misunderstanding, since he had indeed concealed something about this Chiyuan Cave Mansion. Su Yang pondered for a moment and edited on the jade slip, sorry fairy Hongwon, my Xian Peak has never advocated for animal performances at night. Some other day for sure. As the saying goes, a smiling face never invites a punch. He had apologized. Ji Hongwon wouldn't insist on pressing the matter, would she? I was rejected. Ji Hongwon's eyes dimmed as she looked at the message on the jade slip, her jade-like fingers trembling, an inexplicable sense of dejection welling up inside. It was as if she had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. This deep sense of failure was something she had never experienced. Little Hua was afraid her master might have an emotional breakdown and quickly comforted, meow meow. The gist was, don't cry, master. He rejected you, but he didn't say he liked you either. Her intentions were good, but Ji Hongwon's eyes were already misty. Hearing Little Hua's words, the mist condensed into small teardrops about to roll down her cheeks. Her expression suddenly turned gloomy, letting the tears fall freely, her tone eerie. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like me, I'll tie him up, bind him to the bed, and then, even if I can't have his heart, I'll have his body. He is mine forever. She wiped the tears from her cheeks, licked them off her finger, her gaze fervent, appearing both sick and manic. Little Hua shrank her head. Oh no, the master is having an episode again. On the spirit boat. Master, is this okay? Yuan Xianxian asked. Su Yang shook his head. Still too slow, speed up a bit. Yuan Xianxian held the helm, puzzled. Master, why are you in such a hurry to return to the sect? To avoid Ji Hongluan's inspection. Su Yang explained with a smile. I've had some insights, but it's not convenient to cultivate on the spirit boat. This was the truth. This trip to Qiyuan Cave Mansion had been very fruitful. He had obtained techniques, martial arts, divine weapons and formations in abundance. But most of them were rare in the world and extremely precious. If he rashly cultivated on the spirit boat and leaked his aura, it might cause considerable turmoil. Therefore it was better to return to Qingming sect early. As the premier sect in the northern prefecture, with a top venerable like Hongluan fairy sitting there, he didn't have to worry about attracting the attention of powerful cultivators during his cultivation. Of course, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. He understood this principle. So he resolved that this time he would go into seclusion and not emerge until he had advanced to the nascent soul stage. Master's Tao heart is as pure as a newborn's. If this disciple truly admires it. Yuan Xianxian looked up, her gaze filled with reverence for her master. In her eyes even the countless stars could not compare to her master's grandeur if the sun and moon shone together with him, illuminating the ages. Su Yang. With such a beloved disciple, what more could a master ask for? The next day. Unmoving clouds drifted among the mist-laden verdant peaks. At the mountain gate square of Qingming sect the crowd surged and overflowed with people. All the direct disciples and elders from the 36 peaks had arrived. At that moment the area around Heavenly Thunder Peak. A young man of plain appearance stood before the crowd, a small purple beast perched on his shoulder. He held his head high, his eyes looking down on all, a crooked smirk on his lips as he spoke arrogantly. Everyone, although I have never thought much of you, you are still nominally my senior brothers. So I will be blunt. During this expedition to the Qiyuan Cave Mansion you must obey my commands. All actions will be deployed by me, and half of any fortunes obtained must be handed over to me. If you refuse, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our peak. Do you understand? In Xiao Ye's view, offering to share half the fortunes was already generous and magnanimous. After all, if he went to the Qiyuan Cave Mansion alone, every fortune there would belong solely to him with no share for anyone else. But the remaining 20+ direct disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak did not see it that way. Why should they hand over half of their hard-won fortunes to him? Just because he had a big face. Especially those several late core formation direct disciples. Although Xiao Yi was causing quite a stir, they did not take him seriously. If not for the Peak Master's specific instruction that Xiao Yi would have full command during the Qiyuan Cave Mansion expedition, they would have beaten this insolent brat senseless on the spot. For now they had to suppress their resentment, though they showed little reverence, their voices sparse and reluctant. Understood, junior brother Xiao. Xiao Yi frowned slightly but said nothing more. He cast a sidelong glance at the few late core formation direct disciples, noting the discontent on their faces, and sneered inwardly, a bunch of worthless fools who have never faced life and death. Once we enter the Qiyuan Cave Mansion you will understand why the master made me the team leader of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Just then a thunderous roar echoed from the void above. Almost all the disciples and elders on the square were drawn by the sound. Naturally this included Xiao Yi, who was about to teach the senior direct disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak a lesson. He squinted, gazing into the void. A spirit boat dozens of zhang in length sailed in from beyond the mountain gate. On its hull were carved 3 large characters: Purple Cloud Peak. When the elders of the various peaks recognized the spirit boat of Purple Cloud Peak, their expressions shifted. Many disciples, as if recalling something, murmured, Purple Cloud Peak returning at this time, could they be planning to interfere with the Qiyuan Cave Mansion and claim a share? What nonsense! This Qiyuan Cave Mansion was originally discovered by Peak Master Su. That may be true, but once Purple Cloud Peak joins in, the fortunes of the Qiyuan Cave Mansion will be out of our reach. Actually, we can think of it differently. The 8 direct disciples of Purple Cloud Peak, 7 of them are stunning beauties of calamitous proportions. If they go to train in the Qiyuan Cave Mansion, maybe some of us might win their hearts. Then what fortunes wouldn't we have? Wow brother, your thinking just opened up. Everyone else is after fortunes, but you, my friend, you're after a cushy life. Enough. I want senior sister 1. Then I want senior sister Shui. Humph, wishful thinking. Trash like you hoping to get close to them. Go take a piss and look at your own reflection. Xiao Yi let out a cold snort, sneering without restraint. He regarded the 7 direct disciples of Purple Cloud Peak as his exclusive domain, forbidding anyone else from even coveting them. You. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, someone immediately glared at him in anger. But upon recognizing Xiao Yi's face, they all turned pale and fell silent, fear evident in their eyes. Simply put, in recent days the reputation of Madman Xiao had spread from Heavenly Thunder Peak throughout Qingming Sect. At the Foundation establishment stage he could leap several levels to battle core formation direct disciples and defeat them in a single move. Such a person could be called a youthful prodigy. In Qingming Sect only a handful of direct disciples had shown such extraordinary performance at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this Madman Xiao was extremely ruthless. With a strange lotus of fire he had directly caused dozens of direct disciples from Heavenly Thunder Peak to suffer fatal injuries with no cure available, and they died within days. His actions knew no bounds. For a madman like him it was best not to provoke him if possible. But they disagreed with one thing he said: take a piss and look at your own reflection. That phrase suited Xiao Yi himself even more. Calling him plain looking was already a compliment. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to seek me out once we enter the Qiyuan Cave Mansion. Whether it's unknown or a group fight, my Heavenly Thunder Peak will take it on. Xiao Yi said indifferently. The direct disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak. Are you out of your mind? You stir up trouble yourself, then drag the entire peak into it. Intimidated by Xiao Yi's fearsome reputation, no one dared to speak up. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Yi sneered contemptuously, then looked up at the sky, his gaze froze. Where had that huge spirit boat gone? Was Purple Cloud Peak really not sending disciples to train in the Qiyuan Cave Mansion? That couldn't be. It was the cave of the tomb-robbing Heavenly Venerable. The cave mansion was sure to contain countless precious fortunes, possibly even the inheritance of various major powers. Even a venerable-level existence would be tempted, let alone that old demon Su, who was merely a nascent soul true lord. So, I understand, old Li. Xiao Yi suddenly transmitted his voice to the Lihua Venerable within the jade pendant. Damn it, what do you understand? Old Li found Xiao Yi utterly baffling. Old Li, that existence you mentioned that conceals the heavenly secrets, it is very likely old demon Su. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. Old Li was bewildered. What makes you say that? Think about it. On the entire Purple Cloud Peak, who else but old demon Su could command the 7 senior sisters? He must have stumbled upon some artifact capable of capturing heavenly secrets, calculated that I would become entangled with the 7 senior sisters and take the fortunes that rightfully belong to me from Purple Cloud Peak. Thus he ordered them to kill me without mercy. The 7 senior sisters were forced into it, but under old demon Zu's tyranny they had no choice but to act against me. No wonder I always end up severely injured. It must be because they like me, so they held back. Old demon Su, I Xiao Yi swear I will not rest until you are dead. Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with grief, his expression wild with madness. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Old Li in the jade pendant was at a loss for words. After all, Xiao Yi's logic was self-consistent. No matter how he twisted it, it always came back to Su Yang. But Old Li believed that Su Yang was definitely not the one manipulating the heavenly secrets. First, a nascent soul true lord's realm was too low. If the Tao of heavenly secrets he could comprehend could not be deeper than his own. Second, if it really were Su Yang, why wouldn't he just show up and crush Xiao Yi to death? Was it because he didn't want to? Third, the reason Xiao Yi harbored such hatred for Su Yang was simply that he coveted the 7 stunning disciples. Having spent this much time together, Old Li knew Xiao Yi's character all too well. Seeing that Purple Cloud Peak had no intention of participating in the Qiyuan Cave Mansion expedition, the elders of the various peaks breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid any further complications, they skipped the mobilization meeting and directly brought out spirit boats, ordering the disciples of their peaks to board quickly in order. In front of the Heavenly Thunder Peak spirit boat, Xiao Yi suppressed his hatred for Su Yang and was about to step onto the boat the elder had produced. But just as he lifted his foot before it touched the boat, a ring rolled to his feet with a clatter. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Xiao Yi quickly stepped on the ring, bent down as if to adjust his clothes, picked up the ring and slipped it into his pocket. Then without a sideways glance he boarded the spirit boat, a seamless fluid motion. Not far away a black-clad figure witnessed the entire process of Xiao Yi taking the ring, then turned and dashed away without looking back. At the Purple Cloud Peak within the Purple Cloud Hall, a dark rolling figure darted in, kneeling before the transcendent figure seated at the head like a banished immortal, and said, "Master Xiao He has successfully delivered that storage ring to Xiao Yi as commanded." Initially the Great River Otter thought this task would be quite challenging. After all, with so many people on the Mountain Gate Square, delivering the ring to Xiao Yi without anyone noticing required not only his archery skills but also Xiao Yi's cooperation. What if Xiao Yi, being warm-hearted, picked up the ring and shouted, "Whose ring is this?" Wouldn't the mission be ruined? But the result told the Great River Otter that it had overthought things. Xiao Yi was not that kind of person. Well done, Su Yang praised without stinginess. In the original story, after Wang Teng lost the magnetic earth core, the Xiantian sect reacted swiftly, sending an elder that very day to investigate. Later, due to Wang Teng's severe injuries, even the Xiantian sect master Venerable Xuanqi was drawn in. Now not only was the magnetic earth core lost, but Wang Teng had also perished. He believed the Xiantian sect would definitely make a move and that Venerable Xuanqi might even be lurking in the Tianji mountain range. By giving Wang Teng's ring to Xiao Yi, Su Yang naturally intended to make Xiao Yi the scapegoat. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. As the child of fortune, Xiao Yi should be fine with taking the blame. Xianer, take Xiao He to the spirit field. As for lodging, prepare some wood and let him choose an empty spot nearby to build a nest. Su Yang looked at Yuan Koushuan, who stood gracefully in the hall, and instructed. "As you command, master." Yuan Koushuan replied. "Master, I just rendered a service." The Great River Otter's mouth twitched with bitterness but dared not say anything. It drooped its head and followed Yuan Koushuan toward the spirit field area on the mountain. As they walked, Yuan Koushuan instructed, "The spirit field is of utmost importance, Xiao He. You must tend it with care. If laziness ruins the celestial treasures, neither master nor I will spare you." Xiao He nodded dejectedly. The once king of rivers had fallen, and now what appeared was the spirit farmer of Purple Cloud Peak. Soon Yuan Koushuan led Xiao He to the spirit field area. Xiao He's eyes widened as he gazed at the endless spirit field shrouded in spiritual mist. Vaguely various celestial treasures could be seen emitting a lustrous glow, breathing mist. He was instantly stunned, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His voice stammered, "All these fields are to be tended by little me." Yuan Koushuan looked at Xiao He. What, too little? It wasn't too little, it was too much. At that moment Xiao He could only say, "I'm not human." Sob, even though it wasn't human, it couldn't be used like this. It wasn't made of iron. Xiao He's sorrow flowed like a river. He waved helplessly, "Enough, enough." Seeing this, Yuan Koushuan said nothing more and casually tossed Xiao He a jade token. This token can control the formations on the spirit field. On ordinary days you only need to remove the weeds growing here. There's a cave dwelling by the field, but as a river otter you probably won't be comfortable there, so build your own nest. After giving her instructions, Yuan Koushuan left. The Great River Otter looked down at the jade token in its hand, then up at the cave dwelling not far away. It took a deep breath of fresh spiritual energy and its sorrow instantly dissipated without a trace. A look of relief spread across its face as it patted its chest repeatedly. Thank goodness it's just weeding. Meanwhile, in the Purple Cloud Hall, Su Yang had arranged everything and announced to his disciples that he would go into seclusion. To his surprise, it was little Koi who was reluctant this time, not Qing'er. In fact, little Koi had to be forcibly dragged out of the hall by Qing'er. Before leaving, little Koi's pitiful mournful gaze gave Su Yang goosebumps. This left Su Yang utterly bewildered, but he had no idea what was wrong. Could Qing'er and little Koi have made some secret pact? Su Yang speculated, but he felt he must be overthinking it. After all, Qing'er was a little jealous one. How could she think of seeking outside help just because she couldn't last half an hour? Even if she wanted outside help, she should have chosen a female warrior like the eldest disciple, who was both offensive and defensive. Otherwise, having two weaklings who cried at the slightest touch wouldn't make much difference. Unable to figure it out no matter how he thought, Su Yang set aside these chaotic thoughts and retrieved the treasures stored in his system space. These included the Supreme Flame, Saint Pill, Enlightenment, Bodhi Seed, Mystic Mist, Divine Marrow, 9-turn Red Lotus, and more. Of course, these weren't all. Some which were of little use to him he had given to his disciples, taking from them and using for them. First, breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Only by reaching the nascent soul stage can one qualify to be a chess player. Su Yang's goal had always been clear. He did not want to become a pawn manipulated by the heavenly Tao and trampled underfoot by the protagonist as in the original story. Then he swallowed the Supreme Flame Saint pill. With one holy pill swallowed, his fate was his to command. Under the enhancement of a decade's worth of magical power, Su Yang's aura grew more solid. The golden core in his dantian under the torrent of vast and surging essence cracked open a fissure followed by a second, a third. Until finally the golden core burst forth with boundless crimson light and shattered completely. This was the necessary path to forming an infant, first absorbing the world's spiritual energy, then shattering the golden core, merging one's soul with it to condense into a nascent soul infant. Because Su Yang possessed the supreme Yang Dao body and cultivated the undying indestructible sutra, the golden core shattering tribulation which could cause instant death to ordinary cultivators only made him slightly furrow his brow. Endless life essence seeped from within his body, surging wildly into his dantian with a thunderous roar, repairing and transforming all the damage caused by the golden core's shattering. After an unknown amount of time, as a wisp of purple mist emanated, the dantian transformed into a Z mansion. Su Yang consciously guided his soul to the Z mansion. There the soul slightly opened its mouth and the extreme crimson light in the dantian was instantly inhaled by the soul like a whale swallowing. Almost instantly Su Yang's soul underwent a mystical transformation. Like a cicada shedding its shell or a dragon snake molting, the soul cracked open at the brow. Amidst the dazzling light, a nascent soul infant merely 3 inches tall condensed into form. The nascent soul stage was achieved. Under the effect of the Supreme Flame Saint pill, Su Yang's cultivation level continued to rise steadily. Nascent soul first layer. Nascent soul second layer. Until nascent soul third layer. The power of the Supreme Flame Saint pill was fully consumed by Su Yang. He turned his gaze inward. He saw that the nascent soul infant he had condensed was not plump and adorable like that of ordinary cultivators. Instead, its body was like red gold, radiating a terrifying aura and containing a rich Tao resonance, as if possessing the supreme power to destroy heaven and earth. A 3-inch golden body, even the young immortal emperor who swept through an era in the original story never condensed one. This shows my current combat power is terrifyingly strong, but it's still not enough. Su Yang moved his mind, guiding the nascent soul infant to absorb the surrounding celestial treasures and various divine pills one by one. Su Yang's cultivation began to surge again. Nascent soul 4th layer. Nascent soul 5th layer. Nascent soul perfection. Only one step away from the spirit transformation stage. Continue. Su Yang did not stop. Instead, he pressed on, absorbing the celestial treasures at an even more terrifying speed. The vast magical power within him surged like a turbulent ocean, crashing against the shackles of the spirit transformation stage. Meanwhile, the entire Qingming sect was shrouded in a celestial phenomenon. And this phenomenon was several times more terrifying than the last. At this moment, all the remaining disciples, elders and peak masters of the 36 peaks of Qingming were alarmed. The heavens and earth shifted over Qingyun sect. The spiritual energy of each peak, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged toward Purple Cloud Peak. Even the presence of spirit gathering arrays could not resist this trend, like rivers rushing into the sea, unstoppable. At the zenith of the void, like a boundless mirror, colossal ripples spread across the sky. Vast currents of air swept through the high heavens, stirring clouds that stretched for millions of miles. Boom! Wind and clouds clashed, thunder roared. Countless terrifying phantoms emerged in the void, some riding a green ox, others a 5-colored qilin, some holding a precious scroll, while others possessed peerless divine bodies with an ancient green lotus hovering above their heads. These were the young immortal emperors of past and present who had attained the Tao and ascended to immortality. Around them myriad visions unfolded as they stood in the heavens, gazing down at Purple Cloud Peak. Their expressions varied: astonishment, calculation, envy, admiration, each one distinct. This vision startled countless people. Many disciples and elders flew out from their peaks, standing in the void, staring at Purple Cloud Peak with shocked expressions. Heavens, what has happened on Purple Cloud Peak again? How could it trigger such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Moral, immortal, venerable, Chitian demon, immortal, primordial, sacred body. Oh my goodness, these immortal visions. Could it be that Peak Master Su has become a venerable? Could it be that after being the youngest nascent soul true lord of the Northern Prefecture, Peak Master Su is about to become its youngest void breaker venerable? Join Purple Cloud Peak, become one of the elite. I've made up my mind. I will join Purple Cloud Peak even if only as a spirit farmer. Across the 36 peaks countless disciples marveled and yearned. Compared to Purple Cloud Peak, which experienced minor tremors every 3 days and grand visions every 10, their own peak seemed utterly lackluster. This is not the celestial phenomenon of void breaker but that of nascent soul. A peak master said somberly. Compared to Su Yang breaking through to become a venerable, the emergence of another nascent soul cultivator on Purple Cloud Peak troubled them more. After all, they could never match Su Yang in cultivation talent, but if they also lost to him in teaching disciples, then they truly were worthless. It shouldn't be. I recall that Su Yang's highest cultivation disciple is his first personal disciple Yuanko Xian, whose realm is merely at the great circle of core formation, far from nascent soul. Could it be the 7th personal disciple, Tushan Yaoyao? The Tushan Fox clan's origins trace back to ancient times with profound legacies. After receiving the inheritance, Tushan Yaoyao leaped across 2 major realms. Breaking through to nascent soul wouldn't be surprising, would it? That would still be strange. If the Tushan clan truly had such a powerful inheritance, they could easily produce hundreds of nascent soul cultivators. By then, wouldn't the entire world of 5 domains bear the Tushan name? Why bother sending a direct descendant to join Purple Cloud Peak? Wouldn't that be redundant? In the void, several vast divine senses exchanged thoughts. They were the peak masters of the 36 peaks, racking their brains to figure out which disciple on Purple Cloud Peak was breaking through to nascent soul. It couldn't be Su Yang, could it? Su Yang was already at nascent soul, breaking through again. No peak master with a sound mind would entertain that thought. Lightning Clap Peak. Wanjun, true person, gazed darkly toward Purple Cloud Peak, feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure, and said in a chilling tone, "Another nascent soul. Junior brother Su, you truly have skill. But rest assured, once I complete my bone-refining demon scripture, not only you but all your disciples on Purple Cloud Peak will become my stepping stones." He he he. He he he. A sinister smile spread across Wanjun, true person's face, as eerie as a malevolent ghost, instilling fear and dread. He turned and entered the secret chamber. Shortly after, a pitiful voice cried out, "No, please master, I am your disciple." But because the chamber was warded with soundproofing arrays, the voice echoed only within the room. No one on Lightning Clap Peak detected anything amiss. Sovereign Peak. Ji Hongluan flew into the air, gazing toward Purple Cloud Peak. Sensing this aura, she felt a strange familiarity. Looking down at the kitten in her arms, she asked uncertainly, "Xiao Hua, this aura?" The kitten yawned lazily, "Meow." "Xiao Hua, you mean this aura belongs to that fool?" Ji Hongluan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Xiao Hua nodded. "This? How is it possible?" Ji Hongluan's eyes flickered, a look of immense complexity crossing her delicate face. As if struck by a realization, she murmured painfully, "So the one who broke through to core formation last time was also him. He lost all his cultivation, and I, the sect master, was unaware. I have truly failed in my duty." Ji Hongluan's fan-like lashes fluttered as she bit her lip. "So when he confessed to me, it was also because he had lost his cultivation and his Tao heart wavered. No, he had a sudden awakening and faced his true feelings. And when I proposed to visit Purple Cloud Peak, that fool refused me because he didn't want me to see his vulnerable side." Ji Hongluan's eyes reddened, misting with tears as she choked, "Xiao Hua, I have misunderstood him again." Meow. The kitten in her arms. "Master, this cat knows you're a lovesick fool, but you shouldn't be this lovesick. Falling in love purely through overthinking. That's unreasonable in cat culture. In cat culture, how do clan members show affection? Mutual grooming, mutual sniffing. Someday when master is calm, I'll tell her and let her try. This cat is truly the smartest cat in the world." On Purple Cloud Peak, Yuan Zongxian gazed at the heavens as the celestial phenomenon intensified, her eyes shimmering with bewilderment. Is master about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Could she be poisoned again? To avert a recurrence of similar incidents, the artist Yuan Zongxian once again took up her brush and pigments. Meanwhile, Ruan Yuer clasped her hands over her chest, her expression taut with tension as she stared at the celestial spectacle. "Master Yuer believes you can surely succeed. After all, you successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage last time." The breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was fraught with peril, for transforming the nascent soul into the primordial spirit defied the heavens. The celestial law forbade the emergence of such formidable cultivators in this realm, thus it would unleash tribulations, including the inner demon tribulation and the heavenly thunder tribulation. Liu Beifeng gazed in awe at the fearsome figures alternatingly manifesting in the sky, the spiritual imprint at her brow restless. She gently brushed her hand and murmured, "You suspect my master is a reincarnated immortal emperor. Why doubt? I believe master surpasses even those young immortal emperors. At Tianxin Lake, Qingming, what are you trying to do? Are you going to slay your sister?" Xue Jinli's face flushed crimson as she struggled in vain, unable to break free, and could only hurl reprimands at Situ Qingqing. Because she had been enjoying a bath, she was caught off guard by Situ Qingqing's sudden ambush and was instantly bound tightly with a single tortoise shell technique, rendered utterly immobile. At that moment Situ Qingqing held a whip in hand, looking down at Xue Jinli with a piercing gaze. "Slay master. What are you thinking, senior sister? I've merely come to reclaim what is rightfully mine." She knew her senior sister would be bathing at this hour, so she had deliberately timed her arrival. After all, when one is bathing, it is the moment of greatest relaxation and also the moment of greatest vulnerability. "What is it?" "I haven't taken anything." Xue Jinli still attempted to feign ignorance. A sharp crack resounded. Situ Qingqing raised her whip and struck the edge of the wooden tub. "Senior sister, don't play dumb with me or this whip will land on you next time. Hand over the sound recording jade and your junior sister will release you." "Humph, I want. If you have the guts, strike me. Let's see if you can whip me to death." Xue Jinli, bound to the bed, felt a surge of shame in her eyes, but her demeanor remained resolute. "Very well, since you won't yield until you hit the wall, your junior sister will oblige." With that, Situ Qingqing raised the whip high. "I'm not afraid of you." Xue Jinli closed her eyes tightly, but after a few breaths the intense pain she anticipated did not come. She slowly opened her eyes, turned her head to look at Situ Qingqing, and said with fury in her beautiful eyes, "Why don't you strike?" Situ Qingqing flicked the whip against her palm and urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Give me the sound recording jade and I'll untie you." "Fine, I'll give it to you." Xue Jinli lowered her eyes, seemingly relenting. "Not just the original sound recording jade, but all your copied backups. Hand them over too." "Shao Qing, you've gone too far. Where would I have backups?" Xue Jinli was furious, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Whether you have them or not, senior sister, you know in your heart," Situ Qingqing retorted. Xue Jinli fell silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth. "Then I won't give it. If you can tie me up for a lifetime." "Since you say that, don't blame me for recording this scene and sending it to the group for all the sisters to comment on." Situ Qingqing made a move to produce an image recording jade. "Go ahead and record. It's better to go down in flames together," Xue Jinli said with a tone of finality. "Senior sister, you." Seeing Xue Jinli's shameless demeanor of having nothing to lose, Situ Qingqing was about to scold her in anger when she heard a dull rumble by her ear, a thunderous crash. Peals of thunder fell into Tianxin Lake, bursting with such force it pierced the eardrums. Is this the celestial phenomenon of the nascent soul stage? Situ Qingqing rushed to the window in a few swift steps, looked up and stood transfixed. Master is about to regain her cultivation. Only a handful of days had passed, barely over a month. Master had ascended from the foundation establishment stage all the way to the nascent soul stage. Didn't that mean Master's physique was becoming increasingly formidable? Could she still endure it? The half-hour mark seemed to be slipping further from her grasp. As Citus' thoughts raced, Xue Jinli's clamoring voice came to her ears. "Shao Qing, untie me quickly. I want to see the nascent soul celestial phenomenon too. Do you hear me? Fine, I'll give you the sound recording jade. If you don't untie me now, you'll regret it. I'll definitely complain to the senior sister." Xue Jinli alternated between soft and hard tactics, her fair legs struggling. "Shao Qing." Xue Jinli was about to say more when she saw Situ Qingqing wave her hand and a spell manifested. The binding rope automatically released Xue Jinli and returned to Citus' grasp. Feeling the release, Xue Jinli rubbed her wrists, leaped up from the bed and manifested the four symbols Dharma behind her, pouncing towards Situ Qingqing with claws bared. "Stop." Situ Qingqing raised a finger to halt the charging Xue Jinli and parted her red lips. "Senior sister, I've decided to help you defy Master." Instantly the four symbols Dharma dissipated in the void. Xue Jinli looked at Situ Qingqing with skepticism. Really? Really, senior sister? If you don't believe me, I can swear by the heavenly Tao," Situ Qingqing said sincerely. Within the rear hall of Purple Cloud Peak, Su Yang, like a bottomless abyss, drew the spiritual energy of the entire Azure Firmament Sect into his body, where it was devoured entirely by his nascent soul. Strands of the supreme Yang Dao force hidden within him cascaded down like a waterfall ceaselessly scouring his nascent soul. A thunderous roar echoed as the nascent soul's form began to swell. Its once childish features grew increasingly mature and a black robe condensed from pure Dharma power materialized around its form. This was a visible metamorphosis. The aura once surging like a dragon became ethereal yet not insubstantial, as if an immortal had descended into the violet mansion. The drifting purple chi converged madly toward the nascent soul. The purple chi came from the east at this very moment as a great sun pierced the vast sky. Suddenly the nascent soul radiated a billion beams of light, its form rising infinitely brilliant with divine splendor like a sun illuminating the cosmos, casting its glow across the entire violet mansion. The transformation of the nascent soul into the primordial spirit had succeeded in its first step. Next came the tribulation of the inner demon. Su Yang opened his eyes, retrieved a treasure called the Mirror of Illusion, shattering from his system space, infused it with Dharma power and swiftly activated it. Instantly a cooling sensation transmitted from the Mirror of Illusion, shattering to Su Yang. He felt his heart calm like a placid lake free of dust and defilement, while his primordial spirit became exceptionally light and translucent with spiritual clarity. Come tribulation of the inner demon. Su Yang closed his eyes and fell into the illusion realm of his inner demon. Su Yang gazed at his surroundings, a few magazines on the desk, a poster of Jay Cho on the wall, a jersey scattered on the bed. He sat at the desk next to a half-drunk energy drink, holding a tablet in his hand, reading a novel. A strange indescribable expression crossed his face. Have I returned to the moment before my transmigration? Su Yang glanced down at the time on the tablet. 1159. 1 minute remained before the great truck would fall from the sky. Is this my inner demon? Su Yang found it hard to believe. After all, in the original story many brilliant cultivators had fallen at this stage, the tribulation of the inner demon, when breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Therefore the tribulation of the inner demon was listed by cultivators as the calamity most likely to lead to demise. But as for his inner demon, Su Yang speculated that due to his identity as a transmigrator, the heavenly Tao of this book's world had little restriction on him. Moreover, he had encountered no major setbacks, so the tribulation seemed somewhat simple for him. Su Yang calculated the time. 10 seconds remained until the great fortune would descend like a crow riding an airplane crashing down to send him flying. 10. 9. 3. 2. 1. Time's up. The roar of the engine sounded punctually. Su Yang looked up and saw a dump truck with irresistible force, sparks flying like lightning charging straight toward him to crush him. So you're the great fortune. Su Yang stood up and threw a punch. Surging blood and chi blazed like a great sun, divine radiance shooting straight into the heavens, colliding with the dump truck in a majestic momentum. A loud crash. The dump truck was sent flying by Su Yang's punch. He dusted the debris off his fist. I've already transmigrated. Do you think you can send me back? In an instant a crack sounded. The surroundings shattered like a mirror. Su Yang's vision went black and he completely lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he was seated on a high platform with 5 peak masters of equal cultivation beside him and 30 peak masters behind him, all of whom were also divine transformation true lords. At this moment a middle-aged man with 2 wisps of mustache like dog oil spoke sinisterly. Purple Cloud Peak, after 7 direct disciples, has produced another prodigy. Congratulations, junior brother Su. This time your Purple Cloud Peak is again first among the 6 veins. I heard that this Xiaoyi has not yet formally become a disciple of Purple Cloud Peak. When junior brother Su returns, will you formally accept him as a direct disciple? An old man with a white beard also spoke. I have heard that Peak Master Su has never favored this Xiaoyi, even forbidding him from participating in this 6 veins grand competition, forcing the lad to secretly register. A Peak Master from behind slowly chimed in. These words immediately drew the gazes of all Peak Masters toward Su Yang. Their expressions varied. With such talent in Xiaoyi, Su Yang still refused to accept him as a direct disciple. Could there be hidden reasons? This was the thought of the few neutral Peak Masters or those with goodwill towards Su Yang. Meanwhile the remaining Peak Masters hostile to Su Yang thought, let Su Yang never accept this Xiaoyi, then I will step in and take this fine talent under my wing. Wouldn't the first place in this 6 veins grand competition fall to my peak? What an effortless gain. Little Su, this Xiaoyi is truly a good seedling. It so happens that my mantle lacks an heir, so please part with him and let me take this lad. But rest assured he will still be a direct disciple of your Purple Cloud Peak. An old man with an immortal bearing descended gracefully onto the high platform looking at Su Yang with a kind tone. This man was the supreme elder of the Azure Firmament sect who had been in seclusion for many years. He had emerged because he was stirred by Xiao Ye's monstrous talent. As for the last person to stir him, it was Su Yang. With the old man's words, the surrounding disciples let out exclamations of shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Heavens, the Supreme Elder has come out of seclusion just to take Xiao Yi as a disciple. This Xiao Yi is incredibly lucky. How can you call it luck? His strength and talent are top-notch. I wonder how Purple Cloud Peak found so many good seedlings. Peak Master Su truly deserves to be the youngest divine transformation true lord in the Northern Prefecture. Not only is his talent exceptional, but his insight is also unique. Every disciple he takes is so monstrous. Do you think Peak Master Su will let Xiao Yi go? Of course he will. That's the Supreme Elder, the pillar of our Azure Firmament sect. By giving up Xiao Yi to the Supreme Elder, Peak Master Su loses nothing. If Purple Cloud Peak ever faces difficulties, Peak Master Su can request help from the Supreme Elder and he will surely agree. The surrounding disciples buzzed with discussion, gazing at the ordinary-looking youth in the martial arena who drew all attention, their faces showing envy, jealousy and awe. The many Peak Masters nearby regretted even more why they hadn't snatched Xiao Yi under their own tutelage before the Supreme Elder arrived. Now that the Supreme Elder had stepped in, no one could compete. Supreme Elder, there is no pain in parting. Since you have spoken, if I still refuse, it would be a great disrespect to an elder. Su Yang spoke in a low voice, his eyes cast down. What? Su Yang agreed so readily. This wasn't like him. Everyone knew Su Yang was a thorn who often opposed the sect leader. The word respect coming from his mouth was unprecedented. Could it be that in Su Yang's eyes this old man was more worthy of reverence than the sect leader? The Supreme Elder had already prepared to plead with his old face if Su Yang refused, but Su Yang's quick agreement left him somewhat flattered. Very well, I will take him now. Before he could finish, Su Yang interrupted him. Supreme Elder, not so fast. Before he becomes your disciple, I must take something that rightfully belongs to my Purple Cloud Peak from him. You wouldn't mind, would you? Su Yang said. Not at all, how could I mind? The Supreme Elder replied with a smile. Good. Then please wait a moment, Supreme Elder. With that, Su Yang descended gracefully from the high platform to the martial arena and walked slowly toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi watched Su Yang approach, a flash of venom in his eyes which he quickly suppressed. With a humble smile he asked, may I ask what item the Peak Master wants from me? Your life. As Su Yang's words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Xiao Yi, like mountains crumbling and oceans pouring, covering the vast sky and wilderness. As a divine transformation true lord, even a casual gesture could invoke the great momentum of heaven and earth. The entire martial arena was enveloped in a terrifying aura, and the protective formation trembled on the verge of being destroyed. The nearby disciples felt their breath catch as if the air had been compressed into a vacuum. On the high platform, dozens of Peak Masters shot to their feet, staring in disbelief at the scene in the arena. The Supreme Elder's pupils contracted sharply. He had not expected such a turn of events. He activated his cultivation technique, seeming to possess heaven-reaching power, stirring the winds and clouds as he roared with great divine ability, Su Yang, do not be reckless. But Su Yang acted swiftly with the intent to kill, so even the Supreme Elder could not intervene in time to save Xiao Yi. Save me. Xiao Yi, his body being crushed and on the verge of death, cried out in despair, but Su Yang had sealed his mouth with vast Dharma power, rendering him unable to utter a sound, only his lips moved silently. No one can save you. Su Yang's gaze was icy cold as his hand pressed down like an ancient divine mountain, as if it could shatter half the sky. Just as he was about to crush Xiao Yi, a sudden change occurred. An irresistible force struck his body, dispersing the gathered momentum and saving Xiao Yi from his grasp. Su, you old dog. In 3 years I will surely kill you. Xiao Yi, having narrowly escaped death, roared at Su Yang with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression, then transformed into a blood shadow and fled the Azure Firmament sect. Su Yang wanted to pursue, but his legs seemed rooted to the ground, held fast and immobile. He looked up at the sky in disbelief. Heavens, are you? Damn it. Even in my inner demon illusion I can't kill the protagonist. Su Yang couldn't help but curse. Suddenly the void around him shattered again and his consciousness sank into silence. Consciousness rapidly revived. Su Yang opened his eyes. He was still within the inner demon illusion. Master, you claim to be wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, but dare you look your disciple in the eye? Disciple does not believe your eyes are truly empty. Yuan Zongxian knelt prostrate, her limpid graceful eyes now filled with a pitiful sorrow like a forsaken little beast. Disciple, rise quickly. Your master cannot bear to see you distressed. Su Yang quickly walked before Yuan Zongxian and reached out to help her up. Yuan Kongshuan's pupils constricted. Master, I seek not a future life, only this one. Your master understands your heart, but do you understand mine? As Su Yang's words fell, his consciousness blurred again. Subsequently he encountered several more inner demon illusions, all related to his disciples, including those he had never met: Qin Qian, Su Dongying and Tu Shan Yaoyao. Because of his personality and the treasures he used, he recognized them as illusions the moment they appeared. Only once did he encounter Ji Hongluan. Ji Hongluan was absolutely terrifying. In that illusion, Ji Hongluan directly transformed into a Yandra, binding him to a chair and doing unspeakable things to him. Fortunately his will was firm and he quickly realized it was an illusion, easily tearing through that thin membrane. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had broken countless illusions. He shattered another one. A doubt arose in Su Yang's heart. Except for the first great fortune, he had never experienced these other illusions, nor had he ever panicked. Why had they become his inner demons? A flash of light. Su Yang opened his eyes for the umpteenth time, looking around in confusion. He gazed at the main seat where sat a person who looked exactly like him. He drifted through the hall like a ghost, witnessing everything before him. Peak Lord Su. A menial disciple rushed into the hall urgently, reporting to Su Yang, Peak Lord Su Shaoyi has brought his spirit Martin to attack Xian Peak. The formation is about to fall. Please evacuate immediately. The hall was desolate, not a single disciple in sight. Su Yang had become utterly isolated. He said calmly, no matter, let him ascend the mountain. Shaoyi has obtained many opportunities outside. His cultivation has already reached the divine transformation stage. His spirit pet is also at that stage. Peak Lord Su, you are no match. Please follow this lowly one and leave. The menial disciple begged bitterly. Alas. Su Yang sighed deeply, looking at the disciple. Go and save yourself. Remember to tell Dongying not to feel guilty. This is your master's fate. I don't care, Peak Lord Su. I must take you away or I won't be able to explain it to the young miss. The menial disciple steeled himself and charged at Su Yang, revealing his cultivation, that of a divine transformation true lord. But before he could touch Su Yang, he was sent flying by a strange force. The disciple clutched his chest, blood spurting from his mouth. He looked at Su Yang in disbelief. Peak Lord Su, what is this? Heaven's mandate. Su Yang's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had experienced this same scene countless times. Heaven's decree is hard to defy. Go. He waved his hand and a gentle wind materialized, landing on the disciple and blowing him off Xian Peak, carrying him out of Qingming Sect at an inconceivable speed. When the disciple came to his senses, he was already 1,000 miles from Qingming Sect. He gazed towards Xian Peak, fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed heavily. Then transforming into a rainbow light, he sped towards Shiliang without looking back. Just then 4 voices came from outside the hall. Master, your disciples have come to save you. You will be fine. We will never allow Shaoyi to harm you. I will protect you. Ruan Yuer Shui Jinli Situ Qingqing and Qin Qian appeared outside the hall. They were drenched in blood, their faces haggard, but their eyes were stubborn and their will firm as they walked towards the hall. Yet before they could enter, they were sent back to the reflection cliff by an invisible rule. Foolish children. Such foolish children. Su Yang shook his head, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. Suddenly steady footsteps approached from afar. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the youth for being poor. Old dog Su, the 3-year term is up. I've come to take your dog life. Shaoyi with his ordinary appearance walked into the hall. He looked at Su Yang on the main seat, a heavy crimson ruler materializing in his hand. Pointing it at Su Yang, he shouted fiercely, Old dog Su, get down here and die. Su Yang's expression involuntarily darkened, his voice icy. Who do you think you are? A brat who just stepped into the divine transformation stage dares to yell before me. As he spoke, he struck the armrest. Terrifying mana surged forth, transforming into a sky-covering giant hand that pressed down towards Shaoyi. Humph, a mere trifle. Xiao Ye's flame wave heavy ruler slashed towards Su Yang. A radiance entwined with scorching red light like a fire dragon with its maw wide open devoured the giant hand. It then tore towards Su Yang with irresistible force. Su Yang on the main seat sat dazedly as if he hadn't seen the fire dragon allowing it to strike his body. No, impossible. How could you have become so strong? Blood trickled from the corner of Su Yang's mouth. He struggled in pain for a moment, then like a programmed machine his face displayed perfectly timed terror, staring at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Ha ha ha, old dog Su, I have you to thank for this. If you hadn't humiliated me 3 years ago and separated me from my 7 senior sisters, I wouldn't have worked hard, broken through several realms in 3 years and become a divine transformation true lord. Xiao Yi laughed arrogantly. The cause of yesterday is the result of today. Old dog Su, did you ever foresee this day of betrayal and becoming a homeless cur? Heh, arrogant brat. I'll show you what a true divine transformation true lord is. Su Yang roared, a surging torrent of mana erupting from his body. You overestimate yourself. A mocking smile curled on Xiao Yi's lips. Yang God Art ninefold flame wave slash. With Xiao Yi's explosive shout, 9 scorching ruler beams shot out. Each was like a fireborn flame dragon, each stronger than the last. This was a profound martial skill Xiao Yi had obtained from a secret realm, and combined with the Yang God Art it unleashed extraordinary power. Su Yang's attack was easily severed by Xiao Yi. Su Yang, like a marionette, showed a horrified expression. What martial skill is this? You are not worthy of knowing. Xiao Yi declared proudly. Die, old dog Su. Rumble. Rumble. After dozens of exchanges, Su Yang bled from all 7 orifices, his body shattered, collapsing weakly on the main seat. Xiao Yi walked over with his ruler, each step seeming to make a crunching sound. Don't you dare hurt my master. A little white fox appeared before the hall, pacing anxiously. She wanted to enter, but an invisible unbreakable door seemed to block her. She crashed against the hall door, frantically failing time and again until her fur was stained red. Clang, a sword's cry split the clouds and rocks. A blue sword shadow shot through the void, assassinating towards Xiao Yi inside the hall. It was Yuan Kongshuan's lifebound flying sword, Qingming. Left and right the blue mist inside and out the purple sky. Because her master's sword was named Zixiao, she named her lifebound sword Qingming. With this sword Yuan Zongxian had slain countless experts, including divine transformation true lords. A single slash could shatter mountains. But before this hall it was filled with a sense of powerlessness, as if she was fighting against the entire world. Ha ha ha, Su Yang on the main seat suddenly burst into loud laughter. As he laughed, his shoulders shook and tears mingled with blood rolled down his face one after another. Old dog Su, do you regret it? Seeing Su Yang's tears, a manic light gleamed in Xiao Yi's eyes. His expression twisted. But it's too late. Time to send you on your way. Drip drip. Awakening from the inner demon illusion, Su Yang opened his eyes. Touching his face, it was wet. His gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why? Why am I crying? Before Su Yang could figure out the reason, rumbles echoed above Qingming Sect as tribulation clouds gathered. The lightning tribulation was imminent. Boom. Above the Qingyun Sect, calamity clouds obscured the sun, thunder roared incessantly and lightning surged, painting a scene of apocalypse. Across the 36 peaks countless disciples gazed at the spectacle in the void, their hearts trembling with terror. This is a thunder tribulation. I feel as if this lightning, if it falls, will level the entire Qingyun Sect. It can't be that bad, right? Our Qingyun Sect's protective formation is quite sturdy. The words had barely faded when a purple thunderbolt was born from the calamity clouds in an instant, carrying a destructive aura as it crashed down towards Ziyun Peak. Bang! The heavenly thunder struck the protective formation, shaking heaven and earth, causing the entire formation to tremble. Lightning flashed and the terrifying sparks of thunderfire scorched the mountains beyond the Qingyun Sect black, turning them into a lifeless wasteland. This was an utterly horrifying sight. Countless disciples stared at the protective formation with fear in their eyes, swallowing hard involuntarily. The power of this thunder tribulation is too terrifying. Even a venerable might never encounter such a thunder tribulation. Can our Qingyun Sect's protective formation withstand this? Surely Ziyun Peak's tribulation won't send us all to the afterlife, will it? Is there any elder who can step in and stop this? The trembling elder nearby, upon hearing this from the disciples, turned pale and glared at them. Stop your grandfather. Can mere mortals like us endure this thunder tribulation? Moreover, there is an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. When others are undergoing tribulation, never let your compassion run wild and think of helping. The consequence is often mutual annihilation. Because the more people who undergo tribulation together, the more terrifying the thunder becomes. Who can go to Ziyun Peak and tell the tribulent to face the thunder quickly? Whoever dares go to Ziyun Peak. I'll admit they're bold. If this continues, our Qingming sect's formation will be shattered to pieces. We must inform the sect master and prepare early. A group of elders, their faces pale, stared at the purple thunder born from the calamity clouds. Since ancient times, most cultivators dreaded facing heavenly might, for it could easily strike them dead. Before this heavenly might, they were as insignificant as dust. At the sect master's peak, Ji Hongwan with her curvaceous figure stood barefoot in the void. A gust of wind lifted her skirt, revealing her snow-white delicate legs. Alas, this beautiful sight was lost to all. Cradling a cat in her arms, she gazed at the gathering calamity clouds above her, eyes dazzled. That fool has overcome the heart demon tribulation. If he survives this heavenly thunder tribulation, he will be countless times stronger than before. As expected of the man who caught this sovereign's eye. Little flower, should this sovereign help him with his tribulation? Little flower. She's losing her mind again. Struggling to escape from her embrace, it meowed, meow. The message was clear: master, if you want to die, don't drag me along. Look at you, scared. This sovereign was just lightening the mood with a little joke. Ji Hongwan grabbed Little Flower back and held it firmly. Others joke for money, but you joke for lives. I want to escape, but I can't. Little Flower was on the verge of tears, hoping only that its master wouldn't lose her mind, or they'd both be doomed. At Ziyun Peak. It's not my heart demon, so why am I crying like an idiot? Su Yang felt restless, a stifling pressure clogging his chest, yearning for release. The pass is as solid as iron, yet now we stride anew from the start. See the trial mend the rift in the sky. Su Yang looked up, his expression cold, his magical power surging like a blazing sun born from within, radiating brilliant, dazzling light. He rose from his cushion, waved his sleeve, and transformed into a streak of crimson gold divine light, charging upward against the calamity clouds. In an instant, heaven and earth shifted. Under the crushing force of his abyssal magical power, even the calamity clouds that birthed the thunder were scattered. Heavenly thunder tribulation, huh? I'll show you who's boss. A furious roar echoed through the void. Across the 36 peaks, disciples, elders, and peak masters alike were stunned beyond words. It wasn't the shock of the ever-disciplined Su Yang cursing, but the revelation that it was indeed Su Yang breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Their minds were muddled, turning into a tangled mess. They couldn't fathom it, not at all. Had they all been dreaming? Unprecedented in history. To rebuild the nascent soul stage, peak master Su, what immense courage. This tribulation is far more terrifying than the one Lord Su faced last time. Even if his last tribulation doesn't count, succeeding this time still makes him the youngest nascent soul true lord in the northern prefecture. How infuriating. Truly, comparison drives one mad. No, peak master Su isn't human, he's a god. At this moment, even peak masters who bore him enmity couldn't help but feel awe. In this world, cultivators are as numerous as fish in a river. But those who ascend to nascent soul true lord are few. Many cultivators upon reaching nascent soul grew lazy after seeing no hope for venerable, living idly until their 1,000-year lifespan neared its end, only then fighting desperately. Most nascent soul elders of Qingming sect shared this mindset. But someone like Su Yang in his prime yet daring to rebuild from scratch was unique throughout history. What immense courage! Unimaginable! Those elders with idle thoughts felt shame wash over their faces. Shameful indeed. Compared to Su Yang, their years had been wasted. Only one person watching Su Yang clash with the thunder tribulation in the void twisted his face in fury, eyes nearly splitting. This was Wan Junjinren of Tianlai Peak. Recalling recent events, Xue Jinli and Situ Qingming of Ziyun Peak had repeatedly used Su Yang to force his restraint. He had sensed nothing amiss, swallowing his pride only to face Ziyun Peak's escalating demands, even having to cede 60% of the Qiyuan Cave Mansion's gains. Su Yang, you played me. Pfft. With a reverse flow of qi and blood, Wan Junzhenren's chest heaved as he spat out a mouthful of dark demonic blood. It splattered on the ground, corroding the earth. Clutching his chest, he glared venomously at the void, cursing, "Su Yang, may you be struck dead by lightning." At the peak of the void, lightning surged. Purple thunderbolts thicker than ancient trees hurtled toward the speeding crimson gold light, intent on smashing the heaven-defying Su Yang to dust. Perfect timing. Su Yang activated the undying and indestructible sutra within him, fully triggering his Yang extreme Tao body. The nascent soul seated in his purple mansion let out a long roar, channeling his vast oceanic magical power through his limbs and bones. The divine radiance around him grew ever more dazzling. The crimson gold light burst forth. In that instant, Su Yang became the sun. Lightning could shatter darkness, but before the sun it was but a candle's flicker, frail as paper. Sizzle. Heaven and earth turned white in a flash. The purple thunderbolt upon striking Su Yang had its destructive intent crushed by his magical power. It transformed into an extremely pure energy directly absorbed by Su Yang's nascent soul. The calamity clouds trembled. As if sensing an affront, they instantly spawned dozens of purple thunderbolts, each as thick as stone pillars, like writhing flood dragons lunging at Su Yang with bared fangs. Sizzle. Su Yang punched each one, smashing the ferocious dragons' heads aside. Before his supreme Yang Dao body, this so-called heavenly thunder tribulation was but a little brother, utterly insignificant. Su Yang's nascent soul feasted heartily. As the pure energy from dozens of thunderbolts was absorbed, his nascent soul grew ever more solid, exuding a majestic, awe-inspiring aura. Below, all the elders of Qingming's sect were profoundly shocked. Was this what the heavenly thunder tribulation was like? No, when they underwent tribulation, the lightning had nearly killed them, leaving them barely alive through countless life-saving measures. Heaven, are you slacking off? Is it all bark and no bite? Crack. The calamity clouds, as if in impotent rage, hurled a purple thunderbolt at a nameless peak. It leveled the entire peak. Obliterated it completely. As if it had always been flat land, never a mountain. Seeing this, the elders dared not doubt further, gazing at the void where the figure seemed ever more majestic. Like a god. Boom. Thunder roared endlessly. The calamity clouds grew fierce. They spawned hundreds of purple lightning dragons, their crackling echoing through the void as they charged at Su Yang, intent on tearing him apart. Sizzle. Su Yang took them all in. He raised his hand, forming a heaven-covering giant palm that swept across the sky, unleashing the pent-up fury in his chest like a heavenly net, capturing the seemingly fierce lightning dragons in one fell swoop. Refine. Surging magical power like a beast unleashed rampaged through the lightning dragons, obliterating every trace of destructive will. Whoosh! Su Yang's nascent soul emerged from his body, inhaling deeply like a whale, absorbing all the energy to strengthen itself. Feeling unsatisfied, the nascent soul charged straight at the calamity clouds above. The calamity clouds trembled violently, then dissipated from the sky in an instant, leaving not even a wisp behind. At Qingming's sect, many peak masters saw this and nearly popped their eyes out, frozen in place as if spellbound. After a long moment, until the figure in the void descended back to Ziyun Peak, someone finally snapped out of it. Hiss! Someone started it, and gasps rose and fell from all directions. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that the calamity clouds, which had shattered countless cultivators' nascent soul dreams, had fled in shame out of fear of Su Yang. Even the young immortal emperors, the divine and sacred bodies that dominated their eras, could not achieve this. Yet Su Yang did. This is a miracle. The sole miracle of the ages. Do you think Peak Master Su might eventually become a saint? One man becomes a saint and all his followers rise. Our Qingming sect might even ascend to become a legendary holy land worshipped by 10,000 sects. Given today's display, I'd believe it if you said Peak Master Su will eventually ascend to immortality. From today onward, Peak Master Su is my father. Ahem, my dear senior brother. Whoever dares speak ill of him before me will face my wrath. You're 400 or 500 years old. Have you no shame? At Tianxin Lake. Inside the loft. Sidong Qingqing listened to the gradually subsiding commotion in the void, a trace of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Hey Xiaoqing, you still haven't told me why you suddenly changed your mind. Xue Jinli, wrapped in a bath towel that covered what needed to be covered, sat down beside Sidong Qingqing and inquired. Why else would it be? Even a monkey knows to call for reinforcements when outmatched. Sidong Qingqing's eyes shifted and she turned to Xue Jinli with a charming smile. Of course, it's because we're as close as sisters. If I don't help you, who will? Pfft. You weren't saying that when you tied me up earlier, holding a whip demanding the sound-retaining jade. Xue Jinli rolled her beautiful eyes at her, utterly disbelieving Sidong Qingqing's nonsense. Just tell me, did you enjoy it or not? Enjoy your head. If you keep talking like that, I'll whip you. Senior sister, no, I don't have such a hobby. Xiaoqing, I'm going to fight you. Xue Jinli's face flushed crimson as she lunged at Sidong Qingqing. The two tussled for a while. Xue Jinli's bath towel was pulled off and Sidong Qingqing didn't fare much better, her entire body nearly explored by Xue Jinli's hands. Huff. Xue Jinli lay limply on the bed, panting incessantly. In contrast though, Sidong Qingqing's pretty face was also flushed. She wasn't as exhausted, her chest only heaving slightly. If she was a weakling with a combat power of 5, then Xue Jinli with a combat power of only 3 posed no threat to her at all. Sidong Qingqing straightened her rumpled dress, glanced at Xue Jinli beside her and decided to tell the truth. Alright senior sister Xue, the truth is I really can't handle it anymore, so I have no choice but to seek your help. That's more like it, Xue Jinli frowned slightly, sat up from the bed and looked at Sidong Qingqing. What do you mean by can't handle it? Is it that fierce? Third senior sister, you don't think it's easy, do you? I only won big the first time. Every time after that I was utterly routed, sobbing uncontrollably. Sidong Qingqing said, quite embarrassed. Had she known it would end like this, she would have bullied the master for another hour back then, no matter what. So you want me to suffer in your place? Xue Jinli was furious, glaring at Sidong Qingqing. Xiaoqing, you really are a good junior sister to me. Xue Jinli's tone was heavy, clearly angered. Sidong Qingqing knew her senior sister's temperament well, like a donkey that needed to be coaxed, never to be contradicted. Third senior sister, please, just this once for your junior sister. Alright, who am I if not your senior sister? Xue Jinli said seriously. Great, Xiaoqing thanks you, senior sister. No need to thank me, it's a senior sister's duty. Xue Jinli said carelessly, so when can I help share the burden? In 2 days I'll call for you then. Alright, it's a deal. A deal. And the sound retaining jade? Just kidding. I'm always forgetful. What if I accidentally lose the jade and the eldest senior sister finds it? Her Qing'ai sword is not to be trifled with. Third senior sister, you. Hee hee. At the Ziyun Hall. Su Yang sat cross-legged on a cushion. He sensed his primordial spirit. He found his primordial spirit was extraordinarily powerful, seemingly from absorbing too much thunderous energy. He estimated that even a perfected nascent soul cultivator was far inferior to this primordial spirit of his. The nascent soul stage focuses on cultivating the primordial spirit. But this was for ordinary cultivators whose mediocre talent forced them to choose only one path. Su Yang was different. He possessed the supreme Yang Dao body and unparalleled constitution. His physical body alone could achieve sainthood. To gain overwhelming combat power and crush prodigies, he must advance on all fronts, cultivating both body and primordial spirit, never neglecting either. Just breaking through to the nascent soul stage has consumed nearly all the heavenly treasures I squeezed from my disciples. It seems that to advance to the venerable realm I still need to work hard in the fields. Su Yang sighed inwardly. He didn't feel regret, as his foundation was beyond compare. Even the prodigies of sacred lands and hidden sects couldn't match him. At the same cultivation level, the resources he consumed far exceeded those so-called prodigies. Of course his combat power would also be incredibly formidable, truly terrifying. There's no rush to raise my realm. I'll wait until I've gathered enough resources. For now it's time to comprehend techniques and martial skills. If a cultivator were a tree, then techniques were the roots and martial skills were the branches. The quality of the martial skills and the level of mastery determined how far the branches could extend outward. Holding the enlightenment Bodhi seed, his mind instantly became clear. Just as he was about to pull out a collection of techniques from the system space. Knock knock. Master. Have you been poisoned? Yuan Kongshuan's soft alluring voice came from outside the hall. How could he be poisoned every time? Su Yang thought for a moment, then said, Xianer, come in and speak. Creak. Yuan Zongxian pushed the door open and quickly walked up to him. Master, are you all right? There's a small issue, but it's nothing serious, your master can handle it. Su Yang frowned slightly. Yuan Kongshuan's tone was very serious. Master, you care too little about your own health. Even though your cultivation has recovered and your physique is strong, what if you fall into qi deviation again? Xianer, you're right. Your master will be more careful. You're a man, how can you be as meticulous as a woman? Let your disciple look after you more. Master, is the poison neutralized? Yuan Xuanxuan's usually cold cheeks bore an indelible blush as she wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck, her gaze timid and shy. He had never been poisoned in the first place. Now Su Yang only wished he could sing, but the snow drifting into my eyes. It's neutralized thanks to Xianer's considerate care for your master. Otherwise there might have been lingering troubles. Su Yang reached out and gently pinched Yuan Xuanxuan's soft cheek, still warm to the touch, a gentle smile on his face. Yuan Xianxian closed her eyes, her lashes trembling lightly like a kitten being stroked, emitting a soft sound. Seeing Yuan Xuanxuan, always known for her aloof demeanor, display such obedient tenderness under his touch, Su Yang's heart skipped several beats uncontrollably. My disciple is unbearably sweet. Master. Shouldn't you be cultivating again? There's no such rush. If he sent his senior disciple away right after neutralizing the poison, he would be too heartless. Su Yang held Yuan Xianxian close, lowered his head and lightly brushed his lips against hers. It's all right, master, you needn't worry about my feelings. I can understand you. Yuan Xuanxuan, dizzy from the kiss, still sat up from Su Yang's embrace as if to allow her master to cultivate in peace. Master, I'll take my leave. If you fall ill from cultivation, be sure to tell me. Yuan Xianxian adjusted her robes, but as she stood up her legs gave way slightly, her brows furrowing as she nearly stumbled. Luckily Su Yang was quick-eyed and caught her around the waist. Master, do you still need the poison neutralized? Yuan Xuanxuan's eyes were like water shimmering with autumn hues. Your master. Su Yang began, but Yuan Xuanxuan with dimples shallow poked his chest with her jade finger and smiled coyly. Your disciple is joking. Master is getting fiercer. I must hurry back to break through to the nascent soul stage, or I won't dare come to neutralize your poison again. Yuan Xianxian then rose and drifted away, though her steps remained unsteady. Su Yang sat in a daze for a long time before coming to his senses. I knew it, how could that be my illusion? Seeing my senior disciple, I couldn't possibly have empty eyes. Su Yang muttered to himself, then grasped the enlightenment Bodhi seed and took out all the martial arts and techniques from the system space. Time to study. Su Yang immediately entered a focused state. For a moment the purple cloud hall echoed with roars of tigers and dragons, mists swirled and various arcane trajectories evolved in the void. Meanwhile the forces of the Azure Firmament sect had just arrived at the Tianji mountain range. They immediately sensed a violent spatial fluctuation as vast stretches of mountains collapsed, countless ancient trees snapped, and the beasts and birds hidden within fled in terror. This upheaval spread over an immense area, even affecting several cities thousands of miles away. Countless families, sects and cultivators were drawn by the disturbance, sending their experts to investigate. When these experts arrived at the Tianji mountain range and saw the massive contingent of the Azure Firmament sect, they knew without even checking the surroundings that this must be a great opportunity, or the foremost sect of the northern domain wouldn't have mobilized so many forces. Thus these experts unanimously took out their communication jade slips and succinctly sent 4 words to their sect leaders or clan heads: opportunity come quickly. Peak Master Su, did you foresee even this? Judging by the commotion, the Qiyuan cave mansion is almost certainly real. This time our 35 peaks will reap a fortune. All thanks to Peak Master Zu's intelligence. Knowing the Qiyuan cave mansion would emerge yet not sending disciples, Peak Master Su is truly devoted to the sect. Tisk tisk, Peak Master Su is such a good man. The leading elders of each peak sighed generously, awarding Su Yang a good person card. Then they lowered the spirit boats and ordered the sect disciples to disembark, quickly preparing to enter the Qiyuan cave mansion. At that moment, on the spirit boat of the Heavenly Thunder Peak, Xiao Yi was in the finest room, his legs propped on the table, fiddling with a ring in his hand, his face exuding arrogance. Oldly, didn't I say the Azure Firmament sect is my destined place for opportunities? I can casually pick up a ring, and it even contains several century-old heavenly treasures. Though they clash with my constitution, if I sell them to my worthless fellow disciples, I can surely exchange them for plenty of cultivation resources. Yes. This old man was wrong. Oldly perfunctorily agreed, but in his heart he was furiously complaining. How could it be such a coincidence that all the heavenly treasures in the storage ring conflict with your constitution, and besides those there are only some clothes? Can't you see this is a trap? Xiao Yi, you're as stupid as a pig. No, even a pig is smarter than you. But having been burned countless times, Oldly resolved not to remind him again this time, lest he be bitten back. He only hoped that the existence concealing the celestial mechanisms behind the scenes when setting up Xiao Yi wouldn't drag him into the disaster. If necessary, he could even bow down and pledge allegiance like Xiao Yi. Calling a Mahayana sage foster father wasn't shameful. Old Li, just watch, this ring is only the beginning. I'll seize every opportunity in the Qiyuan cave mansion. The core formation stage is within reach, the nascent soul stage is not far off, and the deity transformation stage is just around the corner. Xiao Yi will surely become invincible in this world. Xiao Yi was uncontrollably excited, his words dripping with undisguised pride and arrogance. Old Li thought. Anyone listening would think you've already become a venerable. Before he could hear Old Li's heartfelt praise, a humble voice came from outside the cabin door reporting, "Senior brother Xiao, it's time to gather. The elder instructed me to call you down. You go down first, you'll follow shortly," Xiao Yi said coldly. As the chosen one, he had to make a grand entrance last. How else would he highlight his uniqueness? "Yes, senior brother Xiao," the disciple replied respectfully and left. "Old Li, after I inherit the legacy of Venerable Qiyuan, will I be able to roam the world freely like him, revered by all major powers?" Xiao Yi asked dreamily. "Is there no end to this?" Old Li forced a smile. "You are the chosen one, how could you be inferior to that mere grave-robbing venerable?" "That's what I think." Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Old Li, you've been speaking more pleasantly lately. It seems you've truly repented, but it's a pity you're no longer worthy to be my master." "Yes, unworthy. This old man is certainly unworthy," Old Li said earnestly. Fortunately, they had severed the master-disciple bond, otherwise even his ancestral graves would be fuming. Before the beast's lair, the void barrier suddenly rippled, shattering into countless fragments of law, and the entire beast's lair turned to dust, scattering into the void. What is this? Could it be that this ancient master's secret realm is about to emerge? The various sects of the northern prefecture will all send people. If that villain who murdered the sect's heir mingles among the crowd, won't it be even harder for us to catch him? At this, the elders of the Xiantian sect who had been lying in ambush wore grim expressions. If the culprit escaped, what meaning would their vigil of over 10 days hold? "Sect master, I suggest we send disciples in to investigate. With so many sects present, we need not fear that villain harming our Xiantian sect disciples," an elder proposed. All the elders looked toward Venerable Xuanqi, mostly in favor of this approach. They had already been waiting for many days, and further delay was pointless. What use are you? You don't even know that the villain who killed my disciple has already appeared." Venerable Xuanqi scolded them harshly, then cast a sinister gaze into the distance and said coldly, "That villain thought he could hide by concealing the geomagnetic core, but he overlooked that Wang Ting's storage ring still bears my restriction. Come, follow me to avenge my disciple. He made me wait over 10 days. That villain has lived too long. Old grudges and new scores. In the days ahead I will make you suffer torment, endure 1,000 cuts, and beg for death in vain." The chilling hatred in Venerable Xuanqi's words seemed to freeze the air. The elders felt a shiver run down their spines and dared not speak further. They followed him, transforming into streaks of light, and charged murderously into the distance. "Where is Xiao Yi?" Beneath the spirit boat, an elder asked with displeasure. "Senior brother Xiao said he would come down later," the disciple replied with his head lowered. "Outrageous. This is a major event for the entire Qingming sect. How dare a mere disciple act so arrogantly?" The leading elder of the Thunder Peak scowled and shouted angrily. He deeply disliked Xiao Yi's behavior. Favored by the Peak Master, Xiao Yi was not only arrogant toward fellow disciples but also showed no respect for him, an elder even seizing the best cabin on the spirit boat without hesitation. Had the Peak Master not repeatedly advised him that Xiao Yi was a prodigy with natural pride and asked him to be tolerant, his fiery temper would have already dealt with the brat. "Then elder, your decision," the disciple probed. "Let's wait a little longer," the Thunder Peak elder sighed. Though he was an elder, the Peak Master above him was not to be trifled with. The disciple lowered his head, silently mocking, "Elder, you only show your authority in front of me." By the time all disciples from the 35 peaks had disembarked and gathered in an open area, "Elder, why aren't we entering the Qiyuan's secret realm yet?" "Yes, if we delay, other sects will send their people. We must seize the advantage." Many disciples spoke urgently, noticing numerous powerful figures standing in the void nearby holding communication jade slips, clearly sending messages. "Quiet. There's still one person who hasn't come down," an elder explained. "Who?" Who's so high and mighty? Doesn't he want the opportunities of the Qiyuan's secret realm? If he doesn't let him stay on the boat, why should all of us wait for him? The disciples from various peaks grumbled, their resentment growing. That person is Xiao Yi, or a Thunder Peak disciple whispered, seemingly stirring trouble. Xiao the madman, him again. Just because he's strong doesn't mean he's all that. No matter how fierce, he's only at the foundation establishment stage. What waves can he make? You might not know, but the elder tested it. The Qiyuan's secret realm can accommodate cultivators at the perfected golden core stage, but it suppresses their cultivation to perfected foundation establishment. So Xiao the madman will thrive here. Damn, is this secret realm tailor-made for Xiao Yi? Elder Chu, when will Xiao Yi from your peak come down? Yes, our disciples are growing impatient. If he doesn't, well, go in first. Even the leading elders of other peaks were now deeply annoyed by Xiao Yi's behavior. He was no venerable, a mere foundation establishment disciple. Why such ostentation? Just then an ordinary-looking young man finally emerged from the spirit boat, his demeanor arrogant. He paused at each step, savoring the crowd's upward gaze. Oldly, I feel it, everything is back. This feeling of being the center of attention is incredible. Look at their eyes, they're all in awe and worship of me. I am destiny. Xiao Yi smirked, a smug, carefree grin spreading across his face. Are you sure it's not disgust? If your eyesight is flawed, just gouge them out. I happen to have a pupil technique that can give you a third eye. Old Li silently finished his rant, then like a heartless flattery machine said obsequiously, young friend, you're right. At that moment, in the distance, several streaks of light shot toward them, each exuding an unparalleled aura. The leader was even more terrifying, like an ancient savage beast with a mighty presence that seemed to penetrate the heavens and earth, inspiring sheer dread. A void-breaking venerable. The elders of Qingming sect narrowed their eyes inwardly, on high alert. Fellow cultivators, this is the territory of our Qingming sect. Please. A nascent soul elder stepped forward, blocking the newcomers with neither humility nor arrogance. But before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted. I've heard that Qingming sect is the foremost sect of the northern prefecture. I am Venerable Xuanqi sect, master of the eastern wastelands, Xiantian sect. I come not to clash with Qingming sect, but to seek him. Venerable Xuanqi's gaze was calm and unruffled as he pointed at Xiao Yi. Following his finger, they saw that the target was Xiao Yi. The elder who had stepped aside inexplicably yielded his position, and the other elders and disciples made no move to stop him. Even the Thunder Peak elder looked on coldly. Xiao Yi, however, was momentarily stunned, then a fervent smile spread across his face. Old Li, I didn't expect my fame to reach the eastern wasteland. Ha ha ha. Though I've never heard of the Xiantian sect, seeing their sect master is a void-breaking venerable, they must be a formidable force in the eastern wasteland. Such a powerful figure has traveled thousands of miles to take me as a disciple. With such sincerity, how can I refuse his kindness? As they say, one climbs higher. I think true Lord Wanjun will understand. Xiao Yi had already decided if Venerable Xuanqi offered to take him as a disciple, he would leave without hesitation. After all, he had no connection to the Xiantian sect. Surely this time it wasn't to kill him. It's here. Old Li's spirit in the jade pendant trembled. As he had expected, that ring was a trap set by that existence. The Xiantian sect was the calamity brought by the ring. Old Li cast a pitying glance at Xiao Yi. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be laughing soon. With a venerable bearing murderous intent, even if Xiao Yi is a child of destiny protected by heaven, he's as good as dead. High above the void, Venerable Xuanqi gazed down at Xiao Yi upon the spirit boat, his eyes icy and sinister as he stared at him as if looking upon a dead man. Return my sect's treasured primordial magnetic earth core. Venerable Xuanqi stepped forward, speaking in a detached tone. Senior. What primordial magnetic earth core? What are you talking about, senior? This junior has never seen it. Hearing Venerable Xuanqi's words, Xiao Yi was first stunned, then felt utterly bewildered. He had never heard of the primordial magnetic earth core, let alone seen it. How could he return it? Still pretending. Very well, I shall make your death clear to you. Looking at the young man still feigning ignorance before him, Venerable Xuanqi waved his hand toward Xiao Yi, forming a Dharma seal in the void. Instantly a storage ring from Xiao Yi's bosom fell into Venerable Xuanqi's grasp before the eyes of all. This is the ring of Wangting, the sect heir of my Xiantian sect. Caught red-handed, what else do you have to argue? Venerable Xuanqi clutched the ring tightly, sweeping it with his divine sense. Finding no primordial magnetic earth core within, his gaze surged with boundless killing intent. The leading elders of Qingming Sect's various peaks, seeing that Venerable Xuanqi of Xiantian's sect had indeed retrieved evidence from Xiaoyi, felt relieved that they had not intervened earlier. After all, Xiantian's sect was also a major sect in the eastern wastelands, and with its sect master personally present, they had no need to offend a venerable for the sake of a thieving scoundrel. Senior, we must be reasonable. This ring is merely something I stumbled upon by chance, it's hardly catching me red-handed. As the overwhelming killing intent surged like a vast ocean toward him, even as foolish as Xiaoyi was, he realized that this sect master from Xiantian's sect had not come to take him as a disciple but to slay him. Xiaoyi's face turned pale. Suppressing the urge to kneel, he explained through chattering teeth. Why did you alone pick it up and not someone else? Such a flimsy excuse. If I believed you, I would have wasted all these years. Venerable Xuanqi sneered with contempt, his voice dripping with coldness as he gazed at Xiaoyi. Hearing this, the disciples of Qingming Sect's various peaks found it very reasonable. Indeed, why didn't this ring fall into my hands? Can't even come up with a decent excuse. How shameless. One would think you were the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Brother Xiao, since you dared to steal, why not admit it? Just return the treasure to this senior. Senior brother Xiao, be a man and own up. The disciples sneered at Xiaoyi, urging him to quickly return the treasure and not tarnish Qingming Sect's reputation. Xiaoyi was like a mute swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. Return what? He hadn't actually stolen anything. Senior, you may not know this, but I, Xiaoyi, am a child of destiny. All kinds of opportunities come to me unbidden. This ring was no different. Xiaoyi spoke timidly, his eyes shrinking. Ha ha ha, you are a child of destiny. You are a child of destiny. My disciple Wangteng has the bearing of an immortal emperor. Venerable Xuanqi burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. Suddenly his gaze turned ice-cold, looking at Xiaoyi as if he were an ant. I don't know how you at the foundation establishment stage managed to kill my disciple, but today I will take your head to appease his spirit in heaven. Saying this, Venerable Xuanqi swept his gaze over the leading elders of Qingming Sect and bowed slightly. This child has a mortal enmity with me. I implore the Qingming Sect not to interfere. Venerable, please do as you wish. An elder from Qingming Sect spoke. If it were merely theft of a treasure, they might have defended Xiaoyi. But from Venerable Xuanqi's tone, Xiaoyi had not only stolen the treasure but also assassinated the sect heir of Xiantian Sect. After all, every sect heir was nurtured with vast resources and seen as the future hope of the sect. Now he had been killed by Xiaoyi. This was nothing short of a blood feud. If mishandled, it could spark a war between the two sects. Even Elder Chu, who had been instructed by Sovereign Wan Jun to protect Xiaoyi, remained silent, eyes closed and mind still. Hearing that the Qingming Sect elders had abandoned him, Xiaoyi looked at Venerable Xuanqi in the void. Seeing his fierce killing intent and gaze sharp as a sword, as if about to bore thousands of holes through him, he trembled. It really wasn't me. I've never even seen what Wangteng looks like. Terrified, his legs gave way, unable to stand. Sweat beaded like beans on his forehead as his face turned pale. Old Li, am in mortal danger. Think of a way to save me. If you don't save me once I'm in peril, you'll be the first to die. Old Li, are you listening to me? Simultaneously, Xiaoyi urgently called out to the jade pendant. He sensed a tremendous crisis of death and could only rely on Old Li within the jade pendant, who had been a venerable in his past life and possessed many life-saving methods. Unexpectedly, Old Li, upon hearing Xiaoyi's threat, was enraged. He considered himself Xiaoyi's master, having done his utmost for him, planning opportunities, surely enough to repay the debt of being awakened. But this Xiaoyi, not only did he take a thief as his master, but he repeatedly threatened him with his life. This was repaying kindness with enmity. Now it was even worse. Facing death, he didn't beg for mercy but instead threatened him. Very well, since Xiaoyi showed no regard for their master-disciple bond, don't blame him for reciprocating in kind. In the next instant. Daoist friend, this old man is named Lihua. I was once a venerable, but due to certain circumstances have been reduced to a remnant soul. That's not important though. An aged ethereal figure emerged from the jade pendant, bowing to Venerable Xuanqi nearby, then pointed at Xiaoyi in fury. What's important is that I testify, your Xiantian sect heir Wangteng was indeed killed by this beast. Old Li, what are you saying? Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Old Li. His mind nearly reeled. he had never imagined that old Li, who had been with him day and night, would step forward to accuse him. What else can I say? You, this beast who betrays your master, I regret not seeing your true face sooner. Old Li roared. A mediocrity like you, if not for me you would have died long ago in the pursuit of your enemies. Every opportunity you gained along the way, wasn't it I who guided you? Every time you faced a life crisis, didn't I risk my soul's slumber to save you? I owe you nothing. But what has this inhuman beast done? Abandoning your sect, turning to others, slaughtering fellow disciples, stealing treasures, ambushing companions, greedy and lustful, arrogant and conceited. A heartless scumbag like you deserves to be killed by all under heaven. Old Li cursed in a single breath, listing all of Xiao Ye's crimes, venting the resentment accumulated over these days. Old Li, you. Don't you want to live? Xiao Yi stared fixedly at the aged figure in the void, his face livid, chest heaving, blustering in a hollow show of strength. Daoist friend, do you see? Even at this moment this beast still threatens me. Old Li trembled with fury, his beard shaking.